Terrified, Liu Yi never thought he would have to take games seriously. But life taught him a lesson. The helpless young man could only watch as his sister, Young, was pierced through by the enemy. The stunned girl didn't even have time to understand what was happening, but blood was already flowing from her mouth. The cold-blooded enemy did not show her even a drop of mercy, as victory was all that mattered to him. The helpless hero's loved one was killed by a bloodthirsty scoundrel who wasn't satisfied with just one victim. The crying boy realized that he had failed to protect even his younger sister, which made his heart ache even more. The enemy raised his sword again, and Liu Yi tried to understand where he had gone wrong, since everything had led to such an outcome. The merciless monster soon plunged the blade into the back of the stunned player, who felt incredible pain. This horrific story began when a reckless young man entered the game for fun. Now the mortally wounded young man lay in a pool of his own blood next to his sister, who showed no signs of life. The girl's expression remained shocked, and streams of tears flowed from her eyes. If the hero had taken the game seriously from the start, their end would not have been so grim and terrible. When his parents died, Liu's main dream was to take care of his little sister and raise her to be a successful person. He worked hard, and the firstborn kingdom was just entertainment for him. But no one knew that it would take over the world and that players would gain the abilities of the characters. The terrible situation led to a crisis of enormous proportions, which caused more and more problems and became increasingly difficult to deal with. The young man hated the universe in which the rules changed so easily, and his opponents were already rejoicing, tasting victory. Trying to get back on his feet, the fighter thought to himself that he despised himself for not taking the game seriously. He also couldn't stand the murderer of his beloved sister, who took such pleasure in his terrible deeds. At one point, the wary enemy sensed someone's presence behind him and decided to turn around without a smile on his face. It turned out to be an enraged Liu Yi, whose mouth and teeth were stained with blood, which made him look terrifying. The enraged fighter struck his opponent on the back of the head like a bear, causing him to almost lose his coordination. Clutching his head, the man shouted, wondering what the terrible stench was, and soon realized that he had been hit by waste. The wounded guy now smiled and sat down on the ground, enjoying his small but very pleasant victory. His fierce opponent called him a scoundrel, who dared to act sneakily without even warning him of his intentions. Hope appeared in the hero's eyes, and he said to himself that he had to fight back and protect his sister Yoon. With a sharp swing of his sword, the fierce opponent expressed his dissatisfaction that some weakling of the first level dared to raise his hand against him. After a short interval, the slain Liu Yi suddenly opened his surprised eyes, realizing that he was alive. In the noisy streets, announcements were being made that there were only 8 hours left until the opening of the primordial kingdom. Raising his torso, the young man wondered why he was still alive when he had been killed by a level 20 fighter. Looking around, the young man realized that he was in the apartment in the city of Hai, where he had lived 3 years ago, and thought that it had long since been demolished. Suddenly, a girl knocked on the door and told her brother that the authorizers of the sensational game had arrived. The wary owner of the silly face immediately took notice, as the voice sounded familiar to her. The charming Ayun entered the room and immediately asked where to put the boxes. The disconcerted young man asked her in a trembling voice to tell him the exact date, because he was completely confused. The girl asked if he had gotten up on the wrong side of the bed, but later replied that it was currently July 27th. A stunned Liu Yi realized that it was now the year 2030, and the lady asked why he was asking if he already knew. The tense player instantly jumped out of bed and rushed to the window, which looked a little strange from the outside. The first thing he did was glance into the distance, carefully examining the huge buildings of the city. The stunned young man realized that he had returned to the day when the firstborn kingdom was first activated. Putting on a serious face and gathering his thoughts, the hero looked into the eyes of Ayun, who was standing next to him. The brave man held his loved one close, promising himself that this time he would not make a mistake and would become the strongest. On September 1st, the game took over the real world, and all people gained the abilities of the characters, while the scum gained incredible power. Because of this, chaos ensued, along with incessant wars over money and power, which were marked by particular cruelty. Researcher Liu Yi died because of his low level, but miraculously reincarnated and returned to the time of the discovery of the primordial kingdom. The warrior promised himself to become the strongest player, but the shy Ayun did not approve of the fact that he held her tightly against him. The discouraged young man scratched the back of his head and froze in place with his mouth open, not even knowing what to say. There were only 34 days left before the real world was taken over, so the fighter decided to begin intensive training. In such a short period of time, he had to become incredibly strong. Otherwise, he risked becoming a victim again. At that moment, he was lying on the bed with special glasses on his face, extremely focused. The daredevil decided to choose power when entering the realm, and in the meantime, One of the fighters was already showing the observer what that meant. The bruiser swung his weapon sharply, making it clear what a normal strike looked like, so that there would be something to compare it to later. Then, without wasting any time, he decided to add power to the attack, which promised to be very effective. The spectacle was incredibly powerful and cool, so the spectators watched everything closely. A very pleasantly surprised Liu Yi was also among them, watching every move intently. Soon the countdown began, after which the system welcomed the young man to the primordial realm. Power was the main mysterious force of the players, determining the difference between a warrior above the level and an ordinary one. Here there was only a division based on the use of weapons, so the hero decided to go to the training pavilion first. The fundamental part of the skill lay in a person's mastery of a particular weapon. If the level of mastery reached 100%, then the player would master the power, so diligence and patience were necessary. After a few minutes, Liu Yi reached the training room, where he first began to look around carefully. A small digital display appeared in front of him, hinting that he needed to choose a weapon. The cool-headed young man decided to start learning martial arts with the katana, which he loved most. He didn't know what would suit him best, but he decided to try each weapon and devoted 5 hours to training. After some time, he received a system notification that he had mastered the katana 100%. Approaching a special stand, the daredevil decided to try something else and began to choose. The fierce warrior grabbed the sword and took up a fighting stance again, pointing the tip at the simulator in front of him. Outside, there were two guys discussing how they had never had such an extreme experience before. The guy was curious to see what they could unlock by raising the level, while the red-eyed girl became wary when she saw the unusual place. Assuming that it was a weapons pavilion, the determined girl started walking towards the entrance. As she heard that someone was inside, she looked ahead with surprise, wanting to know how the intense training was going. Soon they saw Liu Yi, covered in sweat, still confidently holding a sharp blade in his hands. The brunette immediately pointed out that there was only one person in the hall, so there was nothing interesting to see. A couple of young guys also decided to pick up the weapons to examine them and draw their own conclusions. But after a few seconds, they threw the iron toys on the floor, loudly calling it all boring. The young people thought that the only thing they could do here was improve their weapon skills, but they couldn't develop any other abilities. They decided to leave and focus on leveling up, but the girl still gave the young man a mysterious look. On the first day, the main character mastered the katana, swords, and halberd, but still did not receive the coveted power. On the second day, he mastered the spear, axe, shield, and hammer to the maximum, but the desired ability still did not come to him. The brave man continued to devote himself to training, but soon heard people passing by who were already at level 20. The fighter didn't like the fact that in 3 days, other players had achieved good results, while he was still at the first level and the power was not coming. The young man thought about gaining some experience and returning to the training hall later. However, he clenched his fist tightly and dismissed the idea, because he knew perfectly well that his goal was more important than anything else. The daredevil confidently declared that power was the foundation of everything, and if he wanted to become the strongest, he had to obtain it. Meanwhile, the redhead complained that the punishment for death in the firstborn kingdom was too cruel and that he had been swinging around for 2 days for nothing. At one point, his colleague noticed that Liu Yi was still practicing his weapon skills, which shocked her. The brave man, in turn, silently practiced his techniques, paying no attention to the strangers standing nearby. The shocked guy suggested trying to master one of the items, to understand what the weirdo was trying to achieve. The girl replied that with one blow she could destroy the rest of the fools, but this guy couldn't even leave a scratch. The brunette concluded that he was just a nerd, so she decided not to waste her time on him and go about her business. She said that during this time, they'd better level up and pulled her companion, who wanted to try mastering the weapon along with her. For mastering 18 types of weapons, the hero was given the title of Master, which allowed him to use each one. At that moment, Liu, covered in sweat, was trying to catch his breath after intense training. The tense young man did not understand where his desired power was, since he had honed his skills in using all cold weapons. The fighter assumed that firearms were more suitable for him, but before his rebirth, he had never met or seen players who used them skillfully. Then the guy began to think that only high-level players could awaken the power of firearms. A couple of minutes later, he entered the pavilion, where the first thing he saw was a huge stand with various types of items. Picking up a pistol, the brave man expressed confidence that the others had already reached level 30 in 3 days. The warrior realized that the primordial kingdom would take over the world before he could master each of the guns, and he doubted that it was worth it. After that, Liu remembered the terrible moment when the enemy killed his sister and mortally wounded him. He told himself that he couldn't give up, because without power, he would never become the strongest player, so it was impossible to stop him. Beginning to shoot at the targets non-stop, the hero repeated to himself that he would not retreat from his goal. A curious girl began to follow the young fighter, saying that she would just watch his actions for a little while. Keeping her cool, she looked ahead and became slightly alert, as if something had gone wrong. The girl noticed that the young man had simply gone somewhere, but she continued moving to find him. At one point, her eyes nearly popped out of her head in shock when she heard a sharp and very loud gunshot. Plucking up her courage, the lady began to climb the steps in front of her, ready to turn around and run away. Soon, she reached another training room, where the energetic Liu Yi was standing. The stunned lady covered her mouth with her hands, wondering what was happening to the strange stranger. The hero received a notification that he had realized the power of resurrection he had been striving for and had made a titanic effort. Now the proud warrior felt much calmer in the face of the impending catastrophe and was ready for it. A confident smile appeared on his face, emphasizing his image as an indestructible guy. Then the blue-eyed young man decided it was time to level up to catch up with the other players. At the moment, he had fairly low stats, but he had mastered firearms and the coveted power. A few seconds later, the alert Liu Yi noticed an unfamiliar girl in the doorway who was clearly watching him. The girl, who was humming a tune, pretended she hadn't seen anyone, but she wasn't very good at it. The owner of the red cheeks became shy, realizing that the handsome fighter was looking directly at her. In her heart, the stern Wei Xin told herself that she needed to stop being embarrassed and ask what was going on. The lady couldn't say a word, so she quickly realized that she would have to figure it out for herself. The brave man decided to go to the equipment store and buy a pistol and ammunition, realizing that melee weapons would also come in handy. Meanwhile, the red-haired boy in the chat asked his sister where she was, because they needed to go rock climbing, and she replied that she was in the arsenal. He asked what she was doing there, and the stern Wei Xin wrote that she was training in the use of weapons. Soon, people began discussing that the Firstborn Kingdom had reached 10 million players online. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was in a store, where he bought a low-level dagger, a pistol, and regular bullets for 1,000. Shocked by the high prices, the hero realized that he had no other choice, so he quickly confirmed the payment. Now he had some pretty good cold weapons in his hands, which only emphasized his stern image. The master's ability allowed the fighter to overcome the limitation of power, which could only be used with a suitable item. In the mirror realm, when paying for the service, a player could create a copy of themselves, forcing their opponents to fight against it. For a victory, they could receive yuan from the gold reserve, but if they lost, they would lose it. And the higher the reserve balance, the higher the person would be in the tournament bracket. To participate in the battle, the participant had to be 5 levels below the clone and pay 10% of the opponent's savings. Positive Liu Yi believed that this place would be suitable for him as a first-level fighter with power. Suddenly, the guy heard a male voice nearby complaining about another loss. The young man was almost crying, saying that the difficulty of the mirror copies was too high, and the hero began to listen. The stranger regretted participating in the battle, and his friend supported him, saying that all the inventory was lost in this game. 2 other guys were sitting in chairs, laughing at the kid with the gun, but he tried not to pay attention. The ash-haired man said that this kid was exactly what they needed, because he was a newbie and would clearly lose in the battle for the kingdom. In turn, the cool-headed Liu began to run his finger across the digital display, trying to register. The focused guy quickly figured out where to press, and had no problems with that. The system asked if the fighter was sure he wanted to fight in a mirror copy of the player, and he had to do so in order to understand the level. He remembered the terrible moments when strong players mocked him, laughing at his weakness. The fighter didn't want to play seriously, not only because he didn't have much time, but mainly because of his insane fear of battle. Even now, his legs were shaking violently, but still, the brave man clenched his fist and immediately chose the positive answer on the screen. The young man paid 100 yuan to participate, after which the quick process of moving to the mirror realm began. It was said that the duel would begin in 10 seconds, and the brave young man could already see his potential opponent in front of him. His 5th-level opponent was armed with a katana and wore a beginner's costume, so he did not pose a great danger. This was the first time in the protagonist's life that he had gone to fight someone of his own free will, so his excitement did not go away. His legs continued to shake violently, which interfered with the fight. But the young man had no intention of giving up. With only a couple of seconds left on the countdown, the young man grabbed his thigh, where he felt a slight pain. His ruthless opponent immediately rushed into the attack, swinging a red sword, which alarmed the confused young man. Gathering his strength, Liu Yi opened fire with his pistol, hoping to win. But the bullet had no effect, as his opponent was very agile and quickly closed in on him. Choosing the right moment, the cold-blooded copy swung his sword, unexpectedly knocking the weapon out of the young man's hands. The alarmed boy was greatly intimidated by the stern gaze of his opponent, so he simply froze in place. Not willing to give up, the trickster quickly grabbed his dagger and held it up, preventing his opponent from carrying out his plans. The convulsions did not stop, and it became increasingly difficult to maintain coordination, but the brave boy held on until the very end. Gritting his teeth, the nervous fighter wondered what he was afraid of and tried to raise his morale. Heaven had given Liu Yi a chance to be reborn, but not so that he could tremble with fear, and he quickly realized this. Gathering his strength, the brave man gripped the hilt of his dagger tightly, as if intending to give a worthy rebuff. He activated the weapon master's ability, and the blade's characteristics began to change. Immediately, the fearless fighter rushed to attack his opponent, swinging his arm sharply and showing not even a drop of mercy. The title of professional was able to exceed the level restriction, but attacks with weapons other than pistols were only increased by half. The hero was congratulated on his victory over his mirror image, for which he received 1,000 wen and increased his level by 4. Angry Liu was annoyed by the fact that he had already won, but one of his legs continued to shake violently. Meanwhile, the two cunning men discussed how the battle system in the kingdom had been created by some kind of madman. The ash-haired gentleman said with a smirk that it was difficult, which is why they were looking for players. A few seconds later, the cool-headed hero returned from the battle, which had taken a lot of his energy. The shocked guy with green hair couldn't believe that the first-level rookie they had laughed at had emerged victorious. He was stunned that a stranger without equipment was able to defeat a mirror copy 5 levels above him. His comrade exclaimed that this was exactly the kind of person he needed, and ordered him to ask for the current betting odds from the garden in the backyard. After a short while, the guy reported to Ganza that an immediate response had arrived. His friend said that first they would see which clone Liu Yi chose, and then they would place their bets with peace of mind. Meanwhile, player Yexing looked at his stats, which were gradually getting better. At the same time, his long, very thin legs continued to tremble visibly. The fierce warrior said to himself that he would either overcome his fear or simply give up his life. His choice fell on a level 55 player, whose copy he was about to fight, which was convincing. Just a few seconds later, the brave man went back into battle, without even having time to move away from the first fight. Pleasantly surprised, Ganza did not expect such courage, so he continued to watch with his friend. Less than a minute later, their faces changed to look discouraged, and then they were completely shocked. Rubbing his eyes, the blonde said that it seemed to him, but his comrade assured him that the guy had indeed chosen a mirror copy of the 10th level Goma. The shock caused the ash-haired man to lose his balance and fall to the floor, and his alarmed friend began to revive him. The stunned man did not understand why this young man had chosen the strongest enemy when there were 100 other clones. Grabbing his hair, the green-haired friend asked what was happening with the bet at that moment. The crying Ganza replied that they had already requested the opening, so they would have to bet on the first-level weirdo. On the bookmaker's page, it was already possible to choose between the newcomer Yishine or Danshan. People thought the fool had completely lost his mind, since he wanted to rush into battle with the strongest mirror copy. At the same time, many were happy to have the opportunity to earn some money, so they placed their bets without hesitation. Desperate Ganza and his friend couldn't hold back their tears, because the total score was 200,000 wen in favor of the Thunder. Biting the white cloth, the man wondered how they would live on, but could find no answers. Meanwhile, Liu Yi and Deng Cheng were already in the arena, staring sternly at each other. Soon the countdown began, during which the rookie remained calm so as not to make any mistakes. However, his leg continued to shake violently, and this fact began to enrage the young warrior. In anger, the brave man stabbed himself in the thigh with a dagger because his patience had run out. Then blood began to flow from the open wound, which dripped onto the tip of the blade as if it would help the fighter. The stern young man looked his opponent in the eye, also keeping a loaded pistol at the ready. Finally, the battle was declared open, after which the daredevil mentally rushed into battle, wanting to end it as quickly as possible. The fearless opponent blocked the attack so as not to become an easy target, but Yishine did not even think of stopping. Suddenly, thunder knocked the firearm out of the confused boy's hands, who had made a mistake somewhere. Then a sharp sword was swung, causing the hero to become very agitated and even panic. Still, he put on a stern face again, trying to keep his emotions under control. Grabbing his dagger sharply, the trickster managed to dodge the enemy's blow, remaining unharmed. His good flexibility and quick reactions helped him, but it was still too early to relax. Without wasting any time, the young man jumped aside to think about his next move and avoid making any more mistakes. The young man remained extremely focused and alert so as not to be caught off guard. He had very little health left, so all he could do was hope for the best and remain cautious. At the same time, there was not even the slightest scratch on his opponent's body, which was already an alarming sign for the young man. The sweating fighter realized that he had chosen an opponent he could not defeat. Now he understood that he should have chosen someone weaker even if they weren't as fast. But it was too late. His leg continued to tremble, but he did not even think of retreating and prepared to launch an attack. Summoning his strength, the young man ran into battle, maintaining a stern gaze, but he couldn't scare his opponent with it. The youngster repeated to himself that he had to act and continued to move non-stop so as not to become an easy target. He began to wriggle in every possible way, not allowing the strong man to touch him, and he was doing quite well. At one point, Liu Yi tensed up and carefully turned his gaze to the side, sensing danger nearby. The cool-headed Daneshan made a high jump and swung his sword, wanting to turn his enemy into mincemeat. By blocking the blow in time, the brave warrior saved his life and didn't even get a scratch, which was commendable. Time and again, the daredevil was on the brink, but in the end he managed to win the fight. Exhausted, Yashine managed to deal with the brute, expending a lot of energy, but still passing the test. The body of the copy began to dissolve, and the young man repeated to himself that this was the only way to become the strongest player and achieve his goal. As a reward, the player received 15,000 yuan and exactly that many points, which he was very happy with. Then he froze in place with his weapon in his hands to use the digital scoreboard and check his personal stats. Now the main character was already at level 13, and all his other characteristics were gradually improving. With a heavy sigh, the serious warrior said in an inner voice that it was time to choose the next opponent. For reaching the 10th level, he also gained the power of restoration, rebirth, and invasion. At that moment, the frightened Ganza and his friend shouted at those around them not to come near, because they were afraid of being beaten up. The blond man said tearfully that they could surrender right now and give up half of the money from the bets. With a malicious smile, the man with the special glasses said that they would not be able to get away with it. The young man asked if they really thought they had won, and the gentleman asked if he really thought that Thunder could lose to a novice. The weirdo exclaimed that if the mirror image of the strong man lost, he would eat a bunch of garden fertilizer. But unexpectedly, the ranking table marked Danshan's name with the stamp of defeat, which no one had even thought of. The shock left those around him speechless as the realization of defeat sank in. The green-haired boy joyfully shouted that they had won and began pointing his finger at people who didn't believe it. Now the stern Ganza began to get to his feet, reminding everyone that the arrogant man had been making grandiose statements. In his rage, he used the loud roar of a victor to scare his competitors, while his comrades simply laughed at them from the sidelines. Meanwhile, the cool-headed Liu Yi returned from the battlefield, not caring about other people's quarrels. The young man had been given new abilities, but even an explanation of the system did not make him understand why they were needed. Suddenly, the main character's younger sister entered the room and said that it was already evening and time to eat. The guy continued to think about the primordial realm, where there were two skills, one of which healed and the other crippled. The fighter wondered which one to choose, because one ability increased damage, and the other could be useful after the game took over the real world. If it worked in the young man's universe, it would be the most powerful skill, and besides, Liu would encounter many dangerous opponents in the Mirror Kingdom. The perceptive hero realized that with the regeneration skill, it would be much easier for him to create his own team. Soon Yeshine finished chewing the mushrooms and said he was full, then got up from the table and went about his business. His sister asked if he had only had one cup, and he replied that it was enough for him. Slightly surprised, the girl continued her meal, but thoughts of the man close to her would not leave her head. Suddenly, she remembered how recently the guy had held her close, as if they were in a relationship. The lady decided that she needed to find him a bride as soon as possible, as she had noticed that he had become dangerous in recent days. At that very moment, the blonde-haired man tearfully begged Ganza to leave him at least a little balance. But he was adamant. Lying on the floor, the man with the mohawk said that it was his family's money, and if he spent it, it would simply be the end of him. The mocking kid reminded him that a minute ago the old man had refused such a deal, but now he was offering him the same thing. Suddenly a stranger intervened in the fight, grabbing the youngster by the face with his strong hand, sharply and very roughly. Then the big guy slammed the kid's face into the floor, surprising the man with the monocle. Ji Kwang, who was in charge of the Mirror Kingdom, firmly stated that the insolent young man would return all the money that the 10th level Thunder had lost. The alarmed young man immediately recognized the man from the New Order Guild, with whom it was not wise to joke. The old man began to justify himself, saying that he had only opened the bet, but did not know that the fighter would choose the clone of the great Danshan. The serious Ji threatened that in the real world, they would have a different conversation with Ganza, who had decided to act so cunningly. Pinned against the wall, the youngster offered to give back everything he had won this time, down to the last penny, hoping to be forgiven. With tears in his eyes, he began to say that he had nothing left, and the pursuer let him go in an instant. Gazing menacingly into the boy's eyes, Guan suddenly said that he only wanted him to help him. Meanwhile, Liu Yi, who had been working on his personal development, returned to the game after dinner. He quickly and positively answered the assistant's question about whether he wanted to choose the power of the Flame of Restoration. At the same time, the combat power system was activated, and player Ye Xing received the title of Private and Double Attributes. Some of the young fighter's characteristics exceeded the 100 mark, which greatly surprised him. It was as if his other stats had only reached level 13, but with the new bonus, the Brave Warrior was equal to level 26. The extremely serious warrior wondered if he could defeat the Thunder, which was already at the 20th stage of development, with his current strength. Smiling, the brave man thought to himself that this was his opponent, so he would test his strength on him. Without any doubt, the confident young man agreed to fight Danshan, believing that he would tear him to pieces. Some forum participants were stunned that the newcomer Shine had defeated a powerful fighter with a simple pistol. Some complained that they had bet all their money on the proven warrior, but ended up losing everything. The stunned guy wrote that Liu Yi was too cool, and he couldn't understand who had managed to open the bets. Positive Ganza bet 300,000 on the rookie's victory, saying that the others could blame themselves if they didn't listen to him. His tense friend asked why he did it if he was asked to just stir things up, and the brave man was confident that Shane would win. The blonde replied that Jiguang couldn't do anything to him now, and even if he tried, he wouldn't get any support from the new order. His comrade asked what the point of all this was if no one would bet on the newcomer, and his opponent replied that he had made everyone think. The man with the monocle wondered who he should bet on this time, since he had lost the previous round. At that time, the opponents had already dispersed to different corners of the Mirror Kingdom's battle arena, waiting for the fight to begin. The Fierce Thunder now possessed dual katanas and advanced armor, which made him more powerful. Player Liu Yi, on the other hand, was armed only with a pistol and a dagger, as well as beginner's equipment. The serious fighter understood that, with his reserve of knowledge, it would be enough for him to predict the moment and destroy the enemy. Finally, the battle was declared open, after which the ruthless opponent immediately rushed into the attack. The double attributes practically erased the difference in strength between the opponents, so the hero felt more confident. He realized that now, battles with high-level opponents would not be as intense as they were at the beginning. The daredevil was convinced that he had become many times stronger, so at that moment, with a smirk on his face, he pointed his gun at his opponent. For the first few minutes, the sounds of clashing blades and gunshots did not stop, but he enjoyed it. The young man was ready to end the battle, but the burly man suddenly flashed a terrifying smile. The cunning warrior whispered that the fool would simply die now, which sounded convincing. The owner of the spear saw the light and finally understood that some first-level weakling had dared to attack and desecrate him. Unexpectedly shocked, Liu Yi's face changed dramatically and he froze in place, as he did not think that such a thing would happen. He was lucky enough to jump up and remain unharmed after his opponent's sharp swing of the sword. After somersaulting in the air, the trickster landed to the side, immediately wondering what had happened. The wary hero could not understand why he had suddenly remembered the scoundrel who had dealt with him before his rebirth. After that, the young man stopped his attack, and his legs began to tremble again, which disturbed him. The brave man wondered if he was afraid of dying again, because there was no other explanation. He couldn't believe that he would never be able to take control of his own destiny if he reacted so sharply to difficulties. Once again pointing his gun at his opponent, the warrior was not going to accept that he would never grow in strength. His gaze became stern, and the merciless Thunder was already ready to rush into the attack so as not to waste time. The strong man was no longer going to stand on ceremony, and the recruit slightly bent his legs to make a sharp lunge. At tremendous speed, the mirror image rushed toward the young man, who also did not stand still and was ready to take the blow. The nimble young man began to dodge masterfully and remained unharmed after the sword attacks, but it was too early to relax. He kept his cool so as not to make any mistakes and become an easy target for his opponent. Choosing the right moment, the brave Ishine grabbed his opponent's neck and put the barrel of his gun to his face. The daredevil began to press down on his enemy, telling himself in a low voice that he had grown up and changed, so he would not give up. A few seconds later, a loud shot rang out, confirming that he had indeed changed. The system congratulated the player on his victory over Danshan, for which he received a large amount of experience and money. Very soon, the warrior returned to the lobby, where he could catch his breath and examine his own characteristics. The determined Liu Yi had not only grown spiritually, but now he was ahead of all the other players, and could be proud of it. The lounge was filled with shocked players who couldn't understand how the newcomer had managed to win. Some shouted that from that day on, this young man was their god of wealth, but there were also those who cried, regretting that they had not bet on the hero. Many began to realize that now their end was near, so tears flowed freely as nothing could be changed. An incredibly happy Ganzi jumped up and down, convinced that Ye Shine had indeed won the fight. His comrades said that even though Guan had bet on Thunder, he still lost to the newcomer, and now everyone knew that the youngster was very strong. It was said that now the guy could only fight against 30-level spears, whose rewards were very high. The pensive Ganzu asked if it was possible that Shine would be in great danger if he fought against a 30th-level Danshin. Meanwhile, the hero was focused on his own thoughts, telling himself that he was ahead of other people. If in the previous battle the brave man was able to prove himself, now the circumstances were somewhat different. The fighter had to destroy an invincible high-level mirror copy, which was a very serious task. Most players said that it was simply impossible to defeat this powerful clone, but that did not stop the brave man. People around him discussed how the New Order Guild had become the strongest thanks to this powerful creature. The system asked if the main character really wanted to enter the battle against the level 30 player copy, Thunder Danshin. Without any hesitation, the confident Yishine gave a positive answer and was immediately transported to the battlefield. The gambler Jiguang announced that bets were open, knowing full well that he could make good money. Within the same hour, several people made their choices, hoping that this time everyone would be lucky enough to win a good amount. The green-haired man warned that the kid would not be able to win and asked his comrade to bet on the Thunder. Smiling, Ganzu suggested that he might be right, but still believed in Liu and bet on him. In turn, Danshan, possessing a super powerful katana and fierce, unfailing defense, stood on the battlefield as if nothing had happened. The hero decided to invest his free attribute points in intelligence, as he wanted his mind to be greater than 100. The system wrote that his knowledge power had increased, after which the duel was declared open. At that very moment, his opponent appeared behind the stunned youngster, who simply froze in shock. The young fighter's health bar suddenly dropped significantly, which was an alarming sign. The opponent began to pressure the agitated youngster, but he resisted to the last, believing in his victory. The youngster made a titanic effort to stay on his feet and not lose his coordination. The strong man's hands suddenly began to tremble, but they were still endowed with powerful energy, which he put into his sword. In an instant, the stern Shane managed to push his opponent away, freeing his hands. The cold-blooded warrior opened fire with his firearm without hesitation, looking terrifying from the outside. The mirror image was still standing, but was in danger because the shots did not stop. The tense guy didn't even have time to catch his breath, but he tried not to get distracted so as not to miss anything. His ability to regenerate helped him a lot during the fight, but it didn't make the situation any less difficult. The young man spread his arms wide, and his opponent suddenly struck him in the stomach, which he did not have time to react to. The warrior, covered in sweat, didn't even know what to do in such a situation, but he tried not to panic. The brave man began to wriggle and dodge enemy attacks in every way possible, and he was quite successful at it. Soon, he was again a few meters away from Danshan's spear, which gave him the opportunity to make a decision. Although the hero was equal in characteristics to the 46th level, the Thunder still surpassed him in strength and continued to press down on him. But at the same time, the cool-headed Liu Yi continued to ponder and think of all kinds of ideas for defeating the clone. In turn, his emotionless opponent stood still and waited for him to make a move. The daredevil realized that if his opponent had already shown all his strength, then he still had a chance to win. Now the hero could choose a development path and study the blessing, thereby raising his title to assault trooper and increasing his characteristics. The merciless warrior activated his skill, deciding to defeat the enemy with his attributes, since he lacked the level. At that moment, all stats increased to 200% per minute, which cost 400 knowledge points. For the first few seconds, Ye Shine was endowed with mighty power, preparing to show himself in all his glory. A sly smile appeared on his face, and inside he was full of confidence in his own victory. In his mind, the young fighter said that in the 60 seconds he had been given, he would finish off the mirror image of Thunder. His opponent tried to attack him, but the brave fighter stood his ground, fearing nothing. People discussed that a player who was more than 5 levels lower and had beginner's equipment would not be able to defeat a high-ranking clone. But if he won, it would mean that the brave man did not have the incredible hidden abilities and qualities of an invincible warrior. Meanwhile, the youngster began firing his pistol, but at first, his shots were unsuccessful. His nimble opponent moved relentlessly from side to side, making himself a difficult target. Liu, keeping his cool, chose the right moment and opened fire again. This time, the bullet hit the mirror image right in the chest, and he froze in place. The extremely focused young man did not stop, and continued firing to secure his success. Within seconds, Dancheng was riddled with holes, highlighting the warrior's professionalism. It seemed that the powerful opponent could no longer pose any danger, but it was impossible to relax. The observant Ishine kept his eyes on him, knowing that this was not the end. Very soon, the enemy recovered and was able to move again, so it was necessary to continue the battle. The brave warrior realized that his attributes far exceeded those of the players, and he also had a passive ability that triggered at the moment of death. All this was his power, so no one could kill him, and besides, the mirror realm system worked against the fighters. The main character had already said that he was an exception, and his opponent did not waste time on chatter and decided to finish him off. The reckless young man was curious to know whether the blessing would end sooner or whether Danshan's power to avoid death would prevail. At that moment, the incessant gunfire began again, during which the young man felt more confident. There were only 25 seconds left before the ability expired, but that was still enough. The hero promised himself not to lose, because he had received rewards not only for victory, but most importantly, for overcoming his past life. The daredevil sought to destroy the Liu Yi, who was unable to take control of his own destiny. The fearless warrior kept telling himself that he had grown up and was getting stronger every day, so no one could defeat him. The shots did not stop even for a moment, and there were only 10 seconds left until the end of the blessing. In the final moments, another sharp bullet was fired, flying at tremendous speed into the thunder. One of the small shells hit the mirror copy's helmet, which made it very angry. Danshan, who had lost his coordination at that moment, dropped the sharp sword from his hands, and his legs began to buckle. A couple of seconds later, the thug simply collapsed to the floor, showing no signs of life. In the end, the cool-headed hero won a fair victory over a high-level opponent. The shocked crowd began to realize that he possessed incredible hidden abilities and the qualities of an invincible fighter. One of the men said that these two titles had nothing to do with them because they were from completely different worlds than this player. The young man in the striped shirt began to explain the level of the powerful warrior. He also added that they were at the very bottom, like ants, so they couldn't compete with him in any way. Completely calm and satisfied with himself, Liu Yi decided to read the system notifications and breathe a sigh of relief. He was congratulated on his victory over the Thunder, for which he received a huge amount of experience, and yuan as a reward. The smiling young man's combat strength increased by 2 points, which was a very good result and put him in a good mood. Extremely tense, Ji Guang clenched the glass in his hand in anger, causing it to shatter into small pieces. The stunned big guy exclaimed that this was simply impossible, but the unpleasant reality was what it was. The man with the mohawk began to look around with pink eyes, as if activating some kind of ability. Soon, his pupils turned blue and he began to observe something, but his intentions were unclear. Incredibly happy, Ganza and his friend rejoiced in their victory, realizing that they had earned good money. The blonde-haired boy smiled and reminded them that he had said earlier that they should listen to him in such matters. His friend said that it was too early to rejoice and suggested that they disconnect and move, for starters, to keep themselves safe. At that moment, Liu Yi was also at home and decided to finally take a break from gaming. His younger sister knocked on his door, assuming he was hungry, and offered to buy him some noodles. The confident young man said that he had earned a lot of money today, so he decided to treat her to a barbecue. Very soon, the young people began to descend the stairs, feeling calm next to each other. They laughed non-stop, forgetting about everything else in the world, and there were 25 days left before the primordial kingdom took over the world. A day later, the hero made a purchase on the internet, which would take 2 whole months to deliver. This caused great dissatisfaction in the young man, as there was very little time left before global changes in the world. The nearest store didn't have the item he needed either, which led him to believe that Ayun would never be able to become a player. The tense young man concluded that he needed to try harder, so as not to endanger his loved ones. At that moment, the hero's sister and her best friend, Huang Nianya, were walking down the street sipping cocktails. The blue-eyed girl asked why her counterpart had called her over and whether something serious had happened. The charmer wanted to introduce her to her brother because she came from a good family, and if she became his fiancé, everything would be fine. With a smile on her face, Yun said that she just missed her and asked where her friend was, who hadn't even written anything in the work group. The cunning lady thought to herself that Huang would now be Liu Yi's beloved, even if she had a boyfriend. Her friend tried to say something, but she couldn't form a coherent sentence. Suddenly, she exclaimed that her parents had forced her to play an online game, which made her unhappy. Her statement shocked her friend, who froze in place, not even knowing how to respond. Meanwhile, the evil Ji Guang, who had sunk to the lowest depths, raised his hand against the girl because he needed her support, but he didn't get it. Then the insolent man simply pushed the helpless lady away from him, causing her to fall and hit her shoulder. The cruel scoundrel began kicking her body for simply deciding to take pity on him. People nearby just watched, discussing what an immoral person he was, but no one had the courage to help the lady. The incredibly angry Ji shouted, asking what the pathetic waiters, who annoyed him just as much, were muttering about. The agitated crowd immediately realized that they would be in trouble if they just stood there. In a panic, the whole crowd simply turned around and ran away to protect themselves and avoid getting involved. The angry man glanced at them and spat on the floor, but did not chase after anyone or waste his energy on it. Then his phone rang in his pocket, and he answered it and asked if his colleague had found the address of the person he was looking for. Hearing a negative answer, Guan shouted, asking what the scoundrel was taking money for, but he didn't even finish his sentence. The gentleman explained the situation a little, and the serious-looking man asked if he was sure his method would work. Shocked, the punk said that as soon as he found Yi Shane, he would send the rest of his money to the man for his services. At the same time, the main character returned to the mirror realm because he needed to continue his training. The highest level of copies was 30, and with his current rank as a fighter, he would not be able to advance any further in this place. The calm guy turned his head to the side, continuing to think about the pressing issue. He realized that he would have to continue practicing in the ruined kingdom, but suddenly stopped and froze in place. The young man came to the conclusion that he should upgrade his equipment, since he couldn't go far with his current gear. Soon, the daredevil found himself in a room for creating and selling items, hoping to find something for himself. The level 20 green equipment cost 20,000 wen, or 24 royal essences. Louis's face was extremely puzzled at that moment, and he decided to give up on the idea of buying it. The brave man decided to go to the ruined kingdom, where he could easily earn the currency needed to create equipment. He had enough money, but he needed it to live in the real world, so he didn't want to spend it. Soon, the brave man arrived at the new location, believing that he would be able to resolve the equipment level issues very quickly there. Right at the entrance, he saw a large number of people, many of whom were recruiting members for teams. One of the men said that 3 groups from the New Order Guild had gone on a raid and lost, and everyone had been reset and lost their items. His friend replied that one of the participants had received the reward of a ruined kingdom in a hopeless situation for killing all his comrades. If a person entered the dungeon, they couldn't get out until they cleared it, which is why the rewards were so high. With his current strength, Ye Shine was capable of completing a level 30 raid, and he thought it would be easy to join a team. When he approached the first leader, the boy was rejected because the group needed high-ranking fighters. The next attempt was also unsuccessful because the kid's equipment was inadequate. The last person also rejected Liu, who was blue with shock, saying that they did not need new players. The desperate hero exclaimed that he had defeated a high-level thunderbolt and assured them that he was definitely not a weakling. He realized that he would have to start from the very bottom to upgrade his equipment, and that seemed too troublesome to him. At the same time, the upset young man realized that this was the only option, and someone nearby stamped their foot. A male voice addressed the young man, saying that they were one person short for the party. The smiling Jiguang said that a cool raid was waiting for them, but to start it, they needed to find a 10th player. The stranger said that they had enough strength to handle it themselves, but there was no other way to open the task. Surprised, Liu Yi thought to himself that he had met this man somewhere before, but couldn't remember where. Not one to stand on ceremony, the stranger said that if the silent guy didn't want to join, he would look for other candidates. Smiling, the cheerful young man confidently said that he would go with the team, as it was a good opportunity. Red-haired Guan asked him to follow him, as he still needed to meet the rest of the guys. The main character did not argue with him and simply listened to the request, hoping that everything would work out. The raid of the destroyed kingdom was located beyond the Musyu mountain range, and players with poor finances could not directly enter the city itself. Participants with good stats could enter it using a teleport in the ruined kingdom. After looking at everyone present, the perceptive Yi Shine silently concluded that the guys in this party were loaded. The first thing that caught the eye was the shiny equipment, which looked incredibly expensive. The shocked hero knew that this armor meant that more than half of the players' inventory in this team was timeless. One of the fighters said it was time to move on and added that he wanted to reach level 40 today. The bald comrade said that they would have to change their equipment, and his counterpart said that he was ready to exchange 3 items from his set for his weapon. After that, the powerful warriors led by Jiguan went to the portal, while the weak Liu Yi trailed behind, not knowing if he would be of any use in battle. A few seconds later, a blue crystal with red dots appeared in the middle of the desert. Upon exiting the portal, one of the team members noticed that they were dealing with a flag defense raid. The extremely serious commander ordered everyone to immediately surround the stone and defend it at all costs. He threatened that anyone who let the monster through and depleted the supply would pay for all the costs out of their own pocket. The calm hero first looked around, not even knowing how to behave. The young man stood still as a statue, glancing at the shining crystal, which he could have looked at forever. Soon, a system notification appeared, stating that the task was loading, and the gates began to close. The participant's task was to defend the stone for 3 waves and prevent its health from falling to 0%. Focused, Ishine carefully read the text and then began to listen, because strange sounds began to be heard. The guy quickly realized that the monsters were approaching, so he had to get ready for battle immediately. He began to peer into the distance, but ahead of him were clouds of orange fog that impaired visibility. The team was confronted by a huge crowd of nasty spiders with sharp teeth, which posed a danger. The poisonous monsters instantly rushed into battle, eager to destroy the crystal and end the fight as quickly as possible. The bald fighter smiled and asked the newcomer to move closer to the stone. Otherwise, he would be bitten, and he decided to listen. Then the strong man grabbed a huge halberd and began to swing it to repel the onslaught of his opponents. As he did so, he shouted loudly, exerting titanic effort and trying to raise his fighting spirit. This was followed by a sharp swing, which resulted in several spiders being torn to pieces. Another big guy from the team was just as ruthless, relentlessly slashing bugs with his sword. All the other warriors in the group also showed composure and professionally dealt with their enemies. Immediately, nasty dust flew everywhere, while the calm Liu Yi stood silently near the crystal and watched the battle. In his mind, he noted the coordinated work of the battle-hardened guys who had been together for a long time. Team Captain G did not shirk his duties and fought alongside his comrades, showing courage and hatred for his opponents. At one point, the commander shifted his gaze to one of his comrades, as if pursuing some goal. His friend also glanced at him, and they made eye contact, which was convenient for both of them. The cunning Guan seemed to be trying to say something to him with his facial expressions, but at the same time remained extremely serious. With a sly grin, his partner made it clear that he understood him perfectly, but their intentions were still unclear. Suddenly, he was attacked by an angry spider with 3 rows of teeth, which looked very scary. The fighter did not have time to react and, as a result, jumped aside, but escaped without serious injury. Standing near the crystal, the hero immediately noticed the approaching danger, but he did not lose his composure. One of the alarmed people shouted at him to protect the stone, but the calm boy even had a smile on his face. The young man noted to himself that although the guys were well coordinated, their strength was equal to that of an ordinary low-ranking player. He decided to demonstrate his abilities and, grabbing his dagger sharply, cut the insect in half. The cold-blooded warrior said to himself that these pathetic humans were no match for the thunderbolt. The system announced that the first wave had been successfully repelled, and the next one was due in 10 minutes. The remains of the dead spiders began to dissolve into space, which looked quite interesting. The team had a chance to rest and catch their breath, so they sat down in a circle right in the middle of the desert. One of the fighters said that you couldn't tell by looking at his face that he was such a master, and he shyly scratched the back of his head and smiled. The second player said that if Xiaofen hadn't disappeared so suddenly, their defense would have been flawless, and he wouldn't have let the monster get to the guy. The bald man asked Yashane to join their defense in the next wave, believing that this way they would definitely not let the enemies through. The swordsman sitting next to the young man suggested inviting his brother to join their group, thereby replacing the missing member. The brunette said that he wouldn't need to look for people to form his own team, and once they got used to playing together, he would be able to conquer high-level raids. Encouraged, Liu Yi called it an excellent idea and was eager to join, but he did not rush to give an answer. The resourceful warrior raised his hand and, turning to Jiguan, asked what he thought of the proposal. The leader said that the young man needed to provide his phone number and actual place of residence so that they could protect themselves. It was all because of the earlier situation with Xiaofeng, but the hero remained silent and thought about it. The leader said that it was difficult to get good equipment, and as a result, the trader abandoned them, and because of this, they now had problems with monsters. The pensive Liu Yi replied that he understood the seriousness of the matter, and this played into the hands of the command. The treacherous members of the group began to exchange glances, as they had not very good intentions. Hiding a slight smile, the hero asked if it was true that this was their goal, to invite him on a joint raid. Looking at the puzzled people, he said it was suspicious that there were many players in the command rooms, and among all of them, they chose him. The guy also mentioned the fact that, as soon as they entered the battle, the guys let the monster escape in order to see its strength, and then invite him to join the party on a permanent basis. Finally, based on this, they decided to find out information about his real place of residence, which was very strange. The perceptive young man surmised that Jiguang was the leader of the Mirror Kingdom from the New Order Guild. He had previously heard from passers-by that this man had tricked the boy who could defeat Thunder into giving him his address, after which no one had seen the boy. Confident in himself, Yexing noted that the cunning commander had appreciated his efforts when he defeated Danshan and now wanted to deal with him. At that moment, the criminals exchanged glances with red eyes, realizing that their plan had been exposed. Each of them remained cautious, not making a sound, hoping that they would be able to resolve the problem. The leader of the group also flashed a glance but remained calm, not intending to give up so easily. Putting on an innocent look, The balding Ji smiled and replied that the young man was clearly confusing him with someone else. The brave man thought he could earn money and experience in the team, but they revealed their cards, and he realized that he should no longer pretend. The red-haired opponent looked stern, but he remained restrained so as not to allow uncontrolled aggression. At the same time, he began to clench his fists, which was already an alarming sign and a hint that serious trouble was coming. The big guy moved closer to the young player and stared at him menacingly, but that didn't scare him at all. The bully asked if the cocky kid really thought he could defeat 9 fighters on his own. The enraged swordsman shouted that the boy was shameless and swung his sword at him without warning. At that moment, the main character spent 30 points of knowledge power, and his next attack increased by 1,500%. Unexpectedly, the sword's owner was hit in the face and lost his coordination, dropping his weapon. What happened stunned the trio, who were sure that the pathetic boy could do nothing to them. No one could believe that the daredevil had dealt with one of the team members with just 1 shot. In turn, the dead swordsman began to dissolve into space, and his remains began to turn into experience. After a few seconds, all that remained of him was a small dot that posed no danger. The warrior received a military trophy called the Blue Pearl, which dropped when a player was killed. The fearless Liu Yi asked what was so impossible about dealing with 9 opponents if they couldn't do anything. His arrogant behavior increasingly angered Ji Guan, who was eager to wipe him off the face of the earth as soon as possible. Without further ado, a whole group of people attacked him from all sides, but to no avail. If it were possible, Liu would not have wanted to kill any of the players, as he knew that the level of a person's abilities would affect their survival. By killing them now, the young man was taking away their chance to survive in the real world. But he couldn't die, so he had no other choice. The young man understood that with his current strength, he would not be able to protect his sister when the primordial realm took over their universe. He decided that now he had to kill those who might come after him later and defeat his enemies now before they became stronger. The warrior firmly told himself that he would step over the dead bodies of his opponents and reach the very top. But unexpectedly, he had another seizure, and his leg trembled, which happened at a very inopportune moment. The fierce fighter immediately turned his gaze to his limb, but there was no emotion or fear in his eyes. After that, his face became even more serious, and his determination grew exponentially. Stunned, Ji couldn't understand why they couldn't kill the youngster when their equipment and levels were much better than his. The nervous enemy advised the young man to stop, saying that if they lost anyone else, they would not be able to clear the dungeon. The brave man wanted to go to the secret mirror zone and do the same thing, but they didn't have enough strength and skills, and their equipment would also disappear. The angry leader threatened that he could gather people to prevent him from entering the desired area and achieving his goals. But the brave man only laughed loudly at his threats, and his fighting spirit did not waver. Suddenly, there was a loud crash behind the shocked Guan, and it turned out that another of his comrades had fallen. The bald bruiser became very alert and froze in place, not knowing what might happen next. He was lucky enough to dodge one of the attacks, but with that came immense fear and even slight panic. However, in the next couple of seconds, the big guy did not have time to react, and one of the lead shells hit him in the head. The same fate awaited the rest of the team, which came as a great shock to the gang leader. Extremely tense, Ji even turned blue with rage, his gaze fixed on the scoundrel who dared to deal with his comrades. Earlier, he had told his comrades that they had to remain top players, and if they could do that, he would always cover for them. Then the captain warned that if they failed, he would be the first to stop supporting them. He also said that if they lost, Guang would expose their crimes and make sure they were punished. At that moment, the desperate enemy stood before the hero, who pointed a gun at him. Ready to pull the trigger at any moment, the young man said that it was the leader's turn to go to the other world. Unexpectedly, the previously confident leader fell to his knees, and it was clear that he was going to beg for mercy. With horror in his eyes and a tremor in his voice, he began to beg to be spared, looking like a small child. The hard-hearted Liu Yi did not feel a shred of compassion for him, for he was his enemy who wanted to kill him. Ji, who was almost crying, promised that if the fighter spared him, he would tell him the secret of the firstborn kingdom. The offer seemed slightly tempting to the young man, so with a smile on his face, he asked him to begin his story. Panic seized the mind of the pathetic criminal, who asked Ye Shane to first promise that he would let him live. His ploy did not work, and in the next second, a loud shot rang out, seriously wounding his opponent. The fearless hero had no intention of standing on ceremony and decided to simply deal with him, as he didn't really want to know his information. The enraged rival flew to the side and landed with a crash, but he was lucky enough to survive. In severe pain, Ji Guang tried to get up from the ground, but nasty sand had already gotten into his lungs. The brave man was surprised that even after such a blow, his enemy was still alive, which was rare. Then the young man realized that a second wave of attacks would soon begin, so he had to hurry. The angry man said that even if he couldn't deal with the kid, he would definitely report it to his superiors. Being angry, he threatened that the boy would soon die and become a first level again, so he would not get far. It was said that when the changes happened, the secret known to the youngster would become meaningless. Nervous G suggested working together, saying that with Lu's strength and his supply of restorative potions, they could still clear the dungeon. Smiling, the brave young man asked what made his opponent think that he couldn't capture the area on his own. The hot-tempered man exclaimed that he was only rank 28 and had beginner's equipment, noting that everything had its limits. The brave man emphasized that his equipment was equal to the 56th level, which instantly shut his interlocutor up. Then Ishine unexpectedly took a blue ball out of his pocket, which had fallen out of his slain opponents. The beautiful thing sparkled pleasantly in the hands of the young man, confident in himself and his abilities. The object in his hands shocked Jiguan, who was disconcerted by what he saw and did not know how to react to it. Without hesitation, the determined fighter decided to open the treasure and extract the equipment from it. In just a few seconds, the main character was dressed in new equipment that looked incredibly cool. He was wearing a frosty tank top and a fast purple rank combat suit with good stats. The look was complemented by combat gloves, which required level 30. There were also speed boots for battles, as they were an indispensable attribute during any battle. Finally, the list was completed by a moonlight katana with an attack power of 160%. Next, a quick calculation of combat ability was performed, and it became known that it was equal to 46 points. Smiling, the daredevil said that he should thank his opponents for the free equipment. He said that his stats had more than tripled, which proved that his enemies were truly helpless trash. The straightforward guy added that even with such good weapons, they couldn't deal with him. Stunned, Jiguang was very excited and simply couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. The next minute, his face became incredibly angry because the arrogant kid wouldn't calm down. The angry man shouted that even if the kid had become stronger, he wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon on his own. Somewhere nearby, an explosion thundered, followed by another wave of spiders rushing toward the crystal. Now the vile insects were jumping high, and soon one of them reached its coveted goal. The merciless warrior did not lose his composure and immediately destroyed one of the monsters, which did not have time to do anything to him. The young man smiled as if nothing had happened, once again confirming his invincibility and powerlessness. Meanwhile, a whole horde of monsters continued to move towards the stone, eager to destroy it as soon as possible. One by one, the spiders were killed, as Liu Yi mercilessly turned them into mincemeat with his sharp katana. The brave young man kept a slight smile on his face, truly enjoying the process and immersing himself in it completely. With his magnificent weapon, he didn't even need to use his intellect to kill the vile bugs, and that made him happy. He continued to mercilessly destroy everyone in his path, not allowing them to get even a centimeter closer to the crystal. From a distance, one could see the tireless player fighting for victory, showing no signs of fatigue. The remains of insects scattered across different parts of the ground, and Ishine did not even think about stopping. During the battle, the main character also used his regeneration ability to avoid putting himself in danger. The tense Jiguang, in turn, fought with his fists, putting in a tremendous effort, but he was much less successful. The nervous man exclaimed that he should dodge and the guy should kill, regardless of how many healing potions he had. His opponent exclaimed that he would watch the brave man die and added that he would pay for his arrogance, but the warrior did not hear him. The nimble young man, in turn, continued to crush the spiders with various techniques, even using simple knee strikes. Without showing even a hint of fear and remaining positive, the brave man asked his opponent to worry about himself. With a sharp swing of his sword, the sarcastic kid said that even if the fool called him grandpa, he would not save him. His words caused shock, and at the same time, strong anger in the man with the mohawk, who had nothing to say in response. In an instant, G realized that he had lost his vigilance, and a nasty horned beetle had already managed to get close to him. Without hesitation, he clenched his fist tightly and pushed the monster away with a blow, remaining unharmed. The focused hero used his healing ability again and restored his health bar to maximum. The warrior was once again full of strength and showed his readiness to fight to the last, even the smallest insect. After a short time, there was a whole mountain of dead spiders lying around, which looked quite disgusting. Stunned, Guan noticed that the number of potions used by the young man was much greater than what players could carry with them. The man was distracted again, as a result of which he did not have time to react to the spider's bite and lost a large amount of health. Nervous, the fighter immediately opened his inventory to get a potion, but it was empty. He was thrown off balance by the fact that he had simply used up all his supplies and was now left with nothing. Behind him, A swarm of beetles continued to approach, eager to satisfy their hunger as soon as possible. At that moment, the helpless Jiguang was surrounded on all sides and became very nervous. But he did not panic. He cried out that he would not accept this and would wait until the scoundrel Liu died to make him pay in full. In turn, the hero did not listen to his stories and continued to fight, swinging his sword relentlessly. A slight smile played on the fearless player's face. Because he knew perfectly well that everything would be fine, the owner of the chicken crown was killed by a swarm of insects, so he no longer posed any danger to him. A notification was received that there was only one person left on the team, and after successfully completing all the conditions, the reward would be increased tenfold. At sunset, the exhausted Liu Yi finished the battle and finally had a chance to sit down and rest. Pleased with himself, the young man leaned back against the mountain of dead beetles, rejoicing that it was all over. The youngster also considered it lucky that the bodies would disappear before the second wave. Otherwise, he simply would not have known where the crystal was located. A random golden ball allowed the player to obtain 3 special items from the inventory of slain enemies. The tired boy immediately picked up the precious item to examine it more closely and draw conclusions. Smiling, Shine said that the mirror copy manager had finally done a good deed, even though it took a long time. Then the focused fighter took the golden sphere in his hands and squeezed it, observing the sensations. The warrior didn't have much strength left, and he wasn't sure he could overcome the third wave without it, so he decided to rest. The daredevil decided to open the chicken crown ball, hoping that he would find something that would help him defeat the last onslaught and the dungeon. The young man received right and left amber earrings of the purple rank, which increased all characteristics by 10%. He also received a new pistol, each attack of which dealt triple damage or stunned the target. Surprised, Liu noted that today was his lucky day, because he not only received a buff on his equipment, but also upgraded his main weapon. However, the firearm could only fire once per minute, but the kid didn't think it was important and decided to try it out as soon as possible. The main character opened his inventory and moved everything he had received into special slots so he could start using it. Now his strength stat exceeded 100%, and his other stats had also increased significantly. The happy young man exclaimed that he now had 4 high characteristics, and his combat ability would be higher than ever. After thinking for a moment, the young man concluded that he should thank the enemies he had killed. Bowing, the young man thanked the chicken crown and other allies for giving him this equipment. Then the boy thought to himself that he was only behind at his level, but as soon as he cleared the dungeon, he would catch up with the best players. Meanwhile, in the resurrection room of the Mushu City Fighters, Jiguang was talking to someone. He reported to his boss that Yeshane definitely had a secret that allowed him to have stats that exceeded his rank. The man was confident in his words because he knew that otherwise, the kid wouldn't be able to clear the dungeon alone. The leader ordered him to quickly level up and leave the boy to him, adding that he would send other people to deal with him. The subordinate expressed his immense gratitude to the commander, promising that he would do his best. Looking up, Guan said that they would see how long the main character could remain so arrogant. At the same time, Ayun was in reality sitting in a cafe with her friend, asking if her family played the game she mentioned. The excited girl learned that her friend's relatives had even donated a large amount of money to her. The girl replied that they were forcing her to level up with them every day, but she wanted to do everything her own way. Unexpectedly, the beauty suggested that her old friend play together at her house, confident that they would have fun. The offer came as a shock to Yun, who replied loudly that she didn't have the necessary device. Then she wondered if it would be easy to let her brother spend time with Huang Nianya. The cunning lady realized that she would just need to leave the house under some pretext, and they would be able to get to know each other better. At the same time, the main character continued to crush hordes of spiders, keeping a serious expression on his face. By the way, the young man had never felt his powerful strength as he did at that moment. Putting on his equipment, he felt his own development in every cell of his body, especially when he received reinforcement. Now the blade in his hands became even lighter, and the young man turned into a more experienced fighter who knew his stuff. The fearless warrior's steps and movements gained speed and strength, so now it was much more difficult to harm him. The height of his jump allowed him to rise above all the creatures around him, giving him a huge advantage. The brave man decided to use this technique and flew high, trying to swing his sword right in the air. Suddenly, in the distance, he saw a mesmerizing sunset that he could watch forever. A smile appeared on Liu Yi's face as he gazed at it, because now he could see even further. Landing back on the ground, the brave man swung his sword sharply, cutting down a large number of enemies. But all this was not enough, and the warrior understood this perfectly well. So he was ready to make even more effort. An incredible number of vile bugs continued to move toward the crystal, intent on destroying it. The determined player did not want to see this happen, so he prepared to fight even harder. He wanted to reach places he had only glanced at before, and for this, he was willing to move mountains. Several red eyes became visible in the thick fog, which was an alarming sign, but it did not scare the brave man. The unexpected appearance of the level 35 spider boss, who looked even more disgusting. Extremely serious and focused, Ishine gripped the hilt of his katana tightly, preparing to fight to the last drop of blood. At that moment, the merciless fighter made a high jump and swung, aiming straight for the creature's head. Soon, the sandy area was cleared, and for this, the main character was given the title of Defender of the Dungeon. For reaching a new level, the young man could choose between the path of silence or captivity. For the first few minutes, the exhausted warrior sat astride the dead monster, thinking about his future plans. The huge creature gradually began to dissolve into space, giving him a huge amount of experience. Very pleased with himself, Liu smiled as he looked at the sky and thought to himself that he was incredibly strong. The young man was sure that now no one would refuse him entry into the team, which he had been so eager to join. After a short while, he left the game, taking off his virtual glasses to rest. The emotionless guy went out onto the balcony and stared at the city, lost in thought. The area seemed somewhat gray and not very pleasant at first glance, but that was not the case. The cold-blooded hero was proud of his character's current development. But something was bothering him. He wanted to get another device to log into the game and make his little sister a player to keep her safe. Suddenly, Ayun's voice rang out, loudly telling her brother that she had returned home from her walk. The young man immediately entered the hallway to ask how she had spent her time. The girl said that it was difficult to buy a digital device, but Huang Nianya was able to get one through her connections. The two beauties entered the living room to unpack the box and examine the item inside. Discouraged, Lucy couldn't believe that this was really a device for entering the primordial realm. The excited young man was overjoyed, realizing that he would now be able to greatly help his loved one. With a smile, Yun said that they needed to thank her friend, and so, from that day on, she would live with them. The pink-haired charmer waved to the guy, greeting him and hoping that they would get along. The happy brunette quickly grabbed the box, realizing that inside was the device he needed so badly. The enthusiastic young man began to praise the girls, asking where they had found such a treasure. Deep down, the sister was angry because her brother should have paid attention to her friend, not his toys. Shai Huan tried to hide her slight confusion at why some device had made the boy so happy. A day ago, in an unknown dungeon, a group of people sat discussing further plans for the cleanup. The most attention was drawn to the exquisite beauty of Wei Shi from the third team of the New Order Guild. Captain Chao Yan said that she could request to join the first group after the area was captured, so that her development in the organization would be faster. At one point, the beauty became alert, as if something unexpected had happened, but she remained silent. One of the excited fighters asked the commander how they would develop without her if she left. The man agreed, saying that they had put a lot of effort into Wei, and now could not let her go when they needed her most. At the same time, he believed that the lady would not forget them, even after rising to high ranks in the New Order Guild, and did not want to limit his feelings. The young gentleman asked if the charming lady, who was still silent, agreed with his words. In response, the lovely Shi smiled, mesmerizing with her beauty, but did not utter a single word. Clutching his head, the squad commander came to the conclusion that they could only wish her luck in her new endeavors. Another member of the group simply scratched the back of his head, looking thoughtful and sighing, but not knowing what to say. Slightly saddened, Chao Yan noted that they should not hold back their dear comrade on her path to development. The cheerful guys promised that if the girl had any difficulties, they would always be ready to take her in and help her in any way they could. The cutie smiled again, thanking them for their boundless kindness, and wanted to say something important before leaving. She wanted to ask her brothers for one last favor, scratching her upper eyelid as she did so. The puzzled team members looked at her and listened carefully so as not to miss anything. Suddenly, the people lying on the ground were covered with a blue shell that seemed to suck the energy out of them. One of the nervous men looked at the girl, shocked by her actions and a little angry. The lady decided to activate the dungeon message reward, because that way, she would definitely become the strongest player in the natural kingdom. The embittered captain shouted, asking if this was her way of showing gratitude for them raising her selflessly. Smiling, the traitor asked him not to be angry, reminding him that it was just a game, and they would not be able to raise the level again. The angry gentleman jumped up sharply and, in a rage, opened fire on her, eager to take revenge for such an act. The girl reminded him that the speed of bullets in the game was limited, and she couldn't outrun a player with agility above 100. But the beauty considered cold weapons to be effective, since their power directly depended on their characteristics. Acting with lightning speed, the merciless lady plunged her blade into her opponent, not even giving him a chance to understand what was happening. In one of the dungeons, A team of people was fighting hard, finding it difficult to resist the giant without a medic. Still, one of the warriors managed to strike the vile monster in the mouth, but it remained standing. Someone from the group noted that the serious captain was on fire as always, showing himself to be very worthy in battle. The problem was that it took him too long to build up his strength, but he managed to destroy the monster, which crashed to the ground with a loud bang. The proud Danshan from the first squad of the New Order Guild straightened his shoulders and looked at the results of his actions. The fighter asked what had happened, and the calm guildmaster immediately replied that the dungeon had closed. The brave Tenjaichi emphasized the fact that another powerful player had appeared, so it was necessary to be more vigilant. His tense comrade asked whether this player was a friend or foe, and also wondered if it would be possible to win him over to their side. His counterpart replied that the stranger had dealt with the Mirror Kingdom accordingly, which fundamentally changed the situation. Remaining reserved and cool-headed, the blonde man wondered what Wei Shi was doing now. At that time, the charming lady was in an uncontrolled zone, namely in the forest location, where she was focused on the system. She received a personal message from Raging Burst, who ordered her to meet the newcomer Shine, who also possessed power. Smiling, the beauty immediately noticed that there was no mention of killing the recruit or recruiting him. She thought that if she invited the guy to join the guild, she would do everything for her own sake, and if she dealt with him, it would benefit the development of the organization. The cunning girl knew that the master did not care about the fate of the hero, so both options were acceptable to him. Clapping her hands, the girl decided to wipe out the nimble youngster, who was armed with powerful techniques. At that time, Liu Yi was at home, thinking that once the Firstborn Kingdom took over the world, there would be no opportunity to level up. He remembered that in his previous life, the highest rank was 60, and if he reached it before the catastrophe, he would be practically the strongest. With high-level power, a fighter could guarantee the safety of himself and his beloved little sister, and that was the most important thing for him. After the takeover, order would be disrupted and resources would quickly run out. And until the guilds took on the restoration, food would replace all currency in the world. The warrior decided to rent a neighboring building to set up a fortified camp and spend the rest of his money on rice and canned food for the long term. As for his level, Shine had reached the 36th stage, and he still had 24 stages to go before reaching the maximum. His only goal was to develop his character, and it was enough for him not to die in the game and to stock up on food at home. Soon, the warrior led the girls to the weapons pavilion, where he explained that they needed to practice in order to gain power later on. Curious and surprised, Yoon, under the nickname Andromeda, noted that her friend had a high rank and excellent equipment. It was said that her level in the game was worthless without ability, so they would train with all weapons to the maximum. The beauties clearly understood the task, after which the young mentor decided to leave the room, glancing at them before leaving. Everything Liu Yi did changed the course of history, because in her previous life, Huang Nianyachu did not live with them. Once, thanks to her, he and his sister had lived for 3 whole years, so now the fighter had to repay her well. Overjoyed, the daredevil exclaimed that it was time to move on to new heights, namely to the 60th rank. Half a day later, he found himself at the exit of the 35th level dungeon, where he had given his all. People were sure that he would be able to clear the dungeon on his own, because without him, it would have been much more difficult. The excited fighters were eager to continue the battle, but the main character was deep in thought. Smiling, the young warrior calmly said that he still had things to do, so he had to go. Shocked, the others said that in that case, they would not go anywhere, because without him, they did not want to fight. His comrades asked him to call them if he decided to go into battle again, and the shy young man replied that he would do so without hesitation. Soon, Shine sat down on a bench, thinking that the cleanup would take half a day, and the experience gained here was only equal to half a level. As he continued to sit in the team search hall, the tense young man realized that at this rate, he would never reach the required rank. Suddenly, he remembered that he had previously received a notification stating that with each loss of an ally, his characteristics would increase by 10%. The serious warrior realized that the only way for him to gain more experience was to sacrifice 9 people. In his past life, such areas were called slaughterhouses, and players who treated their comrades this way were called street rats. The hero did not want to become a scoundrel, but he had no other choice, so he had to accept it. At one point, Liu Yi received a new message, which immediately caught his attention, and he decided to read it. He didn't know who had decided to contact him, so he wanted to open the envelope as soon as possible and find out everything. The daredevil received an invitation from Wei Shi to join the team to clear the 40th level area, which was surprising. The pensive young man tried to remember who this girl was, but for the first few seconds he was unsuccessful. Soon he became very excited and even happy when the beauty came back to his memory. She was a girl who had become the strongest fighter in her past life, but the young man did not know why she had decided to invite him to the dungeon. Kam Yeshian wondered if he should agree, but he clearly realized that this would allow him to quickly gain the necessary experience. The guy decided to take advantage of Wei Shi, because she was one of the members of the New Order, and clearly had nothing good in store for him. The owner of the trembling legs remembered that, in her past life, the woman had been powerful, but now he didn't know if he could handle her. Realizing that only fighting would allow him to grow, the brave young man decided without hesitation to accept the invitation. First, the young man decided to get acquainted with the other team members in their ranks. He smiled because familiar faces immediately caught his eye, and he decided to think about them. In his past life, Kabanchik received the Desperate Situation Award for completing the task in its entirety, destroying all his comrades before receiving it. Next was Pechenyushka, who was the first to slander another person, and in the end, she also killed her comrade, slandering him in advance. The remaining participants had similar stories, which meant that the team in the dungeon had been specially selected by Wei Shi herself. The thoughtful Liu tried to understand how the lady knew that these guys were such a circus, not realizing that she had personally taught them such tricks. At that moment, the hero joined the team chat, where the captain wrote that their goal was the uncontrolled zone. First, the prudent fighter decided to open the map and familiarize himself with the terrain in order to understand which direction to move in. There were several unoccupied areas around the city of Mushu, which it was not recommended to enter without weapons. The controlled territories of the settlement extended to 5 zones, which the brave man knew very well. All the dungeons inside the town were under the influence of the terrain for replenishing resources and had long been altered. Also, 100% of the creatures were locked up in Mushu, and Liu Yi fought Jiquan in one of those places. Control of the settlement over the local dungeons in the uncontrolled zone was very low, so powerful creatures roamed freely everywhere. Monsters above level 70 roamed the uncontrolled territory, eager to exterminate all players. Finally, there was a zone of destruction where monsters of the highest rank of the primordial realm were located, capable of destroying everything. At that moment, the fearless Ye Shine reached the uncontrolled area, namely an unknown point. Suddenly, the fighter heard loud human screams nearby that were impossible to ignore. The alert young man wondered who was in trouble and began to look around carefully. Nearby were strange green monsters with red eyes, resembling tree roots. Serious Liu Yi remained calm and decided to hide behind a rock to assess the situation first. The monsters, in turn, were not idle and began to rush at someone, terrifying them with their appearance alone. The creatures were low level, but there were many of them, and a single squeak was enough to bring monsters from all over the area to one place. The brave man doubted that anyone could withstand such a number of opponents, and assumed that the scream came from one of the careless players. Peeking out from behind his cover, the observant young man noticed that the targets had left, and wondered if the victim was still alive. The daredevil decided to move forward because standing still was simply unsafe. Out of nowhere, a sharp flying projectile appeared, which could have taken his life in an instant. Without losing his composure, the protagonist managed to dodge and remain unharmed, while still not understanding what was happening. Continuing to dodge, the young man wondered who this person was who had attacked him with a spear in his hands. He tried to remain calm so as not to make a mistake and become an easy target in the fight. Extremely serious, Liu Yi stared intently into the eyes of his enemy to see if he had seen him before. At that moment, the stranger's eyes were terrifyingly red, which only added fuel to the fire. Seizing the right moment, the brave man swung his blade sharply, but his opponent managed to raise his weapon and defend himself. A sly smile appeared on the sharp-nosed stranger's face, as if he was plotting something unusual. In the next few seconds, an incredibly powerful explosion thundered, causing columns of smoke to appear. A couple of minutes later, the fog began to dissipate, and the opponents looked at each other, still not taking their eyes off each other. Smiling, Kabanchik realized that the boy also had power, and he understood why the head had chosen him. The main character, in turn, looked at him sternly, and the puzzle in his head began to gradually fall into place. The polite fighter said that the boy's damage was nothing compared to his, but he deserved his approval. He said that it was time for them to move to the meeting point. Otherwise, they would be surrounded by wandering monsters and would be in trouble. Without saying a word, Ishine lowered his sword, realizing that there was no more enmity between them. At first, the young man silently watched the man walking ahead, distrusting him. The serious warrior realized that this was the same player with power and assumed that Wei Shi probably also possessed it. Feeling satisfied, Boar noted to himself that the strength of this team was impressive. The brave man did not know if anyone in the dungeon would receive a reward, but the chance of his death was high, and he did not know if he should go on. Meanwhile, the rest of the powerful group was at the meeting point in the uncontrolled zone. After a short time, the stern Liu Yi, who trusted no one, arrived at the destination. Wei Shi, who was nearby, immediately noticed him, quickly realizing that he was the one she needed. Leaning against a rock, the lady smiled sweetly at the young man, carefully examining him from head to toe. The tense hero silently wondered if this was really the girl who had made the proposal. Clapping her hands, the commander asked everyone to listen to her, because she wanted to say a few things before entering the dungeon. The cool-headed young man also decided to look at his potential comrades in arms to draw some conclusions for himself. The trio nearby looked at him with distrust and even slight contempt, which was visible to the naked eye. Meanwhile, Kabanchik felt a slight discomfort and unease, so he began to scratch his neck. The hero wondered if this bunch of miserable rejects were now his comrades, whom he found unpleasant. The leader said that, after entering, they would familiarize themselves with the rules and hoped that they would be able to discuss a plan for the cleanup, as that was the main task. His comrades agreed with the leader without hesitation, as they treated her with great respect. Feeling confident, the cheerful woman said it was time to move forward and led the crowd. The silent Ishine was still thinking that receiving the reward was not a certainty, and that the chance of their demise was still high. The pensive young man tried to figure out if it was worth it, but he didn't really have a choice. After gathering his thoughts, the daredevil smiled and asked himself if he was really afraid of what was happening. In her past life, Wei Shi was the strongest player, and meeting her meant that Liu was now on the same team as a powerful lady. He realized that he was afraid of death, and that he would never reach the level of his teammates, and all his efforts would be in vain. Moving forward confidently, he thought to himself that he had to prove to himself that he was worthy. The brave warrior made a firm decision to show this dungeon that he was no worse than anyone else. In the terrible terrain, a frightening child's voice was heard, saying that he would find a toy for himself if no one wanted to play with him. There were many dead people lying around, and the little boy decided to go home because of the unbearable boredom. But it was already impossible to return, and this thought made him very sad and even anxious. A silhouette was visible on the tall tower, with an energy sphere hanging over it, which looked frightening. The players began to wonder what kind of place this was, and assumed that they had just witnessed a cutscene. The functions of the Firstborn Kingdom, in terms of random dungeons, maps, and types, were both frightening and surprising at the same time. What bothered the guys the most was the fact that it was simply impossible to pass such a test without dying. The only thing in this location was a bloodied puppet, which was the most important thing. The team became very wary because strange phenomena began to occur around them. The fighter's task was to find an important item in the backpack of one of their allies, then destroy it, thereby completing the mission. The inscriptions on the digital display stunned the main character, who froze and did not know how to react. The place was created specifically for those who wanted to receive a reward for a hopeless situation, because all the conditions for this were right. Then a notification appeared that the countdown had begun, which was only 6 hours. Tense, Ishine decided to check his bag first, to make sure he didn't have anything important in it. He decided to do this when all the players had calmed down, realizing that if he had the item, he could give it away with his fear or surprise. The young man understood that if this happened, he would have to fight 2 powerful people, which was not a very advantageous position. One of the group members looked at the others suspiciously, realizing that anyone could betray him. Kabanchik, in turn, remained stern, as if he knew who had the puppet in their inventory. Everyone present began to glare at their neighbors, trying to guess who would stab them in the back. The perceptive Liu knew perfectly well that they were all either hiding something or were in the same situation as him. Unexpectedly calm, Wei Shi clapped her hands, drawing the attention of the group to make an announcement. The wary hero turned his gaze to her, realizing that nothing good was to be expected. She ordered the person with the puppet to come forward, saying that each of them would give up part of the reward for his death. Everyone present agreed with the commander, and the young man experienced a slight shock, but did not show it. The young man decided to quickly look in his backpack while everyone was distracted by the leader, and wouldn't notice anything. But when he opened the digital display, the fighter's face changed dramatically, because the reality was very different from what he had expected. In the first position, the young warrior saw a small figure, which was the symbol of the mission. He couldn't believe that he had just joined a new team and they had given him a gift that could kill him. Feeling tense, Ishine began to think about his next move, but he was definitely not going to give up. Now his goal was to kill one of the allies, so that the puppet would pass to the other. That is, to rid himself of the newest threat. At the same time, the brave man understood that even if he did this, it would be difficult for him to fight against 2 warriors with power that was not very kind. Continuing to smile sweetly, the commander asked if no one wanted to confess so they could finish as quickly as possible. In turn, the serious guy continued to stare at the floor, trying not to show any signs of involvement. The woman approached him very sharply, saying that it was time for him to tell everyone that the puppet was hiding in his inventory. Her sudden statement caused the boy to panic, as he couldn't believe his ears. The beautiful Wei remembered that they had not yet been introduced, so she introduced herself and noted that she loved to shine. The stern young man looked at her suspiciously, remaining silent, and then turned his gaze to the other members of the team. At that moment, all of his allies were looking at him with slight smirks on their faces, which looked very strange. The cunning boar made it clear that they did not have the best intentions towards the newcomer. The hero concluded that they weren't really studying each other's reactions, but were making sure that he had the puppet. Finally, it dawned on the perceptive young man that they were all in cahoots, so the situation was very difficult for him. Taking a breath, the brave young man put the puzzle together in his head, but he still did not understand why the cunning girl was working against him. The fighter thought to himself that by inviting him to the party to pass through the dungeon, they had signed their own death warrant because he was supposed to receive an important reward. The ruthless player looked fearfully into the eyes of his opponent, who continued to smile irritatingly. The woman said that he was no match for them in strength, so she decided not to waste time and to start the task as soon as possible. The reckless boar suggested giving the boy a chance to defend himself, so that he could later shatter his dreams into tiny pieces. The compassionate leader replied that this was too cruel, and added that she was very afraid of such things. With a sly grin, she asked not to force the others to do it, but it seemed as if she had some ulterior motive in mind. Without further ado, the hero used the claw and pendulum equipment, which was an unexpected move. A couple of seconds later, the cool-headed guy pointed his gun at his opponent, showing his readiness to shoot. The lady emphasized that the boy did not understand when people cared about him and did not want to make concessions. She put her head to his forehead and began to mutter something under her breath, looking like an old witch. The rest of the team began to laugh at the fool who had come with a firearm, saying that he would not even be able to defeat fighters without power. At the same time, Kaban assumed that his shells could trap the enemy in a cage, because they had warned them about the danger. Continuing to laugh out loud, the guys noted that their friend had a good sense of humor, since it was impossible. Clutching her stomach, the giggling way she called the guys funny and said she liked it very much. A slight smile appeared on the face of the silent Yeshane, and very suddenly, he used a capture technique. The alert woman's face changed dramatically as she quickly realized that the situation was out of control. The brave man opened fire on her with his pistol, but the nimble lady managed to jump out of the way, remaining unharmed. The stunned opponent landed a few meters away and began to look closely at the boy. In a low voice, she admitted that she had even flinched for a second in surprise, but tried not to panic. Tense, Wei ordered Kabanchik not to allow any games and to attack together to finish off the insolent boy. The fearless Liu Yi continued to smile, showing his complete readiness to fight them to the bitter end. The very nervous deputy commander exclaimed that he simply could not move, so he was of no use. It was difficult for him to control his emotions, and his allies wanted to help him break free from his shackles, but they were frozen in shock. A stunned Sai learned from the system that the enemy's level 30 abilities included enslavement. The cold-blooded warrior used a purple rank pendulum, then activated a threefold damage boost. They spent 100 knowledge points, resulting in the next attack dealing 5,000 units of damage. A second later, a long golden storm flew with a roar toward the bound boar, who had no choice but to accept his fate. The target felt intense pain inside its belly, and then began to shatter into small pieces, which looked quite scary. The slain team member fell to the floor, attracting the attention of everyone around him. The system notified the hero that he had killed Kabanchik and successfully transferred the puppet to another player, which was not a bad job. The group leader and all the other allies were stunned by what had happened and just stood there in shock for the first couple of minutes. The warrior was afraid that the leader and deputy would unite and attack him, and also that there was a fourth powerful member of the team. Either scenario could lead to his foolish death, so he had to think of his next steps in advance. But according to Wei Shi, only she and the first assistant had great power, so only that was worth being wary of. The enemies were too relaxed because they misunderstood Liu Yi's abilities, which is why he managed to kill Boar. By defeating the strong pair, the young man made his trial easier, and now all that remained was to wipe out the rest of the group. The brave man warned that the puppet had passed to one of them, advising them to protect their comrade, threatening to destroy him. The fighter had to be careful to get the reward, so he decided to protect the player who had an important item in his inventory, and kill him last. In an instant, the previously angry Wei Shi froze in surprise, as if she had turned into a blissful being. She ordered her comrades not to move, shouting that the enemy wanted to find the player with the puppet. Everyone was shocked in their own way by what they heard, and no one even knew how to act in such a situation. One of the girls took a step back, while the rest of the team was afraid to even move. With a sly smile, the perceptive Liu Yi said in a low voice that he could see the main target. Looking at the frightened girl, the young man thought to himself that she was surrounded by the whole group, so she had nowhere to go. The system notified him that all characteristics had been increased by 200 points, which had cost 400 knowledge points. At tremendous speed, the brave warrior rushed into the attack, gripping the hilt of his katana tightly and knowing exactly what to do next. In just a few seconds, every opponent in his path was thrown into the air, experiencing severe pain in various parts of their bodies. The confident warrior was convinced that ordinary players were too weak and posed no danger to him. A notification was received that he had killed Gennadi's refrigerator, Laskovi Kishchenko, Mechany, and the rest. Enraged, Weishi was not going to tolerate such humiliation any longer, so she rushed to attack the insolent man. The trickster managed to react in time and put his blade in the way, successfully blocking the enemy's attack. Meanwhile, the alarmed Pechenyushka sat down on the cold floor and watched the spectacular battle. The angry woman knew that the scoundrel had decided to win the underground reward and noted that he was brave. With a confident smile, the main character emphasized that she was the only one left, so he was ready to give it his all. The lady activated the secret jump with her power, threatening that the fool would regret choosing her as his target. Unexpectedly, she simply disappeared somewhere, leaving the young warrior in a stupor. But he still tried not to get nervous. First, the wary young man began to look around so as not to lose his vigilance. The cunning opponent suddenly appeared behind him and immediately rushed to attack, trying to strike him from behind. Turning sharply, the brave young man swung his sharp katana, remaining unharmed but experiencing slight stress. The scoundrel made a sharp lunge and stabbed the boy in the back with a dagger, instantly reducing his health bar. The resilient Yeshine was still on his feet and posed a threat, so it was very difficult to defeat him. Unexpectedly, he used his health recovery, then rushed to attack Weishi, who was not expecting this. The stern woman emphasized that he was strong because she had delivered a whole series of blows, but still couldn't finish him off. At the same time, the lady exclaimed that the boy would not have enough healing potions to last until the end, and then victory would be hers. But he just smiled at her. Without wasting time on empty chatter, the commander resorted to using the Steel Breaker's equipment. The sudden attack dealt nearly 10,000 points of damage, but the brave man instantly restored his health without much effort. The very surprised girl did not understand how he did it, since only 10 elixirs were allowed to be taken in the dungeon. Seizing the right moment, the brave man swung his katana sharply, completely throwing his opponent off balance. With a smile, Liu Yi calmly apologized, noting that he was the only winner here. At the same time, the girl was still standing on her feet. Her body showed no signs of injury, and she was able to hold her daggers. The discouraged opponent realized that the situation had turned against her and that she would not be able to escape. Not intending to show mercy, the main character tried to attack with his sword again to end it all as quickly as possible. But in an instant, his gaze became slightly tense, as if everything had suddenly gone wrong. Acting very quickly, the opponent did a backflip and ended up next to Pechenyushka, who was frozen in place. Considering the young man's enormous health reserve, the nervous Weishi concluded that he possessed the power of a support player. He noted that she had pumped her distribution characteristics into agility, and her speed and melee strength had reached an abnormal state. For the first few seconds, there was silence, and the serious lady was deep in thought about the situation. Suddenly, the beauty smiled sweetly again, letting him know that the perceptive young man was right about everything. Adjusting her hair, the brunette calmly said that her energy reserves were very low, so she decided to admit defeat. The lady suggested that she should deal with her ally now in order to finally end this raid. The stern Yeshine was well aware that as soon as she realized she couldn't defeat him, she would simply end the mission by killing Pechenyushka. But the commander still hadn't put her plans into action, so the guy shouldn't get too excited just yet. The mysterious lady said that it was very difficult for her to make a choice, adding that Liu Yi was her main target in this dungeon. Unexpectedly, the captivity receded, which put the young man in a disadvantageous position and caused him to freeze. The very nervous fighter tried to reactivate the technique, but nothing worked, which was very alarming. A small blue wall appeared between the brunette Wei and her comrade, which could protect them. The team captain grinned at her friend, as if pursuing some cunning plan in her head. In a digital chat, a woman asked her subordinate to kill her and then kill herself, promising that she would receive double the reward for doing so. Stunned, Yeshine couldn't believe what he was seeing and just froze in place, not knowing what to do next. In the last few seconds before disappearing, his opponent provocatively said that the kid had lost and called him a loser. She began to laugh at him, realizing that victory was still on her side and she had nothing to worry about. Soon, the woman simply vanished into thin air, leaving the main character alone with his thoughts. The shocked young man took 2 steps back, and then the situation began to dawn on him. Sitting down on the floor and dropping his weapon, The stunned Liu Yi wondered why everything had happened this way. Meanwhile, the puppet returned to his inventory and took its original position again. The fighter thought it was ridiculous that all this had been done to deprive him of a possible victory, but there was no smile on his face. Clutching his head, the hero cried out, asking what he should do, since now all he could do was wait for his death. He wondered if his chance to change everything had been so easily missed, and if there was nothing else he could do. For a while, the warrior just lay on the floor, breathing heavily, trying to come up with a plan for further action. His face remained extremely serious, and soon the thought came to him that he needed to get up and do something. Lifting his torso, the perceptive Yi-Shine said aloud that there was another way to win. If all his allies were dead, the Firstborn Kingdom would not allow the player to lose this raid. All this meant that there was another way to complete the dungeon. But the young man did not yet know what it was. However, he was determined to find out. A few minutes later, the young man found himself in front of a transparent wall and confirmed this by sticking his hand out in front of him. In other words, the territory of the Secret Kingdom was equal in size to the nearby platform. A pensive Shine stood in front of a huge iron shell, thinking about how to use it. He knew that the uncontrolled zone was only here, on this cylindrical structure with puppets. Without thinking twice, the brave man used his ability and flew up to land on it. Stopping, the daredevil looked around and saw a sign that said hope and despair exist together. The fighter noticed the small print, but couldn't make it out, so he decided to read it more carefully. Soon he realized that someone had scratched an inscription on the surface, saying that they couldn't open the door. The young man placed his open palm on the wall and heard a rather loud click. Liu learned from the system that 1,000 knowledge points were needed to open the membrane, but that was too much for him. The hero understood that he couldn't spend everything here, but he knew that if he increased all his abilities, he would automatically receive the required amount. He decided to do what was necessary, because he had to enter unknown territory fully prepared for battle. The fearless player answered the system's question about spending positively, after which the membrane door began to open. Suddenly, a very bright white light appeared, which was very dazzling and could scare anyone. The alarmed young man froze in place, surrendering to the process, as he simply had no other choice. The unknown man excitedly asked someone named Dean to hurry up and turn on his computer power. Very soon, the hero, rubbing his eyes, began to come to his senses, and the mysterious man was already demanding something from him. The nervous blonde man ordered him to choose between focusing on displaying the LED or dissolving and mapping everyone. The main character did not understand what computing power and other things the scientist, whom he had never met before, was talking about. The tense worker shouted at his ally to decide quickly and emphasized that he needed to think with his head. Shine, who remained calm, soon came to the conclusion that he had fallen into a fixed program. He knew for sure that there had to be an independent place here to take the test to enter the membrane. The guy didn't understand what the listed options meant, but he figured that he had to choose one of them in order to pass. Lost in thought, the young man wondered what consequences awaited him if he chose the wrong option. According to the fixed program script, they were now supposed to face disaster, and the key to victory was the scientist's words about computing power. The young man wondered what would happen when the power manifested itself, and the thought flashed through his mind that it was the right to survive. He also allowed for the possibility of becoming an instrument that saves people from disasters. In his past life, the hero was only at the first level and did not encounter the same things as the initial world. If he had the right to survive, he would choose to focus on displaying those who followed him. But if it was a tool for salvation, everything would be different. Liu decided to make sure that the 3 who were ignored had perfect computer power, because only a few could return from beyond the limits of imagination. Once upon a time, if a person did not come from the first world, their level would not increase, so the guy was not so bad. The warrior realized that he just needed to make a choice, so his hand touched the board with the inscription about dissolving and applying everything to the map. At that moment, a spectacular process began, during which the young man prayed that everything would turn out well for him. A few seconds later, a surprised and then extremely serious Shine concentrated on his own feelings. He was alarmed by the fact that nothing around him had changed, so he began to suspect that he had simply chosen the wrong option. The fighter quickly realized that the correct answer was to focus on displaying the one who was following him. Because the puppet had taken up residence in him, his body was in a constant state of battle, so the rate at which his strength was restored was extremely low. Even so, the hero was able to pass the test twice, so he concentrated on obtaining the necessary energy. After only an hour and a half, he already had 700 knowledge points, which was a pretty good result. He received a system notification that 1,000 of this currency was needed to open the membrane. Very soon, Shane was again faced with a choice of 2 branches, but this time, he already knew the correct answer. Still, for the first few seconds, the serious warrior silently read the inscriptions on the digital display. weighing everything in his mind. The guy wondered if it was too simple if the penetration test was one of the options, and why the existence of the gate was so important. He remembered the dead doll's words about how bored she was and how she wanted to go home but couldn't return. The door did not let the puppet through, so she could not enter the research institute. But the hero did not understand what the problem was. But soon the perceptive warrior surmised that it was her character that prevented her from getting inside. The young man realized that the test might not be about choosing the right answer, but about finding the right attitude. This did not make it any easier, as Liu Yi could not figure out how to do it. Pointing his index finger at the digital display, the brave man decided to simply trust his judgment. Confident in himself, the brave man was about to choose the second option again, namely to dissolve and put everything on the line. In the next few seconds, the hero froze in place and watched the consequences with a serious expression on his face. He was slightly stunned by the fact that nothing had changed again, and this was already an alarming sign. There was only one attempt left, and he had to wait again. But the determined fighter still believed in himself. Sitting in a meditative pose, with his hands folded across his chest, the focused warrior devoted himself to the process of accumulating the power of knowledge. An hour and a half later, the small mission was completed, and the half-hour countdown to the mysterious strategy began. The system once again wrote that 1,000 points were needed to open the membrane, and the guy did it immediately. His face was extremely serious at the moment of change around him, yet he remained calm inside. Without hesitation, the young man exclaimed that he would choose dissolution again, because he considered it the correct answer. In an instant, the hero felt a strong vibration under his feet and froze in place, shocked. Jumping back, Yixing began to watch what was happening ahead, hoping that this time everything would work out. Less than a minute later, a joyful Liu Yi exclaimed that the idea had worked, and now the cylindrical platform was beginning to descend. The most important part of the test was over, and the brave man was sure that it was a matter of whether he insisted on the correctness of his point of view. The door could only be opened by answering 3 times in a row in the same way, and the secret level of the riddle had to be passed by the team. A few seconds later, a neat staircase appeared in front of the fighter, which did not even look gloomy. For the first time, someone was able to complete the task alone by choosing the same option 3 times. This required voting for the strengthening of all abilities and pure wisdom, as well as a counterattack of despair. It could be said that at that moment, no one except the main character was able to get to the hidden test. This time, the daredevil was too cautious with Wei Shi, but desperation could have forced him out of a difficult situation. If he had known in advance that the lady was so crazy, he would not have made the final calculations that led to so many deaths. For some time, the focused fighter wandered along the long blue corridor, hoping to find something interesting. Eventually, the player stumbled upon the body of a dead woman, her white robe stained with bright traces of blood. What he saw did not cause any horror in Yixing's eyes, who remained completely calm. Suddenly, a white ball with red braiding lit up in the center of his chest, which was an incomprehensible phenomenon. The alert young man immediately turned his attention to what was happening, without rushing to get nervous. Even more surprising was the fact that in the next few seconds, a process of merging between him and the dead man began. The system congratulated the fighter on executing the perfect strategy, which resulted in the evil puppet being purified. It also stated that reaching a deadlock had triggered a series of social rewards. Right in Liu Yi's hands, the precious weapon began to disappear, which greatly alarmed him, but he still tried not to worry. The young fighter's legs began to tremble again, and he experienced slight convulsions, which was an alarming sign for him. It all boiled down to the fact that the main character was really afraid of dying in the primordial realm, and he realized this very quickly. Putting his hand to his head and smiling in despair, the guy mentally called his behavior shameful. Finally, the settings were complete, resulting in the warrior gaining a huge amount of experience and 4 levels. Now he could again choose 2 different branches, one of which blocked the victim's body, and the second allowed him to make important marks. Clenching his fist, the young man did not believe it, and said that he only thought he had defeated Wei Shi. Jumping for joy, he exclaimed loudly that he had indeed done it, which was incredible. Then the process of moving began, during which the satisfied young man simply laughed with happiness. Meanwhile, the beauties Huang Nianya and Ayun were still in the weapons pavilion, where they devoted themselves to grueling training. The charming girls looked at each other with smiles, seeing that they were rapidly achieving good results. Wei Shi, on the other hand, was at the player resurrection point, where she spent 6 whole hours without changing anything. The dissatisfied brunette folded her arms across her chest and looked around, hoping that something interesting would happen. Soon she came to the conclusion that she was simply lost, but she did not rush to panic and only showed her dissatisfaction. The girl in the chat asked the guild president to find a mirror space for her, so that she could restore her level after the challenge. It was also said that Yi Shine was the one the leader was looking for, namely the possessor of the power of support. At that time, the leader was in a meeting room with a man who promised to help him with control outside the zone. Deadwater, who had only his fists at his disposal, smiled and assured him that everything would be fine. But at the same time, he was going to ask for something in return, even though it was quite expected for any agreement. The young gentleman requested 100,000 raiders from the secret kingdom, and the brave man replied that he would do so without any problems. A few minutes later, the red-haired fighter was already outside the headquarters of the New Order Guild. An excited comrade was already waiting for him on the street, hoping that the negotiations had been successful. The anxious young man had heard that the members of the organization had searched the entire network to find the owner of the washing support. Suddenly angry, Deadwater kicked an iron pole, which instantly bent under his force. Shocked by what he saw, the young man froze in place, afraid to even breathe at that moment. The fighter said that everything was ruined because the faction needed 100,000 raiders from the secret kingdom. The stunned comrade reminded him that this was the first point of their plan and asked why his opponent was so angry. The bully was furious that he was not a special player with energy that various teams constantly needed. The nervous man did not understand how they could now carry out their intentions and climb to the top of the new order. Meanwhile, Liu Yi was at home, trying to understand what the inscription about destruction by brute force meant. The tense guy wondered what would happen if the power of computer force reached 100%. He was also curious about the connection between her presence here and the computer power in the test. And he had a whole bunch of other questions on his mind. After calming down, the hero realized that he just needed to feel, because his future directly depended on it. First, he decided to relax and take a bath. So within a minute, he was in the right room. Inside was the charming Huang Nianya, who was also taking care of her personal hygiene. At one point, the blue-eyed girl noticed her brother entering the room, not knowing at first how to behave. She simply waved to him and said hello, continuing to dry her silky pink hair after washing it. The polite young man in turn smiled silently, continuing to stand in place as if rooted to the spot. After a couple of seconds, the young man simply turned around and headed for the exit, making a soft patter with his rubber slippers. The girl who had finished her routine did the same, so now the bathroom was completely empty. The observant Liu Yi noticed that whenever the charming Huang was at home, there was a delightful aroma in the air. The smell was incredibly pleasant and made a good impression on him, as evidenced by his slightly red cheeks. Patting himself on the face, the young man thought to himself that he needed to hurry up and then log into the game to set goals for the next stage. Entering the Firstborn Kingdom, the fighter realized that in order to reach level 60, he would need to play more than 30 times in the Secret Kingdom. There were only 22 days left until the game became reality, taking over the entire world. The main character had too little time, so he might not make it, and there were also problems with the equipment. The first way to obtain equipment was directly related to the spirit of the kingdom, and the second was to use it to upgrade low-level items. So far, the boy had 11,000 points, so he was slightly tormented by remorse. Most of it was a reward for 3 journeys, and the youngster received the remaining amount after dismantling unused equipment. He still didn't have a headdress, necklace, or emblem, and by combining the 9 pieces with the remaining 40, the boy would spend 5,000 spirit points. The young man had to play more than 40 puzzles more than last time. The determined Liu told himself that if he wanted to achieve his goal, he had to take a risk to get 1 or 2 additional rewards. Then he began to think about who to target, but at first no ideas came to mind. At one point, while deep in thought, Yexing received a new message, but he didn't know who could have sent it. The wary fighter remembered well that news only came in emergencies, so the circle of suspects narrowed. It turned out that the president of the New Order, 10, had decided to contact him and suggested they talk if the young man was free. The unexpected communication caused distrust and tension in the brave young man, who did not understand the man's intentions. Once upon a time, the arrogant gentleman grabbed the helpless Liu Yi by his clothes and threw him aside like a toy. The poor boy, unable to defend himself, simply fell to the floor, hoping that he would not be beaten to death. One of the group members said that such trash had no place in the new order and ordered him to get out, because the president was coming soon. In a previous life, after its founding in the Firstborn Kingdom, the faction took over the entire southern region of China and became the strongest, aiming to rule the elite. They treated low-level players without any special talents as nobodies, so Yexing could say that it was impossible to hate them. The leader wrote that he wanted to form a team, but he didn't have enough people, and the young man realized that he only needed someone to support his power. The young man also learned that the other members of the group had powers, so everything was not so hopeless. The president added that he had reasons to go to a dangerous area, namely the Chaos Zone, and the young man replied that he would think about it and write back later. The speed at which the warrior could earn experience points and spirit was many times greater than that of a normal team, but it was unclear why he should appear outside the control area. He knew that there was a port there where monsters above level 70 lived, but he was not afraid and decided to ignore everything. It took 650 spirit points to craft 40 pieces of purple equipment, but the process itself was very quick. Now the main character was equipped from head to toe, so he didn't have to worry too much about the difficulties ahead. He had the headgear of the Awakened, the necklace of the Guardian, the uniform of Wisdom, and pants with 30% protection. Next came some decent boots, orange gloves, and a pair of earrings that gave a nice boost to the player's mind and perception. Finally, the list was completed with a fiery emblem, a Frostmourne with high damage, and a pistol with an attack power of 300 points. The system notified that the detected combat power was over 100, so the brave man was promoted to a higher level fighter. Surprised, Liu noticed that after the characteristic exceeded 100, all abilities and power increased significantly. The young man wondered if he could also improve all his skills if he continued to improve his combat effectiveness. For several minutes, he stood in place with a serious expression, immersed in thought about the situation. The hero remembered that the combat power system could be activated as long as he had the power. But if he had such abilities, then other people did too. The team was equal to a group of 10 clones of the young man who had decided to attack outside their comfort zone, so sending them there was not so impossible. The president promised the fighter 100,000 secret kingdoms, which shocked him, because it was unclear why he would do such a thing. The kid didn't mind, because that way he would have money for food, and the cunning 10 was already smiling slyly as he read his messages. In the chat, Deadwater greeted his colleague because he was also an energetic player, and said that they needed to try to help the group. The president noted that they would meet near the north gate, and Ishine decided to turn off his headgear first. The perceptive young man understood that he needed to take a regular gun with him and hide the knife, because uncertainty could affect his safety. Very soon, the team of 10 people arrived at the right place, from where they could begin their mission. Liu Yi, who had arrived at the meeting point, remained calm and showed that he was not afraid of anyone. The stern Captain 10 looked at him first and made some conclusions in his head. The trio of allies nearby also began to examine the young man, as they had not dealt with him before. Several other guys looked at the kid suspiciously, not yet knowing if they could trust him with anything. In turn, Deadwater was greatly surprised when he looked more closely and realized that this was no ordinary passerby. The joyful player exclaimed that it was Ishine, whom they had been waiting for and wanted to meet as soon as possible. The polite fighter was the first to introduce himself to the main character, who was even slightly taken aback by his enthusiastic reaction. Smiling in response, the friendly young man also greeted his new comrades in order to make a good impression. The commander admitted that he had never met anyone with supporting powers before, and now they were right in front of him. Before sending them into the danger zone, he decided to show the guys 2 secret kingdoms, assuring them that they would be useful in the future. The daredevil was not surprised that one of the strongest people in the primordial kingdom had become the ruler of the new order. To begin with, the Calm 10 asked the young men to show him what they were truly capable of. The boys exchanged glances at that moment, at first a little confused, but quickly gathered their strength. The confident Deadwater volunteered first, while the puzzled Liu Yi wondered if the president had invited them, knowing about their abilities. Smiling, the red-haired boy began to encourage his comrade, saying that this way the team would trust them more. The not-so-happy warrior now realized that there was no way out, so all he could do was accept it. Based on experiments with his strong friends, Water learned that strength and distance skills are determined by how far a weapon can attack. His weapon was a glove with an attack radius of about 1.5 meters, so he had to be within that distance of the target to hit it. Now the guild manager understood the real connection between equipment and player skill. Shocked, Ishine noted in his thoughts that his ally's weapon was a boxing glove, but it was unclear how far it could shoot. The excited fighter had never thought about this problem, as his skills had always worked for him. Suddenly, the guy became very nervous, which was evident from his labored breathing and beads of sweat on his face. His colleague demonstrated his first skill, namely recovery, and demonstrated it all on the president. Then came the mantra ability, which could be used on the boss to make the series of weakness, old age, and slowdown reach its goal. The third skill was silence, which had the ability to limit the target, including the main enemy. Deadwater decided to save the remaining 4th skill for last, hoping that the head of 10 would be understanding. Smiling slyly, the blonde man said that he had no complaints because he had already seen enough. The main character also decided to show the first 3 abilities that are useful for the team, and keep the 4th as an ace up his sleeve. He said that he had a blade with a range of 3 meters, as well as sharpening and blessing skills. Without further ado, the brave man decided to demonstrate his abilities and unexpectedly shackled his ally with chains. With his first ability, the warrior could immobilize his target for 10 seconds, but it was unknown whether it would work on the boss. Thanks to his second skill, he could get rid of any abnormal condition, and the youngster decided to save his fourth skill, chop, for last. Finishing his short monologue, Liu looked at his colleague and smiled at him, pleased with himself. The red-haired gentleman felt a slight pride in his comrade, who had performed very well. After thinking for a moment, the yellow-haired leader came to some conclusions and said that in that case, they would be able to complete the task. He loudly declared that due to a lack of support power, they had been forced to stop. But now they had two such fighters. The president raised his fist and exclaimed that now they had to go deep and follow the secrets outside the control zone. The team members, fired up with fighting spirit, completely agreed with their leader and were eager to set off. After that, everyone present began to move forward, each lost in their own thoughts, while Ishine froze in place for a moment. The benefits of raiding the chaos zone and outside the control area are the same, but the degree of danger is different. Yonku was curious as to why the leader of the new order was so eager to attack and what he was hiding, while Deadwater noticed that the kid wasn't moving. The ally raised his hand and asked the young man not to fall behind, and at that moment he was distracted from his thoughts. Smiling calmly at his new friend, the young man said he was coming. But the thoughts in his head would not leave him alone. The redhead also smiled, but his inner voice said that there was only room for one of them here. The cunning fighter promised himself to get rid of Shayna, so that there would be only one power holder in this team again. After a while, the leader said that areas outside of control, areas of chaos, and dangerous territories were different. The man added that the difficulty of the former depended on the number of people in the team, which was why he had assembled a group of 10 people. He said that nothing would drop from the mobs and warned that they might have to sacrifice allies during a difficult battle. The subordinates listened attentively to their commander, hanging on his every word, even though they were quite scared inside. The next minute, the fearless 10 rushed forward, jumping to gain even more speed. The rest of the team rushed after him, but the thoughtful Liu Yi was in no hurry to run with the herd. Still, the brave man tripped himself up, calmly preparing to repeat the same actions, as there was no other choice. A couple of seconds later, the daredevil found himself on the way down, where his newfound comrades were already waiting. During the fall, he remained completely calm, which was a huge advantage for completing the task. In the last moments before landing, the fighter began to think through his actions so as not to make a mistake. Bending his knees, the warrior stood firmly on his feet, slightly damaging the stone ground beneath him, but remaining unharmed. Then he rose sharply and began to look around, hearing powerful rolls of thunder nearby. Bright lightning flashed incessantly nearby, impossible to ignore. Keeping a cool head, Liu Yi continued to survey the area to understand what to prepare for. At that moment, a spiky monster was stalking the team, hiding behind the ruins a few dozen meters away. The hungry creature began to growl quite loudly, risking attracting attention, but it didn't care. Alerted by the strange sounds, Ye Shine looked in its direction, realizing that the situation was heating up. The emotionless 10 ordered the newcomer to run away, but at first he didn't understand and continued to stand still. It was said that they needed to urgently head to a safe point before any of them were seriously injured. The bloodthirsty monster suddenly rushed into the attack, quickly realizing that the pathetic humans had exposed him. Suddenly, a giant several times larger than the small rat appeared, grabbed it in his hand, and simply crushed it. The bruiser began to move at tremendous speed, accompanying each movement with a destructive leap. The enraged creature was eager to quickly deal with the team of players who had come to its land. Meanwhile, the group rushed away, afraid to stop even for a moment. The cool-headed leader turned around carefully, ordering the head to distract the enemy so that they could catch their breath. The focused fighter clearly heard the commander's order and was fully prepared to carry it out. At that moment, he resorted to using the power of weakening, thanks to which the victim was attacked and lost speed during the attack. Suddenly, the spiky monster stopped and turned around, trying to understand what was happening to it. It was very difficult for it to take even a small step forward, but it did not give up and continued to try. The rest of the team continued to hold a safe position, but Deadwater kept looking back. The man thought to himself that if this monster was as strong as they said, then he had to take his chance. The player began to watch Ishane running ahead, whom he wanted to deal with as soon as possible, so as not to make a competitor. The cunning man stretched out his hand to summon a mark that could be sensed by all living creatures within a kilometer radius for 10 minutes. Within a couple of seconds, the spotted animals nearby, similar to Dalmatians, smelled human flesh. They began to sniff more and more intensely, trying to determine exactly where the strange smell was coming from. The bloodthirsty predators began to move forward slowly, eager to quench their thirst as soon as possible. Their huge leader, however, froze in place, and Head did not understand why he was not chasing after him. Meanwhile, the focused Liu Yi continued to run fast, thinking about the urgent matter. A spiky beast suddenly pounced on the boy, but he managed to react, even though he was under severe stress. However, the animal was slightly stronger and slammed the boy into a stone wall. The agitated allies noticed that a whole crowd of enemies had appeared behind them and were rapidly catching up. No one could understand why all the monsters were suddenly chasing Shane, and Deadwater remained silent about the fact that it was his doing. The cool-headed Captain 10 immediately turned his gaze to the red-haired player, because he suspected him of everything. The support fighter was indeed smiling slyly, realizing that his plan was going according to plan. The president ordered everyone to get to the first safe point, while he himself decided to try to save the main character. His subordinates were very worried about the guildmaster, who had gone to the epicenter of the threat, where he risked losing his life. Tense, Water wondered if the leader of the new order had lost his mind, because in such a situation, no one could be saved. Redhead said that the captain believed in Liu Yi, so they needed to continue on their way so as not to become a burden to him. Loud explosions could be heard nearby, as well as the growling of monsters, which seemed to have stopped. One of the stunned fighters quickly realized that the commander had gone after the spirit, which was very brave of him. In a panic, the remaining team members began to run headlong forward so as not to give up their lives foolishly. Knowing that Wai Shane still had a full health bar, the blonde mentally asked him not to die prematurely. In his field of vision, he could still see the giant with spikes on its back, which was trying to pounce on him and eat him. Without showing even a hint of fear, the fearless leader swung his sword to push the enemy away, but his face changed dramatically from shock as he realized that the armor of these powerful creatures was too strong. The enraged predator suddenly decided to strike him with its vicious fist, causing the president to experience severe stress. Still, the experienced warrior managed to jump back and remain unharmed, but this only angered his opponent even more. After soberly assessing the situation, the gentleman concluded that he might not be able to save Liu Yi, as there were too many targets. A huge crowd of spotted beasts continued to rush at the main character, who was not even visible on the horizon. At one point, the stunned 10 froze in place, as if he had seen something very unexpected. Ahead of him was a warrior with red eyes, ready to tear everyone in his path to shreds. His health and knowledge reserves remained at their current levels because they had solidified, which was a huge advantage for the young man. Remaining in a state of rage, the brave man activated the blessing, applying titanic effort to do so. At that moment, all his characteristics were enhanced by 1,400 points, which was an incredible feat. Thanks to the use of this skill, the combat player removed the effects that were restricting his movement. His next attack was increased by a full 50%, allowing him to destroy all enemies with a single swing of his blade. Without ceremony, the enraged warrior spread his arms wide, sending the pathetic creatures flying in different directions. Then the blue-eyed young man turned his attention to the nimble boss, who still posed a great danger. The huge creature wanted to tear him apart in revenge for its comrades, which the tense Captain 10 immediately noticed. The daredevil continued to stand still, watching the monster's behavior as it tried to run towards him. In just a couple of seconds, the giant was a meter away from the little man armed with a very powerful katana. The fearless warrior grabbed the monster's claw with a sharp movement, which was a brave move on his part. The pressure around him was so intense that Ishine's boots were crushing the stone ground beneath him. At that moment, he decided to take advantage of the weapon change and activated the pendulum, thereby increasing the power of the subsequent attack. The cool-headed fighter aimed his pistol at the brute, whom he continued to hold with one hand, exerting enormous effort. The enraged beast tried to kick and struggle to break free, but all his efforts were in vain. The next second, a loud shot rang out, and a small lead projectile hit the target right in the head. The system notified the player that, thanks to the power of rebirth, the next blow would deal 13,500 points of damage. For several minutes, loud bangs continued, and eventually, the monster lost its coordination. The huge creature simply collapsed and no longer posed any particular danger due to its utter powerlessness. As a result, the formidable enemy fell to the ground with a crash, destroying the ground beneath it and showed no signs of life. Sirius Louis stood at the spot of its demise, still not relaxing and waiting for confirmation of the kill. The opponent's body began to rapidly dissolve into space, which was a sign of his certain death. The stunned guild president couldn't understand how this was possible, since the kid didn't even come close to resembling a player with supporting power. Convinced of the success of his actions, the emotionless Ishine abruptly rushed towards the man who was frozen in place. The alarmed blonde man was very frightened, so he took a step back, which looked ridiculous from the outside. Coming up close to him, the stern hero said that they needed to get out of there immediately. There was noise and commotion everywhere, and predators eager to fill their bellies were still prowling nearby. Stunned, the president still didn't know what to do next. But just standing there was clearly not an option. Nevertheless, he ran after the support player, as they needed to move to a safe location. The rest of the team was near the entrance to one of the dungeons, where there was a huge blue portal. Each of the fighters was afraid to even write private messages to the guildmaster, who might still be hiding from the monsters. Excited, Deadwater suggested returning and trying again next time, as there was a risk that no one would survive. His tense comrade emphasized that the guild leader and E-Shine were not yet dead, so they could not give up. Redhead noted that if they still had health, it meant they had resorted to some special ability to survive. But it was temporary. He wondered why the new player had attracted the attention of so many monsters. The nervous comrade became angry and called the boy a disaster, not a partner, because all he could do was cause problems. Alarmed, Golova suddenly exclaimed that the commander and main character was approaching the entrance to the safe zone. His words stunned Deadwater, who already thought that their lifeless bodies were lying somewhere among the rocks. The wonderful news caused a wave of joy among the guys, who had great respect for President 10. The red-haired man, in a fit of anger, shouted that they needed to be ready to defend themselves, because they could bring monsters with them. At that moment, the door burst open and everyone present trembled with fear, but no loud noises were heard. The emotionless commander and Liu Yi entered the room, with not a single monster in tow. The very surprised team members were incredibly happy to see the guildmaster because they believed that he was all right. Dissatisfied with what was happening, Voda noted in his thoughts that there were too many problems with the leader of the new order, and everything was not going according to his plan. The enthusiastic players exclaimed that 10 was incredibly strong and had even managed to save the boy in such a difficult situation. The captain silently looked at the brave man, realizing that his subordinates were unaware of the situation. The silent hero sat down on a stone ledge without any emotion to finally catch his breath after the battle. Opposite him sat the manager, who announced that they would rest for 10 minutes and then all go together to clear the dungeon. The happy members of the group danced on the spot, realizing their invincibility and that everything would be fine for them. At that moment, the dissatisfied Deadwater stared intently at the pensive Liu Yi, whom he wanted to deal with as soon as possible. The daredevil paid no attention to him, as he was focused on his own thoughts. Putting on a friendly face, the hypocrite asked his colleague to tell him how they managed to escape from the predators. In response, the young man looked him in the eyes without saying a word, not intending to share anything in particular. After activating the blessing, all restraining and slowing effects were removed, so a sly smile appeared on his face. The fearless player shocked his opponent by abruptly asking if it was true that all these tricks were his doing. Patting the young man on the shoulder and laughing, the redhead assured him that he would never do such a thing, but he knew perfectly well in his heart that he was lying brazenly. The warrior explained that the blessing dispels all negative side effects and abilities on the target, and even the mark that the scoundrel had placed on him. His words caused a strong change in the tense man's face, who realized that he had been seen through. The blue-eyed boy said that in this team, apart from him, only Water could use such a technique, because it was a 40th rank skill. Taking the gun in his hands, the brave man admitted that from the moment he entered the room, he had been wondering whether to kill the mole. Getting to his feet, the player said that he realized that if he doubted his choice, he would hope for a different outcome. At the same time, the smiling young man could only count on his own well-being, so now he pointed the barrel at his opponent. His tense opponent, in turn, remained silent, standing still, not knowing what to do next. The embittered man exclaimed that they were comrades, not enemies, and asked if the insolent man was really going to kill him. The other team members watched what was happening with surprise, but did not rush to intervene. The cunning enemy was going to take advantage of the idiots and deal with the young man, because none of them knew about the use of the power of restoration. One of the nervous players shouted, asking what Yishine was doing, which made the situation even more tense. At the same time, President 10 sat emotionlessly on a stone ledge, silently watching the chaos in front of him. A slight smirk appeared on the fearless protagonist's face, and he silently waited for the mole to get closer. Pretending to be a victim, Voda shouted that he wanted to know how they managed to escape from the horde of monsters. But the young man did not answer and pointed his gun at him. The agitated man turned to the guildmaster with a request to judge them, asking if they really needed such a comrade. The cool-headed president was in no hurry to answer his question, preferring to think things through first. The redhead also exclaimed that the insolent man would remain the only hero of support in the team if he killed him, and then he could demand whatever he wanted. The magnificent actor called the brave man a traitor, asking how he dared to treat his ally this way. The cold-blooded Liu Yi, in turn, did not say a word to justify himself, as he considered it pointless to prove anything. The speaker noted that they were not yet very deep in the dungeon and that they should change their comrade because it was dangerous to go on a mission with such scum. One of the group members said that if they had any problems, they should resolve them after completing the mission, without causing any trouble. After these words, the president of the New Order Guild stood up and listened to the mole's monologue. First, the young gentleman put his hand on Shayna's golden pistol, making it clear that it should be removed. Keeping a cool head, the captain looked into the eyes of the deceitful Voda, preparing to deliver his verdict. Suddenly, the experienced fighter made a sharp jump, stunning his opponent, who froze in place. Grabbing the scoundrel by the throat, the stern Ten asked why he was trying to ruin his relationship with the main character. The extremely tense man asked what the guildmaster was doing, and wondered how many points he had in strength if it was so great. The extremely serious leader said he believed the brave man and added that she was much stronger than the redhead could imagine. Mole assured the commander that he should not get involved with this guy who wanted to attack him for no reason. The energetic blonde, however, was sure that the young player would not have done such a thing without reason. The health of the Deadwater gradually began to decline, while Liu Yi silently watched the events unfold from the sidelines. The man, who was rapidly suffocating, could not understand what this terrible ability was, which was impossible to resist. Panic began to overwhelm his mind, because even recovery did not help, and air was no longer entering his lungs. Slowing his steps, Water felt a slight calmness as his blood circulation deteriorated and his life began to fade away. With his last ounce of strength, he tried to fight death, but nothing worked, and his eyes gradually closed. Feeling not even the slightest compassion for the dying man, Ye Shine approached him closely and then looked down on him. In the end, the red-haired player lost consciousness due to lack of air, and a few seconds later showed no signs of life. The emotionless Ten had no regrets about what he had done, because it was a traitor who had acted for his own benefit. The proud hero considered the actions of his new comrade in arms to be very worthy, because not everyone would dare to do such a thing. Sitting down on a stone ledge, the fighter expressed his gratitude, then decided to take a short break from what had happened. In response, the blonde smiled, feeling a slight warmth in his heart, because he had done a noble deed for his comrade. At that moment, the just president remembered how, a little earlier, the brave man had saved him from a whole horde of monsters. The gentleman told himself that if he hadn't done so, the whole team would have died, and then offered Liu Yi a high rank in the guild. The honest captain promised the young man a high position and favorable conditions, and he looked at him with the utmost seriousness. The polite Ten apologized for killing Wu Ji and reminded him that there had been some conflicts between the hero and the lower-ranking members of the order in the past, but he added that by joining forces with strong players, they could safely turn a blind eye to past conflicts. The shocked fighters couldn't believe that the chairman was so eager to ask someone to join the squad, and even offering the best conditions. No one understood what was so valuable about this young man, given that all members of the new order had gone through numerous selection stages. The extremely serious warrior first asked the commander what the price of joining was. The slightly puzzled blonde looked him in the eye, completely unable to understand the essence of this unusual question. His counterpart asked what kind of nonsense this was, and whether it wasn't worth learning about the benefits of joining the guild first. The stern warrior said that he personally needed to know the pitfalls first, as it was not worth thinking only about the advantages in such matters. For the first few seconds, his interlocutor did not take his eyes off him, but remained silent, with no particular emotion on his face. Then the president smiled, saying that the young man would not have to pay anything, and considered it obvious that he did not believe his words. The level-headed Ten understood perfectly well that when the time came to pay, the young man would hardly agree. The leader stated that the price was a willingness to pay everything when Liu was needed by the guild, but after that he would receive very generous compensation. Suddenly, the seemingly embittered fighter said that passing through the dungeon of the uncontrolled zone would end in carnage. His words caused confusion and slightly alarmed the captain, who did not quite understand their meaning. All the other team members became very tense, realizing that the situation was escalating with every passing second. Scratching the back of his head, the leader replied that the likelihood of such an outcome was very low, so there was no need to worry. Folding his arms under his chin, the emotionless Ishine emphasized that he had heard too many promises and therefore could not trust them. Ten, who remained reserved, did not say a word in response, but instead sank into thought. The hero declared that he was ready for an alliance, but would not give up his level equipment and would not play with anyone after the mission. One of the dissatisfied fighters noted that he did not appreciate the terms of membership, as well as the fact that the annual salary exceeded 2 million. His comrades began to consider the guy a fool, and the president said that nothing could be done, but called the cooperation a good thing. After these words, A smile appeared on the main character's face, and he thanked his counterpart for his understanding. In response, the captain also smiled at him, letting him know that he could talk to him like a human being. If Liu Yi had known that the level of equipment would affect future survival, everything would have turned out differently in his past life. With his current strength, the chairman himself invited him to join the new order, and joining their guild would be an excellent opportunity. The fearless warrior was sorry that he had to decline the offer, but there was nothing he could do about it. Soon the young man smiled, realizing that the only reason Ten wanted him to join the guild was because of his powerful strength. The young player understood that he just needed to let her grow steadily and not let himself die, and then more and more people would be drawn to him. Meanwhile, the blonde guy was focused on reading the system notification, his face remaining very serious. Bai, Zhu, Qing, and Xuanshou left various comments in the chat about the dungeon where the team was located. The nervous president put his fist to his face, as if regretting something, and it was difficult for him to cope with it. The gentleman remembered that one of the conditions for passing could be a hopeless situation, and this fundamentally changed the situation. He took into account the fact that the first step to bribe Yishane had failed, so there was no good news. At the same time, the man noted in his thoughts that the warrior's strength was his main support, so he decided to continue the fight. In the chat, his comrades discussed the ratio of quality to price, as well as sending someone to the uncontrolled zone to search for a computer power membrane. The focused guild leader carefully read each message, trying to draw important conclusions for himself. The captain thought about taking Zhulei with him, who gets along well with others, because if a massacre happens, he will be able to pin down the hero. After joining the New Order's squad, Liu was able to see its power in all its glory, and the raid on the dungeon could be declared open. The support fighter never took off his bandage, which was a little strange, since his forehead was constantly sweating. The damage dealer cut down enemies with twin swords without even breaking a sweat, which was commendable. The main attacker dealt with monsters stealthily, showing precision and acting mostly covertly. With coordinated work, it took only 4 hours to complete the dungeon, so more and more areas were cleared. Thus, the hero reached level 50, after which the Rebirth Power ability branch was unlocked. Now he could choose between resetting the cooldown or scanning, which reported hourly on the location of resources and living creatures within a kilometer radius of. On the third day, the warrior reached the required rank, and on the 6th, the squad finally found what the delighted chairman was looking for. It was a special dungeon in the uncontrolled zone, and by this time, a man had appeared who was to replace the deceased Wu Ji. At that moment, the stranger ran at high speed towards the members of the group to rejoin them and continue the mission. With a high jump, the nimble man was in place in an instant, emphasizing his professionalism. His appearance looked impressive to the other fighters, who immediately turned their attention to him. A level 56 warrior named Zhu Lei appeared before the crowd, looking confident. The guys were very happy about the captain's arrival, as they treated him with great respect. The proud man sarcastically reminded them that he had told them, brainless chickens, not to go anywhere without him. The three guys were discouraged by what they heard and looked at him silently because it sounded a little silly. Waving his hand, the merry fellow said that these words were not addressed to Chairman Ten, who was staring at him incessantly. The blond man looked emotionlessly at his counterpart, who was mainly characterized by his talkative nature. Meanwhile, Liu Yi watched the proceedings from the sidelines, making minor notes in his head. Before him was the very same Thunder, one of the top 5 players, as well as the man whose clone had defeated the Mirror Kingdom. The young man had no idea how strong Dancheng was in real life, but at that moment, he turned his attention to him. Unexpectedly, the man approached the young man closely and asked if it was true that he was the very same Ye Shine. Smiling, he said that, according to the chairman, the young man was so strong that he could be compared to his toe. These words stirred up the shocked Ten, who stood silently aside, not knowing what consequences these words would bring. The rest of the team was stunned and watched the situation unfold with their mouths open. Zhulei's loud remarks greatly offended the stern warrior, who could have given a worthy retort. The determined brave man told himself that he would deprive the fool of this finger, and perhaps his whole life along with it. The tense blonde shouted at the Thunder to stop talking nonsense and said that he was prone to talking nonsense, but there was no need to take offense. The sarcastic Danshin noted that if the youngster was really as strong as his finger, then that was already very good. Without showing much emotion, the commander ordered him to be taken to a special dungeon so that he would not bother anyone there. 2 guys started pushing the man forward, saying that they would go with him, where he would prove his words in practice. Looking at the portal, the president wondered how he had ended up taking this eccentric man into his guild. Then the man realized that in front of him was a teleport to a special dungeon that he had been searching for so long. For the first few seconds, he silently reflected on what was happening, taking frequent deep breaths. The leader admitted that this was his main goal and swore that the new order would be indebted to Yi Shane, who had been of great help to them. The surprised young man wondered what was going on and what exactly the chairman wanted to find in this unusual area. After that, the blond man made a bold decision and finally decided to step inside so as not to waste time. Feeling a pleasant excitement inside, the chairman took a step towards the portal, saying that it was time to dive headfirst into the task. In his past life, the main character had not been able to communicate with the head of 10, so he had missed out on a lot. For this reason, the young man knew nothing about his attitude towards people and could not draw any conclusions. Finding himself among low-level participants, he had no choice but to believe the rumors about how cruel their commander was and that he didn't care about other people's lives. However, after spending a few days under the president's leadership, Liu Yi had the feeling that they could become good friends. But still, the hero quickly dismissed these thoughts, telling himself that only people with similar interests could become friends. These silly thoughts arose only because the young man enjoyed working in a team, and he was well aware of this. In the event of a conflict, anyone other than his sister would be the fighter's enemy, so he remained vigilant. The player convinced himself that he had to accept that he and Ten were enemies, and therefore there could be no friendship between them. Without hesitation, the brave man entered the portal and continued to tell himself that he must persevere with all his might and resort to any means necessary to survive. The satisfied scientists discussed how the incubation had been successful, and that it was a remarkable result of their work. One of the men said that computer power was truly omnipotent, since it had managed to bring forth even a mythical consciousness. The director noted that the experiment had gone quickly and asked how the brainwashing had gone, but he was told that it was all useless. An agitated employee of the center asked in a panic what the test subject was up to, as it had suddenly started moving. The glass stand was smashed with a sharp blow, putting everyone present in the epicenter of danger. The man fell to his knees and begged not to let the monster escape, but no one could stop it. With horror in his eyes, the man turned around when he heard strange sounds behind him, realizing that he was doomed. Trembling with fear, he shouted that the target must be destroyed, but no one knew how to do it at that moment. The scientist pressed a medium-sized red button to activate one of the mechanisms on which he had pinned all his hopes. Meanwhile, the team of fighters emerged from the portal into a special underground chamber where it was extremely dangerous. After watching the cutscene, Liu Yi looked around, realizing that it would not be easy here either. The wary President Ten stood still and looked around, trying to see something interesting. To complete the quest, they had to participate in delivering the source of life, heading towards the membrane and core of the screaming snake. The caveat was that the coveted vial of yellow liquid could not be removed from the inventory, and the players' lives were tied to it. For the first few minutes, all the team members stood still, indulging in the initial process. The captain realized that the ideal outcome would be for all participants to arrive at the core unharmed, as each had received a bottle. Looking at the fragile object in his hand, the brave leader thought to himself that it was time to get down to business. So far, the hero had only been in 2 dungeons with cut scenes, and he wondered if the area where he was with Wei Shi was also special. At that moment, a huge, screaming snake, which looked very unfriendly, was watching the group of players. Noticing it, everyone present froze, and some even experienced severe panic. The extremely tense commander shouted at everyone to immediately line up and not think about retreating. The enraged monster opened its mouth wide and began to scream loudly, which is how it got its nickname. As a result of his merciless actions, most of the players dropped their glass bubbles, which simply shattered. People experiencing severe headaches clutched their heads, hoping they would not lose consciousness. At that moment, the president received notification that his teammates, nicknamed Fresh Meat Lover, Natural Curls, and Anonymous Monster, had died. Stunned, Ten instantly realized that 3 bottles had already been broken at the very beginning, so the situation was dire. Then the system announced that the team had been exposed to the ghostly sound of a screaming snake, which had to be resisted. The extremely serious Ishine did not lose his composure and was ready to start the battle, but first he had to think through his actions. The fearless Thunder exclaimed that he would deal with the monster and avenge the dead players, whom he felt very sorry for. His allies were very worried about their captain and thought he shouldn't act so confidently, since he knew nothing about the enemy. Enraged, Zhulei shouted that he would turn the pathetic snake into mincemeat for what it had done to his friends. Jumping very high at the level of the monster's nose, Danchang swung his sword with great effort, but surprisingly his actions had no effect, which was very frustrating. The shocked fighter could never have imagined that there would come a moment when he would be powerless. The merciless predator opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow the frightened swordsman. Right before everyone's eyes, the monster carried out its plans, causing great excitement among the other players. The panicked allies knew perfectly well that this would be the outcome, but they were unable to stop their assertive captain. After that, the screaming serpent began to disappear from the horizon, and the fighters did not know what to do because they had only just entered, but had already lost 4 of their number. A few seconds later, the predator began to gradually disappear into the thick forest because it could afford to rest. The liquid spilled on the floor suddenly began to merge into a single ball, which looked interesting from the outside. One small sphere released several tendrils that touched each member of the team, but no one understood what was going on. In the hand of the focused President 10 was still the coveted bubble that he had managed to save. The source of life force flowed from yellow to red, gradually changing its characteristics. The leader realized that for a perfect passage, it was not necessary for everyone to arrive at the destination, but to connect the 10 parts of the source. Suddenly, someone exclaimed that the captain was not dead, but Liu Yi was focused on his own thoughts about the mission. In his thoughts, the main character assumed that the guild chairman wanted to achieve a delightful completion of the task, and he was right. The guy remembered how the system congratulated him on successfully passing the zone and concluded that 10 wanted to gain access to computer power. The concerned allies discussed that they needed to rescue the captain from the monster's belly, but did not know how to do it. The tense leader exclaimed that if Thunder hadn't died in the first few seconds, he would definitely stay alive. He also added that the priority was to go to the target to complete the mission, not to rescue Danshon. Shocked by what he heard, Liu Yi did not expect such a statement from the president of the New Order Guild. The long-haired comrade said with surprise on his face that they would do it at any cost. After that, the group rushed forward, knowing that they had to find and eliminate the screaming snake immediately. The leader thought that if it wasn't necessary to deliver all 10 parts of the source, then they could be combined to create a more powerful monster. In turn, the cool-headed Yexing rushed alongside him at tremendous speed, but did not discuss anything. The focused man thought to himself that if that was the case, then it must be the solution to a difficult problem. 20 minutes later, one of the fighters exclaimed that Jule was not far from them and was moving at an unimaginable speed. The alert hero listened carefully to all the sounds around him, as if he suspected something was wrong. Nervous Head cried out that it was not the captain at all, but the creature that had swallowed him. So everyone needed to be careful. Suddenly, a treacherous snake with its mouth wide open jumped out of the thick forest, and 10 was a little confused and froze. Immediately, the enemy used a bloody shadow shell, aimed directly at the faction leader. The tense leader ordered everyone to take their places and tell the Thunder to attack the entity from within. At that moment, the giant laid his head on the ground and began to examine the front, which looked strange. The hot-headed players grabbed their weapons and rushed into battle, ready to fight to the last drop of blood. Each of them showed courage, realizing that they simply could not let down the commander who trusted them. The recoil was too strong due to the monster's thick skin, so the warriors felt pain in their hands, but they did not give up. The players tried to squeeze the most out of themselves to defeat the screaming creature, and they succeeded. The struggling animal swung its huge tail incessantly to confuse its opponents. 2 team members were hit and felt severe pain in their bodies, and then were even thrown to the side. Brave Bandage, in turn, grabbed a whip and began to swing it, provoking the monster. At the same time, he constantly moved around to avoid becoming an easy target and getting injured. The fighter also looked around carefully, trying not to let the huge predator get too close to him. His gaze fell on the fearless President 10, who was staring sternly into the eyes of the giant in front of him. The huge snake opened its mouth wide and screamed again at the top of its lungs, which was impossible to listen to. Tense, Bandage quickly lowered his head to his belt and saw a bottle with a source of life energy there. Unexpectedly, the brave man's bottle simply shattered, thanks to the loud voice of the huge monster. Soon, the process of his disappearance from the earth began, during which he felt even a strong fear. The trio of guys nearby were shocked by the death of their comrade, who had done so much for the team. The leader and Yi Shane were also stunned, but they did not rush to comment because at first they did not believe what was happening. Someone from the group relayed the words of the Thunder and then said that the creature's internal defenses were too strong, so he couldn't hurt it. After the accident, the snake turned its attention to the silent leader, who considered the whole situation a bug. The sweating blonde realized that this entity could kill them using sound waves, and everything depended on its next move. The wary hero wondered if the entire team would simply perish immediately after entering the dungeon. At that moment, the giant stirred again, moving slowly but loudly in an unknown direction. The fighters, scattered along a single axis, silently watched the viper, which turned around and began to gradually disappear. The surprised player immediately wondered why the screaming snake had left them alone after everything that had happened. A yellow ball of life energy suddenly appeared in the air, surrounded by a strong aura, releasing long tendrils. The magical object began the process of merging again, touching everyone nearby. The commander concluded that the monster was not going to test them, and at the same time, carefully examined the red bottle. Then his face became even more serious, and he thought deeply about the situation. The pensive Liu tried to understand what the ideal way for the chairman to pass through was. If it wasn't killing the screaming snake, the leader ordered everyone to be on alert, saying that now they had time to get to the research institute to complete the task. After 20 minutes of running, one of the tense comrades reported that the giant was nearby again. Immediately, the Serious 10 ordered the twin blades to break their vial, but his statement caused a strong stir. The second ally nervously told the chairman that they couldn't lose another person because there were already so few of them left. The stern president said that even with a large number of people, they could not defeat the snake, as speed was necessary in the battle against it. At that very moment, a very tense man broke the vial containing the source of life energy and died instantly. One of the fighters noted that they should be grateful to the captain, because with his help they were able to track down the boss's offer. Previously, the hero refused to pay for equipment, but if Tenyu knows the perfect way to get through, he will clearly attack him when they get to the institute. The blonde man running headlong shouted that he could already see the building they needed, so there was no order to stop. A small group of people was rapidly approaching the building, which had to be occupied immediately. At the front was the fearless leader, who was not even afraid of the risk of death hanging over them. The perceptive Liu Yi thought to himself that he couldn't let the team members corner and kill him. Suddenly, he stopped abruptly, instantly attracting the attention of his allies running ahead. Slightly tense, Ten asked the young man what was going on and ordered him to climb the steps alive. The brave man mentioned the perfect completion of the task again, and the chairman looked into his eyes with utmost seriousness. The daredevil asked why his opponent wouldn't share his goal if it wasn't an excellent performance. Shine decided to first stir up trouble among those present, and then deal with everyone, which was a good idea. Unexpectedly, Danshan's thunder came through on certain frequencies, and he was glad to finally get out. A slight smirk appeared on the blonde man's face when he heard this, but he tried to hide it immediately. The man said that the dungeon level was too high and that he just wanted to complete the task without pursuing any goals. He added that no one knew what dangers might be encountered in the institute, but the probability of seeing a snake outside its walls was much higher. The hero had one option to wait for them outside, but for the first few seconds, he just thought silently. The nervous fighter asked where Shine got the idea that the chairman wanted to harm him, and whether he really thought the guild wanted to deceive him. His comrade agreed, exclaiming that they had been working together for a long time, and there was no question of trust. So the youngster was imagining things. The calm guy wondered if he should attack the trio. The young man concluded that Zhu Lei would arrive at the location in 10 minutes, considering his not-so-high speed. After calculating the approximate time of the screaming snake's attack, the warrior decided to quarrel with the fighters before Ten met with Thunder. The blonde man said he would not force the boy and added that they simply had to complete the quest. His comrades called the youngster trash, who couldn't be relied on at the decisive moment, and assured him that the guild would do without him. The daredevil realized that if he used the freeze buff together with the blessing, he would be able to deal with them all. If the young man made a mistake, he would lose his alliance with the faction, but if he did not attack, all his efforts would be in vain. The cold-blooded president looked at him silently, trying to predict his next moves. The serious opponent exclaimed that if their cooperation was not taken into account, the fool could be considered dead. After these words, Liu Yi considered his decision obvious, so he activated his abilities and attribute bonuses. He rushed headlong into the attack, while the imperturbable Ten took advantage of the bloody shadow shell at that moment. The team members were convinced that the kid had really decided to attack, but they were confident of their victory. However, the movements of one of them were hampered by the actions of Ye Shane, who left no room for error. The cold-blooded warrior swung his sword sharply, cutting his opponent in half. At that moment, Little Fists, beaten to death, collapsed to the ground, hitting his head and began to dissolve, not understanding how this was possible. Next, the power of the sting came into play with a combo attack from the second member of the group, but he was also unable to achieve any results. The brave E, in turn, held the hilt of his katana tightly, ready to deliver the decisive blow. Without a shred of compassion in his eyes, the fighter also destroyed his opponent, who did not even have time to comprehend what was happening. The system confirmed the killing of the warrior who had made the final mistake, while Thunder rapidly approached the institute. The seemingly enraged Liu Yi was very frightening, and could crush with just his red eyes, which inspired terror. In a fighting stance, the brave man prepared to ram the wall in front of him in order to move forward. Without any hesitation, Ye Xing rushed forward, destroying the structure with his head, which looked impressive. The map showed that the chairman was here, but the hero cut through the space around him without touching him. The young man considered the president's skills to be cheating, and the system wrote that the freeze buff's duration had expired. For the first few minutes, the hero stood with his sword in his hands and looked around, trying to spot his opponent. He shouted, asking if the chairman was a coward who could only hide like a rat. The guy continued to look around and soon received a notification that the blessing had also expired. The tense fighter asked his opponent to consider that fearfulness becomes a habit over time. Suddenly, Danshan appeared on the horizon, and the young player immediately turned his attention to him. Glancing sharply at the map, the youngster noticed that he was between two enemies trying to surround him. At that moment, the smiling guild president emerged from the shadows, saying that the young man was indeed very brave. Ten noted that when the brave man dealt with the man-eating leopards, he revealed all his trump cards, so he sacrificed only two. With a slight smirk, the white-haired trickster looked Liu Yi in the eye and said that all that was left was to deal with him. After that, the battle-hungry Thunder was ordered to rush into the attack and tear the insolent kid to pieces. The leader, armed with a katana, ran alongside him, and both of their faces were extremely serious. The fearless warrior fought bravely against two opponents, as he possessed good agility and reflexes. He looked viciously into the eyes of each of them, believing in himself and his strength, which was a big plus for him. The provocative Julei noted that either the chairman had become weaker than Liu, or they had both always been weak, and Ten asked him to shut up. The system notified that 2,000 knowledge points had been spent, and all attributes had increased by 1,000%. Positive Thunder emphasized that this was much better, and the nervous blonde ordered him to use his sword immediately. The opponent said that since gaining explosive power, he had been accumulating blade power, so now he could not be defeated. With a flash of a smile, the self-confident guy asked the kid to consider it an honor to die by the blade of this weapon. The assistant advised the fighter to accumulate the power of the item and spend knowledge points to increase the power and speed of the attack. The cooldown reset and freeze buff were immediately activated, which could change the course of the battle. A small but spectacular explosion followed, and Liu Yi disappeared from the horizon for a short time. Alert, he began to carefully examine the area, trying to see his opponent again. A second later, the daredevil appeared right in front of him, nervously resorting to using his blessing. He ordered the system to immediately increase all attributes, which was a very convincing move. As a result, 4,000 points were lost, but all of the main character's characteristics increased exponentially. The brave man's eyes turned red, and he put a lot of strength into his sword strike. The fearless Danshan told the chairman that he was not mistaken because he really did have a trump card, as the situation showed. At that moment, explosive compensation was activated, thanks to which no one could damage the owner before his attack. Yishane's attempt to strike was unsuccessful because he was affected by the enemy's technique and could not harm him. Smiling, Thunder exclaimed that he had deliberately provoked the kid and called him a fool. Not willing to give up, the hero looked sternly into his opponent's eyes, thinking about what to do next. He left the bewildered Julei behind and, with hatred in his eyes, rushed at the faction leader standing in place. The cunning enemy activated the power of generosity, namely the technique of unification, keeping a smirk on his face. Using his ability, the blonde began to work together with Danshan, who at first didn't even understand what was going on. The duration of Liu Yi's buff and freeze ended, so the health bar and knowledge points quickly thawed. The self-confident Thunder noted that the chairman's skill was quite strong, and added that it was almost on par with his own. The cold-blooded hero silently watched his opponent's movements, trying to draw some conclusions. At one point, he decided to jump back to increase the distance for his own safety. The brave man emphasized that his opponents were well prepared and suggested that they had planned everything long ago. The man said that they were just trying to be cautious, but all this was not for the sake of the boy, who was not worthy of such an honor. The brave man did not waste time on empty talk and activated the pendulum, then gripped the pistol handle tightly. Smiling, the enemy asked if the fool was going to shoot him from a distance, considering it absurd. Earlier, the enemy had heard that the hero possessed the skill of arrest and asked him to use it on him while he was standing there. The system notified the young man that the compensation and first blessing effects had ended, but he still had a reserve. Confident Danshan asked his opponent to shoot, while nervous Ten warned him that the ability no longer worked. The guy was ready to fire, and the chairman whispered to his comrade that his weapon had its own abilities, and that its attack power was simply incredible. The bully considered it an ordinary pistol and assured him that he would easily return, after which the leader suggested waiting for the skill to end and then immediately killing the youngster. Suddenly shocked, Grom froze in place, realizing that he was in chains from which he simply could not escape. Looking at the improvised prison in front of him, the tense fighter asked himself in shock how this was possible. He assumed that Shane's weapon of power was a pistol, and his ally asked how the enemy had used the skill with a sword. With 5 seconds left before the blessing expired, the main character said goodbye to his opponent. The panicked president asked his comrade to get out of the trap, but he couldn't do it. However, he had the skill to avoid death, so he didn't panic. The leader exclaimed that while they were immobilized, the kid would have to attack them and all he had to do was touch their bottles. The brave man said that he had bubbles on his back and asked the blond man to use the shell of the bloody shadow, but he could no longer do so. At that moment, Liu's projectile pierced through Julei, killing the chairman and almost taking away all his health, as well as damaging the bottles with the source of life. Stunned, Thunder couldn't believe what was happening, but he had to gather his strength so as not to be killed. The man's legs were shaking violently, but he still tried not to lose his coordination and took slow steps backward. Ramming his back against the wall, the nervous Danshan tried to calm down, although it was very difficult. Rapidly disappearing, the enemy admitted defeat but promised that he would definitely return for victory. After that, the emotionless hero received a system notification that his teammate Grom had been killed. Without jumping for joy, the victor confidently moved forward to see what remained after the enemy's demise. On the ground, he saw two glowing spheres with question marks on the ends that could be useful to him. Although the fighter had won, he felt no euphoria, probably because he had not truly killed his opponents. The young man understood that in the future, he would be haunted by an endless desire for revenge. And he began to think about what attracts enemies who are stronger than him. Besides, as long as the young man was in the game, his detractors were not scary at all, so he could continue to develop. Although the threats from his opponents remained in reality, this would continue until the primordial kingdom took over the world. The satisfied warrior smiled, clutching the magic ball tightly in his hand, and inside, he was full of confidence. Behind him, the young player suddenly heard strange sounds, and large red eyes were visible in the darkness. Tense, Liu immediately moved away from the joy and jumped back, realizing that danger was nearby. For the next few seconds, he kept jumping, trying to keep an eye on the monster's movements. The extremely serious guy was well aware that he was completely alone in the face of the screaming snake. The giant looked at the boy with a slight smirk, seeing no danger to himself. Suddenly, the monster began to swing its tail in different directions and crawl somewhere, which was very strange. The discouraged youngster froze in place with his mouth open and immediately wondered what was going on. Then he remembered that he had broken the bubbles containing the source of life of the chairman and the thunder. So now the predator was chasing him. The warrior decided that he needed to speed up, because he was left without his squad, and he had to complete the quest within 20 minutes. Otherwise, he would simply die. A few minutes later, the warrior ran into the institute, where he saw a round glass mold with a special hole in one of the rooms. The first thing the young man did was to carefully examine the object, trying to understand what it was for. The prophetic Ishine suggested that it was an incubator, which he might need very much. Holding a bottle of liquid in his hand, the wary young man noticed that there were no monsters or employees in the institute. He concluded that the only living creature in this dungeon was the screaming snake. Reaching out his hand, the hero wondered if it was possible that she was the only living soul there. Last time, the young man encountered a puppet, and now he assumed that it was the puppet itself that had given the quest in order to mock the players. Then Liu remembered that this was also a special location, and wondered if it could be that the task had been given by a creature. If we take the doll's quest as a basis, it might seem that she was just laughing at people. But the ideal completion was to satisfy her desire. The enlightened Shine wondered if the secret to the delightful completion of special dungeons lay in mockery and the fulfillment of whims. The snake had every chance to destroy the team, but instead, it killed several players and ran away, as if trying to annoy them. All this meant that for a perfect run, you had to satisfy the creature with the huge mouth. But the nervous hero had no idea what the huge predator wanted, so it didn't make things any easier for him. He realized that if the quest was given by the viper itself, then incubating a new monster was not necessary to kill it, but to create a companion. The guy assumed that the creature felt lonely or simply had nowhere to go or wanted to leave the dungeon. Stunned, Liu suddenly wondered why he had come to such a conclusion so suddenly. However, it was impossible to rule out such a possibility. In other words, the hero considered such an outcome to be highly probable. If the snake was able to get into the institute, then the option of the players having to incubate a companion for it was out of the question. But if the creature was unable to do so, then Shane would have to wait 20 minutes to find out if it would come to kill him. The brave man decided to put the bubble in the device and complete the quest if it appeared, and if not, to try to access the dictionary entry and lure it in. The members of the new order had already reached level 50, and although Shane thought he had caught up with the top players, in reality, he still had a long way to go. The young man had long suspected that upon reaching the 5th rank, he would have to put on special equipment and join a team. Now all the fighters had united and were unlikely to wait another day. But the hero was not upset and remembered that he had a gem of improvements in reserve. He could exchange some items, and although each improvement cost 100 essences of a special dungeon, he could use them for a quick victory. The young player had a feeling that he would need the available spheres in the future. It was decided to exchange the remaining points for 3 pearls and a glossary, and the probability of supplementing the equipment with a dictionary entry was 1%. Smiling, the young man wondered if he could consider himself lucky, if, with such a slim chance, he managed to knock out the soul's obedience. Then he took a few steps forward, continuing to ponder the pressing issue while remaining calm. Suddenly, the alert hero's eyes widened as he realized that the screaming snake was nearby. The extremely serious fighter began to look around, ready to start a fight at any second. He realized that the monster had been wandering outside all this time, but had deliberately not entered the institute, and decided to check everything urgently. The brave man ran up to the iron railing in front of him, telling himself that he had to make the enemy wait. After 3 minutes, the focused Ishine told himself that this would be enough and he could start acting. The huge creature began to slowly crawl toward the entrance, but it was still very easy to hear. Soon the predator simply stopped and waited for the appearance of Liu Yi, whose presence he could sense. His face showed a cunning, even somewhat malicious grin, which complemented his terrifying appearance. At that moment, the main character emerged from the shadows, his legs trembling with excitement once again, but he fought it. The sweaty guy looked fearlessly into the monster's eyes, not at all willing to give up. The young player silently stared into the red eyes of the screaming snake, wondering if he should say anything. At the same time, the fierce fighter realized that if the enemy was unable to interact, it would be awkward. The dragon stunned the young man by suddenly asking why he hadn't completed the quest yet, when he could have done so easily. At first, the excited young man did not answer his question, but he felt more confident because his opponent had spoken first. With a forced smile and a trembling voice, the sweaty kid said that he thought the screaming snake wanted to leave this place. After these words, the predator sharply swung its tail, destroying the stone ground beneath it and raising columns of dust. His behavior greatly alarmed the red-faced Ishane, who did not know how to react to such a thing. For the first few seconds, the fighter just stood there with his mouth open, watching what was happening. The stunned swordsman was increasingly amazed by the viper's power, noting in his mind that the players were clearly not his opponents. The monster asked if the boy knew how to help him, and the boy wondered if he wanted to leave this place, or was just mocking him. He nervously replied that the strong man would need to take his side and make him his master in order to get out of there. If the predator refused, the hero would simply complete the quest. But if he agreed, he would use the pendulum to knock out the dictionary entry. Raising his head above the ground again, the red-eyed snake asked if the boy considered himself worthy. The tense player answered no, but exclaimed that this was the only way. Clenching his jaw, the brave man quickly realized that it was becoming more and more dangerous, and decided that he needed to get out of there. The fighter tried to stand firm, while the huge viper seemed ready to wipe him off the face of the earth. Unexpectedly pleasantly surprised, Liu received a system notification that the screaming snake wanted him to become its master. Now the predator posed no danger to Ishane, and that was exciting news. At that very moment, the hero became the owner, and the system wrote that in order to get out of the dungeon, he needed to possess the submission of the soul. The creature was at the level of a natural disaster, and its high characteristics were stunning. In a calm voice, the snake said that now they could leave this place without any difficulties. The unflappable guy agreed with his words and decided not to delay the completion of the quest. Looking at the glowing sphere, the young man thought to himself that success or failure depended on one action. Then he first looked at the incubator, realizing that there was no time to waste. When Liu became the owner of the Viper, the dungeon task disappeared, which meant that it was she who had given the assignment. The warrior had not used the Pearl's glossary before because he was afraid of giving away his position, but he considered it incredible luck to have such a powerful helper. Before Shine defeated Wei Shi, he did not know if his enemies possessed power, and if they did, he would have perished, but if not, he would have won. If it were possible to change the rules in any way, the young man would have to rely on luck, but that was impossible. Suddenly, the system asked the shocked player if he wanted to use the membrane's rights to adjust the glossary rules. The young man couldn't believe it was real, but immediately selected the positive answer on the digital display. A few seconds later, the object in his hand lit up with a bright blue light, which he stared at with shock in his eyes and his mouth open. The alert screaming snake heard strange sounds, but at first could not understand what was happening. A question mark appeared on the sphere in the main character's hands, and now it allowed him to supplement any equipment with a dictionary entry. The tense fighter did not know what was going on, but he realized that he was incredibly lucky. At that very moment, the brave man took advantage of this opportunity, resulting in a noticeable increase in the pistol's attack power. The changes brought joy to the young warrior, who was striving for constant development. The euphoric young man noticed that everything was going exactly as he wanted, and this was a reason for happiness. With a slight smile, the fighter mentally called the situation amazing and prepared to leave. Now he held the pendulum of wisdom much more confidently in his hands, with which he could take the life of any opponent. Raising his hand, a satisfied Ishine told the snake that right now everything would finally end. Freezing in place, the young man began to grin, realizing that he had another victory under his belt. The system notified him that the task had been completed perfectly, and for this, the brave man received a huge amount of experience, essences, and other rewards. Now his combat effectiveness was 120 points, and his computer power membrane had grown, for which the player received a new architecture skill. A few minutes later, Shine exited the portal and found himself in an uncontrolled zone, unharmed. A broad smile spread across the boy's face because he felt unbeatable and very cool. Then, lost in thought, the fighter began to walk towards the city of Mushu, the rays of the peaking sun lighting his way. There were 17 days left before the game took over the real world, and Liu was exhausted from spending several days completing the dungeon. Except for breaks to sleep, the young man had been on the task the whole time, which meant he had hardly eaten, but he was 3 levels away from the 60th and had received a screaming snake. The young man was curious about how Ayun was doing with obtaining power, but he assumed that she had managed it since a whole week had passed. Getting out of bed, the hero decided to go and find out, and wondered if he was spending too little time with his sister. After she started playing, he only had time to tell her about the power, and then he left to train alone. When there was a knock at the door, Liu wondered if he should start training with his loved one. Upon entering, the young man froze, while Yun told Nyanya that she had to check something for quality, as it was very important for her brother. The blushing and very surprised boy did not know how to react and could not say a word. In shock, the boy turned around and left the room, almost losing consciousness, without saying a word. He decided to meet his sister in the game and discuss everything there, after which he rushed headlong to his place. After a while, Shine was exhausted, but the girls were offline, so he decided to send them a message and find out how they were doing. Now the main character needed to improve his equipment and get some rest before taking on new tasks. His current level 57 allowed him to wear better equipment, but there was a catch. The fighter didn't know how much dungeon essence she would need, and if there wasn't enough, he would have to spend money, and the guild still hadn't paid him. Suddenly, Raging Burst sent him 100,000 in original currency, saying that if his level hadn't been reset, then he had completed a special mission. The Tense guy didn't understand what that meant, and President Ten suggested meeting in his free time because he wanted to apologize to him. The young man wondered if, having suffered huge losses, they had decided to make a move towards a truce because they could benefit from the alliance. The head of the new order did not want hostility with the young warrior, and assured him that the situation had forced his hand, and the hero was not angry, because he had not lost anything anyway. The distrustful Shine tried to understand what merits the blonde man wanted to win him over, and suggested that it was because of the membrane of computer power. Right now, the brave man had no time for him, because his first task was to improve his equipment and become the strongest firstborn in the kingdom. At that moment, he received a message that opened automatically, a sign that it was written by Ayun. The fragrant goddess wrote that she and Huang had gained striking power, and their weapons were a giant axe and twin blades. Soon, Liu went to the mirror realm to watch their battles, and a large crowd had already gathered there. The surprised people noticed that one of the guys was surrounded for insulting the beautiful devil of the backyard guild. This caused discontent among the public, because they were in a safe zone where fighting was prohibited, and she punished people by holding them back. One of the men asked if it was possible to simply leave the game, and his opponent replied that the player would remain in one place until the others moved. A few seconds later, someone exclaimed that the beauties, who possessed enormous power and had won a whole series of victories, were about to come out. Enthusiastic fans shouted that they would like to marry the goddesses in real life, because they were simply magical. The fragrant goddess defeated the charming crematorium, and her ally, Passionate Desire, dealt with the sun bath. These two fighting ladies were the hero's sister, Ayun, and her best friend, Huang Nianya, who proved themselves very worthy. Pleasantly surprised, people asked how the girls could be so strong and, on top of that, so beautiful. Shocked, Liu quickly recognized his close friend and companion, but did not expect them to become so popular. The guy wondered what was going on and when they had managed to become so famous among the public. The lovely Yun thanked everyone for their kind words, but asked them not to forget to send them half of their winnings from the bets. One of the men asked his friend if they were as beautiful in real life as they were in the game, but he didn't care, and said he would accept them anyway. With tears in his eyes, the player with the mohawk admitted that just the thought of the beauties marrying someone made him jealous of the lucky guy. The ash-haired guy patted Ishane on the shoulder, saying that with guys like them, the charmers would never have anything to do with them. Smiling, he added that they could only meet such beautiful ladies in their dreams. At first, the main character was very surprised, but then he smiled, emphasizing that this was going too far. His counterpart noted that the young man spoke as if he spent every day with them, and at that moment, his allies turned their attention to him. Surprised, Ayun looked more closely and spotted her older brother in the crowd, whom she had missed. She made those around her gasp in shock when she suddenly started moving toward her relative. The ash-haired man knew that she was trying not to show her feelings, but added that they were all in the same boat here. Suddenly seeing that the goddess had come up close to them, the blonde boy almost fainted from surprise. The people around them couldn't understand who this young man was and why the beauty, whom many dreamed of, had approached him. The blue-eyed young man, in turn, calmly looked into his sister's eyes without saying a word. She felt a little awkward, but tried to smile at him to lighten the mood. The stunned guy next to her shook his head, wondering if they were really a couple, but not telling anyone about it. Suddenly, the sister threw herself into the hero's arms, saying that they hadn't seen each other in a long time, and those around them were stunned by this. The enraged crowd threatened that the scoundrel would be in big trouble and decided that he had to be gotten rid of immediately. But in the next few seconds, the charmer called Liu her brother, after which everyone calmed down abruptly. Finally, the crowd of crazy players realized that the young people were close relatives. Standing aside was the equally beautiful and sweet Huang, who suddenly received a private message. Slightly wary, the girl immediately turned her attention to the digital display to read the information. The man standing in the shadows reported to the lady that their offer had been rejected, which clearly did not please her. The angry lady began to tear at the metal with her fingernails, calling the girl stupid for not agreeing to such good terms. The angry lady said that they had no place in the firstborn kingdom and ordered her subordinate to call people to surround the scoundrels. Meanwhile, Yun, who was completely calm, enjoyed embracing Liu Yi, whom she had missed very much. But in an instant, her eyes became serious as she saw something not far from her. At the entrance, two human silhouettes could be seen, who had come to the Mirror Kingdom clearly with no good intentions. The impulsive, devilish beauty began to viciously threaten the beauties and insult them in every way possible, which was completely inappropriate. The pensive girl caught herself hugging her brother right then and there, but her train of thought was not entirely clear. She wondered if the young man was making up something strange, as he was capable of doing. Feeling pain in his body, the hero realized from the strong embrace that his sister had become too strong, and he could no longer endure it. Suddenly, loud footsteps could be heard in the room, and someone was indeed approaching. It turned out that a whole crowd of extremely serious people had entered, people who were not to be messed with. The excited players immediately wondered what was going on and why Lee's ghost was here. None of those present had any idea who the merciless devil of beauty, walking in front of everyone, had decided to punish this time. The cold-blooded Ishine stood near his comrades, showing a dismissive attitude towards the newcomers. A whole crowd of people suddenly surrounded the three young men, which was already beginning to cause alarm. The calm young man began to look more closely at his potential opponents. At that moment, the guild leader looked exclusively into his eyes, trying to draw some conclusions about his strength. The brave young man took a firm stance and put his arm out to the left, covering the girls and making it clear that he would protect them at the cost of his life. The imperturbable Ayan touched her brother's bicep, preparing to whisper something important in his ear. The beauty said that it was a woman who had come for her, and asked to be allowed to deal with it herself. The evil devil threatened that today the bitch would fall to her knees and beg her for forgiveness or permission to leave the Yuan world forever. The hero asked what the problem was, and Huang replied that they had refused to cooperate with the haughty woman, so she was here to take revenge. The hot-tempered lady ordered her subjects to immediately surround the girls, whom she wanted to deal with as soon as possible. Someone from the crowd shouted, asking what unprincipled people were doing because it was against the rules. Those around him looked at the man in bewilderment, but no answer was given. Several fighters stood in a circle, blocking the path of Nianya and Yun, but did not panic them. Not rushing to conclusions, Yixing began to think about what to do next, saying nothing. One of the men advised people not to interfere in the affairs of the backyard, while his comrade ordered them to leave. The embittered she-devil threatened that if the rebels went against the guild, they would face serious consequences. Her words frightened the players who were trying to protect the goddesses, so they calmed down. In turn, the charming Ayun smiled, biting her lip, and there was no fear on her face. Sobbing, the girl asked the guys not to go against the faction for her sake, and assured them that they could figure it out on their own. The stunned hero's jaw almost dropped at what he heard, and his pupils shrank in size. The equally shocked fans also froze in place, not even knowing how to react to such a statement. The guy asked why his sister wouldn't say what had happened, and Huang replied that they had refused to lose on purpose in order to take money from people. After these words, the guy smiled strangely, which caused confusion in the blue-eyed girl standing next to him. The charmer stuck out her tongue very sweetly, fixing her silky pink hair, and her nose turned slightly red. Her loved ones asked Yun not to be foolish and to let her fans help her, but she replied that everyone was free to make their own decisions. The caring goddess did not want to put people in danger, but they were very worried about her. Everyone wanted to help the beautiful lady, but she was against it, which made the situation even more difficult. The Deviless said that with the influence of the garden in the backyard and its power, people would not go against her, and if they dared, they would be a threat to faction. Her words greatly annoyed one of the players in the crowd, who was eager to pounce and destroy the wretch. He exclaimed that they were playing to cope with stress, but now the goddesses were in trouble because of them, and they couldn't just stand by and watch. The unexpected statement caused shock and discontent among the leaders of the backyard garden, who seemed to have lost their ability to speak. In turn, Ayun smiled, feeling calm in her soul, and she was pleased that her loyal fans cared so much about her. The resistance leader also added that their brother-in-law was watching what was happening, and if they did nothing, they would not be able to look him in the eye. Shocked by what he heard, Yexing almost fainted but still continued to remain silent. Seeing his violent reaction, Nianya, giggling, covered her mouth with her hand and narrowed her eyes sweetly. The manager ordered the clan brothers to surround their rivals, but one of the allies said that they should retreat because they were outnumbered. The angry lady advised them all to think twice and warned that any attempt to attack her would be considered hostility against the guild, but no one cared. The crowd of angry players decided to keep their enemies in the secret mirror zone and simply not let them out, while the hero watched silently. Pinning the enraged Deviless against the wall, one of the men exclaimed that he would destroy her entire organization, and Liu didn't even have to intervene. After a while, Yun told her loved ones that if they wanted to deal with their opponent, they needed to lure her into the ruined kingdom and defeat her there. She added that otherwise, the people would remain under the oppression of the backyard faction, which everyone was already tired of. When the girls first arrived at their new location, the locals welcomed them warmly, so they are doing their best to repay them for their kindness. However, because the players were separated, they had to constantly suffer defeat at the hands of their opponents, which led to the current situation. Lady added that they took advantage of the opportunity and tried to unite the people with the help of the conflict with the devil, and the result impressed them. Thoughtful Huang added that now everything depends on the players, and Yun said that the first step has already been taken and all that remains is to strengthen unity. She also added that having a strong enemy is not always a bad thing, and the smiling Liu listened with pleasure to his sister's stories. The guy wondered if he should take better care of her, but immediately caught himself thinking that he was worrying too much. He realized that the girl was playing perfectly well without his guidance, and was convinced that she had chosen her own path. The hero believed that players should become a reliable support for the future world, and if the girl could unite them, then they had every chance of becoming a tremendous force. Her path was completely different from Shane's, and even though he couldn't understand it, he was still sure that she had a bright future with unlimited potential. Meanwhile, the members of the Backyard Garden Guild stared intently at the floor, not even moving. Those around them had heard about the situation in the Mirror Realm and assumed that the situation was complicated, since a second squad had been sent. After Liu Yi asked his sister to take care of herself, he decided to leave the place with peace of mind. Stepping outside, the young man froze in surprise for a few seconds, looking intently ahead. He did not expect to see a large number of soldiers from the organization who also noticed him. Although their level was on average 10 higher than that of the players in the Mirror Realm, this was a safe zone, so it didn't matter. Yun only needed to lead the guys to overcome the crisis, and then her popularity would skyrocket, but she had to try hard. In the remaining 10 days, the brave man had to make even more effort and become stronger, and he was sure that his sister was capable of handling everything. Suddenly, the young man heard a voice ordering the killing of everyone who left the lobby of the Mirror Realm. At that moment, the members of the Backyard Guild rushed towards the young man standing in place. They were eager to deal with the boy as quickly as possible, so the three of them pounced on him. The boy, thrown off balance, simply froze with a look of astonishment on his face, as he had not expected such an outcome. Someone in the loudspeaker said in an excited voice that the people from the enemy guild were already here, and then panic ensued. The gloating Deviless cried out that the bastards had dared to raise their hands against her, and now they should prepare for the consequences. Completely calm, Ayun led the crowd of alarmed players, asking what they should do. She firmly stated that Xinyan had already gone for help, and added that they were safe, where the most important thing was the number of people. After calming down, the guys concluded that it was worth joining forces, but asked what about the real world. The girl said that negotiations would be held first, as internal conflicts should be resolved within the game. Soon, the ash-haired young man found himself at the entrance to the kingdom's lobby, where it was suspiciously quiet. But in an instant, his eyes widened in surprise, as if something unusual was ahead. Behind him stood a crowd of players led by Yun, who called him a fool and asked what had happened to him. The warrior lady emphasized that with their superior numbers, they had nothing to fear. But soon the rest of the group joined in the shock, as they had not expected to see such a thing. In front of them stood the cold-blooded Liu Yi, surrounded by a large number of turquoise spheres. Hearing the human presence behind him, the main character turned around and looked at the team with a serious gaze. The stunned crowd simply froze with their mouths open, not even knowing how to react to what was happening. The fool, who had almost lost his voice, nearly fainted when he saw his brother-in-law, who had single-handedly dealt with the entire backyard support squad. After a while, the calm guild leader named Swan Yuanding learned that all the people he had sent were dead. The servant bowed respectfully before him, asking for forgiveness and admitting that it was all his fault. The serious man sank deep into thought, not rushing to make any verdicts. His surprised comrades watched what was happening with astonishment, but no one dared to say a word. The leader ordered the guilty man to die and drop his level, and then rest for a while. After thinking it over, he offered Vizavi a 20-day break, considering it a punishment. This gesture caused discontent among the other fighters, because about 100 excellent personnel had died because of this man. The long-haired man was shocked by what he heard, but he could only remain silent and listen to the verdict for himself. He began to wipe away his tears with his hands, expressing his immense gratitude to the leader who had treated him humanely. With a sly smile, the commander said that after a rest, he would give him a new job and patted him on the shoulder. Then Swan Yuan calmly asked if his comrades had found any information about the player he was interested in. One of the men replied that the youngster had gone to the dungeon several times in a week as part of the new level leader's team, and that he himself had stood up for him. Serious Ding mentally concluded that the guy was Ju's leader. He realized that the chairman had obtained 10% of the computer power membrane, which was clearly hidden in Ye Shine's body. At the same time, the blue-eyed man could not understand why it was necessary to invest precious energy in this young man, and what was so special about him. Swan understood that the kid would appear in the uncontrolled zone, and there he would deal with him without violating the four leaders' non-aggression pact. If the hero died at the hands of Ju, then the cunning scoundrel would be able to blame the latter for everything that had happened. Meanwhile, in the western part of the No Man's Land was Commander Bai Dongyang, who ruled the Refuge Guild. In the eastern district lived the strange-looking Qin Xiang Yang, head of the Skyscraper faction, and they all came to a unanimous decision. In turn, the weary Ye Xing said goodbye to his allies, who were too kind and did not want to let him go. The tired young man said quietly that he had barely made it out of there, but now he could finally catch his breath. To these guys, the warrior seemed invincible, but thanks to this incident, he received 100 high-level equipment items. The guy didn't even know how much essence of the secret kingdom he would have after spraying the magic balls. The hero jumped for joy, calling what had happened an unexpected but very pleasant win that relieved him of his worries about running out of supplies. The hero walked along, smiling happily, pleased with himself. But this wonderful moment did not last long. Suddenly, a human shadow appeared to his right, but he walked past it without noticing it at all. However, at one point, the young man stopped in his tracks, sensing someone's presence nearby, and decided to investigate. It was the president of the New Order, who asked Liu if he wanted to know why he was so persistently chasing after the membrane of computer power. At first, the calm young man silently looked into the eyes of his counterpart, stopping completely. As if nothing had happened, the blond man smiled at his interlocutor, but he did not say a word. The guy sat down at Mihai's cafe, where Ten suggested that the young man had already guessed that he had gone underground for important energy. The reason he needed power was that it was a pass to enter the destruction zone. The hero remembered that before the game took over the planet, several large factions had organized an expedition to this area to investigate strange activity. But no one ever returned, and since then, rumors about the danger of this place have spread with renewed vigor. Visavi said that power granting complete control over the primordial realm was important to him. But a shocked Shine did not understand what that meant. The brave man found it suspicious that the guild leader had so readily shared such important information with him, and even smiled. The blond man emphasized that the young man had laughed at his stories, but he did not refute his words. His words greatly surprised Liu Yi, who then opened his eyes wide, briefly losing his voice. His interlocutor said that usually the power of the game should be in the hands of the creators, but the fighter immediately understood that his words were not a joke, which meant that he also knew something. The man added that he could stop beating around the bush and get straight to the point, and the daredevil looked at him seriously. It was said that the key to power over the game was hidden in the zone of destruction, and then the leader suggested that the hero go with them and fight for the right to rule the planet. He needed the strength of a fearless fighter, so he asked if he wanted to go with him. The guy just smiled in response, saying that this was obviously done so that in the end, he would be betrayed again. The brave man asked if the blonde man was laughing at him, making such ridiculous suggestions. The gentleman replied that the goal was joint research and promised that such a hopeless situation would not happen again. He added that a membrane was needed to enter, so there would be at least 3 participants, and given Lu's strength, they would be the last ones to want to betray him. After these words, the focused young man thought deeply, and his counterpart also expressed hope that they would share power. Whether the leader would go with them or not depended on whether he would be able to obtain more computing power in the uncontrolled zone in the coming days. The blonde-haired man said that if he wanted to harm the young man, he would insistently invite him to go with them to the dungeon again. The young man looked into his eyes emotionlessly, realizing that the time had come to make a choice. However, no answer was given, and President Ten had no intention of pressuring him at that moment. Rising from the table, the chairman said that the young man had a couple more days to think it over, and asked him to consider it carefully. He himself decided to go to the uncontrolled zone and get some more membrane for himself. The cool-headed Yishine silently watched him leave, continuing to ponder the offer. Rumor had it that no one had returned from the last expedition to the destruction zone, but it was unknown whether this was true. The hero thought that there could be those who had succeeded in the mission, after which he was able to gain the trust of the leader in order to gain power and take over the world. The player's face was very serious as he was deep in thought, because the question was really bothering him. The daredevil could not go to such a place, because his task was to conserve his strength and wait for the game to take control of the planet. When he came to the cafe for the first time, he wanted to see his sister, but after his second visit, he was stopped by members of the backyard, and the third time, he was intercepted by 10. The young man really hoped that no one would bother him now, but suddenly he heard a distinct notification sound. Looking back, the young man saw no one behind him, and his face was quite shocked. Tense, Liu breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that there was no threat to his life now. In his mind, the guy emphasized that the alarm was false, so he allowed himself to relax a little. Shine had not realized before that, after reaching level 50, additional characteristics could be added to his equipment. The fighter once again felt contempt for his gaming experience in his past life, and remembered that he still had 9 elements to level up. He needed to spend 2 attribute spheres and 9,000 essence, and thanks to the lightening of his nose, he could carry items of the 60th rank. The members of the backyard squad gave the player a bunch of equipment, and he could also upgrade it to the 100th level and not think about anything else. The hero wanted to find out as soon as possible how many points the guild members had given him, so he opened the sphere and selected the item spray. The young man didn't like that the inventory was filled with homemade items, with extra points for strength and agility, but not for intelligence. Soon, the conversion process was complete, and he received a total of 33,000 essence points from the Secret Kingdom. Pleased with himself, Lu Yi reread the inscriptions above the digital display several times, feeling satisfied. Almost crying with joy, the young man mentally thanked the guys from the Garden Guild in the backyard. First, it was decided to upgrade the Guardian God's necklace and balanced Awakening Flow to level 60. Next came the special combat suit of Great Wisdom and its lower part, as this was an important factor. Of course, the fighter did not forget about the orange gloves and the good boots he always used. Next in line were the all-knowing earrings with a relatively high level of power for accessories. Finally, the list was completed by the Cat of Great Wisdom and the pistol, which had been in the brave man's arsenal for a long time. The system notified him that his intelligence had exceeded 1,000 points, and for this he received the ability to gather knowledge. There was no joy on the player's face at that moment, as he was focused on his thoughts. Still, Yeshine thought to himself that compared to his past life, he was now on a completely different level. At that moment, a wave of emotion washed over him, causing the young man to even shed a tear. He quickly pulled himself together, telling himself that he needed to give additional characteristics to each piece of equipment. But he didn't know how to do it. First, the fighter asked the system to change a random characteristic to the one he specified, but it replied that this was impossible. The hero concluded that if he wanted to strengthen all his equipment, it would take him 2 days and nights to do so. Clutching the spherical object in his hand, he thought to himself that he would do everything gradually and not rush anywhere. Then cooling was added, and the brave man decided to go to the dungeon and swing while he waited. Now, with great wisdom, the pistol had automatic magazine reloading, which took 7 seconds. Once at the command location, the guy fell to his knees and muttered that he had completely forgotten something important. To enter the zone, a team of 5 people with a difference of 10 levels was required. But now the highest rank in the game was only 43. Saddened, Ishine exclaimed that he was too far ahead of the other guys, and there was nothing he could do about it. The frustrated youngster considered waiting until the regular players leveled up. But then there would only be a couple of days left before the world was conquered. Then he remembered the chairman of the New Order Guild and wanted to join a large faction while he was waiting. Just by playing, Liu Yi could gain control of the entire Firstborn Kingdom, and then power and fame would await him. The young man understood that this was an excellent opportunity to become famous and much stronger. However, he decided to abandon the idea on the grounds that it was too dangerous for his life. Sirius Shine realized that if they failed the operation in the destruction zone, all their progress would be completely lost, so he couldn't take such a risk. Clutching his aching head, the young man began to rack his brains over what to do in this difficult situation. He wondered if there was any way to avoid punishment for death at least once. After thinking for a few seconds, the fighter remembered the Sphere of Return, which could help him with this. His face was extremely serious at that moment, as a small puzzle began to form in his head. The item recorded data about the player, and when he died, the sphere split, and the person attached to it restored everything he possessed. The main character realized that if he could get the necessary item, he could try to go to the destruction zone. The brave man still had some essence left, so he could use it for bets without fear of losing. But if he won, there was a good chance he would get enough small spheres to level up to rank 70. There were only 21 floors in the tower, and each one generated a template based on the player, where one of his enemy's characteristics would be enhanced. The goal was to test the overall level of the fighters, but in order to pass, you had to complete all levels at once, without stopping to rest and recover. The return ball was the main prize of the trial, for which quite a few people of different levels had signed up. The commentator announced that the challenge would begin soon, and it was interesting to see whether Bai Ye would be able to maintain his advantage or whether Tian would regain the lead. One of the participants told himself that this time he had to remain indifferent, otherwise nothing would work out. His opponent exclaimed that she would definitely beat her previous record by overcoming all the difficulties. The player from the Refuge Guild felt deeply ashamed of him, because the fool was just jumping up and down. Shine, who was silently watching the events unfold from the sidelines, knew perfectly well that the tower opened every 8 hours. He was completely ready for anything, remembering that the next round was about to begin in a few minutes. The enthusiastic spectators watched the upcoming battle, which everyone had been waiting for, with great interest. At the same time, many did not understand why both fighters were stuck in one place, when there were still 14 floors to go. Suddenly, the cool-headed Liu Yi entered the ring, instantly attracting the attention of the players. People in the crowd wondered if some crazy person had decided to take a risk and break into the tower with Bai Ye and Tian. The guy with glasses thought to himself that this youngster was very brave, since he had decided to challenge the tower together with them. Patting the boy on the shoulder, the laughing man thanked him, saying that they now had rivals and that this gave them more motivation. The main character remembered that these two were ranked 7th and 6th in the world in his past life. They were the first to obtain the Sphere of Return, so he prepared to give it his all and change everything. The commentator announced the start of the trial, after which the audience watched the proceedings with bated breath. A surprised Ganzi stood aside, unable to believe his eyes, while his companions silently looked ahead. The shocked green-haired young man said that this couldn't be true, but it was all real. Calming down, the two guys looked into each other's eyes, as if an interesting idea had sprung to mind. They rushed forward, exclaiming that they simply could not miss such a momentous event. The adventurous boys placed their bets, realizing that the exciting adventures of Bai Ye and Tian with the unknown newcomer would bring them a lot of money. The system soon notified the main character that all his skills were ready for immediate use. However, it was impossible to reset the architect's ability, and the fighter had to choose what percentage of essence to remove from the account. At that moment, the assistant deducted 7,000 points. But for each floor of the tower, the brave man would receive 3,500. A few seconds later, he was teleported to the battlefield along with his opponent standing in front of him. His opponent was the gatekeeper of the first gate of the 57th level, who had no special skills whatsoever. From his past life, Liu knew only that it was possible to obtain a Sphere of Return here. But he was unfamiliar with the rules and now needed essence. Reaching for the hilt of his sword, the brave man said with a smirk on his face that overconfidence would not be a hindrance. At that moment, his opponent considered his actions dangerous and rushed into the attack, swinging his katana while running. Blocking in time and remaining unharmed, the player said to himself that there are no rewards without risk. Continuing to swing his sword fearlessly, the guy also said that without a strong desire, it is impossible to overcome difficulties. Seizing the right moment, the warrior sharply attacked the enemy, inflicting almost 2,000 points of damage. Glaring at his opponent, the young man wondered if he was really a defense specialist and continued to ponder his next move. Meanwhile, in the main hall of the tower, a crowd of people watched the leaderboard, where Etienne was in the lead. Two guys were discussing that if it weren't for Baye and his rival, the entire list would consist of mediocrities who couldn't even make it past the 7th floor. The gray-haired guy heard that Tihan had become much stronger for some unknown reason. So this time, he would definitely make it to the end. He even got a skyscraper badge specifically to join, and he really wanted to be able to say that he worked with a legend. At that moment, Ganza was grinding his teeth, feeling very nervous because he risked losing his bet. His friend noted that Shine was brave to decide to participate, and there were probably many players who thought he was quite strong. The young man began to ponder this, and his comrade said that he could be completely calm, because Bai and Thien were high-ranking fighters. The guy added that most people think it's impossible to level up without a guild, but the hero had done it and would clearly be able to defeat his two opponents. The green-haired opponent cautiously asked what if the young man was indeed level 40. The guys thought about it for a few seconds, trying to think through all the possible scenarios. Opening the digital scoreboard, they were both stunned to see that the bet on Ishano was negligible. The puzzled guys said that they just had to believe in the daredevil, sweat dripping down their cheeks. Meanwhile, Liu in the tower received a notification that the defense specialist had been defeated, and he had taken almost 4,000 damage. Next, the attack specialist was killed, whom the warrior dealt with even more effectively, depriving him of his empty head. Soon, the masters of endurance, agility, intellect, and perception were also defeated. In a short period of time, the cold-blooded warrior managed to reach the 7th floor, remaining completely unharmed. The young man did not feel the strength of his enemies, and assumed that the reason was that the gatekeepers of the tower adjusted to the characteristics of their opponents. Now, a 57th rank opponent, a first-class specialist, stood in his way. Ishane's main weapon was his intellect, which suggested that it was this that gave him everything he needed to be very strong. At that moment, the imperturbable young man was ready to fight back once again in order to move further up the ladder. He smiled, thinking to himself that if everything was as he thought, then this was a wonderful turn of events. The more powerful opponent took a fighting stance, holding his katana tightly in his hands, which should have been alarming, but the young man didn't care. If the enemy really did adapt to each player, then his stats were only twice as high as Liu's, even taking all bonuses into account. The guy realized that their effect would be equal to that achieved by Gao Wei's warrior ability. One of the shocked people suddenly exclaimed that the newcomer had accelerated and had already managed to reach the 7th level. The red-haired kid thought with great surprise, could the newcomer really have surpassed Tian and Baye? The discouraged player wondered what was going on in Yeshane's head and where he had come from. A man from the crowd shouted that the most difficult thing was to defeat a first-class specialist, whom a person usually could not cope with. He added that on the 7th floor, the gatekeeper's stats were twice as high as those of the ring participant. It was said that it was possible to defeat him if the fighter was a member of a guild. But the kid wasn't a member of any guild, so he wouldn't get any further. Etienne, on whom many had pinned high hopes, continued to lead the rankings. Looking at the number of kills by Liu Yi, the player who had shouted the loudest against him was in shock. On the 8th floor of the tower, the main character was about to fight a second-class agility specialist. The agility specialist only managed to take a step forward, but his opponent suddenly appeared behind him and swung his sword. This time, the guy dodged the blow, losing almost 2,000 health points. But he was still standing. He activated his confinement ability, thereby depriving the enemy of the ability to move, which played into his hands. At the same time, the merciless warrior launched a series of attacks, striking various parts of the gatekeeper's frozen body. Less than a minute later, the system notified the player that the agility specialist had been successfully defeated. Judging by the opponent's speed, the young man concluded that his agility was twice that of the mannequin on the 7th floor. The serious hero also concluded that every 7 steps, the main statistics of the enemies doubled. Soon, a smile appeared on his face as the teleportation process began to send him to the 9th floor. Louis had to be careful, as the monsters were already capable of causing him trouble if he didn't use his blessing. The shocked audience couldn't understand where this kid came from, who had already caught up with his competitors. The embittered man shouted that an ordinary player could not compare to 2 high-level warriors. The redhead said that he was underestimating them, and his opponent replied that large guilds had people, resources, and so on, while individuals had nothing. The young man noted that Bai and Thien were very strong, but asked him not to use that as an excuse to praise the large factions. The arrogant guy showed off a badge that allowed him to enter the skyscraper, confidently saying that He would soon cease to be like them, but he did so in vain. At that time, the fierce bruiser recalled how he began his development in the tower, which initially annoyed him with its poverty. Relying on the explosive power he had acquired during his training, the warrior was able to break through to the 14th floor, having suffered 7 defeats before. In the end, the strong wall was broken through by the strong fist of the strong man, who managed to achieve his goal again. The system notified that the second-class specialist had been defeated, and the final reward had doubled. Lifting his head, the sad man said that he had finally won, even though it had been very difficult. Tears began to flow from his upset eyes, and he openly admitted that he wanted to cry. Then his gaze turned to the ranking table, where he was only 1 floor behind his rivals, still in first place. The upstart from the crowd joyfully exclaimed that this was the power of their player from Skyscraper, even though he himself was not yet a member of the guild, but was just sucking up. He continued to shout that while most losers couldn't make it past the 7th floor, they had already broken through to the 14th. The chatterbox was happy, realizing that there were only a few minutes left before he joined the big faction. The red-haired young man noted that E-Shine had also passed the high level, adding that the guild fighters weren't very good if a lone fighter could keep up with them. The discouraged kid immediately shut up and froze in place, not believing his eyes, but it was all true. People began to silently watch the table because only the powerful Bai Yi remained. Balabal noticed that the legends were becoming less and less reliable and thought about changing his opinion without losing his reputation. Meanwhile, the completely unharmed Liu Yi defeated another enemy, and the enhancement of all his characteristics was complete. For killing a second-class specialist, he received 132,000 essence without even making a special effort. If things continued like this, the young man would easily reach the tower, and according to his calculations, he would be able to get almost 300,000 points. In that case, he would be able to upgrade his equipment to level 90, which made him extremely happy. The hero had to go through everything for the sake of a huge amount of essence. And in the meantime, Tian teleported to the 15th floor. The man not only managed to win, but also kept his health above 30%. And on top of that, he chose a self-destruction explosion. He knew perfectly well that the less knowledge power he had, the stronger the explosion would be. So he was sure he could pass a few more levels. A few seconds later, the confident member of the Skyscraper Guild arrived at his destination. Standing tall and flashing a smirk, the burly man called himself the best in the tower and was ready to prove it again. Before him stood a stern gatekeeper with special skills in bloody exchange, explosive strikes, and barriers. Alert, Thean quickly realized that his strength and endurance stats exceeded 1,000 points, and that was a compelling argument. Clenching his fist tightly, the brave warrior said that even if he was destined to lose, this fight would bring him pleasure. He said that even though the enemy had higher stats, it was still completely unknown who would win. At that moment, the fearless bruiser rushed into the attack, and the two clashed fists, which looked very impressive from the sidelines. In the first minute, the gatekeeper used his abilities, resulting in Tian's death, failing the tower challenge. This came as a huge shock to the audience, who did not expect him to lose. Even though Bai had managed to reach the 15th floor of, now it was unclear whether the second fighter would be able to pass, since they were equal in strength. So everyone watched with excitement. Smiling, the red-haired boy asked the chatterbox if this was the power of the skyscraper that he had been boasting about so loudly. Right in the air, the fool changed his mind, exclaiming that he had taken the wrong badge by mistake and adding that he wanted to join the refuge. He began to justify himself, saying that he had simply forgotten. But those around him looked at him in bewilderment, considering him a liar. Now the freeloader had high hopes for Bai Ye, who only had to reach the 16th floor. At that time, the fearless Ye Xing was bravely fighting the gatekeeper on the 15th step. Without thinking about anything else, the enemy used a bloody exchange technique. But the brave man was not afraid at all and continued to block his blows. The wary young man could not understand why he had been beating his opponent for 2 minutes, but could not stop his health from recovering. The brave man wondered if there were any special conditions for interrupting the process, and what they might be. He tried to keep a cool head and kept moving so as not to become an easy target for the gatekeeper. There were only 2.5 minutes left, and the young man immediately realized that this time would not be enough, and at this rate, he would simply die. The warrior absorbed 2,000 health points, realizing that only a blessing, and a very powerful one at that, could save him. Meanwhile, Bai Ye was on the 15th floor, worn out both mentally and physically. The unflappable player exhaled heavily, remaining focused on the task at hand. He was in pretty good shape, but he couldn't relax yet, and he was hoping to get through a couple more floors. A gatekeeper stood in his way, a strength specialist who possessed a special skill for explosive strikes. At that moment, the system announced the start of the fight, emphasizing that the time limit was 5 minutes. The daredevil quickly realized that he would not be able to calmly advance to the next level by relying on his agility, as he had done in the past. They decided to go all out, after which he jumped and rushed to attack his opponent. At the same time, Ishine's state of mind was not at its best in terms of cognitive ability, and this made him nervous. The hero realized that in order to stop the bloody exchange from being restored, he needed to land 3 blows in 1 second. To obtain this ability, the player needed to have more than 1,000 endurance points, and the principle was not the same as with intelligence. The endurance specialist was defeated, and for this, the shocked Liu received many essences, as well as a drop of stamina. The young man did not expect that from now on he would be given an additional boost, and wondered if he could participate in the tower again. A few seconds later, the process of teleportation to the 16th floor began, where the blessing status could be dispelled. The stunned audience couldn't believe that a newcomer had made it so far, and some even began to call him their idol. The surprised crowd of players stared at the ranking table with their mouths open, not knowing how to react to this. The red-haired boy with a smirk on his face noted that the guild's elite were no longer so good, so all they could do was watch the solo players. Balabol was very tense at that moment, because Bai Ye, on whom he had pinned his last hopes, was letting him down. At that moment, both rivals were on equal footing, but a single kill could change everything. The enthusiastic chatterbox immediately drew everyone's attention to the fact that his idol had also reached the 16th floor and called him the elite of the guild. They were told to look at the final result, but suddenly Ye's name stood out in gray. In less than a minute, the talkative guy's face changed, and his eyebrows tensed up in shock. The excited girl couldn't understand how an experienced player managed to lose just by moving to a new level. Overcome with incredible anger, the gray-haired young man threw 2 gold coins on the ground, which made a loud noise. With a loud cry, he began to hurl insults at both fighters he had bet on, but they had let him down. The fool changed his mind again and began to shout that only loners were the best in this world. Those around him were stunned and looked on in bewilderment at the fool, who was now shouting that Ye Shine was invincible. Meanwhile, the exhausted Bai Ye could barely stand and was about to drop his weapon, but he fought to the last. Gritting his teeth nervously, he noted that it had become too difficult, as he had nearly died on the 15th floor. The player got out thanks to the fact that the attack after explosive blows was twice as weak as usual, but he doubted that he would advance any further today. Smiling, the brave man called it luck that he had encountered a third-class specialist with knowledge-gathering skills. Launching into a sudden attack, he confidently declared that he would face whatever the tower had in store for him. His cool-headed opponent stood in place, ready for battle, waiting for the right moment to counterattack. The daredevil made a good attempt, but his opponent suddenly dodged, remaining completely unharmed. Then the gatekeeper activated a front grab, which involved a powerful slap with evasion. The system emphasized that after a successful dodge, the next attack was guaranteed to hit the target. Extremely tense, Baya had no idea why the enemy could use power strikes and why his abilities were the same as his. In the end, after a few seconds, the player simply died, failing the tower challenge, and his reward was cancelled. Meanwhile, the main character was on the 16th floor of the tower, looking his opponent in the eye. The gatekeeper possessed the ability of advance warning, thanks to which the player could avoid fatal damage. The surprised young man mentally noted that this perception specialist ability suited him very well. Sirius Liu decided that he would upgrade his awareness the next time he improved his equipment in order to obtain this skill. But first, the ruthless warrior decided to deal with his opponent, so he rushed into the attack without hesitation. Being extremely careful, the brave man swung his sword sharply, but his nimble opponent managed to dodge, remaining unharmed. The series did not end there, but the mannequin managed to avoid damage, which was a sign of skill. Perception was not as good as the other characteristics, and even anticipating all the dangers, the gatekeeper would not be able to dodge forever. Thanks to Galway's warrior ability, Ye Shine's speed was twice that of his enemy, so he had nothing to worry about. In addition, the determined guy became 6 times faster than him because he used knowledge power points and increased his attributes. Fearless Y put in a lot of effort to finally finish off the guard and move on to the next stage. A minute later, the perception specialist was defeated, and Liu gained a point of endurance, awareness, and a lot of essence. Very soon, the fierce fighter moved on to the 17th floor of the tower, completely confident in himself. He noticed that the only difficulty was the increase in the gatekeeper's charge, and nothing more. The main thing was to keep track of the amount of knowledge power, and everything else in the passage turned out to be no problem. His next opponent was a defense specialist with special skills in explosive strikes, bloody exchanges, and barriers. Meanwhile, Etienne, sitting in the waiting room, noted that he was out of luck again, as Bai Ye had lasted 5 minutes longer than him. His emotionless opponent said that this time he had reached the 16th level and asked about his achievements. The upset man admitted that he was no match for his main competitor and added that he had become the first in the tower's top. The cold-blooded player suggested starting a remote exchange of information so as not to waste time. Leaning against the wall, the guy smiled slightly and wondered how Tian had died. For the first few seconds, silence reigned in the room as the serious member of the Skyscraper Guild thought about his answer. Leaning his hand on the floor, the unshaven E replied that it was all due to the effect of a special skill. The pensive Ye didn't quite understand what he had heard, so he decided to clarify it to make sense of it all. The warrior said that at first, he didn't understand what had happened either. But later he looked at the battle log and saw that he had been defeated by a third-class defense specialist. To be a master of defense, you need to pump up your strength and endurance, which meant that the enemy had 3 special skills. The man added that if you combine the barrier ability with explosive strikes, you get an attack that leaves the enemy defenseless. At that moment, all of Tian's equipment characteristics disappeared, and in this state, he simply could not do anything against his powerful opponent. In turn, Ye Shine confidently twirled his katana in his hands, completely unfazed by the fact that his opponent had 3 special skills. The brave man gripped the hilt of his powerful weapon tightly, showing his readiness to rush into the attack. First, he decided to test his strength without skills, and then apply the coveted blessing. The gatekeeper on the 17th floor looked more serious, but the daredevil didn't care about his appearance. The main character smiled as he looked into his opponent's eyes, because he knew perfectly well that he could handle him. Both fighters rushed to attack each other, holding their swords tightly in their hands, which looked impressive from the outside. At that moment, the blades clashed, and both warriors exerted titanic efforts. But neither side had the advantage. The gatekeeper activated the barrier and explosive strikes, causing Liu Yi's equipment to be abruptly removed. The bewildered young man had no idea what was going on, and now he was wearing only a t-shirt and shorts. The sweaty young man looked down and saw that half of his legs were bare, and felt a slight chill. The status confirmation process was underway, and the young man tried his best to block the enemy's attacks. It was very painful for him to stand barefoot on the broken stones, but he endured it until the very end. The merciless enemy stretched out his arm in front of him, as if preparing to make a decisive move. The hero's health level was reduced by almost 100% by the gatekeeper, as he had applied a debuff. This system notification threw E-Shine off balance, and he didn't even know what would happen to him now. The extremely tense guy understood that he needed to come up with something immediately. Otherwise, he risked simply flying out of the tower. He spent 5,000 points of knowledge power and increased his stats, after which the enemy's techniques stopped working. The warrior, newly equipped to the teeth, grabbed his katana and rushed into battle, feeling satisfied with himself. The life cover restored his health bar, and the next blow was supposed to deal 112,000 damage. Even after that, the gatekeeper remained alive, but the fearless player was not going to give up and decided to try again. A minute later, the specialist was defeated, and Liu received a point of perception, defense, endurance, and a lot of essence. The hero considered himself too careless, but even if he was careful, he had to take into account the enemy's huge health and defense reserves. The young man still had one more status boost left, and he could also call Ming Shi for help. And with these skills, he could definitely get through the tower. For a few seconds, the young man looked at his precious pistol, thinking about what to do next. He carefully reviewed all the information on the digital display, but something clearly did not suit him. The system suddenly displayed that Ming did not want to fight and refused to obey, which was unexpected. A few meters away stood a third-class intelligence specialist with a special ability to gather knowledge. The opponents looked each other in the eye, preparing for the upcoming powerful battle. The stern Liu Yi realized that he only needed to maintain his status until the 21st floor, and then he would definitely pass the tower. Meanwhile, Etienne was still in the waiting room, wondering how Bai Ye had died. The puzzled man asked if his competitor was joking about encountering an intelligence specialist. He was referring to a gatekeeper with great power, which came as a great shock to the fighter with the iron fist. Clutching his head, he exclaimed that now he could only be glad that this ability was not his main characteristic. What was most frightening was that the final guardian would not only have special skills, but also incredible power. The main character did not know if it was possible to combine the unusual abilities of other stats, but he was not worried. Judging by the battle with the defense specialist and his skills, a barrier was needed to combine different abilities. The guy concluded that when he reached the 21st floor, everything would become clear, so he decided not to worry about it. Without hesitation, the brave man rushed into the attack with a katana in his hands. But the rather powerful gatekeeper was good at fencing. The opponent unexpectedly used the blessing of all attributes, as if plotting something insidious. Then the recharge reset and status reinforcement were activated, so the situation became very tense. In the end, the nimble opponent swung his sword and struck Ishane right in the stomach, who did not have time to react. The discouraged young man checked to see if the enemy had used a valuable ability similar to his own. The guy had no idea how a gatekeeper could possess a power skill, and one just like his. Still, he told himself that he had to win with one blow. Otherwise, he would not be able to fight an opponent whose intelligence was 8 times greater than his own. At that moment, the player's attack power was increased to almost 700,000 units, which could fundamentally change the course of the battle. But the enemy again took advantage of his status, completely protecting himself from the looming threat. Extremely tense, Liu Yi noted in his inner voice that the enemy had all his abilities, so he became very nervous. The opponent resorted to activating the cooldown reset, and after the blessing, to put maximum pressure on the kid. The lockdown effect ended in 5 seconds, so the gatekeeper began to swing his sword relentlessly. Desperately blocking the attack, Ye Xian noticed that his opponent had become much stronger, and he was powerless to resist him. The hero couldn't summon Ming Shi in such a difficult situation, but then he simply had no choice. He had nothing else suitable at his disposal, so all he could do was block the attacks. The system unexpectedly asked the extremely serious warrior if he wanted to destroy the pendulum right now. The daredevil said that if Shi didn't help him, he would get rid of the gun, and then he would also come to an end. Receiving no answer, the determined fighter took this as a choice and prepared to carry out his plans. The voice demanded an equal exchange and said that it would help, but so would Liu Yi, who agreed to the terms. In the end, the gatekeeper simply flew back without even having time to think, and the young man did not lose his coordination. Although his opponent crashed to the floor, he immediately began to get up, because the fight was not over yet. A huge dragon appeared around Yishane, thanks to which he was able to reach the very top of the tower. Ming Shi's blessing increased all characteristics by 50,000 points and lowered the enemy's attributes. The snake said that he was limited by the quality of the young man's equipment, so he could only help for a short time, and give him 3 of his abilities, as well as envelop him in an aura. This was more than enough for the main character, so he rushed into battle with confidence in his eyes. The gatekeeper desperately tried to take advantage of his status, but now it was of no use. The young man noticed that the blows were weak and wondered if this was the effect of the aura of a catastrophic level. In an instant, the daredevil froze in place, concentrating on his sensations as if plotting something. He said that by using one of his abilities, the pathetic opponent had only delayed his death by 10 seconds. The merciless warrior bid farewell to the mannequin, making it clear that it would soon be consigned to oblivion. 5 seconds later, the intelligence specialist was defeated, and Liu received a large number of rewards useful for his development. Meanwhile, Baya said that this time, the result was 14 floors, and believed that they had something to be proud of, so they should move on. Calming down, Etienne agreed with his colleague and smiled slightly, realizing that there was nothing to worry about. The man warned that the corpse would go crazy when it saw them, and his ally asked if that wasn't why they had tried so hard. Smiling, the guy asked him to imagine hundreds of enthusiastic glances directed at them. The enthusiastic gentleman noted that it was time to bask in the glory and enjoy a well-deserved rest. The confident players began to move forward, imagining the moment of truth and how they would behave during it. But after a couple of seconds, the shocked guys just froze in place, feeling beads of sweat running down their faces. There was a large crowd of people ahead, but they did not even pay attention to the legends who had arrived. The stunned fighters assumed that they had missed something interesting, because the crowd didn't care about them at all. Tense, Baya immediately looked at the rating table to understand what was going on. The bewildered young man asked his comrades to look there too and asked if he was imagining things. His wary comrades complied with the young man's request, not quite understanding what was going on. He immediately covered his face with his hand and exclaimed that this simply couldn't be, but they definitely weren't imagining things. Remaining cautious, Tian opened his eyes again to take a closer look. The man was so shocked that his jaw almost dropped when he realized that the newcomer had managed to climb all the way up to the 19th floor. Meanwhile, on one of the streets in Mushu, players were calmly going about their business, busy with their own lives. Surprised people discussed how the newcomer with the nickname E was clearing the tower, and even though it was his first attempt, he would clearly be able to complete it. Rumors spread quickly, and no one could believe that the unknown man was already preparing to clear the 20th floor. Calm Ganza said that Shine was like a brother to all mirror players in the kingdom, but his opponent didn't quite understand. The shocked crowd couldn't understand how the main character managed to achieve such heights and take first place in the rankings. Nervous Tian was surprised that the guy was able to defeat a third-class specialist who possessed several skills. A stunned Baya exclaimed that it was impossible for anyone to clear the tower so quickly. The arrogant chatterbox asked them to speak for themselves, noting that solo players were the real professionals. In his inner voice, he considered it real luck that he could show off in front of famous players. The non-guild members, who felt slightly uncomfortable, emphasized that he was not their friend at all. Suddenly, someone shouted that the fearless Shine had managed to reach the 21st floor. The stunned girl called it pure madness and wondered where this man had come from. An enthusiastic Ganza shouted at the top of his lungs that the hero was a brother to all the inhabitants of the Mirror Kingdom. The astonished people couldn't believe it and began to ask if it was true, and the guy asked them to look at the photo. A few minutes later, someone objected that the brave man was a close relative of the members of the firstborn ruling family. Complete chaos ensued, and many were ready to start fistfights. But inside, everyone felt respect for Liu Yi. Meanwhile, the daredevil was facing a third-class specialist with decent special skills. First, the cool-headed warrior activated information gathering to carefully plan his next steps. Soon, he looked at his outstretched palm, maintaining complete concentration and utmost seriousness. The guy received 150,000 essence, as well as 1 point to all attributes as an additional reward. After passing the next level, the player will receive not only a sphere of return, but also many secondary items. The young man found it tempting that if he received the reward, his strength would reach a new rank. But to do that, he first had to defeat a powerful enemy, so he had to gather his thoughts. The tense fighter wondered how he should attack his opponent to avoid failure. With fire in his eyes, he activated Mingshir's blessing, thereby increasing his stats by 5,000 points. Of all his skills, the strongest was the one he used, because all the others depended directly on it. The guard's intelligence was 8 times greater than Liu's, which meant that all other attributes had to be increased 100-fold. Even taking into account the aura of the screaming snake, the power exceeded 36,000 units, so there was nothing to worry about. The enemy also used one of his skills, which strengthened his characteristics. Although Shane's stats were lower than those of the enemy, he had a bonus of 1 point added to all attributes. Focusing as much as possible on the battle, the brave man repeated to himself that he would be able to win. His face was frighteningly focused on the fight, but that was a huge advantage for him. His opponent was not going to give up so easily, so he fought back until the very end and tried to block the attacks. The hero had to retreat briefly and use his knowledge wisely, and before the end of the first blessing, use another one, spending it. Swinging his katana skillfully, the brave man exclaimed that he would surely win, as he was giving his all to the fight. The enemy had monstrous power, and even with Mingshir's reinforcement, the young man would not be able to defeat him with a single blow. Each floor of the tower was more difficult than the previous one. But earlier, thanks to his skill, the player had no difficulties. Putting in a titanic effort, Liu Yi ignored the intrusive thoughts and continued to fight. The sweaty young man remembered that the blessing's recharge would soon end, so he tried to hold on. His opponent relentlessly pressed him physically, moving in every way possible so as not to become an easy target. The young man received a notification that an important skill was available again, and his confidence immediately ignited. With fury in his eyes, the warrior prepared to deliver the decisive blow to finally pass the level. All his stats were increased to 41,000 points, which was considered an astonishing result. In an instant, the stone ground beneath the main character's feet simply cracked, accompanied by a rumbling sound. An enthusiastic Shine realized that he had won, because even the gatekeeper's repeated reinforcement could not affect the outcome of the battle. The young man thought it wouldn't be too difficult to wait another minute to finish off his opponent. Unexpectedly, his opponent froze in place and began to gain strength, which caused the young man to be slightly shocked. The tense player's face changed dramatically, and beads of sweat began to roll down his cheeks, but he tried not to give in to panic. Suddenly, the opponent grew in size and now posed a much greater danger, so caution was needed. Surprised, Ishai noticed that the gatekeeper had the same recharge time and wondered if it was even possible to defeat him. In addition, the alarmed young man noted in his mind that his opponent also possessed all the abilities of a guard. The stern specialist took a fighting stance, holding his katana tightly in his hands and showing his readiness to rush into the attack. Liu Yi, covered in sweat, began to lower his hands in fear, realizing that he could not defeat such a powerful fighter. The very nervous young man tried to come up with a plan of action, but nothing sensible came to mind. Without a word, his opponent rushed into battle, while the young man, frozen in place, tried to gather his strength. Gritting his teeth, the tense player told himself that this was not the end and prepared to fight to the last because he outweighed his enemy. The brave man realized that if he could hold out for another 5 minutes, he would have a chance, and decided to retreat to buy time. The system notified him that evading the attack was impossible due to the barrier and acceleration, which changed the situation slightly. Using a combined skill, the gatekeeper threw himself into battle. But the hero had enough health to withstand him. Once again, the guy had absolutely no equipment on his body except for gloves, and he froze in place with a surprised look on his face. Suddenly frightened, Liu Yi activated a talisman that created 6 shields, each of which blocked 1 blow. The stunned young man wondered what it was, since it was not he who had used it, but the screaming snake. The opponent continued to pressure him physically, swinging his sword right in front of his face, which was very frightening. The gatekeeper managed to break 2 of the 6 shields, so the player would only be able to withstand 4 attacks. Although Min sure saved the young fighter, it only delayed his death, as he could not do anything with his bare hands. The warrior promised himself to fight to the end, and decided that he had to somehow hold out until the blessing, and then he would have a chance. The player never thought he would find himself in such a dire situation, and he even found it slightly amusing. The young man couldn't believe that there was no way, but the stakes were too high and he couldn't give up just like that. If he made it through the tower, the hero would receive many great rewards, and as a result, could become the strongest in the Firstborn Kingdom. Suddenly, he received a notification that the architect's skill had recharged, and at that moment he froze. Gathering his strength, the brave man said to himself that he would succeed and defeat the enemy. Covering his body with the remaining shields, the fighter prepared for another attack from the enemy. They decided to use their recharged skills to deal with him. The young man said he wanted to enter the tower, but the system refused because the request did not comply with the rules of the game. The hero asked to lower the guard's level to 0 and then strip him of his equipment, but still received negative responses. The quick-tempered Ishine tried to figure out what kind of request he could make, but nothing came to mind. At that moment, a digital display popped up, where he read that there should be no accidents in requests. The focused Liu Yi began to reflect on the reliable facts that played an important role in the situation. Water flowed down the mountain. Fire burned fabric. People slowly aged and died. And these were all rules by which the world operated. In the current situation, the hero could die when his health points ran out, and without the power of knowledge, he would not be able to use his skills. Finally, it dawned on the inspired warrior that now was the time to take advantage of the guidance of the guardian of the 21st floor. The guy said that his skills should not have a cooldown, and the architect now helped him change the rules. Now the daredevil began to regenerate the attribute he needed and smiled slyly, because the advantage was on his side. The brave man activated the blessing of all statistics, being incredibly angry and tense at that moment. His stats were increased to enormous values, which made it possible to carry out successful attacks. The wary gatekeeper froze in place, not even having time to understand what was happening around him. After a few seconds, the main character's attributes reached their maximum values, and he felt a surge of confidence. Gripping the hilt of his katana tightly, the stern player thought to himself that this would be more than enough. Eager to end it all as quickly as possible, the fearless Liu jumped and began swinging in the air. Then he swung his blade sharply and finally managed to deal with his opponent, keeping his cool. A minute later, the system congratulated the fighter on completing the tower, for which he received an incredible number of good rewards. The enthusiastic crowd jumped for joy, shouting that their brother had managed to overcome an extremely difficult challenge. Everyone was very happy, because for the first time, someone had left the room of return, not resurrection. The surprised young man held the precious sphere in his hands, and soon the process of teleportation from the tower began. Clenching his fist, Shine thought to himself that he was lucky that the architect had recharged in time, and called what had happened a cool experience. He thought it was not surprising that at least 5% of the computing power was needed to get into the destroyed kingdom. All this was for the sake of acquiring a skill that could be used to break through to the desired brave area. Suddenly, someone shouted that Liu was a brother, noting that his actions were amazing, and he himself was stunned. The people around him began to praise the new legend, and the confused young man had no idea where they had come from. Those around him shouted "brother" at the top of their lungs, which should have been pleasant. But the young man did not understand anything. The stunned hero shed a small tear, wondering to himself what was going on. The player remembered that he only had a sister, and silently begged her not to tell him that she had managed to get herself a harem of suitors. On the streets of Mushu, people discussed how only 10 days had passed, and the Firstborn Kingdom had already become the most popular game in the world. There were even rumors that many workers had quit their jobs at factories to make money from it, which threatened to cause problems with the real economy. Yixing sat intently on one of the benches, examining the return sphere that recorded data about a person. Finally, the fighter got the item he needed and could now go to the destroyed area, but it was too early to use it yet. The young man also thought it necessary to check whether he could use the architect to change the people in the group. Then he picked up the pistols and stared at them intently, thinking about what to do next. The young man remembered that his second trump card, the dragon Ming Shi, had a request for him, which he had to take very seriously. The young player asked what the screaming snake wanted, and it suddenly declared that it wanted to be free. Although Liu did not know if he would be with him after entering the primordial realm, he wanted his assistant to stay with him as long as possible. The predator asked to be taken to the border of the world, and the hero wondered if the people who had created the strange feeling had given him some kind of clue. The warrior warned that it was dangerous there, but Ming said he needed help with something else, and added that he could awaken one special skill of his choice. The fearless fighter immediately remembered the guard on the 21st floor and agreed to the terms without hesitation. Confident in himself, the brave Ye Shine asked his comrade what he wanted in return. If Shi could really help him obtain any skill, then it was worth agreeing and spending the necessary amount of essence. At that moment, a notification appeared on the digital display in front of him, and he began to read the text carefully. The screaming snake needed several modules of different levels, which cost a lot of points. Tense Liu understood his desire to move freely, but asked him to request something cheaper. Ming said that with this, he would be able to inflict enormous damage, because in order to attack directly, he needed an intermediary, without which it would be risky to act. After weighing everything in his mind, the main character spent a large amount of essence on the exchange and received the necessary module. The young man wondered if the ring was Ming Shi's main goal, while the trip to the edge of the world was only a secondary task. The snake wanted the owner to exchange the item, but since he did not have enough essence, the predator was very indignant. Now the young man understood the situation perfectly and even felt a slight sadness, but he managed to change something. Still, the guy shook his head, calling it all nonsense, because the formidable Ming could not be likened to a vile chick. 3 hours later, the brave man was near a random passage to the dungeons. As he was about to reach the 60th level, he decided to check if the architect could change the rules of entry, knowing that he would become invincible if he could use the blessing without recharging. A few seconds later, a notification appeared stating that the rules had been successfully changed, and the young man jumped for joy. Full of confidence, Ishine exclaimed that he would soon level up and reach the required rank. Immediately, the daredevil jumped into the blue portal, without a second thought about his choice. Although the fighter was able to enter the dungeon alone, the total reward was only 1/10 of the usual amount. Fortunately, the desperate warrior's buff would allow him to get everything in full, and in a day the guy would be able to clear up to 3 dungeons. 3 days later, the empowered player was delighted to have reached level 60. He managed to stop 10 spheres that reduced reload time, and in the end he decided to pour all his attribute points into intelligence. The abilities of the new rank were divided into a general aura stage, connecting with the opponent, and a drying stage, which reduced the enemy's health. Due to the limit of his computing power, Liu Yi could no longer accumulate experience, which made him think. The young man realized that after reaching the level, he would no longer be able to gain experience in the dungeons, so he decided to rest at Mushu's hotel. Ming Shi asked him to choose a special ability, and after careful consideration, he said he wanted to acquire the barrier skill. The snake said that now he had to confirm everything in the pop-up notifications, and the guy wondered if he was trying to trick him. The system asked if the warrior wanted to move to the predator's spiritual dimension, and he understood that by doing so, he would be at its mercy. He told himself that nothing ventured, nothing gained, so a minute later he found himself in an unfamiliar place. The wary player first looked around, keeping a cool head, but not knowing what to expect. Looking at the flashing lightning and gray clouds, the main character wondered if this was the dimension he was looking for. Suddenly, Ishine heard strange sounds and tensed up even more, because he didn't know if he should be afraid. Nearby, the stone ground began to crumble due to a huge creature moving across the territory. Nervous Liu clenched his teeth tightly, trying not to swallow the dust and wondering what was happening here. Looking closer, the brave boy saw a huge tail, like a fierce, screaming snake. The fierce creature ordered the boy to get up quickly, as if hinting that battle was inevitable. He said that if the boy could defeat him, he would receive the barrier, but if not, he would remain here forever. Shane realized that this was a fight to the death, but he did not back down and was ready to put up a good fight. Without hesitation, the brave warrior leaped forward with his katana in hand, aiming straight for the monster's enormous mouth. 6 days later, the warrior received the coveted ability, which, together with the accumulation of knowledge, reduced the power of cognition of the chosen target. At that moment, Liu Yi stood on the balcony of his real home and silently reflected on the fact that there was only a week left before the game took over the world. For the past few days, the brave warrior had been fighting Ming Shi in his spiritual dimension, exerting titanic efforts. Now, the confident fighter would be able to completely reduce his opponent's power of cognition by combining the barrier and gathering information. Giggling, the young man said that from now on he was a truly powerful player, and perhaps the best in the firstborn kingdom. In the morning, virtual reality glasses lay on the wooden table, thanks to which the boy could play. Liu Yi gathered himself and began to put on his shirt and adjust his tie, as if he were going to a social event. A few minutes later, the young man was completely ready to leave and began to walk forward. Opening the door to one of the rooms, he was slightly surprised and even froze in place, carefully looking around. His lovely sister, Ayun, was standing in the dining room, holding a lilac bag with unknown contents. Smiling, the beauty said that everything was packed, so they could leave at any convenient moment. The calm young man said that it was time for them to go, but continued to look into the lady's charming eyes. His sister also did not take her eyes off him, and at one point dropped the bag, which looked very strange. She noticed that her brother had buttoned the top button again, even though their mother always said it wasn't necessary. The caring Ada corrected the small flaw, while blue-eyed Liu silently looked at the shirt, slightly surprised. For the first few seconds, the disconcerted hero didn't know how to behave, but he seemed to dislike the appearance. The beauty continued to smile broadly at her loved one, next to whom she felt very comfortable. The young man flashed a grin in response, after which the guys left the house and headed for their destination. Their destination was the cemetery in the western part of the city of Hai, where their parents were buried. The young people lit several candles and laid out some treats, then sank into their own thoughts. In his inner voice, the hero said that he would take good care of Ayun so their mom and dad could rest easy. His sister mentally promised that she would help her brother find a bride and make sure that their parents would have grandchildren in a couple of years. Suddenly, the young people heard a clear male voice saying that the kids had arrived before him. It was the cheerful Wang Shoucheng, a friend of Liu Yi's parents, who had also come to visit their grave. The hero was very happy to see his uncle and thanked him for visiting their parents every year. Smiling and patting the boy on the head, the man said that he had been friends with them all his life, so it was no surprise. Surprised, Yun said that her parents had been trying to convince him of something 10 years ago, adding that it was time to fulfill their last wish. A pensive Wang admitted that he was actually a millionaire and wasn't looking for anyone now so as not to hurt his girlfriends. The serious girl advised him to let them go so that he wouldn't have to worry about unpleasant feelings. The tense man exclaimed that you can't treat people like that, and the guy started laughing at him. The little girl stuck her tongue out at her uncle, enjoying the fact that she had been able to anger him so quickly. Then Xiaoqing threw the bag on the ground and prayed to Li Sr., asking him to appear to his beloved daughter in a dream and punish her. He added that he was busy with a plan to save the world and had no time for love, so there was no need to distract him with such nonsense. The girl said that this was her parents' wish, which she wanted to fulfill as soon as possible so that they would be happy in heaven. The gentleman inquired about how things were going with the young couple, and the calm Liu Yi replied that everything was fine and thanked him for his concern. His counterpart said that after his parents died, he was supposed to look after them. But not only did he fail to do so, he also got in the way. The polite young man noted that they were young at the time, and that it was always good to have an adult in the house, and asked him not to blame himself. It was Uncle Wang who suggested that the young man play the firstborn kingdom, but when it descended into the real world, he disappeared. Unexpectedly, the hero asked how the man was doing with the game, and he, puzzled, asked the same question to the guys. Delighted, Yun replied that her brother was incredibly cool and considered him to be the coolest player at the moment. This statement came as a great shock to the unshaven gentleman, who at first thought he had misheard. Slightly wary, Luai asked his uncle what was going on, as his behavior was strange. The serious-looking Shucheng was clearly uncomfortable with the fact that he was the strongest. Soon the children said goodbye to their uncle, and the sarcastic Ayun separately asked him to find a girlfriend as soon as possible. Smiling, the man asked them to be careful on their way home and not to draw attention to him. At that moment, the children turned around and went about their business, each lost in their own thoughts. Wang, for his part, continued to stand near the graves of his deceased friends, but it was unclear what he was thinking. He looked at the monument to Liu Yi's parents, feeling a slight chill inside and remembering their last wish. Most of all, the gentleman looked at the photo of the main character's father, as if he felt guilty in front of him. Sitting down on the ground, the desperate Shoucheng began to beg his friend for forgiveness, saying that he had dragged the boy into all this. At that time, the boys were walking through the Evergreen Park, thinking about the pressing issues and what they would do at home. The news reported that 3 countries had lost network connection for a long time, and fans were demanding that the missing Shi Yi be found. A very surprised Ayun said that she liked this girl and was struck by the fact that she had suddenly just disappeared. The hero remembered that when the primordial realm descended last time, all the creators disappeared in one night, but he still didn't understand why. The guy assumed that someone or something was involved, but no one reacted to the chaos, as if what was happening was normal. His brother asked the girl to reach level 50 in a week, and she didn't ask him any unnecessary questions. At that moment, Liu Yi was sitting on the bed in his own house, holding virtual reality glasses in his hands. He believed that with his strength in the game, he could overcome the crisis of descent, but he didn't know if he should go to the destroyed world. The fighter also thought about preserving the sphere of return for the world, but had no idea what the best course of action would be. The young man had worked so hard that he had become one of the top players, but now it was time to decide how to proceed and which path to take. Soon, the serious warrior decided that he had to find out where the primordial kingdom came from and how it had penetrated their world. The brave man told himself that he would choose his future path based on this, and a minute later he was already in the game. The president of the New Order wrote in the chat that the computing power had been obtained, and that tomorrow at 8 in the morning they would set out on their mission. The extremely serious Ishine thanked him for the new message and expressed hope that they would become friends. The hero believed that the sphere of return would still be useful to him, because he needed to be in top form, and for this, it would be a trump card that could help in extreme cases. Confidently telling himself that it was time to act, the daredevil stood still and concentrated on his sensations. At that moment, he activated Mingshu's gift, which increased all his characteristics by 5,000 points. Various auras in the architect's ability were also activated, which looked very frightening from the outside. The enraged warrior focused on blessing all his attributes, endowing himself with incredible power. His stats reached the maximum of the primordial realm, so the system requested an increase in computing power. The next day, a small group of people gathered at the Eastern Gate, led by the chairman of the New Order Guild. Each fighter was confident in their abilities and ready to begin the task, as they had been bored for a long time. The members of the other team kept a serious expression on their faces, even showing a little discontent. A trio of players from another faction gathered near the wall, one of whom was a terribly tired girl with turquoise hair. Soon the fearless Ishine arrived at the meeting place, his face completely devoid of emotion. The young fighter immediately caught the attention of the head of 10, who invited him to participate in an important mission. Smiling, the blond man raised his hand and beckoned the youngster over, showing that he was very happy to see him. The players of one of the guilds tensed up, realizing that this was the same kid who had taken down more than 100 players from the backyard. People assumed that he was a member of the New Order, so the leader would do his best to protect him. The main character approached his allies, after which a discussion began, and his opponents stared at him incessantly. While some argued about Liu Yi's usefulness, a cunning fighter with lilac hair smirked maliciously as he looked at him. To reach the destroyed area faster, the leaders of large clans rented flying vehicles for elite players. Since a minimum of 5% of computing power was required to enter, the leaders took all fighters with sufficient strength. Meanwhile, everyone present sat down on the floor, preparing for the start of an important mission for all. Weishi became Yashina's teammate, but the chairman did not immediately realize that she had the necessary qualities. The girl had passed through 5 dungeons in dangerous terrain and in the Chaos Zone, receiving 5% of the computing power for this. In front of him sat the very angry Dan Chang, whose gaze was fixed on the slightly tense young man. The stern captain said he would not be so carefree and would restore his reputation at any cost. The hero noticed that despite their deaths, Rachi 10 and the rest of the group quickly leveled up to level 60. The small team consisted of only 4 players, which was quite enough because they were quite strong. The perceptive guy knew that the only way to level up so quickly was to exchange money for experience in the mirror realm. At that moment, Ye Shine was sitting on the floor, studying the information on the digital display board. But someone was watching him. It was the leader of the backyard faction named Yuan Ding, who seemed to be pursuing a cunning idea in his head. In the guild chat, he wrote that they needed to deal with this clanless kid and share his computing power. But at first, they thought he was crazy. A comrade said that they had sent several people to check the situation in the destroyed area, but upon arrival, they were immediately killed. The leader of the refuge, Dong Yeon, said that they would gain nothing from the investigation and added that these players were too valuable. He added that even the New Order clan did not risk sending rare players on reconnaissance, so they chose the most dangerous option. Out of nowhere, a man appeared, landing firmly on the floor, managing to brace himself with his hand. It was the vicious Deng Chang, who exclaimed that his faction could easily gather fighters with computing power. The burly Hujiazi intervened in the conversation, saying that their leader was merely stating an indisputable fact. The hot-tempered Thunder was ready to pounce on the chatterbox, shouting that he would destroy him. But the restrained Rechi Ten stopped him. The chairman noted that the captain was no less insolent and asked him to give his competitors a chance to finish. Smiling, Dongyong said that before arriving at the destroyed zone, they would have a duel to see who was stronger. The impulsive fighter immediately exclaimed in front of everyone that he was challenging the head of the shelter guild to a fight. In turn, the calm Yuan Ding smiled absurdly, silently watching the situation from the sidelines. Nearby sat the discouraged leader of Skyscraper, Xian Yong, who also did not interfere in other people's quarrels. Standing up, the fearless Dong expressed his readiness to begin the duel without delay. The stern Thunder abruptly drew his katana from its sheath, preparing to rush into the attack, while Commander Ten kept a cool head. Meanwhile, the emotionless Ye Shine stood aside, trying to predict the possible outcome in his mind. Suddenly, a man's voice shouted for the combatants to stop, which caused a slight confusion for the head of the sanctuary. The tense Danshan and Rechi also turned their attention to the man who dared to intervene in the fight. A member of the Sada faction in the backyard noted that if the fight started with top players like them, it would be boring later on. Smiling, Shu Tao suggested that the newbies fight first, thinking that it would be much more interesting that way. Gambling Thunder replied that he liked the suggestion and asked who his opponent would choose for the fight. Dong Yong, who was extremely serious at that moment, stood silently in place, not even knowing what would happen next. Long-haired Bai suddenly pointed his finger at Liu Yi, with whom the guild had a minor conflict. The fighter said that if he could defeat the youngster here, they would settle everything, but if he lost, they would consider the garden to be the weakest of the major clans. The main character, in turn, remained calm and did not respond, but he was not going to refuse the fight. The brave man immediately began to rise from his knees to his feet, which surprised the blond man sitting next to him. Without a hint of fear in his voice, the young man asked how they would conduct the duel. Leader Ten told him that if he didn't like it, he didn't have to compete, because there was no reason to. The eccentric Yuan Ding noted that disagreements would definitely lead to conflict, so it was better to resolve everything now. It was said that the destroyed area was very dangerous, and only by not holding grudges and helping each other would they be able to survive, which brought a smile to Ye Shane's face. Smelchak declared that he wanted to fight, and Shu Tao asked everyone to make some space so that no one would get blood on themselves. Serious Rechi Ten began to observe the situation without jumping to any conclusions. Then the blond man looked away to see what the other players would be doing all this time. Dong Yong, who was slightly dissatisfied, suggested that everyone move away so as not to interfere with the upcoming battle. The tense chairman of the New Order asked the remaining guys to be on guard and not allow the conflict to escalate. In response, the smiling Yuan Ding nodded his head, implying that everything would go smoothly for the fighters. He wrote in the chat that no one could kill a person in a second, so he was counting on his comrades to be serious. Meanwhile, the main character and his rival looked at each other, and the fight was about to begin. The stern leader of the backyard gang ordered the fight to begin with a message, which was an exciting moment. At that moment, the three leaders suddenly attacked the confused youngster, activating various abilities. The tense Wei Shi, the thunderous Dan Chang, and the leader of the New Order, Ten, heard strange sounds but did not understand what was happening at first. The fierce warrior exclaimed that he knew all along that the scoundrels had been plotting something like this against him. From the moment he boarded the ship, he had been blessing himself, and after half an hour of flight, all his characteristics had reached the limit of the primordial realm. The enraged fighter gripped the hilt of his katana tightly and spread his legs wide, ready to destroy everyone. The daredevil stood up and swung his sword relentlessly, frightening all the enemies around him, who were greatly confused. Showing incredible confidence, the brave man exclaimed that, since they had turned against him, they must accept death. Suddenly, the system wrote that the ability to defeat the enemy removed all effects, which was an alarming sign. Then a notification appeared, stating that all of Ishine's blessings had been dispelled, and this news came as a shock. Now the enemies began to mock the pitiful boy and rushed to attack him while they had such a wonderful chance. The nervous youngster was under the influence of Yuan Ding's prankster aura, so he could only move in his direction. The stunned boy tried to take advantage of the hidden retreat and increase his speed in order to stay alive. Suddenly, someone grabbed his arm, but it was unclear whether it was a friend or an enemy seeking revenge. Fortunately, the fearless Wei Shi came to her ally's aid, pulling him toward her and thus helping him survive. A huge ship was already hovering in the sky, waiting for the players to board so they could leave the battlefield. The breathless young man quickly recovered from the shock, and the girl continued to hold him by the elbow. An angry Rachi Ten exclaimed that the scoundrels were breaking the rules set by Di Ying and ordered them to prepare for death. Enveloped in thick smoke, the opponents did not respond to his words, but still held their weapons in their hands. However, after a few seconds, they lowered their hands, and Yuan Ding, who had been looking at the floor, began to take steps forward. The cunning enemy approached the leader of the New Order and smirked, which was already beginning to annoy him. He noted that Ye Xing was not a member of the guild, and besides, They were just fooling around and did not kill him, so there were no violations. The scoundrel was completely calm, while the big-eyed Jane Yong standing behind him began to force a smile that did not suit him at all. Very angry inside, Ten tried to remain restrained so as not to allow himself to act impulsively, but it was very difficult. The angry blonde clenched his fist tightly, trembling with rage, and a vein even appeared on it. The floor beneath the enemy team's feet began to crack, but everyone present looked at each other in silence. The girl with turquoise hair suggested that everyone calm down and rest before arriving at the destruction zone. She was a member of the skyscraper clan named Liang Jin, who, unlike the others, said the right things. Her words discouraged Jian Yun, who seemed to have come to his senses at that moment, but he completely agreed. The man added that if they continued to fight, they might not reach their destination. Throwing down his hammer, the burly Dongyong agreed with the others and sat down on the floor to restore his energy. Yuending followed suit, assuming a meditation pose and saying that he needed a little more time. The serious Liu Yi remembered that the threat came from Hu Jiazi's ability to remain silent and the skyscraper's ability to dispel. The stern fighter expressed his gratitude to the beautiful Wei Shi standing next to him, causing her slight surprise. In response, the charming brunette smiled at him but didn't say a word, which was very commendable. Tense, Rachi asked if everything was okay, and the hero gave an affirmative answer and thanked him for his concern. The haughty Thunder asked the boy not to dare die at the hands of someone else, because he was the only one who had defeated him, and that would disgrace them both. The boy just smiled silently, realizing that even the unyielding captain had accepted him as his comrade. The leader did not even think that they might have conflicts before arriving in the destruction zone, and the agreement to ban fights also failed. He said that now they could only rely on each other, since it was impossible to trust the others. The trio of good fighters listened attentively to the leader, after which each drew their own conclusions. After a while, a huge jet ship landed near the entrance to the coveted zone of destruction. All the teams gathered in one place and began to move forward gradually, seeing fog ahead of them. The observant Ye Xing was the first to look around to understand what they needed to strive for. The resourceful Yuending quietly said that the non-aggression pact with Da Ying did not apply in dangerous areas. He also asked everyone not to forget where they were and warned that without teamwork, they simply would not survive here. The fearless Rechi Ten reluctantly apologized to him, stating that he would go with the main character. After that, the group from the New Order faction began to move forward, no longer trusting the other players in the slightest. The burly Dongyan activated the shields, saying that Dying had canceled the agreement because he was sure they would not be able to work together. He noted that continuing together was not a choice, because that way they would simply have a better chance of survival. The unshaven Hu Jiazi grinned, looking ahead to where the Skyline Guild leader had already rushed off to. Picking up his pace, the long-haired man asked them to wait for him so they wouldn't get lost later. In turn, Yexing pondered the aforementioned pact, which could provide answers to some questions. Impressed, Zhenyong admitted that Dongyong had made a very good point, so it was decided to follow him. The player called after the not-so-happy Liang Jin, who had no choice but to obey orders. Smiling and shrugging his shoulders, Yuending silently made it clear that they would follow the same tactic. Not wanting to waste time, one of the leaders went ahead, while Bai Shuhao, with his hands in his pockets, followed the same path. The head of the new order said that it was time for them to move forward as well, and his closest allies agreed with him. They all began to move forward at their usual pace, with the pensive Liu Yi bringing up the rear. The extremely serious fighter looked around carefully as they were in a very dangerous area. The player wondered if power really existed where it came from, and what he would do if he got it. He periodically glanced at the backs of his comrades walking directly in front of him, but they all remained silent. The hero wondered if the coveted characteristic would help stop the invasion of the primordial kingdom into the real world. After a while, the young man noticed that the fog was thickening and he could no longer see Yuanding and his man, and he himself could barely make out the silhouettes of his allies. The situation was a little alarming for every member of the team, but they remembered very well that they were not at a resort. The prudent Rechi asked his comrades to be careful and not stray too far, noting that those who had been here before them had perished. Suddenly, a notification was received that the computing power exceeded 5%, and the gates to the world beyond had opened. The unexpected news came as a great shock to the combat quartet, each of whom at first thought they had read it wrong. The rock beneath their feet began to crack and spread apart, which looked very frightening. Alarmed, Ishine was initially confused because he couldn't collect his thoughts and understand what was happening. In the end, the four players began to fall freely into the abyss and could not resist it. Fighting panic, the hero wondered what had caused all this, but he couldn't find an answer. The speed was increasing rapidly, so there were only seconds left to make an important decision. The tense leader asked his comrades to be careful, saying that judging by the messages that were popping up, they would not die upon landing. At one point, Liu Yi seemed to break through a thin wall, but continued to fall, and an unknown blue liquid splashed onto his body. The stunned fighter fell into an even deeper stupor, because the inexplicable things were not getting any fewer. Nevertheless, the brave man tried not to give in to fear, so as not to die prematurely, because that would decide a lot. A few seconds later, the nervous player landed but remained unharmed, although he experienced severe stress. He received a notification that he had left the primordial realm and found himself in a world beyond, and his computing power had been sealed. The surprised young man looked ahead and saw something resembling cosmic patterns, which looked very beautiful. Nervous Shine began to look around, trying to draw some conclusions about the new terrain. Nearby, the guy saw broken islands with small houses and green trees. Seeing something similar to the Milky Way, the hero wondered if this was the zone of destruction in the world beyond. The system notified him that a debuff had been applied to the player, reducing his strength to only 3%. The architect's ability went into infinite recharge, and a private LV territory was created, which needed to be named. Suddenly losing his coordination, the weakened young man fell to his knees, but managed to brace himself with his hand on the ground and avoid injury. Clutching his throat, the player mentally noted that his attributes had dropped significantly, so the situation had changed radically. Drenched in sweat from nerves, the guy deepened into thought, thinking about his next steps. In his current state, he didn't even know how to find power here, since he didn't even have normal strength. Now, even a weak opponent could easily defeat Liu Yi, so he had no confidence in himself. The system asked for the name of the private territory, and the warrior immediately called out its number first. At that moment, the membrane's protection was activated, and the debuff of the world beyond the edge weakened, and now its power was 13%. In an instant, a bright, blinding light appeared around him, signaling the beginning of an unknown process. Soon, a green sprout emerged from the solid rock, and the hero needed to increase his power reserve to resist the zone's restrictions. The stunned fighter finally realized that the membrane was the heart of the island, which he completely controlled thanks to it. He also learned that the lives of the carriers and the player using the computing power were connected, and if the owner died, the warrior would not go far. The guy noticed that the seedling was quite fragile, and realized that he would need to strengthen it with an important ability. At the same time, Ye Shine could not figure out where the power was and how to obtain it, but he did not rush to get nervous. Suddenly, a screaming snake jumped out, snapped its jaws, swallowed something, and shocked the young man. The legendary tree was swallowed by the fake Ming Shi, and the predator's cub became the new carrier of the membrane. An angry Lu started yelling at his assistant, but there was nothing he could do to fix it, so he had to accept it. Feeling strong vibrations and shockwaves under his feet, the hero suddenly looked at the island to his left. Feeling tense, he began to look ahead intently, but still could not understand what was happening. The target floating in the air first began to dissolve into pieces, and then a rather powerful explosion thundered. The sharp wave threw the defenseless young man to the side, and he slid across the stone ground on his back. The nervous fighter's first thought was to wonder what the hell was going on, but he couldn't find an answer. In the distance, he could see the silhouette of a huge creature in the air, which looked very scary. At that moment, a huge macaque with green hair revealed itself, growling aggressively at the boy. Instead of feet, the ugly creature had another pair of hands, but its physique looked very strong. Tense, Louis understood that he needed to come up with a plan of action as soon as possible. Otherwise, he risked being killed. The system was constantly reporting that the carrier of membrane number 1, the Cub Ming Shi, was under constant attack. The stunned fighter lay on the ground, covering his head with his hands and wondering what kind of creature this was. Then he saw 3 islands, each with a certain amount of computing power. The surprised young man wondered if he could obtain the essence he needed by destroying small areas. In turn, the huge monster spread its shoulders wide, and orange mana began to flow into its body. A couple of minutes later, the main character saw an island ahead with a fairly large pink tree growing on it. The area was illuminated by a blue light, as if it meant much more than the rest. The joyful enemy began to growl loudly and pound his chest with his fists, intimidating the youngster. Suddenly, the island flew upward toward a blue spot that was far away in the sky. The nervous E-Shine assumed that the monster's goal was to gather computing power, and once it had achieved that, it would return to this sphere. If Shui had not merged with the legendary tree after such a shockwave, the carrier with a health of 100 units would have died, and the youngster's territory would have fallen apart. The fighter thanked the screaming snake for its work and admitted that he thought it wanted to destroy the sprout. The green dragon said it was too early for praise and added that he had also been affected by the debuff, and Liu had become stronger. He added that When he became the carrier of the membrane of part of the hero's island, he gained a few health points, and in this state, there was little he could do. The stunned young man asked if he understood correctly that he could not rely on the strength of his ally. Smay replied that until he found the computing power he needed, he could only take his original form for a short time. It was said that she was the most important thing here, because once they got her, they would regain their former strength and expand their territory to reach their goal. The tense player raised his head to take a closer look and understand where he needed to go. The young man concluded that he had to enter the sphere like that monster in order to find himself in the zone of destruction, and Ming noted that he was thinking correctly. Now, the young warrior clearly understood his goal and began to assume that the power he needed was hidden there. Then the hero wondered where the new order and the head of 10 were, whom he had not seen since entering the zone of destruction, but knew that they could not have perished. The map system and team were disabled, but in the group chat, Retchie still asked where all his comrades had gone. The serious young man read the messages carefully, realizing that the situation was very complicated at the moment. Meanwhile, on one of the islands was Hujiazi from another guild, who was not a friend of the young man. Looking closer, he saw Liu alone and began to smirk maliciously, seeing him as entertainment. The cunning man reported to Dong Yao that he could see Ye Shan, and confidently added that he could restrain him. In the chat, Weishi wrote that after entering the zone, they were scattered to random locations, so the chance of meeting was extremely low. The extremely stern hero concluded that he could only rely on himself, but he was not worried at all, knowing the goal, the scope, and that in order to achieve it, they would need to gather computing power by destroying the islands. Liu believed that they could do it, but at the same time, the guy had no idea how to break up the surrounding territories if his current power was very small. Taking a double-barreled pistol in his hands, the brave man thought about trying to shoot, hoping that it would bring results. The foolish young man understood that it would hardly be easy, but he knew that he could safely use the combined damage of his abilities. If the trick worked, he wouldn't have to risk leaving his territory for power, which was much safer. Then the daredevil asked the screaming snake to move to their small and more untouched island to begin the operation. On the ground, he immediately spotted the sleeping Tahulu, an ordinary creature of the 80th level. Hearing rather loud noises, the horned monster woke up immediately and looked ahead, seeing a human silhouette. The assistant said that the membrane carrier was the core of the territory, and if it was destroyed, the island would fall apart. Using his architect skills and blessing, the fierce warrior picked up a gun, ready to take action. The system announced that the power had reached its limit, but the tense Liu thought it was too fast. He looked closely at his personal characteristics and noticed that many of them had increased significantly. The serious guy wasn't thrilled that the attributes had only increased to 100 points, but it should be enough. It was said that only the ratio of stats to weight was not affected by the debuff, and the higher it was, the stronger the blessing would be. Without hesitation, the brave man opened fire with his double-barreled pistol, instantly dealing nearly 800,000 points of damage. His insolent actions angered the awakened Tholu, who began to growl at him. This did not stop the main character, who continued to aim at the very core of the territory floating in the sky. Another shot caused severe damage to the rock, and a few seconds later, the island was completely destroyed. He was notified that he had destroyed the membrane carrier of the private area, for which he received points of attention and hatred from Yin Zhao. An enthusiastic Liu Yi exclaimed that he and Ming Shi had to act faster, because they needed to gather computing power. They had obtained a full 7% of the necessary essence on the island, which was not a bad result for a start. The snake could not move forward because there was a protective barrier here that prevented other territories from crossing the border of its zone. The emotionless player concluded that in order to collect the fragments, he would still have to leave the area. The blessing buff was supposed to drop 3 seconds after leaving the island, but the fighter would be able to use it again after the cooldown. Even though the young man could only establish the rule that the architect works non-stop, it would allow him to recover upon his return. Making a bold decision, the experienced player began to jump forward, remaining cautious and calm. He moved masterfully from one place to another, but beads of sweat ran down his cheeks, which was natural. Soon, the warrior left the protective barrier of the membrane, which reduced his strength and sent his ability into an endless recharge. To get to the world beyond, Liu had to climb to the very top, which meant that to leave, he had to jump down. The brave man made the jump, wondering why Yin Zhao had given him a reward for killing Tholu, and assuming that he was the boss here. The guy decided he needed to be careful, because the unknown guy's level was much lower than that of the monkey monster. At that moment, the main character received 7 units of computing power, which was a good result. He could use the matter to build and create anything, and the architect's ability was still recharging. Surprised, Shine finally realized that with the help of an important attribute, he could use his skill in any situation. The system warned that the power would disappear in an hour and asked him to use it as soon as possible, or transfer it to the membrane carrier of a private territory. Without hesitation, the tense player decided to jump to another island again in order to fulfill the requirements. Thus, Liu Yi continued to jump from one place to another, and soon the power was transferred, and the path of the development of the area became available to him. The young man could either strengthen Mingxi's cub or raise the level of number 1 to move it to the second floor or increase the limit. Without thinking twice, the player's inner voice called the path of development obvious and decided not to delay. He confidently exclaimed that the next step would be to gather computing power, because that was the only way to upgrade the snake and the island. After a while, Yinzhao's attention and hatred were at 52% each. The terrible monster boss with a disaster threat level knew perfectly well that the intruder was trying to break through his defenses. The system continued to send notifications that Tholu had died under various numbers. With each kill, the hatred of the creature of unknown rank grew, and Shine did not know how many monsters he had left to kill before its appearance. Finally, the warrior came to the conclusion that leaving the world beyond the edge would be incredibly difficult, but he was not going to give up. Clenching his fists tightly, the serious fighter told himself that it was time to think about this problem and start solving it. Soon, the hero raised Mingxi's level to 6, and the debuff effect was weakened by 15%. Wishi wrote in the chat that when the two islands collided, the barriers would connect, resulting in an even greater reduction in the effect. Sitting down on the ground, Yexing said that it was worth talking honestly at least once. But the snake cub did not quite understand him. The serious player carried the predator out of the kingdom, and then he said he needed to be here. But now he says he needs to get into the sphere. The fearless guy asked directly where they were going and what the purpose of their journey was. But this was followed by silence. The serious monster thought everything through carefully in his head, while the daredevil stared intently into his eyes. The dragon said he wanted to take the boy to the data processing center module, and added that the sphere above them was it. Tense, Liu thought deeply about what he had heard, trying to put the puzzle together in his head and draw some conclusions. Then he raised his head and began to look at the sphere more closely, wondering if this was the power that the head of the new order had spoken of. Looking at his comrade suspiciously, the young man asked how he knew all this, and whether he had been here before. The persuasive Ming said that what the hero needed was there, and promised to do everything he could to help him get to the module. For the first few seconds, the fighter seriously assessed the situation, not rushing to draw any conclusions. The brave man wondered if his opponent knew about the existence of the real world, but he did not hear the question. The nervous player asked again in a raised voice if the monster knew what was inside the game. The bewildered Sher pointed out that the kid was opening his mouth and speaking, but there was no voice, and asked what had happened. The main character quickly realized that the primordial realm automatically blocked such conversations. The young man asked his friend to forget about it, and returned to his promise to do everything possible to help him. Suddenly, Yexin felt a strong vibration under his feet and tremors that reached their island. The screaming snake declared that he could sense a high-level monster approaching them, and Liu immediately realized that it was Yin Zhao. The tense guy said that they would get a whole bunch of computing power if they defeated the leader, Thulu. The problem was that the warrior did not know how strong the enemy was, but if his power was like that of a monkey monster, he would wipe him out in a second. For a few seconds, the slightly agitated young man pondered his next move. After gathering his thoughts, he asked in a calm voice if he could trust his predatory companion. At the same time, it seemed more and more to the brave man that he was hiding something. And even though his thoughts were reasonable, it still didn't mean anything. The player would have liked to find out why the snake was lying and what he was trying to hide, but there was no time for that now. To defeat the high-level creature, Yishine had no choice but to trust his ally, which he decided to do. At that moment, a notification was received that Island number 1 in the garden had collided, resulting in the fusion of membranes. The agitated young man almost lost his balance due to the strong underground tremors, but he tried to stay on his feet. Looking ahead more closely, the main character noticed a silhouette approaching him. Soon, about 20 meters away, the stern Yin Zhao stopped, who could easily destroy him. Soon, the fusion process came to an end, reducing the debuff of the world beyond the edge by 35%. Suddenly, Mingxi's cub began to rapidly increase in size, which looked somewhat frightening. In less than a minute, the predator became enormous, shocking his companion, who couldn't believe his eyes. Now the dragon posed a danger to Yin Zhao, who was dwarfed in comparison and frozen in place at that moment. The snake knew that Liu wanted him to hold back the enemy while he infiltrated the island and destroyed the core, but the youngster was afraid that he would run away. The extremely puzzled mutant just stood there with his mouth open, completely unable to understand the situation. What he heard angered the leader of the ugly creatures, who now wanted to pounce on his enemies and wipe them out. In a fit of rage, he shouted loudly, but this did not scare the fearless player and his loyal friend at all. The loyal Mingshi said that when he decided to side with Shane and become the bearer of the membrane, he committed himself to staying with him until the end. The huge predator said that the young man should believe him, but heard nothing in response. Nevertheless, the decision was made to launch a joint operation, and within minutes, explosions began to rock the area. The nimble Liu began to climb the stone ledges, taking extreme care not to lose his life through stupidity. A notification was received that the membrane carrier had taken damage and lost 7,340 health points. The daredevil tried not to pay attention to this and continued to move forward without wasting any time. Mingshi's cub was once again attacked by the enemy, losing a considerable amount of energy. Shine, who continued to jump around, knew perfectly well that the screaming snake could not defeat the mighty Yin Zhao. He had to find the tree before his ally died, and then kill the enemy. Otherwise, the island would be destroyed and the hero would fall out of the destruction zone. While his loyal comrade was taking a lot of damage, the player still managed to reach his destination. Trying to remain calm, the warrior climbed up but noticed that Shir's health was dropping too quickly. Looking back, he saw huge columns of white smoke, and the rumbling from the blows did not stop even for a second. Summoning his courage, the young man said to himself that he needed to hurry and complete the task as soon as possible. Ahead of him was a very large green tree, which he had to destroy in order to capture the territory. The stunned young man did not think that the plant would be so huge because he had only a small sprout. Without wasting any time, the fighter continued to move forward, looking around with slight apprehension. At that moment, he approached the roots of the tree, finding it suspicious that there were no ambushes or guards nearby. The wary young man looked around a little more, then decided that he should seize the opportunity and not be foolish. The hero wondered why Yin Zhao had left the legendary tree unguarded, knowing that there would always be those who wanted to destroy it. Upon touching the plant, the player learned that it was blessed by the god of flowers and could not be destroyed while its owner was alive. Now the stunned youngster understood why the enemy had simply walked away, but he couldn't figure out what to do next. The membrane carrier was still under enemy attack, and his health bar was steadily decreasing. The stern Ishine did not rush to panic, and repeated to himself that he needed to come up with something immediately. At first, the determined fighter grabbed his katana and began to swing it, but only caused pain to his own hands. For a short time, he tried hard, hoping that everything would work out. But in response, the hero only received a notification that Sad was completely immune to damage, and that this would not work. The assertive Liu decided to switch to heavier artillery and grabbed his pistol, which had never let him down before. At that very moment, he opened fire on various parts of the thick trunk, but this also had no effect. Finally, the serious guy came to the conclusion that the legendary tree really couldn't be destroyed while its owner was alive. After thinking it over for a while, the clever player suggested that there might be a shell on the outside, and the real plant was inside. If this was indeed the case, then he would have to deal with the braid, otherwise he would not be able to destroy the Yinzhao fruit. The nervous young man said to himself that in such an unfortunate situation, the ability to disperse would come in handy. As he pondered what was happening, he had no idea that there was an enemy on the other side. The cold-blooded Hujiazi had been watching the young man for a long time, whom they had all wanted to deal with for a long time. Turning around, the hero noticed that the loyal Mingshi was still fighting, but was losing health points. The stern warrior, understanding the situation, came to the conclusion that their only option was to join the fight. Gathering his thoughts, the fighter told himself that if this was the only option, he had to give it his all and not hesitate. Suddenly, the tense Liu heard a man's voice asking if he was already giving up. At that moment, a smiling Hujiazi emerged from behind a tree, clearly not coming to the boy with good intentions. For the first few seconds, the young man looked closely at his opponent to understand who he was. Soon, the serious player realized that this was a member of the Refuge Guild, who had previously tried to kill him along with the others. The distrustful Shine also knew very well that this man possessed a dispelling ability that could be useful to him in breaking the barrier. The screaming snake's health continued to plummet, and it was unknown how much longer he could hold out. Hiding his weapon in his inventory, the calm young man began to mutter something about seeing things more clearly. Folding his arms across his chest, he admitted that he was going to deal with the owner of the island, and called it strange that Hujiazi had come out to him. The perceptive young man knew perfectly well that without his help, the man would not be able to use dispersion in the future, let alone defeat the monster. The bewildered gentleman felt a drop of sweat running down his face, and he didn't even know how to respond. The brave man promised that if that was the case, he would improve his stats in exchange for removing the barrier from the tree, and Hu's reaction seemed to indicate his agreement. The tense member of the shelter faction realized that the youngster was aware of everything, but wondered if he was afraid of being attacked. The alarmed blonde assumed that the boy had some kind of trump card, but then dismissed the idea as absurd. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the young man's point and said that they should get started quickly, without wasting time on empty talk. The membrane carrier continued to lose health, and Liu Yi told himself that he had to behave as calmly and confidently as possible now. His opponent believed that the boy might not be cheating, but in any case, he should not be allowed to get too close too quickly. First, the man asked the boy to take the knife and move 3 meters away from him, then stop, adding that this would be enough. The daredevil noted that the maximum level of characteristics here was 100, and asked if that would be enough for an experienced fighter. For a moment, the man's gaze was very surprised, as if he was experiencing something new for himself. Shocked, Hujazi advised Shane to hurry up, warning him that his blessing would only last for half a minute. The cunning man decided to remove the barrier and then teach the naive young fool a good life lesson. Putting on a serious expression, the false comrade told himself that he needed to deal with the outer shell first. Stretching out his hand in front of him, who was as focused as possible, began the important process of completing the task. After a few seconds, the dissipation was successfully completed, and the buff of the god of flowers was simply dispelled. At first, the tree was thoroughly imbued with magic, but then the protective layer began to weaken, which was what the fighter wanted. Soon, thanks to his skillful actions, the powerful shell was removed, leaving only the bare trunk of the tree. The enthusiastic youngster couldn't believe at first that it had worked. But the situation before his eyes was real. Suddenly, another powerful explosion thundered, and both players immediately turned their attention to it. Alerted, Yishin also heard Yin Zhao's disgusting roar, which was quite loud. The warrior decided to quickly deal with the legendary tree while Ming Shi was still holding on. But there was something he couldn't predict. The white-haired mole seized the opportunity and decided to attack him, as he had evil intentions. The scoundrel warned that carelessness quickly leads to death, and the daredevil managed to renew his blessing. Stunned, Hujazi had no idea why, under equal conditions, the kid was so much faster than him. Smiling, the brave man called his opponent greedy, while holding the hilt of his katana tightly. The man realized that the youngster's stats were 1 point higher than his. But he destroyed his enemy, depriving him of the opportunity to use this advantage. Confidently rushing into battle, the brave man remained silent and did not succumb to provocation, while his opponent advised him to admit defeat. Smiling frighteningly, the blonde asked if the fool really thought he didn't have an ace up his sleeve. Suddenly, a ban on weapons was imposed, effective for 1 minute, which radically changed the situation. A notification was received that the young man was prohibited from using anything for a full 60 seconds. The sharp sword simply disappeared from the discouraged boy's hands, and now he was completely defenseless. The wary Liu quickly realized that he could not attack with his blade, and his opponent cried out that he needed skill to defeat him. Swinging his sword in the air, he said that now there was no difference between him and a simple, defenseless boy. The fearless player smiled, realizing what his cunning opponent's plan was. Suddenly, the daredevil found himself behind his opponent, who tensed up, not understanding what was happening. The warrior said that if he were just a boy with physical abilities, he really would not be able to resist. The angry man shouted that he was a deceiver who had had a gun all along, but had hidden it. Pointing the barrel of the gun at the enemy, Yishine flashed a grin, noting that he was not just a simple player. At that moment, a medium-sized bullet flew out and hit the target, who didn't even have time to understand what was happening. In that same moment, Hujazi's health bar dropped to 0, and he was unable to harm the young warrior. The brave man said that with such speed, the moron couldn't even hit an unarmed person, adding that the useless fight had taken up a lot of his time. He was notified that he had dealt with the enemy and absorbed 5% of his precious computing power. The carrier of membrane territory number 1, in turn, continued to receive a huge amount of damage. The stern hero decided it was time to deal with the legendary Yinzhao tree, as he could not let down the loyal Ming Shi. Meanwhile, nearby, the battle between the screaming snake and its opponent continued, and the thick smoke did not have time to dissipate. The nimble opponent stood still, and the dragon realized that he would not be able to hold out if the guy continued to drag it out. Soon, the fruit of the garden's territory was destroyed, and the player received a huge amount of necessary power. At the same time, the wounded Ming Shi lay on one of the stone islands, still conscious. The mighty predator was breathing heavily, but his gaze remained serious, emphasizing his invincibility. At that moment, Ye Shine sat down in front of him and began to praise him, noting that he had held out for a long time. The ally asked him not to thank him, reminding him that they should help each other, so he did not consider himself a hero. After recovering, the snake said that they had earned a lot of computing power for the fight and asked if Liu knew how to use it. At first, the fighter wanted to raise his level to 10 and then destroy more stone islands without rushing to move on to the next level. After thinking it over a bit, his comrade agreed, because it would indeed be safer for them that way. The young warrior clarified and realized that by raising the rank of the area, they would gradually rise directly to the sphere. The dragon said that the distance to it was divided into 5 floors, and the ratio between them was 1 to 1. The perceptive young man remembered that Shur could fly and asked why he shouldn't move up to the next level with him. The predator replied that they were surrounded by a barrier, and that it could only exist here in a reduced form. Then they concentrated on accumulating power, and the nervous Hujiazi appeared on the other side of the dimension. The breathless man asked in a trembling voice if he was really not dead after everything that had happened. His current amount of power had decreased by 60%, and he realized that this was the price of death. In private messages, the fighter reported that he had died and been reborn in his area, and Dong Yang began to ask what had happened. The master added that he had accidentally met Ye Shine, who turned out to be strong and took his sign prohibiting the use of weapons. Meanwhile, the main character used a large amount of power to strengthen Ming Shi, who had finally become a teenager. Soon, the warrior reached the limit of computing power on the first floor, so the system asked him to move on to the next level of the world beyond. The serious player did not think that even she had a limit, but before advancing, he decided to improve the island called Number 1. The serious guy thought about the matter for a couple of minutes, then decided it was time to move on. He began jumping non-stop to the islands ahead, and the loyal Ming Shi followed him without asking any unnecessary questions. A few minutes later, the system announced that the territory would be moved to the second floor, so all its members had to return to the starting point. The process looked a little scary, but at the same time impressive, because it happened quite rarely. The hero concluded that in order to get into the data processing center module, he might need tens of thousands of power units. The daredevil hoped that there would be more opportunities to earn money on the second level, but there were already terrifying monsters there. Standing near one of the islands, the young man noticed 2 winged creatures guarding a small tree. The system informed him that he had arrived in the territory of the evil king Qin Yuan, who immediately targeted him. Nervous Liu decided that he needed to come up with a plan, as meeting the boss of the zone at the very beginning was too dangerous. Suddenly, the boy heard frightening sounds behind him, which resembled a fierce creature. Being very wary, the young man cautiously decided to turn around, hoping that no one was standing behind him. But at that moment, there was an unknown entity with a mirrored mouth near him, in which he could see the protected tree. Terrified, the fighter shouted, wondering what kind of abomination this was, which, on top of everything else, could fly. Calming, she explained that the children of the abyss were special monsters that devoured territories with insufficiently strong membranes and those outside the barrier. The stern Shine concluded that he had encountered creatures that specialized in destroying islands. "Calm down!" The young man began to look around so as not to expose himself to danger unnecessarily. He assumed that his opponents were flying in the thick fog, and figured there were definitely more than 10 of them. The second floor of the world beyond the edge turned out to be much more difficult for the hero, because it was larger and everything in it looked very strange. The player did not see a single membrane carrier in different areas, and suspected that the children of the abyss had devoured everything. The fighter thought it would be easier for him to gain significant power, but everything turned out differently, and he did not know if the entire level would be such a failure for him. Soon, his gaze turned to the unified territory of Qin Yuan, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not get there. The only place where the carrier was located was the domain of the hated king, and it looked like a multitude of connected islands. Tense, Liu Yi asked if the loyal predator knew what it was, but received no answer. Puzzled, Yesi noticed that Ming Shi had suddenly disappeared somewhere, but he had no idea why. Soon, the ally's voice replied that someone was approaching them, and the stern warrior began to listen silently. Not far away, a familiar-looking man in a yellow shirt sat on a throne, looking relaxed. It turned out to be a smiling member of the Garden Guild in the backyard named Bai Shouhao. Thoughtful Liu Yi began to look more closely to identify the person in the neighboring area. Recognizing him, the man from the other faction assumed that the young man was also stuck here and suggested that they join forces. He said that together they could easily deal with everything and leave this place, but alone they clearly couldn't manage. But at that moment, there was a sly smile on his face, as if the blue-eyed guy had some kind of goal in mind. Dongyan wrote in the group chat that one of his men had been killed by Ye, and then the conversation turned to the need to get rid of him. Bai Xiaotao began broadcasting on orders, and the other fighters who were negatively disposed toward Shane immediately tuned in. At that moment, The head of the refuge guild experienced a strong shock, and his pupils significantly decreased in size. Suddenly, the brave man simply shot at his opponent, because he did not have even the slightest bit of trust in him. For the kill, he received 5% of the computing power of the membrane of the primordial realm, which was a good result. With a stern look, the hero said that they were enemies, so he had no desire to unite with them. His opponent began to quickly dissolve into space, breaking up into small particles, and his face was no longer visible. A few seconds later, Liu Yi saw a blue sphere in its place, which he found attractive. The serious fighter decided to deal with Bai Shuhao's territory in his membrane. The young man could jump to the ball with the loot, and then he would have to destroy the legendary tree and gain computing power. The guy believed that there would be a lot of points he needed there, but suddenly he saw a hand in front of him, grabbing the item. The stunned player froze in place, looking closely to understand what the hell was going on. In front of him was an unharmed Bai, who, through simple calculations, figured out that the pistol was his main weapon. Shine was tense and couldn't understand how he had survived, even though the Firstborn Kingdom's system had counted him as dead and left his loot behind. Ming Shai explained that after death, the player is reborn on his island, losing between 1 and 100% of his power. He added that the young man's score had always exceeded 100 points, and he had never died, so he couldn't have known about it. Grabbing his gun sharply, Liu decided to start the legendary tree, not believing that it would survive his shot. For the first few seconds, the shooter took aim to hit the target accurately and not have to deal with this task twice. But suddenly, the hero noticed that a barrier had appeared at the edge of the territory, through which his bullets could not pass. The stern Shutao threatened that they had no choice but to fight, adding that staying here put him at a disadvantage. Using a portal for quick travel, he suggested meeting on the shared territory of Qin Yuan. The brave man quickly concluded that the enemy had used the architect's abilities to open up his island. Smei said that without dispersal, they could do nothing, so they would have to fight the king, and called it unwise to refuse cooperation. Without rushing to panic, the warrior began to think through each of his next steps, so as not to make any mistakes. He added that it was impossible to trust each other in their case, and that they had too much information, which meant they had to try. The brave man said that he would be the first to go to Qin Yuan's territory, and if anything happened, he would jump out of there, so he asked Ming Shi to be ready to catch him. Meanwhile, an angry Bai Shuhao hid in the fog and struggled to control his emotions. The fighter asked the leader for permission to kill Shane, and the leader of the backyard garden asked if he was sure he could handle it. The ruthless king Qin Yuan, in turn, was on his own territory, enjoying the silence as he sat on his throne. The emperor, hiding his true face, seemed to sense that someone was eager to disturb his peace and was moving towards him. There were also a large number of guards in the private area, in the form of winged beasts. Among them were black yuans of the 80th level and simpler white ones. But they also posed a danger. Suddenly, one of the birds began to screech loudly, as if sounding an alarm, but the situation was unclear. At that moment, a bubble of white liquid flew at it, which turned into foam and began to interfere with its movement. At the same time, the king's huge tree continued to sway steadily in the wind, thanks to its strong roots planted in the ground. Near it, a red mammal was guarding spheres with a small amount of computing power. Taking one of the spheres, the bird turned and flew off in an unknown direction, leaving the precious fruit behind. The predator covered the distance it needed at a fairly high speed without worrying about anything. Liu, who was watching, knew that in his current state, he could only deal with one aggressive monster, and if more attacked, he would have to run away. The fighter received a notification that he had entered the king's domain, where he was instantly weakened by 50%. From that moment on, the buzzing of Qin Yuan's wings became much louder, but the tense young man could not understand what was happening. For every 30 seconds spent on private territory, the youngster received 1 point of attention from the emperor. The wary warrior now understood that behind all this was the ruler, whose hatred had been gradually growing. At one point, Ye Xian noticed someone moving a dozen meters away from him, and immediately looked in that direction. Once again, he encountered the confident Bai Shuhao, who was running very fast. Stunned, Liu Yi first thought that he had simply imagined it, but the situation was real. The fearless player immediately activated a blessing to increase his stats, while the enemy resorted to his skill. Thanks to his exchange ability, the cunning player transferred the king's hatred to the main character in order to free himself from it. The stunned young man did not expect such an action on his part, and did not even know how to react. At that very moment, a huge flock of aggressive birds appeared on the horizon, which radically changed the already stalemate situation. Then the scoundrel began to steal a certain status from his target, and the confused young man could not even oppose him. A few seconds later, the youngster received a notification that his blessing had been stolen by the treacherous Bai. The scoundrel was very pleased to feel his stats increase, while Liu had to fend off the predators as he ran away. Smiling, Dongyung, who was watching the broadcast, gloated because many Qin Yuans were hunting Shane, and he couldn't use his abilities. Stunned, Liu was a little confused, as a whole herd of enemies was falling on him, and he was left all alone. The hero's knowledge and health points had dropped significantly, so he had to be extremely careful. Suddenly, the daredevil activated his capture skill, trapping the bewildered Shu Tao in an improvised prison. The warrior, in turn, took off running, but a whole pack of aggressive mammals continued to fly behind him, trying to use various skills for self-defense. The hero told himself that he needed to return to the island. However, he could not afford to do so until he dealt with the scoundrel who had unexpectedly broken free from his bonds. Now, due to the enemy's status transfer, Shine himself was captured. At first unable to comprehend what was happening, the discouraged young man received a weakness debuff, which greatly reduced his speed, attack power, and defense. The young man also took minor damage from the Qin Yuans, who began to rapidly surround him on all sides, eager to peck at him. A gloating Bai Shuhao exclaimed that he would rather die of old age than be dealt with by a pathetic kid. The blessing of the fierce warrior lasted another 5 seconds, while what the enemy had stolen could only last 2. That is why the perceptive fighter once again restrained his opponent, preventing him from escaping the battlefield and leaving him to be torn apart by predators. The very nervous man wondered how many times the same ability could be used. After that, the serious player picked up a powerful pistol that was supposed to deal triple damage to the enemy. At that very moment, without any hesitation, a loud shot was fired, but a smile remained on his opponent's face. Continuing to chuckle, the blonde-haired man said that he would simply wait until the boy's life came to an end. He decided to open the halo and use target capture, and then reflected the attack, confident in his actions. The hero received a notification that the effect of the first blessing had ended, and the second would last for a few more seconds. Focused, Liu activated the barrier and gathered knowledge to absorb 3,000 units of mind power. At that moment, the enemy lost all his power, causing his aura to simply close, which shocked him. A couple of seconds later, the bullet still hit Bai Shuhao, who lost his coordination and began to fall freely to the ground. At that moment, the enemy crashed to the ground without any signs of life, and the system announced that he had been killed. At tremendous speed, the fierce Shine grabbed the sphere that had fallen from the enemy, which could be useful to him. The warrior decided that it was time to move on, since the important loot had already been collected. Without hesitation, the brave warrior jumped off the cliff and made a high jump, calling on Ming Shi. Right in midair, he began to look around carefully to decide where he needed to go. However, the hero landed on one of the stone islands, his face still serious. The player immediately saw a large flock of aggressive birds in front of him, which had already begun to annoy him. He began to suspect that the Qinwanis could not leave the territory, so they were simply suffering. Suddenly, the young man heard an incredible roar right in front of him, signaling a great danger. The tense fighter looked closely to understand what he needed to be prepared for. At that moment, a huge king appeared before him, who had long wanted to deal with the intruder. Stunned, Liu quickly realized that this was the very ruler himself, but he still did not know how he would fight him. The giant simply stood still and proudly squared his shoulders. But this did not make the situation any calmer. The hero wondered why the enemy did not attack him like birds, and assumed that he too might be restricted by a single territory. The flock of mammals, in turn, gathered around their emperor, obeying him in everything. Looking at the enemy with his back turned, the brave man abruptly grabbed his gun, not intending to let go so quickly. At that moment, he activated the ability to cancel reloading, blessing, increased characteristics, and captivity. Confident in himself, the young man thought that he could bind the king indefinitely, and all that remained was to attack until he died. Without wasting any time, the player fired his first powerful shot, believing that he would be victorious. In pain, Qin Yuan was not going to tolerate the antics of the insolent man who had entered his private territory. Unexpectedly, he activated the single terrain rule modifier, which canceled the capture ability. The shocked kid froze in place, slightly confused, because now he had no trump cards up his sleeve. The opponent began to spread his long wings, as if filling himself with the power to destroy the intruder. Suddenly, Qin made a high jump and found himself in the air, while Ye Shine continued to stand in place. The serious fighter came to the conclusion that monsters could also use the architect's skills on their island. Soon, the hero left the emperor's territory, who immediately lost interest in him, so he could think a little. Because of the power of the ability to kill the owner of the territory, it became too difficult, and a clear plan was necessary. The perceptive young man understood that if someone's island collided with Yuan's unified territory and disabled the ability, everything would be different. It was also possible to bring computing power using the same ability, then decide whether the ruler could use the skills. The brave man came to the conclusion that he needed to find someone with whom he could carry out this plan. Meanwhile, an angry Bai Shouhao shouted at the top of his lungs that he was about to burst with rage because he had died for the second time. In private messages, Ding asked him to calm down and not embarrass himself in front of the other clans. The man said he would turn off the broadcast until he met Shane again, and the leaders praised him and noted that he had done well. After that, the fierce fighter sat down on a stone throne, promising himself that he would definitely take revenge on the nimble scoundrel. He remembered that he still had a chance, so he assured his boss that this time he would not let him down and would prove his competence. On the digital scoreboard, Bai learned that he would receive many points for each mammal killed and each king destroyed. Earlier, the warrior had stolen the title from the predators, but he couldn't leave the territory until he had collected the required number of buff stacks. Continuing to sit on the throne with a slight smirk on his face, the player read his comrade's messages thinking about his next steps. At the same time, he wrote that he could not cope with such a number of monsters, and his skills were clearly not suitable for battle. Unperturbed, Yuending asked his comrade to cooperate with Yashane again, as there was a chance to reap huge benefits. Folding his arms under his chin, the man thought deeply about the situation, realizing that this was a very good option. Meanwhile, the main character, sitting on the ground, received a message from someone and decided to read it right away. It was a message from Bai Shouhao, who wrote that if they joined forces, things would definitely turn out differently. The brave man understood perfectly well that to win, they really needed to work together, but he couldn't just agree so easily. He set conditions, saying that he would not leave his island, but would only help as an architect and bless his ally. The stunned player was extremely dissatisfied with this, as the hero was better than him in close combat, but did not want to fight. As a warm-up, the man suggested killing 200 Qin Yuans, because that way they would understand each other better, and without that, they would never be able to kill the king. The cunning enemy said that the kid did not expect that. Having received the title of leader, he would be able to resist him, and decided to pretend to be dead after the emperor's death. Wary, Lu Yi wondered if Bai, who had agreed to the terms, was afraid that he would kill him once they had achieved their goal. In the chat, the young man asked what they would do with Yuan's architect, and his comrade said that he would push his island away from the unified territory and block the skill. The member of the Backyard Guild knew that he would become part of the terrain when the chaotic buff began to accumulate. Although the hero found Bai's behavior suspicious, all he needed was to disable the enemy's skills, and the rest didn't really matter. Besides, the player remembered that he was invincible at number 1, so the nimble type would not succeed. At high speed, the blonde-haired man began jumping from one island to another, gradually approaching the desired location. In just a few seconds, he was at his destination, where he could begin to act. Ahead of him stood a smiling E-Shine, who showed fearlessness and confidence in his abilities. The daredevil said he had been waiting for him, and his counterpart folded his arms across his chest, noting that the young man had made the right choice. With a suspicious grin, the member of the Sada faction expressed confidence that they would become friends. The young warrior replied that he hoped so, after which his new ally galloped off somewhere. Just in case, the hero decided not to kill 200 birds with him, but to lead the king to the convergence zone, where the architect would cease to work. The enemy specifically asked to deal with the monsters, but remembered that to become a leader, he had to defeat 100. He read that with the boy, he would take control of all the predators in a single territory, change the rules for you, and then deal with the boy E. The cold-blooded Liu Yi jumped to another island after a while, where he was supposed to start the task. The system notified him that the player had entered the territory of King Qin Yuan, who immediately began to follow him. Meanwhile, the nimble Bai Shouhao continued to cut down his opponents with his sword, truly enjoying the process. The extremely serious young man watched the events unfold intently, standing in one place. In just 25 minutes, the fighter managed to earn a whopping 60 points of the Emperor's attention. Suddenly, loud footsteps were heard nearby, signaling the arrival of the ruler himself. The powerful creature stood tall, and his high-ranking equipment only emphasized his terrifying appearance. The cunning Bai recognized that cooperating with E was effective, as he provided enormous combat power at a distance, super strong healing, and attribute boosts. Since the guy was sitting on his own territory, his architect had no cooldown, which greatly facilitated grinding and made them invincible. The man even said that he was sad that the youngster was his enemy and not his comrade. But suddenly, Qin Yuan's fist flew into his face. The stunned player immediately began coughing up foam, his eyes nearly popping out of his head, but he was still conscious. As a result, the corpse flew to the side and hit his back against a stone rock, but he did not die. Gritting his teeth in pain, the nervous fighter said that he had not expected to meet the king while carrying out his mission. Trying to get to his feet, the powerless Shotao muttered that without the hero's help, he would not be able to defeat him. He had less than half his health left, and if it weren't for the buff to increase his stats, he would have died, so he decided to run. A few seconds later, the blonde-haired man found himself on the same island as Liu, who could help him. The extremely tense ally shouted at the young man to return to his territory immediately, adding that the emperor had found them. The wary young man at first thought he had misheard, but the situation was indeed critical. His comrade asked him not to forget to restore his health, which the brave man did, after which a powerful enemy stood in their way. Nervous Bai understood that now he would not be able to kill birds, but he could not get rid of the king, and his health was almost zero after the second blow. Unexpectedly, the main character used a blessing, increasing all his stats by 500 points. The daredevil exclaimed that if the ruler had come to them himself, then they should deal with him once and for all. The impulsive warrior also shouted that he had cast a buff on his comrade, raising all his stats by 500. Gathering his strength, the strong man grabbed his weapon, ready to give a worthy rebuff to the powerful enemy. Without a moment's hesitation, Shu Tao rushed into the attack, but his opponent was also ready for battle and did not back down. The stern player was confident that with the support of the strongman, Yi would complete the task, but would not receive the title of king. Looking at the approaching Qin Yuan, the man wondered if the guy would leave him alive after the victory. He was even more nervous because of how scary his opponent looked while running, but he tried to keep his cool. Excited, Bai discussed what to do next in a chat with his comrades, and they all came to the conclusion that the only option was to continue working with Shine. The enraged fighter exclaimed that his opponent must be dealt with immediately, and his partner heard him clearly. The player wrote to his comrades that even if he died, he would be able to return and pass on the buff, and then they would come together and claim the title of king. But at the moment, he still had to deal with the powerful Qin Yuan, who didn't even flinch. Stunned, Shu Tao noticed the unusual amount of damage done and froze in place with his mouth open. Suddenly, the huge monster was entangled in golden chains and found himself in a makeshift prison, which shocked the fighter even more. In a rage, the big guy tried to break the chains, but none of his attempts were successful. Discouraged, Bai concluded that the ruler could not even move, so he could begin to act. Enraged, Yuan began to shout at the top of his lungs and kick, hoping to free himself. Firing his pistol, the nervous hero cried out that Qin could escape at any moment with the architect's help, so they had to deal with him. The focused ally raised his hand at that moment and pointed it in an unknown direction, but that was part of his plan. Small stone fragments began to fall from the islands nearby, which was the result of his actions. The stern Bai Shouhao considered it a disgrace that he was only a pathetic assistant. But without him, the ruler would simply escape. The hot-tempered warrior shouted that the process of destroying the powerful enemy would begin right now. Huge columns of acrid smoke began to rise everywhere, which was beginning to cause alarm. Tense, Liu Yi surveyed the situation with a pistol in his hands, standing on another island where it was safer. With a sly smile, the cunning man reactivated the architect's ability to capture the enemy. Gritting his teeth in anger, the blonde player told himself in a low voice that he would definitely win. The next minute, a series of powerful explosions rocked the area, weakening Qin Yuan's armor. However, the giant still remained on his feet, posing a huge danger to his opponents. The ground was shifting beneath his feet due to the destruction of the stone slabs, but he tried with all his might not to lose his coordination. At that moment, the big guy's gaze was fixed on Ye Shane, who was armed with a pistol and firing rapidly at him. Once again, the king found himself at the mercy of the main character, which was beginning to enrage him. Then, a medium-sized shell hit the ruler of the territory right in the chest, before he even had time to comprehend what was happening. The player, pleased with himself, grinned, realizing that his professional actions had led to the expected victory. Soon, the powerless emperor fell to his knees with a crash, no longer able to resist. He no longer posed any danger as his life force had drained away, leaving him with nothing. Surprised, Bai Shuhao realized that Ye Shane only needed him to destroy the barrier. Smiling slyly, the fighter said to himself that he needed to finish off Qin Yuan in order to get his title. The wary man began to look around, knowing full well that he had to act as quickly as possible. His gaze fell on the confident Liu Yi, who looked as if he was also pursuing some cunning plan. The brave man shocked his opponent by asking him to explain why he had killed the predators and promised to let him go if he was satisfied with the answer. The tense man did not know how to behave in such a situation and tried with all his might not to give in to panic. Then he took a hesitant step forward, feeling slightly dizzy, but ignored it. The embittered Bai Shouhao gripped the hilt of his katana tightly and swung at the dying king. Focused on completing his task, the man told himself that he only needed to kill the emperor and the rest would not matter. Plucking up his courage, the player launched a series of attacks, but he could still see his opponent's body trembling slightly. In an inner voice, he said that he had not put in quite enough effort and immediately began to correct this. With a sly smile, the blonde-haired man said that if Ishine wanted to know, he would tell him the truth. The extremely serious guy looked silently at his interlocutor, perfectly understanding that his intentions were not good. The main character preempted his story by firing an unexpected shot, the bullet passing through the chest of his bewildered enemy. The merciless warrior understood without explanation that he was facing a mole who deserved only death. Soon, the player received a notification that he had dealt with the owner of the unified territory, King Qin Yuan. Even after the emperor's death, the island did not collapse, which meant that in order to obtain computing power, the legendary tree would have to be destroyed. The pensive young man did not yet know if this power would be enough to raise his private territory to the 3rd level. Calm Ming-shi advised him to use soul subjugation on the predators, assuring him that he would be surprised. His ally warned that if the young man did not hurry, the king would be reborn, which caused him great shock. Deciding not to waste time, the warrior jumped up from the ground, knowing exactly what he would be doing in the near future. First, Liu decided to destroy Bei Xiaotao's territory to get rid of him. Otherwise, he could catch them off guard and take all their power. Meanwhile, his slain opponent suddenly found himself in the very center of the resurrection zone of the city of Mu. Stunned, the guy just froze in place with his mouth open, trying to identify his geolocation. Being amazed, he wondered why he didn't respawn in his own territory if he had enough points left to do so. The system notified him that because his membrane guardian had less than 100 power units, he could not be on the island. So he simply died. Realizing the hopelessness of the situation, the man grabbed his hair and screamed at the top of his lungs to vent his emotions. In the chat, he began to apologize, and Yuan Ding advised him to look for something about shine in the real world, as he wanted to test his strength. At the same time, the hero collected 88 points he needed on the island of the now dead Bai Shouhao. The young man remembered that you cannot be reborn if you have less than 100 points, so the job was done. The boy laughed a little at his enemy, and then decided to use Ming-shi's advice to subjugate the bird's souls to see what would happen. Approaching the predator's lair, the boy wondered what was going on, as the shadows did not want to serve him. He listened to the screaming snake and tried to catch individuals to enslave, but either it didn't work, or the resistance was too great. In pursuit of the Qin Yuans, the fighter unexpectedly found himself in the center of the island, where he was able to behold the legendary tree of the unified territory. The focused warrior knew that if he destroyed the fruit, he would gain a huge amount of the computing power he needed. The hero did not know what awaited him next, but he remembered that all the islands were adjacent to the territory of the dead emperor. Now that he had no one to help him remove the barriers, he would hardly be able to safely use his architect skills and win. If, after destroying the tree, Ye Shane didn't have enough points to improve number 1, he would be trapped, so he didn't know what to do. Because of Xiao Tao, the brave man did not think about the Battle of the Birds, but he was sure that there was a reason why they tried to enslave each other rather than kill each other. Clenching his fist tightly, the brave man told himself that if there was a way to gain power, it must be somehow connected to the Qinhuans. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by a blue bird flying by, which seemed friendly at first glance. The distrustful young man immediately noticed it, but did not show any particular emotion. The thing was that after killing the king, the young man received a notification that changed the situation a little. Earlier, the system had written that the black predator's attitude toward him had worsened, while the white ones had improved by 50 points. Therefore, the little chick was not aggressive towards its new owner and seemed ready to help him. The main character had to give the little animal a name, and he also had the opportunity to review its characteristics. The system informed the player that, as the leader of the Yuani, he could fight the king and, if he defeated him, receive an important title. Stunned, Liu Yi immediately wondered if this was the surprise Ming-shi had told him about earlier. By becoming emperor, the warrior would gain control of the entire territory, and thus easily find a way to obtain enormous power. With a happy smile on his face, the young man agreed that this was indeed a wonderful gift after all the trials he had endured. Without thinking twice, the young man decided to name his new pet Xiao Bai because it was small and white. The hero remembered that Shu Tao could change statuses, which meant that he also wanted to become the leader of Qin Yuan, but he had prevented him from doing so, and now he himself was striving for it. Suddenly, the daredevil opened fire with his pistol, scaring the birds nearby. A few seconds later, the stern player emerged from behind the bushes, still holding his weapon at the ready. Thanks to his good aim, the guy managed to seriously wound one of the predators, which began to lose altitude. Very soon, several more wounded pilots fell to the ground, highlighting the fighter's professionalism. The satisfied archer ordered Xiao Bai to immediately rush into the attack to finish them all off. The newly minted pet immediately obeyed the order, dealing with the enemies lying on the ground. A system notification was received about gaining 1 level of Bloody Rush, as well as Advanced Chaos Yang. In an instant, the wary pack of surviving predators noticed that something was wrong. Then they noticed the boy hiding in the bushes, who was the source of their problems. The enraged birds were ready to pounce and tear apart the intruder who dared to disturb their peace. Keeping a cool head, Liu began to run away with his new ally, noting in his mind that something was wrong. The warrior, who did not understand the situation, wondered where so many enemies had come from, but could not find an answer. He was nervous because they had all been fighting each other before, and now for some reason they had decided to unite against him. The hero realized that he needed to hurry to his private island, as he would not be able to cope with such a wave of aggressive mammals. Accelerating faster, the agitated Shine called what was happening a nightmare, because there were more and more monsters. Soon, the guy made a sharp jump and found himself on the other side where he almost fell, but still managed to keep his balance. Terrified and exhausted, Xiaobai could barely flap his wings, but his concerned owner urged him not to stop. Stunned, Liu Yi couldn't believe it, but it all boiled down to the fact that the little chick couldn't leave the territory. According to the rules, a pet with an advanced chaos buff, having advanced several levels, did not have the ability to leave the island. The brave man made it so that Qin Yuan couldn't leave the area, and the alarmed chick didn't even know what would happen to him next. The extremely serious Ye Shine said in his thoughts that the flock must not be allowed to harm him, adding that Xiaobai must become stronger. The little one, in turn, looked at the enemies approaching him, and the hero declared that he must turn to the king. A few minutes later, the remains of the dead predators lay on the ground, quickly disposed of. Some of them had their paws torn off, and none of them showed even the slightest sign of life. At that moment, a huge blue paw stepped on the stone ground, which could scare anyone. The creature was protected by powerful armor that prevented anyone from attacking it. It turned out to be the reincarnated baby Xiao, who was now a majestic warrior with long, beautiful wings. The fearsome fighter remained silent, but his sturdy armor spoke for him. The newly crowned king possessed characteristics that were high for his level, so he posed quite a danger. He possessed the abilities of an increased aura of power, a bloody rush, provocation, and architect. The surviving Qinyuans turned their attention to the enemy standing silently in front of them. The birds panicked and chirped loudly, talking among themselves and making it clear that they needed to get away immediately. Suddenly gathering into a flock, the cowardly creatures rushed to flee, which was impossible to watch without smiling. Liu Yi, who was making loud footsteps with his special boots, immediately began to run toward his ally. The Iron Knight knelt before his master, because he was very grateful to him for the changes. The young man called him a real living shield, and wondered if he could farm anywhere in the unified territory with his help. He was a little sorry that he couldn't take Xiaobai with him from the island, but it was decided not to waste any time. Meanwhile, the legendary tree of the area continued to drain precious computing power. The remains of the greedy Qin Yuans swirled around it, wanting to take everything and hide somewhere. One of the predators was suddenly attacked by the incredibly strong fist of the newly crowned king. Shenu no longer had to participate, so he watched the country and noticed that the tree lit up only after the death of the black bird. He remembered that when the white enemy was killed on the outskirts, the same thing happened, and he assumed that it was somehow related. Xiaobai became emperor, and all the black creatures returned here, which could also mean something. The monsters were still hostile towards the main character, but they couldn't touch their respected leader. At that moment, the fearless knight approached the sacred tree and placed his palm on it. Then, instantly, the process of pumping out the computing power that the young man needed began. A huge crowd of Qinyuan gathered around, forming a circle that looked mesmerizing. A slight smile appeared on Liu Yi's face, because he was convinced that everything was going exactly as he wanted. After a short while, his loyal ally knelt down and handed him a large sphere. The system notified the young man that he had received 2,500 points, but they had to be transferred to the membrane carrier. To move the island to the 3rd floor, it was necessary to expend a lot of power and raise Ming Shi to the 20th rank, but the hero did not have enough. The young player could only hope that they would once again find a way to obtain the necessary materials. At one point, the cold-blooded knight raised his head to the sky and thought deeply, which was evident from the outside. A small flock of black Qinyuans was heading towards them, but their intentions were not entirely clear. The Iron Warrior jumped up sharply and delivered a crushing blow directly to the tree, which looked very impressive. What was happening greatly agitated the predators flying nearby, who were clearly unhappy about it. The aggressive Xiaobai was ready to deal with all targets in one fell swoop, so that they would no longer stand in his way. With a lightning-fast strike, the fighter dealt with the feathered creatures, inflicting fatal damage on them. In that same moment, the remains of the birds simply fell to the ground, no longer posing any threat to him. The bewildered Liu Yi wondered what his ally was doing, but he couldn't find an answer. Then, the guy's attention was drawn to the legendary tree, which began to glow with red light. In just a few seconds, the trunk was completely covered, but its contours remained the same, which looked very impressive. The loyal Xiao ran at full speed to his master, whom he wanted to please very much, and tried his best to do so. He knelt before the young man and handed him an orange sphere with computing power. The surprised young man received a few more points, but it was still not enough for his overall goal. Soon, the hero realized that the tree could generate the matter he needed, so the situation began to take on a new dimension. Then, Shine asked Bai to gather more, while he himself began to survey the entire territory of Qingyuan from the highest point. At this level, there were only 2 fruits, one of which was located on the King's Island and was called the legendary tree of black predators. Outside the Emperor's lands, there was a sprout of white birds, and when they died, their computing power was distributed among the plants. Having drawn his conclusions, the hero asked Xiao to gather as much matter as possible, even though he knew it was very cruel to kill only living creatures, because it was just a game. However, the young player had no other choice, as he wanted to delve deeper into the situation. The system announced that the limit of 8,000 units for the second floor had been reached, so it was time to move on to the third. Unable to hold back his tears, the young man clenched his fist tightly and muttered quietly that this was a completely expected outcome. The youngster was upset that he couldn't get the whole bunch of computing power that was waiting for him. The hero asked if it was possible to move the island to the 3rd level of the world beyond the edge, and Ming Shi advised him to merge his territory with that of the king. The young man also learned that without a place, he couldn't take Xiaobai with him, and the snake advised him to collect matter that could always come in handy. The smiling Liu knew that in a couple of days, the primordial realm would descend into the real world, and he would not return for power. Nevertheless, he decided to move the island to the 3rd floor, and the screaming snake reached the 20th level and grew in strength. The brave man assumed that he would be the first to get there, and was confident that at this rate, power would soon be in his pocket. In the group chat, Weishi suddenly wrote that she had been swallowed by a baby in the abyss, and her excited comrades began to ask if she was alive. Ten wrote that they had found each other on the 2nd level and could try to help her, but it was useless because the girl was on the 3rd level. Upon learning that his ally had also reached the new floor, Yexing, who was reading the messages, was amazed at her speed. The tense fighter wondered how the lady had managed to get to the same place so quickly on her own, but soon dismissed the thought. He decided that there was no need to worry, because he would not be able to find her in such a huge space, but he should be careful if they suddenly met. The girl sent a photo she had taken when she reached the 3rd floor and asked the young man to do something if he saw such a thing. Right in front of Liu Yi at that moment, a flock of unknown creatures from the world beyond the edge floated by, looking rather nasty. The monster with a yellow steel object on its head resembled a fierce whale, but it was unclear whether it posed a threat. Summoning his strength, the brave man chose to conceal his territory using his architect's skills. The shocked guy looked at the digital display and quickly realized that he was facing the very devourer of the abyss. Now the tense player had to decide whether to save Wei Shi, who was in the monster's jaws. At that moment, he remembered how the brave brunette had helped him when he was attacked by a crowd of ill-wishers. The girl wrote in the chat about a key that opened the membrane control center, but she didn't know what it was or where it was located. The main character was stunned to read this news, as he had been searching for this item all this time. After calming down, the young man began to look around, trying to think through his next steps. The guy asked if they needed a key to get into the building, and Ming Shi responded by asking how he knew about it. At that moment, the screaming snake added that this thing was necessary, so the young man was thinking correctly. The determined fighter said quietly that they had to get the necessary item, because without it, none of this mattered. His ally said that the key was with the master of the floor, and Liu added that it must be somewhere inside the huge abyss devourer. The young man asked how he could get inside the creature, and Wei replied that he just needed to jump into it, but leave his power on the island for rebirth. Meanwhile, the other 2 members of the team were on the 2nd level of the world beyond the edge, reading messages on a digital display. The nervous Danchan concluded that not only were they slower than the others, but they also knew much less information. The reserved faction leader asked him to stop talking nonsense and focus on the present. He added that now they needed to deal with the main monster, which had a key above its head that resembled a photograph of Wei Shi. Meanwhile, the main character was on the 3rd floor, continuing to think through his plan. Taking a fighting stance, the brave man said firmly that since they needed an item to open the door, he had to get it. His loyal pet asked him to be careful and then promised to hide number 1 until his return. Without wasting any time, the daredevil said he was counting on him, and then made a rather high jump. The nimble fighter immediately tried to grab the abyss devourer, while remaining calm so as not to make a mistake. But in an instant, the young player's hands seemed to sink into the monster's skin, which looked very strange. A slight excitement and complete incomprehension of the situation immediately appeared in his eyes. A few seconds later, Shane's entire body began to sink in as if he were drowning in a swamp. In less than 2 minutes, the hero was completely sucked into the quicksand, but he did not utter a single scream. Meanwhile, the two fighters clapped their hands, joyfully exclaiming that they had done a good job. They were Dongyong and Xiangyong, standing on the stone island, trying not to get their hands dirty. The leader of the Refuge Guild confidently noted that they had most likely reached the 3rd floor, which was something to be proud of. His counterpart reminded him that at the end of Bei's broadcast, Shine had almost defeated the king, and if he had gained a lot of power, he had clearly arrived here earlier. His comrade said that they had seen him in battle twice and knew his main attacks, so they just needed to play correctly, using countermeasures. Soon they moved to the 3rd level, but received a warning that it was extremely dangerous. The fighters began to see creatures unknown to them around them, but they were in no hurry to panic. Discouraged, Xiangyong stared ahead with wide eyes, trying to draw some conclusions for himself. He was alarmed by the fact that the area had been described as incredibly dangerous, so he knew he had to be careful. A few seconds later, his pupils shrank from the shock, but it wasn't entirely clear what was going on. Thoughtful Dongyong noted that they were covered with some kind of protective layer, but he had no idea what to do next and hoped for some guidance. His tense colleague continued to stare somewhere, remaining silent, which looked suspicious. Slightly agitated, the head of the Shelter Guild asked if Xiangyong was seeing something unusual. Unexpectedly, the man replied that he had just seen Ye Shane, even though only the Abyss Devourers were floating by. Meanwhile, the main character flew high into the air and then began to fall freely, experiencing a little stress. The young man felt intracranial pressure, but tried not to pay attention to it and not to panic. Spreading his arms, the focused fighter prepared for landing, hoping that everything would turn out okay. On the stone ruins, he suddenly saw the silhouette of a woman, who was just sitting with her legs dangling. The young man was informed that he had entered the private territory of the God of Flowers and instantly received 3 incarnation points. The cold-blooded lady of the 95th level posed a danger on the level of chaos, although she looked harmless. Her eyes were red with rage, but she remained silent and did not rush into battle. This time Liu did not have the unlimited architect and Ming Shi's protection, so he did not know how he was going to get the key. Suddenly, long, twisted green plants appeared in the young man's path, which could also cause harm. He was attacked right in the air, so the situation was more difficult than he could have imagined. Managing to react, the tense player grabbed his katana and cut down one of the targets, but it wasn't enough. Gaining courage, the warrior continued to swing his sharp blade, destroying all obstacles in his path and clearing the way. The nervous young man hoped that the attack's range did not cover the entire vast territory, but that was exactly what happened. In an instant, Ye Shine lost his vigilance and did not notice a blow from behind, which took away a lot of his health. As a result, the young man flew to the side like a soccer ball, accompanied by a loud crash. The emotionless goddess of flowers, in turn, rose from the stones to examine the fruits of her efforts. Then the unpredictable lady began to rise above the ground, but her intentions at that moment were unknown. The cold-blooded lady silently watched as the tall plants raised huge pillars of dust. Liu, who was trying to block the attacks, noticed a bunch of notifications that they had taken damage from an unknown god. Soon, the young man came to the conclusion that he would not be able to win, but something made him look away. Suddenly, he heard a woman's voice shouting at him to hold on until the end, hinting at help. At first, the young man couldn't figure out who was talking to him, and just kept fighting back. Behind the imperturbable goddess of flowers, an unknown player who was not afraid of anything made a leap. It was the angry beauty Wei Shi, who resorted to using the ability of the Star of Destruction. The ability imposed 1 level on the target, but if 3 levels were collected, the target would be destroyed and its health reduced to 0. Several sharp daggers flew at high speed into the back of the opponent who dared to attack Yeshena. The strange lady rose slightly above the ground, and the kunai still managed to reach their target, but she remained alive. The rat's actions only provoked the anger of the powerful maiden, who turned around and glared at the brunette. At that very moment, a huge number of green plants appeared, capable of suffocating any enemy. Alarmed, Liu froze in place with his mouth open in shock, but still held the katana in his hands. At tremendous speed, the fierce Wei Shi rushed forward, and the ground beneath her feet rapidly crumbled, turning into stone ash. The nervous girl shouted to the frozen boy that they had to run away immediately, otherwise they would be doomed. After a short time, the partners reached a safe zone where they could catch their breath and rest. The breathless young man struggled to collect his thoughts in order to discuss what to do next. Looking around suspiciously, he wondered to himself whether there was really no danger here. First, the young man thanked his ally for her help, noting that otherwise he would have simply died. Smiling, the charming brunette emphasized that it was Shine who had helped her, so she should thank him. The serious fighter asked how they could get out of there, and asked her not to say that they had to defeat the monster to do so. He immediately added that it would be very difficult to deal with the god of flowers, whom they had not even managed to damage. The lady replied that she had tried everything here, and even jumped off the edge of the territory, but found herself back at the starting position. She said that if they went outside the boundaries, the enemy would immediately attack, and in any case, it was pointless. Then the beauty asked what the young man had done to deserve such fierce attention from the goddess, who instantly pounced on him. Feeling a drop of sweat on his cheek, the young man didn't even know what to say, so he just remained silent. The lovely companion emphasized that this could be useful to them, since they needed some super attractive bait to win. The slightly puzzled boy continued to look into her eyes, but couldn't piece together the puzzle in his head. So he asked the girl to tell him about her plan. The main character still didn't know how to get the key, and began to suspect that killing the boss wasn't the only option. The lady replied that if he used his ability on the goddess 3 times, they would win, adding that he already had 2. The brunette said that the boy only needed to occupy the target for a while, and as soon as the opportunity arose, she would attack immediately. The pensive Ye Shine weighed all the pros and cons in his head and came to the conclusion that he had no other options. At the same time, in the quiet tomb, Xiong and Dongyong stood on guard, discussing something heatedly. The confident leader of the refuge said that it was time to find and deal with E, and to divide the computing power between the two of them. Without hesitation, the two leaders rushed forward, their goal being to grab the Abyss Devourer as it swam by. The main character, meanwhile, stood in one place with a katana in his hands, maintaining an extremely serious expression on his face. He looked ahead intently, keeping the goddess of flowers, whom he had to defeat, in his field of vision. His fierce opponent stared at him from afar with red eyes, ready to repel any attack. Then the lady sat down on a rock and pointed her finger at the boy, as if giving some kind of order. Several long green plants were again aimed at the boy, who had expected something like this to happen. The brave man activated his blessing and increased all his characteristics by 900 points, which was a good result. Gathering his strength, the warrior began to deftly swing his longsword, gradually dealing with all targets. In a private message, he wrote to his comrade that he would not last more than half a minute, so she should act quickly. His enraged opponent continued to pressure him in every way possible, using the same technique over and over again. The vile sprouts surrounded the fearless player on all sides, but he did not give up, and continued to mow them down with his blade. Due to their enormous numbers, the sprouts began to thicken and form a single entity, spinning faster and faster. At that moment, the super-fast Wei Shi joined the game, finally having the opportunity to help her comrade. The bewildered goddess of flowers heard someone moving quickly but couldn't understand what was happening around her. The fearless girl used her magic kunai again, but this only angered her opponent more, without causing any significant damage. Completely confident in her abilities, the brunette rushed into the attack, hoping to finish off her enemy as quickly as possible. Meanwhile, the stunned Ishine cut down another plant and froze in place with his mouth open. Putting on a serious face, the young man's first thought was whether his ally had succeeded. He began to look into the distance, but because of the bright light, he could only see 2 female silhouettes, one of which had flipped over in the air. Deeply alarmed, Liu couldn't understand what had happened, and his partner in the chat suddenly asked him to save her. The fierce warrior immediately rushed to help Wei Shi, whose life was in danger. The merciless goddess of flowers sent a multitude of plants at the girl, intending to deal with her as quickly as possible. The brunette also wrote that due to the too great a difference in characteristics, the spell did not work and paralyzed her. The brave man began to climb various ledges, approaching the enemy from behind, but not quite understanding the meaning of the message. The extremely serious fighter noticed that the halo above his opponent's head had suddenly disappeared, and this was his chance. Without hesitation, the player made a high jump and grabbed the precious item, but the goddess immediately sensed something was wrong. The system announced that it was impossible to take the item because Liu Yi had less than 25% of his computing power. The stupid situation made the already nervous Shane tense up even more, but he had no backup plan. Seizing the moment, the trickster managed to jump aside to avoid falling into the clutches of the aggressive entity. He also took into account that the blessing would soon end, so it was worth returning to the safe zone. Behind him, something rumbled incessantly, and the stone ruins slowly turned to dust. Thanks to his speed and composure, the noble hero managed to grab the paralyzed Wei Shi, who was in mortal danger. The girl felt a little awkward because she thought the guy would turn out to be so courageous. The young man thought long and hard about the fact that he needed to gather 25% of the power of the primordial kingdom in order to obtain the key. Upon arriving in the neutral zone, he laid his wounded ally on the floor, realizing that if he took the power he had, it would be enough. The fighter stared intently at the unconscious body of his partner, without saying a word. At that moment, the girl showed no signs of life, so the atmosphere was slightly eerie. In a private message, Ishin asked when Wei would be able to move, and then added uncertainly that he wanted to discuss something. Suddenly, he heard strange sounds in the air and became very alert, but he did not panic. The highly tense young man immediately decided to turn around, thinking to ask whose voice he was hearing. At that moment, the leaders of the Shangyong and Dongyong factions began to land on the territory, their intentions clearly not good. At first, Lu Yi's eyes widened in surprise, but after a couple of seconds, he calmed down. Smiling slyly, the brave young man told himself that these guys clearly had a lot of computing power, so there was no need to worry. In their correspondence, the young man asked Wei to stay here and rest, while he decided to meet the guests. But she was worried about him. In turn, the fearless Yang stretched his arms forward, still in midair, which looked quite ridiculous. From his bird's-eye view, the head of the refuge noticed the goddess of flowers, who controlled the monsters. It was said that they should stay away from her, because if anyone noticed them, there would be serious trouble. The fighters concluded that all the islands were inside the Devourers, because they had not yet seen a single one on the third floor. At that moment, there was a loud crash caused by one of the players landing rather hard. Shaking the dust off himself, the man said that first they needed to take Shane's computing power, and then look for his territory. He remembered that, according to Jiazi, if they lost their power, they would not be able to use the architect anywhere except their own territory. Suddenly, the alert goddess of flowers noticed the strangers who had entered her domain. After thinking it over, the serious Dong concluded that they needed to focus on obtaining the matter. But behind him, a fearsome hero suddenly appeared, silently aiming a double-barreled pistol. Thanks to the blessing, his Kui energy was increased by 1,000 units, and the warrior's attack power was increased by a full 50%. Slightly agitated and confused by the situation, Yang heard strange sounds and immediately turned around. In just a couple of seconds, the caught-off-guard chief found himself in chains, from which he could not escape. He became very nervous, as he immediately recognized Ye Shane's ability, but that didn't make him feel any better. Clenching his fist tightly, the hero, pleased with himself, exclaimed enthusiastically that he had hit the mark. But at that moment, the guy froze in place with his mouth open, because the situation had changed dramatically for the worse. Most of his health bar had simply vanished, but it was difficult to find an explanation for this. The system notified him that the enemy's blade armor skill had taken effect, taking away 40% of his energy. The cold-blooded leader of the refuge had freed himself from captivity and now posed a great danger. With a sly grin, the battle-hungry Hulk asked if they had met on the battlefield again. At that moment, a powerful explosion rocked the area, kicking up a cloud of dust. Rushing into the attack with a hammer in his hands, the psychopath ordered the boy to prepare for death with a crazy scream. Taking a fighting stance, the brave boy swung his long katana behind his back and replied that now they would settle everything once and for all. The clanging of weapons did not stop for a second, but none of the players managed to harm each other. The powerful opponent assured him that speed would not defeat him, so the boy had to change his tactics. Dongyong's ability repeatedly affected the hero, causing his health bar to drop rapidly. The formidable opponent noted that the young man had a chance to at least escape, since he couldn't do anything to him. Alert, Liu Yi did not succumb to provocation and remained silent, observing his behavior. The stunned young man froze when he saw the notification that the rough key skill forced the target to attack him for a full 5 seconds. Gathering his strength, the brave young man swung his sword sharply, but the head of the refuge was still standing with a hammer in his hands. But once again, the stunned young man was affected by the blade armor skill, causing his health to drop again. The enraged enemy gripped the hilt of his weapon tightly, shouting at the top of his lungs that the scoundrel would not escape the battlefield. Gathering his strength, the trickster used his regeneration ability, trying to move so as not to become an easy target. But the smiling Dong also used a healing skill that did not require knowledge, noting that it was not only fools who possessed it. Thrown off balance, Shine wondered to himself if this was really the defense specialization. The reckless Yang rushed back into battle with his hammer in his hands, while the youngster simply froze in place. The arrogant leader shouted that the boy was fighting an immortal who could absorb all the damage inflicted on him. The clan leader added that he was the vanguard of the guild and ordered his opponent to give him his life, trembling with fear. But suddenly, the transferability was cancelled, which greatly alarmed the man who did not understand the reason. In order to interrupt the bloody exchange, it was necessary to strike 3 blows in less than a second to stop it. The cold-blooded warrior unexpectedly told his opponent that he knew perfectly well how to counter his recovery. Thrown off balance, he simply froze in place with little health left, not knowing how to react to such a thing. With his last ounce of strength, the bruiser grabbed his hammer to try to change something, but it was no longer that simple. His transfer ability was canceled again, and he had only a few drops of life energy left. A few seconds later, a stunned Dong Yong froze with his mouth open, unable to believe what was happening. The ruthless Liu Yi shouted that the vanguard of the refuge would fall right now and decided to deliver the final blow. His opponent clung to his iron success with his last ounce of strength, realizing that he couldn't just give up. The wary Shine was about to finish him off, but in an instant, the situation changed for the worse for him. The surprised hero immediately noticed that the enemy had begun to recover his health, which was very inconvenient. He looked around to figure out what was going on and saw a man's silhouette nearby. As it turned out, the tense Shang Yang was behind it all, unwilling to abandon his friend in trouble. The fearless player sharply pointed his gun at Dong Yong's face, threatening that he could not count on his friend because he would be killed anyway. The fighter used his QI enhancement, giving the pendulum triple damage, but Shang continued to help his ally, granting him a status boost. At that moment, the head of the refuge knelt down, feeling powerless but still conscious. The main character, in turn, received a notification that the effect of the blessings had ended. The exhausted Dong said that he almost died because of his comrade's slowness, but he was lucky to survive. The cunning Shang Yun smiled silently, pleased with himself for doing a good job in saving his friend. Thanks to his help, the fighter's stats were increased by 50 points, so he was once again confidently wielding his hammer. The very nervous Ye Xing sank deep into thought, realizing that he had almost no time left. At the same time, the brave man increased his attributes to 900 points and reduced the target's knowledge power by 3,000. The shocked enemy received a notification that his power was under the influence of the combined effect of the barrier and regeneration. The angry warrior shouted that he would first deal with the guy who was brazenly interfering in the fight. But at that moment, to his left was Dong Yong with red eyes, who jumped to strengthen his blow. The daredevil was under a lot of stress, but he managed to react in time, putting up his hard blade. He was very annoyed by everything that was happening, but nevertheless, he made a titanic effort, fighting to the end. The nervous young man wondered if there was any way to counter the enemy's ability, but he couldn't find an answer. Suddenly, using his skill, the enemy stripped the young man of all his equipment, which shocked him greatly. The tense hero remembered that his opponent had not previously had a combination of barrier and attack enhancement effects. He wondered if the skill he had acquired was due to Shang Yun's blessing, and concluded that their abilities were different. The ruthless head of the shelter jumped up sharply and began to swing, after which an explosion thundered and many stones flew apart. But at that moment, the man's face showed only confusion, as if everything had not gone as he had planned. Thick smoke began to dissipate, revealing the body of Liu Yi, who was not moving at that moment, but was still alive. Nervous Shang Yong shouted at his comrade not to give the boy a chance to survive and to continue attacking. The young man immediately got to his feet, but his angry opponent swung again, shouting that after another blow, he would not get up. At that moment, another attack was heard, which would have ended the brave man's life. Standing aside, the cowardly Shang Yong gloated that the young man was finally dead and would no longer interfere with them. But in a private message, Dong Yong wrote to him that he had not received notification of the killing, which meant that the fight was still going on. The fog began to dissipate again, and only the knight's boots of the powerful leader could be seen. His extremely tense comrade asked him to be careful as he sensed something was wrong. In an instant, the stunned fighter froze in place with his mouth open, reading the notification that appeared on the digital scoreboard. The system notified him that his health was lower than that of E-Shine, so the ability was used unsuccessfully and everything reflected on him. In turn, the hero with a black face and red eyes looked at him menacingly, unharmed. Huge plants suddenly appeared behind the fearsome warrior, destroying everything in their path. The cold-blooded goddess of flowers began to rise above the ground, while the young man's gaze remained crazy and very creepy. Now the player was directly connected to the lady, so their health was increased several times over. Thick roots tore the stone soil to shreds, rapidly approaching the frozen enemies. Both players were shocked by what was happening and did not know how to behave, and panic gradually took over their minds. A stunned Shang Yun shouted, asking if they had encountered the local monster leader. They couldn't understand where this terrible maiden had come from, since they had landed far enough away. After soberly assessing the situation, the tense leader of the skyscraper told his companion that they needed to retreat immediately. But at that moment, his eyes widened even more in shock, and his earlobes seemed to swell, which looked rather unpleasant. Fearless Liu Yi, katana in hand, advanced toward his opponents, who were overcome with fear. Alarmed, Yoon wanted to use his abilities, but the system notified him that he did not have enough knowledge power to do so. Without showing even a hint of compassion, the cold-blooded fighter swung his katana, instantly dispatching Dong Yong. The stunned head of the refuge could not believe that he had died so absurdly, but nothing could be done to fix it. The hero received 5% of the dead man's computing power, which was a pretty good result. The body of the deceased, along with the hammer, began to rapidly dissolve, and the young man had one less problem to worry about. With a flash of a grin, the trickster grabbed the sphere floating in the air, and inside him, even more confidence appeared. Looking at Shang Yun standing aside, the warrior who went all the way emphasized that now it was his turn to die. In a panic, the coward began to run away, jumping from side to side and trying to climb onto sticky plants. The nervous man realized that he was in a terrible situation because the kid had taken advantage of his carelessness and turned the battle around. He decided that he needed to hide somewhere and wait for Dong Yong, and then figure out how to deal with the nimble E. Now Louis had the computing power of the primordial realm, so he had nothing to worry about. The brave man rushed after his opponent at tremendous speed, not intending to let him go so easily. But soon the young man decided to deal with him later, and while the blessing was active, he had to act. First, he needed to get the coveted key, which was still above the head of the goddess of flowers. Choosing the right moment, the nimble player boldly grabbed the item he needed, hoping that this time everything would work out. The system detected sufficient power and asked if the guy wanted to steal the key from the membrane control center. Without hesitation, the slightly angry warrior gave a positive answer, wanting to get everything over with as soon as possible. Next, he was asked if he wanted to take the incarnation of the god as a companion for the rest of the expedition. The enthusiastic young man thought it was a great idea and immediately agreed to the adventure. In just a couple of seconds, a bright yellow light appeared around them, but the silhouette of the main character was still visible from a distance. Somewhere nearby, the excited Shang Yun continued to wander, having cowardly fled the battlefield and hidden like a rat. He looked around cautiously so as to be aware of everything and not expose himself to unnecessary danger. The worried leader suspected that Shine was fighting the boss, because strange sounds were still coming from there. The mole decided that there was no time to waste, as he had a chance to catch up with the boy, so he rushed towards them. Meanwhile, the young man pondered the key he had received and decided to ask Ming Shi about it later. After that, the young man turned his gaze to the goddess of flowers flying nearby, who was no longer aggressive towards him. The brave man decided to earn some computing power and was confident that with the main monster's helpers, the entire silent grave would be under his control. The extremely serious warrior did not know where Xiang Yun had run off to and thought it would be wonderful to kill him. But at that very moment, the enemy he was looking for ran out to meet him, although it looked very strange. The stunned man looked more closely and instantly froze in place, completely unable to understand the situation. In a panic, the leader of Skyscraper, covered in sweat, came to the conclusion that he had made a mistake in his judgment and had fallen into bondage. Smiling slyly, Liu thought to himself that the fool had returned just in time, although it was unclear why. In just a few minutes, the dead man's body began to dissolve into space, and he himself was unable to do anything. For the kill, the hero received another 5% of power, and in an excited way she wrote to her allies in the chat that he had gone to fight 2 bosses alone. Then the girl learned from the warrior that he had not only dealt with the leaders, but also dealt with the goddess of flowers, which shocked her. The guy began to lift huge stone slabs because the passage he needed was hidden under them. For the first few seconds, he just stood there thinking about what to do next, but he had few doubts. The tunnel seemed very modern and well-equipped, so the young man was ready to crawl through it. At that moment, Liu Yi jumped down and landed with ease, then began to look around the area. The serious fighter did not trust the room because he was there for the first time and knew nothing about it. The player knew that he needed at least 1,130 units of computing power to get to the 4th floor. He assumed that such a huge area would surely have the necessary amount, so he wasn't particularly nervous. But the system shocked him by informing him that there was only one point of the matter he needed in the silent grave tree. The tense young man came to the conclusion that this was precisely why the incarnation of the god of flowers did not use the architect's skill in battle. The guy assumed that only this area of the 3rd floor lacked the material, but soon rejected this hypothesis. The young man decided not to worry about it and to explore the area first, and only then draw any conclusions. The brave young man did not believe that there was no shortcut to get directly into the sphere, so he began to look more closely. A few meters away, in the corner of the room, he saw an iron door, which could be the passage he needed. Without thinking twice, the daredevil approached and turned the blade-like valve, keeping his cool. A few seconds later, Liu Yi found himself in a room where very unusual steel spheres floated in the air. The focused player continued to look around. taking his time to move forward so as not to mess up. Soon, the fighter walked into the center of the room and raised his head, remaining motionless but fearless. The sudden system detected the key to the membrane control center and activated the teleport, asking if the person wanted to move. Smiling happily, the enthusiastic young man immediately gave a positive answer, because this was what he had been aiming for all along. But then a notification was received that due to a lack of computing power, the process was impossible. The main character decided to return to his own island and take the necessary amount of matter, not intending to give up. He had to walk along a half-ruined stone path, while the devourers of the abyss continued to roam ahead. The young man moved forward carefully with the beautiful Wei Shi, while the embodiment of the goddess of flowers flew behind them in the air. The exhausted young man did not know if he would be able to reach the place where the power was located, which could be guarded by a strong monster. His ally said that descriptions of abilities usually did not mention side effects, but this was something like a built-in mechanism for punishing mistakes. The girl asked how the brave man had obtained the key and clarified whether it allowed him to control the goddess. Deep in thought, the player was in no hurry to answer because he considered something confidential. Without saying anything, the young man approached the entrance to the gray area, leaving his companion behind. The cunning girl suggested that the key opened the membrane control center and proposed that they work together. Cold-blooded Ishine tried not to pay attention to her, but after such remarks, he glanced at her with one eye. Not expecting anything supernatural, the guy surprised the brunette by asking how much computing power she had left. The shy lady didn't know how to convey this information, but she gathered her thoughts and replied that she had used it all up. Her news stunned the hero, whose pupils instantly dilated and whose mouth opened wide. The lady said that she had entered the boss's territory and reflected his abilities, then returned to her own territory and recovered with the help of the architect. She added that this allowed her to quickly reach the third floor, but the extremely serious player said nothing in response. According to her, even on his own island, he had to spend matter on the ability, but Liu couldn't understand why he could use it for free. Climbing onto the stone ledge, the daredevil wondered to himself if it could all be because of Ming Shi. Surprised, Wei Shi silently looked at her counterpart when he said that their first meeting had not been very pleasant, but now everything was calm. For this reason, the main character wanted to ask if he could trust his comrade, who seemed like a very kind person. Smiling sweetly, the charming brunette replied without further ado that Shine could rely on her. Without showing any particular emotion, the young man asked her to wait in the silent grave, saying that he would return soon. Meanwhile, Xiang Yun sat on his own private territory with a comrade with whom he had previously failed to defeat the hero. The big-eared head of Skyscraper was shocked by what had happened, so he silently pondered, trying to draw some conclusions. Dongyong, who was just as nervous, stared at the floor without saying a word. His comrade said that in order to defeat Ye, one must use one's skills correctly. Even though the youngster had managed to destroy his power of knowledge from a distance, the man remembered that now the kid somehow controlled the local monster leader, which made the situation even more difficult. He had a return sphere in his hand, which broke after the player's death and stored the recorded information after rebirth. The focused-eared man said that they also had a trump card, so there was nothing to worry about. In private messages, the guild leader wrote that he urgently needed the help of the beautiful Xin, whom he had even secretly missed. The main character, in turn, was at number 1, which was his private territory. The extremely focused young man sat next to Ming Shi, constantly thinking about something. He recalled Wei Shi's story about how she recovered with the help of the architect's skill and thus spent all her power. The alert, screaming snake silently watched its master, noticing that he was too pensive and serious. After a few seconds, the guy exhaled heavily, saying to himself that the ability helped him anyway. Liu asked if the predator had any thoughts about the teleportation point, and he replied that on the 4th floor, they would encounter a bunch of catastrophic-level monsters. Ming then added that if the device was working properly, they could try it so as not to sit around doing nothing. Without hesitation, the stern player said he really wanted to take the risk, and his position was indeed impressive. The pet smiled slightly, mentally assessing the persistence of the fighter, who was ready to take on any task. The serious Shine decided to leave 100 units of power with Shi, and take the rest with him so that he could be reborn if necessary. His comrade said that by wanting to get to the center of the membrane's control, the guy was playing with the inevitable, because if he went there alone and died, he would never return. Zmei asked to be taken with him, saying that with the help of the matter, he would become much stronger for an hour, and fewer units of it would be spent on the architect's skill. His unexpected statement truly shocked the slightly flushed protagonist, who was slow to respond. He learned that Ming could leave the island with him, but then number 1 would be destroyed, and the fighter would no longer be able to be reborn here. After thinking it over for a moment, the brave player said that the loyal Shi would use part of his power. The predator, eager for battle, warned that this would require computing power that was worth its weight in gold. The hero realized that if he retreated, he would never reach the center, and the main secret of the primordial kingdom would never be revealed to him. So he listened to the snake. The determined warrior of the city squared his shoulders and declared that they would go on the mission together. His position impressed the beast, who had no doubt that the perceptive young man would change his mind. The screaming monster called it a wise decision, then began to spray his magic and envelop the young man's body with it. After a few seconds, it became something like a beautiful tattoo on the body of Yishane, who silently watched the process. Very soon, the green spirit was completely absorbed into the fighter's hand, ready to begin an important mission. At that very moment, Liu Yi's personal territory began to rapidly disintegrate, but he was not particularly alarmed by this. The system announced that the island had been destroyed, and that the teenager Ming Shi had merged with the player, and the ability to drift had been obtained. After carefully reading the notification, the stunned boy concluded that he himself had become his own private territory. After that, the extremely serious fighter raised his head and began to look ahead, thinking about his next move. All around him was emptiness and abyss devourers, and the brave man cried out that it was time to begin the task. After these words, the remains of the stones turned into small fragments and fell down, dissolving into space along the way. Meanwhile, the faithful Wei Shi continued to wait for her comrade, looking into the distance and hoping to see him as soon as possible. The modest girl folded her arms across her chest and continued to stand in place, thinking about the present and not worrying about anything. At one point, the lady became alert when she heard a voice saying that the young man smelled of good wine, and that he was, like her, the chosen one. The beast Yinlong said that the girl must kill those like her and win if she did not want to share their unfortunate fate. The brunette smiled in turn, remaining silent and listening attentively to the harmless flying monster. Her counterpart said that Shine trusted her, that this was a great opportunity to finish him off, and added that Wei should do it. The beauty agreed with her comrade, but added that there was one disturbing detail in all this. Suddenly, she grabbed the little creature and squeezed it gently in her hand, which it clearly did not expect. Giving it a stern look and scaring the little guy, the determined woman said that she trusted the main character more. Then the warrior woman threw the winged monster away, continuing to stare at it fearlessly. The reserved Yinlong reminded her that she had come here thanks to him, and he believed that in the end she would come to her senses and make the right choice. Putting her palms to her slightly reddened face, the young girl replied that everything was completely different now. The moment when the fearless warrior Liu grabbed her and rescued her from the battlefield, where she was threatened by the goddess of flowers, often flashed through her mind. Smiling, the beautiful brunette said that Shine was very sweet, and she didn't want to deal with him at all. Meanwhile, the fearless hero continued to move toward his goal, destroying all the stone ground in his path. In a minute, he found himself in front of Wei Shi, who had already thought that he had decided to simply abandon her. Without answering, the young man looked ahead, seeing the ruins in the distance, which was where they needed to go. The serious guy asked his ally to follow him, and she smiled as always and did not ask any unnecessary questions. Suddenly, two human silhouettes appeared in the sky, which was alarming but did not cause panic. The young people stopped to carefully examine their targets and be ready for a possible attack from them. They were the assertive leaders of two enemy guilds, who had once again decided to try their luck and kill Yishane. But on the side of the main character and his companion was the harsh goddess of flowers, frightening with her ghostly gaze. The lady immediately saw the threat and stood up, spreading her arms to summon suffocating plants. The fools had already died once and knew that the boss was under Liu's control. But they returned anyway, so he assumed they had a trump card. The serious young man had no idea what they were up to, so he decided it would be better for the goddess to fight them first. A large number of green sprouts began to press down on the opponents, raising thick columns of dust and white smoke. But at one moment, right on the battlefield, an unknown object flashed with a red light, which was already an alarming sign. The rumbling continued everywhere, and the extremely wary Yeshine turned around, feeling excited inside. It turned out that the enemies had used the power of a flash, resulting in the defeat of the incarnation of the god of flowers. Stunned, the hero instantly froze at this news, wondering how such a thing was possible. Tensui cried out that it was a lightning strike, and she was afraid to imagine how many times the buff would need to be applied to kill the boss instantly. It was an incredibly powerful attack that increased in damage with each use. Soon it became known that the fearsome-looking Jin had come to the aid of his comrades. Alert Sai immediately spotted the target nearby and took a fighting stance while Yeshine looked around. Armed with a sword, Liang from the Skyscraper clan looked seriously at her opponents, ready to start fighting at any moment. She used her lightning-fast dash skill, which tripled her agility coefficient. The stern lady swung her sharp blade sharply right in front of Liu Yi's nose, who froze slightly. The guy managed to block in time, placing his last hopes on it and trying to remain calm. The unexpectedly surprised girl was captivated by his skill, but at first she couldn't make sense of it. Pointing his gun at her, the brave man said that the silly girl could prepare for death if she only had her powers. But at that moment, a smile appeared on the cunning Jin's face, as if she had something in mind and was about to carry it out. The brave man asked his comrade not to fight head-on with the enemy, and activated his perfect evasion himself. Suddenly, Liu Yi was notified that his attack had activated Liang's flash ability. The guy who was in a fighting stance was stunned by what was happening and simply froze in place. The system immediately announced that the enemy player had missed, so the skill was active again. The subsequent attempt was also unsuccessful, and Shine was still in a daze, not understanding what was happening. The status boost was supposed to last another second, but the hero found himself cornered. The cunning opponent continued to grin, confident that she would win the battle. Nervous Wei Shi understood that with so many levels of lightning strikes, the young man could die, and decided that she had to save him somehow. The brave man tried to remain calm and block the attacks until the very end, and the reinforcements soon came to an end. Now Yang understood why his colleague trusted the beautiful Jin, who killed the boss in seconds without any distance restrictions. The smiling Shang Yong said that the lady had been accumulating stacks continuously for 2 days and had fixed this state in the return sphere. He assumed that the lady had already dealt with Ye Shine and decided to ask her to stay with them, considering her an excellent trump card up his sleeve. Jumping onto the stone ledge, the big-eared man with a smirk on his face began to take steps forward, hoping to see something pleasant for himself. But after just a couple of seconds, the head of Skyscraper froze, and his pupils noticeably shrunk in size from the shock. As it turned out, the main character had used his barrier ability and the loyal Wei Shi had come to his aid in time. Stunned, Liang did not expect the enemy to connect with Mingshi using their combined aura. The cold-blooded warrior looked maliciously at the frightened girl, saying that she would disappear from the face of the earth right now. With no intention of showing even a shred of mercy, the brave warrior rushed into the attack with a katana in his hands to finish her off once and for all. Within seconds, Jin's body dissolved into space, while her commander continued to watch from behind the ruins. At that moment, the sarcastic Dong Yang wanted to laugh at the dead Ye Shine for killing them, but he was in for a disappointment. The sweating leader of the shelter faction, with discontent on his face, wondered what the hell had happened. The observant young man quickly noticed the scoundrels nearby, who had decided to stand in his way again. The fearless player asked if the pathetic fools had decided to give him computing power again. The stunned enemies decided to get away as quickly as possible before they lost their lives again. Before they could get away, the 2 idiots were once again killed by the merciless Liu Yi, who was already thoroughly fed up with them. Now the fighter had 36% of the computing power of the primordial realm, which was a very good result. Yinlong's voice said that if he absorbed the youngster's membrane creature, he would be able to evolve and become an apocalypse-level creature. He added that Wei Shi would also become stronger and easily surpass the youngster, while the boy himself collected spheres from slain enemies. The girl stood aside and watched the hero, trying not to give in to the stories of the winged beast. The brave man proudly straightened his shoulders and looked ahead, actively thinking about his next steps. The fighter said that now there would definitely be no more aggressive opponents, so they could move forward with peace of mind. Smiling sweetly, the charming brunette agreed and continued to follow the man, next to whom she felt calm. The cunning Lan assumed that the boy had more than 25% of his power, and continued to persuade the lady to kill him. He added that the hero's death would be very beneficial in any case, and asked her to attack him, while he would take care of the rest. At one point, the woman stopped and looked nervously at Yishane's back, as if she wanted to say something to him. She admitted that she knew about the control center, because it was because of him that they had come to the zone, and reminded him that he had bravely pulled her out of that cursed place. The lady couldn't understand why he was allowing her to walk beside him if they were now even, and Liu Yi looked at her emotionlessly. The young man said that they were a team and had to achieve their goal together, and Wei asked if he thought she was weak or that he wasn't strong enough. The warrior replied that they were going to the 4th floor, where the problems they would face would be terrible, so it was better to stick together. The serious girl silently looked into her counterpart's eyes, seeing sincerity in them and convincing herself that she was safe with him. The hero said that if they were going to fight, it would only be at the very end, because now he needed to find power, and to do that, they had to work together. Smiling slightly and reaching out his hand, the player suggested that the beauty trust each other for a little while longer and finish what they had started. For the first few seconds, the brunette did not respond, as she was lost in her own thoughts. At first, her face showed only surprise and thoughtfulness as she weighed the pros and cons. Shine, who was completely sincere at that moment, continued to smile warmly, not rushing her in any way. Soon the charming Wei Shi also smiled, finally making up her mind and calming down. The girl expressed her reciprocity by shaking the young man's hand, which was a confirmation of their further cooperation. Biting her lips slightly, the sweet shy girl said that she was ready to trust him again and go all the way. The young man admired her beauty for a few more seconds, then said it was time for them to move on. The reunited partners continued on their way, each lost in their own thoughts, but still feeling good. The restless Yinlong continued to mutter that if he absorbed the guy's creature, he could easily deal with all the dangers ahead. He said that the girl didn't need to worry about it and asked to finish off the main character at the first opportunity. A few seconds later, the allies stood in the center of the desired platform, where iron spheres continued to float around. The key to the membrane control center was immediately found, and the system asked if Liu Yi wanted to go inside. Mingxia asked the host to prepare for the worst, and he replied that he knew everything perfectly well and added that it was time to go. The hero received the same notification again, but this time, he immediately gave a positive response. They spent 2,000 units of computing power, after which the process of moving to their destination began. The serious fighter said that even he did not know what awaited them there, but he was sure that if they acted together, they would survive. Gathering her strength, the focused Wei Shi listened attentively and was ready for any outcome. In just a couple of seconds, only traces of teleportation remained where the guys had been, and the room was empty again. At the place where they decided to teleport, thunder and lightning were raging, which looked very scary. Soon, the partners found themselves on a special platform, from where their further journey was to begin. Alert, Yishine quickly looked around and wondered if this was the entrance to the membrane control center. Keeping a cool head, the fighter raised his head and began to look into the distance to draw some conclusions about the area. He saw another island and realized that there were 5 floors here, and the target was located on it. The hero came to the conclusion that she could overcome another level of the world beyond the edge, which was not part of the plan at all. The stunned young man couldn't understand why there were only flat stones here, when Ming Shu had said that there would be plenty of bosses. The shocked snake replied that everything used to be different here, and the stunned young man trembled, standing in one place. At that moment, the cunning Yinlong asked Wei Shi to seize the opportunity and attack the boy, and her eyes glowed red. But the girl managed to pull herself together and touched her face with her palm to calm down from her aggressive state. Gradually becoming angry, the brunette said that the beast had gotten to her, and he declared that he would kill the boy himself if she didn't want to. Suddenly, the creature came out of her body, shocking the woman, who had not expected this. In private messages, the lady wrote that she couldn't control herself, and the wary young man turned around and saw a huge paw behind him. The player, caught off guard, was attacked and knocked aside by the shockwave. The very nervous fighter's first thought was to ask what the hell was going on, but he couldn't find the answer. Liu watched from a distance as the predator grew in size during the terrifying situation. Unable to resist Yinlong, the lady screamed that he was a traitor, but he didn't care. The monster exclaimed that the lady should thank him for his courage, and then continued to carry out his evil deeds. In just a few seconds, Wei Shi's body was nowhere to be seen, as she was engulfed by the entity. A huge paw with sharp claws was raised again to increase its reach and deliver a crushing blow. At the same moment, the dragon's vile foot stepped on the stone ground, rapidly destroying it and causing strong underground tremors. The winged creature with a long mane and disgusting whiskers began to growl loudly, trying to put psychological pressure on its enemy. The monster began to scan the perimeter viciously, still eager to deal with the nimble Yishane as soon as possible. The stunned young man did not expect such a turn of events, so he was confused and did not know how to proceed. Alarmed, Wei Shi didn't understand anything, and Liu couldn't write anything to her because she was under the enemy's control. The huge creature took another leap, pushing off from the ground to attack the boy. As it did so, the dragon opened its slobbering mouth wide, further frightening the hero, who couldn't even move. At that moment, an incredible rumbling was heard, causing strong vibrations and cracks in the stone slabs. Feeling pain in different parts of his body, Shine clenched his teeth tightly, trying in every way to fight the panic. The merciless Yinlong managed to grab him in his claws and began to squeeze, wanting to pull out of the boy, the creature that had been leading him all the way. Stunned, Liu Yi shouted, asking what the screaming snake was doing, as it still hadn't come to his aid. The enemy said that the firstborn kingdom had long been destroyed, and began to call the hero an insignificant clone. The system announced that the boy had been silenced, and was under the influence of an apocalyptic monster's aura. In addition, the fighter could not use his abilities, and his computing power was significantly reduced. Opening its mouth, Yinlong said that as soon as it devoured this man, it would immediately get to the creature inside him. Realizing the horror of the situation, The young man began to call out to Ming Shi at the top of his lungs, placing his last hopes on him. At that moment, the fierce screaming snake finally appeared, but its master was still in the hands of the enemy. With smooth movements, the green predator enveloped the dragon without uttering a word. The fearless monster began to stick out its tongue, saying that what he had long thought about had finally come to pass. The main character immediately flew out of Yin Long's claws and landed quite roughly a few meters away from him. The hot-tempered fighter exclaimed that he wanted to open all escape routes, and to do so, he used his architect skill. The first attempt was unsuccessful, but the recalibration was successful, and 100% blood flow was established for the area. Meanwhile, the screaming snake was still close to the dragon, which looked a little strange from the outside. The enemy felt a slight tremor in his back, but tried not to show any particular signs of fear. The monster noted that Ming Shi was well prepared for the encounter, but considered it foolish to try to penetrate his body and consume his mind. The cunning yin reminded him that he was a level above him, so the fool would feed himself to him with his own ill-considered actions. Spreading its wings sharply, the creature began to roar at the top of its lungs, which was very eerie and frightening. As a result, the nervous hero lost his coordination and fell to the ground, hitting his lower back hard. The sweating guy clenched his jaw tightly, wondering what was going on, but couldn't find an answer. The system notified him that Ming was using blood flow, but the action failed and the power dropped, and this repeated itself over and over. The young man, frozen in place, watched the red silhouette of the screaming snake, which seemed to be transforming. Very soon, the process succeeded, and as a result, Shi successfully transformed into a fake dragon of light, which was what Yi Shine wanted. But immediately, he was informed that the legendary tree had failed to absorb the winged monster due to insufficient power. The tense young man froze again, thinking about what was happening, but he had no backup plan. The enemy continued to mock the snake, and the agitated Liu realized that he had to help the predator somehow. At the same time, the player had no idea what he could do to help him, because he himself was in a difficult situation. The gloating Yinlong continued to laugh loudly, waving his chicken wings, which looked ridiculous, but he didn't care. Suddenly, the entity felt intense pain and fell face down on the ground, calling Wei Shi crazy. At that moment, the Dragon of Light absorbed the energy, resulting in an evolution that shocked the main character. Looking at the monster's dissolving body, the stunned fighter's first question was what had happened. In a private message, his comrade wrote that she would not be able to keep her word and go with him to the center of the Membrane King. The alarmed young man wondered if the girl had sacrificed herself to save him from the monster. Stunned, the young man stood still, looking at the remains of his enemy, not knowing what to do next. The desperate player put his hand to his tired face, trying to hold on with all his might, but it was very difficult. The lady complained that Yin Long had gotten to her, and optimistically promised that when the brave man returned, she would have caught up with him in terms of level. At that moment, the system wrote that Wei Xi was dead, and the hero's computing power reserve had increased to 45%. Soon, the guy returned to the starting position where they had appeared after teleportation, but everything around them was slightly destroyed. At first, Shine just stood in one place and looked at the aftermath of the carnage, feeling no emotion inside. Then, the desperate young man sat down on the ground, realizing that the important area had been damaged after all, which was very unfortunate. The tense fighter did not understand how he could now get to the Membrane Control Center, and no ideas came to his mind. The fourth floor was in ruins, where it was impossible to earn even materials for upgrading. So the youngster came to the conclusion that he was stuck here. Calm Ming Shi asked him not to give up, saying that the other players would also get here someday. He advised the brave young man to deal with the other people and take their computing power, which sounded a bit trite. Now the hero was talking not just to a green spirit, but to a beautiful white animal, ready to help him with anything. It was a fake apocalyptic level dragon of light that remained with me, but the guy didn't know its characteristics for sure yet. Saddened, Liu Yi came to the conclusion that his ally's advice was the only way out of this stalemate. The fighter asked how to address him, and his counterpart replied that Ming Shi and so on were just names of races, and allowed him to call him by his name, Jing Yin. The young man listened attentively to his comrade and continued to ponder his next move. For some time, he sat with a very serious expression on his face, extremely focused and somewhat impulsive. Taking advantage of the abundance of free time, the brave man asked his pet to tell him everything about himself, without hiding anything. The predator said that until now he had not wanted to tell the truth, but said that the firstborn kingdom he knew was different from the one where they were. He added that he did not know how true the winged dragon's words were, but promised to tell everything he knew. Stunned, Liu asked if his surprise earlier had been a trick to lower the powerful enemy's guard. Spreading his small paws with sharp claws, the imperturbable Jing Yin prepared to explain the situation to him in detail. The hero remembered how the monster had said that the kingdom had long been destroyed, and only a pitiful shell and an insignificant clone remained. The young man assumed that the entity was talking about the past of the game, and it was apparently much closer to the present than what the snake remembered. The young man asked what the control center was, and she replied that it was a powerful system that could be used to introduce any creature into digital space. The surprised young man remembered that this had happened to everyone when the kingdom entered their world, and he realized that the merger of worlds was being carried out thanks to the power. The fighter wondered whether it was all due to a device activation failure or whether someone had done it on purpose, and who had actually launched the system. The serious player tried to understand the purpose of all this and assumed that it was done out of a desire to sow chaos. Then Shine asked who had created the firstborn kingdom if, according to the winged dragon, it was now only an echo of a former reality. His comrade replied that he did not know, but believed that they would find answers to all their questions when they reached their destination. The alarmed young man jumped up abruptly, exclaiming that something strange was happening on the horizon. The stone ground nearby began to rapidly crumble, accompanied by strong underground tremors. Without hesitation, the brave man put a block in place, in time, to prevent the debris from hitting his head and injuring him. A few seconds later, the natural disaster ended, and the smoke quickly dissipated, which puzzled the fighter. The perceptive Jingyin noted that it was an Eastern Imperial bell, and now he understood why the fourth floor looked the way it did. It was said that they needed to hurry to the fifth level, but the youngster objected because the teleportation zone had been destroyed. Then he looked at the area in question and was shocked to see that the terrain had been ravaged by a wave of destruction. The predator explained to the stunned Ye Shane that when the bell rings, the entire damaged area returns to its original state, which was a useful ability. The beast added that all monsters also die, but they remained alive because the area is considered Liu Shi's private zone, and he is a legendary tree. For this reason, Jingyan said that they needed to act as soon as possible, before something else happened. The system detected the key to the center of the control membrane and asked if its owner was ready to teleport. The enthusiastic hero couldn't believe at first that the items would really work, but they did. He received an identical notification, and he himself thought that the fifth floor was the main secret of the primordial kingdom. Clenching his fist tightly, the fearless warrior firmly said that he was ready to go there, despite the uncertainty. Soon, the brave man arrived at a new place where the debuff was less than 50%, and now he could once again grow stronger indefinitely with the help of the blessing. As the loyal dragon had thought, there were no monsters on the fifth floor either, thanks to the Eastern Imperial Bell. For the first few minutes, Ye Shine stood silently in one place, looking around with particular attention. Then he saw a fairly large equipped structure from which a large yellow beam emanated. The serious player concluded that they had almost reached their destination and that only the elevator ahead separated them from the membrane control center. The warrior also saw the blue bell with patterns and wondered if it posed any danger. Kamjing replied that its ability was recharging, so it was harmless, but they should be on their guard, as it was unknown how long it would last. In addition, they did not know whether the system would consider them the owners of the territory, but decided to check the elevator, as there was no time to think. Radical Shine said that they needed to destroy this place first. Otherwise, someone else would use the golden teleportation and catch up with them. Dragon said that this made no sense because the teleportation zones worked on other floors, and they just had to take advantage of that. At one point, the guy asked what was stopping them from taking the Eastern Imperial Bell with them if they had decided to pass it by. He added that such a powerful artifact could be useful, and he was afraid they would regret it if they didn't take it to the membrane control center. Even if it had no other abilities, which Liu strongly doubted, even restoring the terrain would be a good trump card. The clever Jingyan said that the title of Great Warrior was required to use the item and asked what level the fighter was. The young man asked if the highest rank would be suitable, but Ming replied that only after receiving the highest rank would he be able to achieve anything. The player concluded that all they could do was look at the bell, but the snake said that they might be able to find a way to take the artifact in the center. Unperturbed, the powerful monster said that they first needed to get there before thinking about such things. Suddenly, the alert predator closed his eyes sharply, as if feeling pain after being slapped. Puzzled, Shine stopped abruptly and asked what had happened, but the answer did not come immediately. The pet said that it couldn't be that simple, and the kid had no idea what he was talking about. As it turned out, a barrier suddenly appeared in front of the partners, preventing them from easily approaching the elevator. The slightly tense player stretched out his palm in front of him and concentrated on thinking about the matter at hand. It was impossible to pass the Eastern Imperial Bell without the title of Annihilation Warrior, and the hero did not meet these requirements. Discouraged, the guy familiarized himself with the characteristics of the Eastern Imperial Bell, realizing that the Apocalypse level would be suitable. After racking his brains, Jing Yin said that the fact that the bell had entered absolute defense mode meant the death of its owner. The weary dragon did not understand who could have done this and what had happened to the firstborn kingdom after he lost his memory. The hero asked if there was a way to get through the barrier, because otherwise they would not be able to reach the center of the world beyond the edge. His companion replied that only the owner could remove the barrier. But to become the owner, the young man had to be a warrior of annihilation, or she had to have the level of Apocalypse. The tense young man noted that the task was not easy, and time was running out, and it was foolish to admit that they were stuck here. The ally sank deep into thought, trying to come up with a plan, but it was very difficult. Meanwhile, on the third floor, a dying monster with many sharp teeth screamed repeatedly from beyond the edge. From a distance, a male silhouette could be seen standing over the dead body of the creature, which looked quite eerie. It turned out that behind all this was the stern Yuan Ding, who was the head of the Backyard Garden faction. Impressed by his strength, the man promised that after returning to Mushu, he would definitely leave the Shelter Guild and join him. The sycophant Jiazi said that when he encountered a monster of catastrophic proportions, he thought they would not survive, but the brave man managed to deal with it. Jumping off the creature that was dissolving into space, the completely calm leader asked if he was afraid of angering Dongyong. The blonde-haired man replied that he would understand everything, and added that Ding had used some kind of ability that looked simple, but the damage was enormous. Unexpectedly, the cold-blooded warrior took his life, realizing that the mole wanted to find out about his strength and pass the information on to his boss. He said that he didn't like Jiazi right away and believed that such morons should continue to follow the leader of the refuge. The lower part of the slain player's body fell to the ground, and then the process of splitting it into experience points began. Smiling confidently, Yuan said that it was time for him to move on, so that he could show his strength to the whole world. With a light step, the powerful fighter continued on his way, thinking about the pressing issues and staying in a good mood. The warrior had the title of Apocalypse, and all his stats were increased by 100,000 points at that moment. At the same time, the main character was still focused on his own thoughts and sighed wearily. His companions examined the elevator from all sides and came to the conclusion that it would be impossible to pass through the barriers. In an attempt to break through the wall, they used their strongest abilities, but to no avail. Putting his hand to his tense face, the young man mentally called the situation a trap and thought about how the barrier had been overcome in his past life. He knew that if the membrane control center was connected to the descent of the firstborn kingdom, then the players had reached it, but how was unknown. The only way to find out was to wait for the others and let them figure it out, and then use the elevator. But that way the warrior would lose all his advantage. The serious fighter asked if there were no other methods, and the dragon thought for a moment and replied that there was one option. The stunned young man thought that all this was said in jest, but his opponent said that he could try to merge with the barrier. He planned to try to use his semi-apocalyptic blood to make the bell recognize him as its master, but that would take a long time. Although they had entered the destruction zone together, Liu had not yet met the members of the New Order and the head of the garden, but they could appear and disturb Chu Yin. Shane had a good relationship with Rechi Ten and Danshin, so he wasn't worried, but he had to deal with Yuan Ding. Gathering his strength, the brave man asked his ally to take care of the barrier, promising to take care of the rest himself. Maintaining utmost concentration, he looked around, trying to figure out what to do next. Dragon Joe asked the young player to remember that no one should touch the fence while he was inside. A few seconds later, he began to penetrate inside to complete the task, leaving the young man alone. The serious fighter concluded that he was unlikely to see anyone else anytime soon, so he might as well do something useful. For a couple of minutes, Ye Shine stood in one place and thought, but then decided to move a little to the side. He sat down on a broken stone to calm down a little and keep his mind clear. For a while longer, the main character was focused on his thoughts and expectations of some kind of result. Soon his face became extremely stern again, but it seemed as if a small plan had matured in his head, requiring implementation. The daredevil got to his feet and began to walk slowly forward, looking around warily. The player carefully glanced at different corners, hoping to see something interesting because it was terribly boring. Out of idleness, the young man began to walk around one area of land, constantly looking at the barrier, which looked the same as ever. At one point, the enthusiastic Liu Yi noticed that the wall was turning blue, even though it had been completely red before. Overjoyed, the player began to hope that when Chu Yin finished the process, the barrier would completely change color. But in the next few minutes, the young man noticed that the process was very slow, and this no longer caused euphoria. Sitting down on the rock again, the dissatisfied fighter complained in his mind that he had been waiting for half a day, but nothing had really happened yet. Trying to calm down, the young man immersed himself in thought again to distract himself somehow. Putting his hand to his face, he caught himself thinking that he had become very impatient, and that was not the best quality. Lifting his head up, the hero told himself that all this was because of his desire to get to the center, because that was where the descent of the primordial kingdom began. The warrior spent 3 days in the resolution zone, but the capture was to take place in 4 days, and then everything would change dramatically. Let the brave man do everything possible to prepare for what was to come, but still hope to gain power and prevent possible horrors. The tense fighter did not consider how strong he would be to be important, because there was no water to be found in the desert. In the city, clean liquid is available to absolutely everyone. But everything will change when the game enters the real world and envelops it. Clenching his fist, Liu Yi told himself that there was no point in being the strongest among the sand, because it was better to live as a weakling in a populated area and be happy. Keeping his face stern, the brave man looked up again, still thinking. In his inner voice, he said that he would prevent the firstborn kingdom from capturing the planet at any cost, no matter what it took. In the group chat, the guy asked what Rechi Tennu knew about the leader of the garden, namely, how strong he was and what abilities he had. Then the young man waited for an answer, continuing to sit in one place and hoping for good news. Suddenly, Ye noticed traces of blue light appearing on a small stone island ahead. Feeling a strong sense of tension, the warrior immediately concluded that someone had come to the floor where he had been alone until then. Looking at the slowly emerging silhouette, the alarmed young man wondered who it could be. Soon, a man with a two-colored bracelet on his left wrist appeared at the starting position. It was the confident Yuan Ding, whom the player had asked the head of the new order about just a couple of minutes ago. In the first minute, the potential opponents exchanged glances, but they were still at a distance. The serious-looking hero quickly recognized the head of the backyard garden, who had reached the 5th floor before the others. Rechi wrote that the enemy possessed light power, but before being sent to the destruction zone, he received a title that greatly increased his characteristics. This news greatly surprised Ye, but he tried not to panic so as not to make mistakes in battle. The nervous guy assumed that in his past life, Ding had destroyed the barrier of the Eastern Imperial Bell. He believed that with such a title, his opponent could gain power over the artifact, so he couldn't let him get close to the wall. The young man also told himself that he must not let the enemy get close, even though he was already walking towards him, waving his arms like a giant. It looked very sharp when the insolent man made a high jump, and his trajectory was directed at the young man. Suddenly, right in midair, the tense leader of the garden was caught in the protagonist's shackles, which he did not expect at all. The cold-blooded warrior immediately grabbed his double-barreled pistol and aimed at him, intending to finish him off right away. Without hesitation, the player fired a powerful shot, and in a moment, the lead bullet reached its target. But the boy's face was shocked because the result was not what he had planned. The cunning enemy managed to move aside, and there was not a single scratch on his body. Standing in front of a huge barrier, the hero was ready to fight to the death because he had made a promise to Zhu Yin. The enemy's goal was the coveted bluebell with white patterns that once belonged to the emperor. Folding his arms across his chest, the reckless fighter began to examine the treasure, believing that he could easily take it. Then he said that they could pass through the protective wall together, but the hot-headed kid attacked him as soon as he saw him. The distrustful Ye Shine looked as seriously as possible at his nimble opponent, who could easily deceive him. The daredevil threatened that if his opponent came closer, they would not be able to reach the elevator, and he himself pursued the goal of keeping him away from the barrier. His words elicited a slight smile from Yuan Ding, who decided to remain reserved and unperturbed for the time being. The man smiled slyly, continuing to watch the assertive youngster from a distance. Sitting in a meditative pose right on the ground, he said he would wait until the kid dealt with the problem on his own. Surprised, Liu wondered if there was some reason why the bully couldn't fight him now. The polite Yuan asked the young man to tell him what he knew about the firstborn kingdom, since he had reached the 5th floor faster than anyone else. For the first few seconds, there was no answer, so the short-haired guy silently stared at the young man. The hero said that he could hardly be trusted, but decided to play along to keep him there longer. Putting his hand to his face, the pensive head of the garden began to ponder where to begin his story. Clapping his hands sharply, the eccentric gentleman chose one of the topics, thinking it would be quite interesting. The stern Ye Shine still looked suspiciously at his potential enemy, knowing that he could easily lie. The fighter said that in the real world, there had been no news from the continents, except Huazhou, for a long time. and only strange programs were broadcast every day. The bewildered young man asked what this had to do with anything, since they were talking exclusively about the primordial kingdom. Spreading his arms to the sides with an irritating smile, Yuan Ding aroused even more suspicion. Putting his hand on the floor and looking more serious, the player said that it was all about the approaching apocalypse. His words caused great surprise to the main character, but he tried not to show it and remain calm. Without any jokes, the leader of the garden added that if they continued to ignore the catastrophe, their world would cease to exist in 3 years. After that, it was loudly proclaimed that the key to solving this problem was right there above them. The resolute Ding said that the kingdom was such an important object, and that was why Huazhu was directing almost all of its resources here. In his past life, after the game ended, Liu lived for another 3 years, but it was nothing like a catastrophe that turned the whole world into ruins. If the words of his opponent were as true as those of Zhu Ying, who was at the center of the control membrane, then this might not be the worst thing that awaited them. The confidently standing opponent emphasized that the young man's vigilance had greatly weakened due to his state of shock. The man added that the kid didn't even notice him approaching, and Shine was surprised to see that he was already almost next to him. The discouraged hero realized that everything could have ended badly if his opponent had attacked him or rushed to the barrier. His interlocutor, in turn, felt completely calm, and folding his arms across his chest, smiled nastily. His gaze was still focused on the coveted blue artifact, which attracted attention with its beautiful patterns. At that moment, the face of the leader of the backyard faction changed to a pensive expression, which was already an alarming sign. This was followed by an intricate smirk, signaling that his intentions were clearly not the most benevolent. Calm Yuanding believed the guy's words about the barrier, so he decided to wait until he dealt with it, hoping that it would be mutual. With a serious expression, he said that the end of the world could not be stopped alone, and suggested that the hero join the guild to gain power and work together. The stern Liu Yi did not understand what the cunning guy had in mind and told himself that if he were in his place, he would deal with the enemy and destroy the barrier himself. The young man was in no hurry to jump to conclusions, because first, he had to delve deeper into the situation. On the second floor of the world beyond the edge were the head of Rechi and Danshin, who joyfully shouted that they had finally gathered 3,000 powers. The enthusiastic captain did not think that there was a teleport to the control center entrance here, and exclaimed that now they would easily overtake everyone, but he was mistaken. The judicious 10 asked him to calm down, noting that it was not worth underestimating the dangers that awaited them at every turn. At the same time, the main character was still facing Yuan Ding, who hoped for fruitful cooperation with him. The guy understood that if the man wanted to attack, it meant he had the rank of Annihilation Warrior or the level of Apocalypse. He decided to try to figure out his true intentions, and then said that even if he agreed to the proposal, the leader would not believe him. The fighter proposed a truce and said that if they had to work together, he would consider joining the garden, but for now, he refused. After that, there was a brief silence as both players were lost in their own thoughts. Soon, a slight smile appeared on the face of his counterpart, signaling his agreement with the young man. The man sat down on a stone ledge opposite and emphasized that Ishine had given a very fair answer. He asked the boy to share what he knew, and the hero realized that he had his own goals, but it was unclear what they were. After thinking it over, Liu suggested that the leader of the garden might well be looking for ways to obtain the Eastern Imperial Bell. The brave man concluded that the gentleman was waiting with him, and judging by all appearances, Zhu Yin had very little left to do before the end. The tense fighter realized that Yuan wanted to use this time to extract new information from him. The young man decided to say something shocking, or to be more precise, to lie in order to mislead the cunning scoundrel. He continued to stare sternly and suspiciously into his opponent's eyes, knowing full well about his evil intentions. The daredevil declared that he knew Ding wanted to destroy the enhancement function with his power, and get what he wanted at the same time. If the leader had everything necessary to break through the barrier, he would be the first person to reach the center of the Membrane King. In his past life, the improvement function was broken by him, and the reason for this was probably Di Yin, whom the leader of the new order had mentioned. The hero emphasized that, acting on the orders of the aforementioned person, Yuan clearly cannot achieve his own goals. The reserved and very serious man asked if the kid wanted to share his secret with him. Judging by the reaction of the man standing opposite him, the brave man concluded that his statements had hit the mark. The fighter said that a possible apocalypse would happen because of Di Yin, and asked his opponent not to let him fool himself. The player thought that this should be enough, and the extremely stern head of the garden fell into deep thought. Unexpectedly, the gentleman rose from the stone ledge and began to walk forward, saying that now everything was clear to him. The alert and very puzzled young man found his behavior strange, but did not rush to say anything. The cool-headed fighter asked if the young man was from the shining sky, but the young man, being concerned, had no idea where this conclusion came from. Looking frighteningly, Yuan said that only clan members knew about this, and said it was not surprising that the young man had come so far, and in such a short time. The extremely tense young man had no idea what was going on, but he noticed that the situation was becoming very tense. Without warning, his opponent lunged forward, and the discouraged youngster froze in place. At that moment, the brave man used his captivity ability and put him in chains to stop him from getting through. Incredibly nervous, Ishine wondered where he had made a mistake and why the man had become so enraged. The enraged fighter activated the title of the apocalypse, wanting to get out of the makeshift prison as soon as possible. With a single swing of his fist, the bruiser managed to destroy the wall in front of him, without even losing his coordination. The stunned young man froze again, realizing that he would have to use his remaining power to reset the recharge with the architect. The system notified him that he was too close to the monster's aura zone, so it was impossible to activate the skill. The big guy kept moving forward, crushing the ground beneath his feet with his heavy boots, which looked scary. At one point, he jumped up and swung his fist in the air, but the alarmed player did not stand still. The shocked young man was quickly catching up with the complexity of the situation, but no countermeasures came to mind. Having come close to the barely visible barrier, the strong man decided without hesitation to strike it. At that moment, a multitude of glass shards began to fall to the ground, and Yexing couldn't even move. For the first few seconds, Yuan Ding also did not move, but slowly turned his head to the left. He said that he would first get the precious bell and then deal with the boy, so he had to wait a little. An angry Liu came to the conclusion that his opponent had known all his secrets all along, but had deliberately kept quiet. Suddenly, a strange magical process began, emanating from the artifact itself, which greatly distressed the guest of honor. Both players were slightly shocked by their lack of understanding of the situation, but they did not rush to say anything. As it turned out, the blue object suddenly began to ring loudly, quickly swinging in different directions. The yellow beam emanating from it intensified at that moment, and took on a more visible hue, clearly signaling something. The stunned warriors did not know what process had been triggered, but they did not panic and continued to observe. Concerned, Ishine wondered what was happening, but could not come up with any hypotheses. The instigator, for his part, did not even move, his legs still spread quite wide apart. The stern hero decided that he had to get to the Eastern Bell first and find out everything, remembering that his life was connected to Zhuyin. The cold-blooded enemy took advantage of the opportunity and swung his fist at him from behind, but he sensed it and tensed up. The guy was notified that he was under the effect of the prank ability, so he could only move towards Ding. The opponent began to kick up dust again, shouting that when he killed the boy, what was happening would become unimportant, and everything would belong only to him. Now, the opponents stood facing each other in fighting stances, ready to attack at any moment. Slightly confused, Yuan saw a digital display next to him and began to carefully read all of its contents. He had been imbued with the skill of a shared aura, which meant that their lives were now completely intertwined. The nervous guy understood that this ability would prevent him from doing anything, but he didn't know how to get rid of its effect. His opponent activated a technique against him that gradually reduced the target's health points. The strongman said that a good skill requires little knowledge, and noted that reducing his energy by 10% would do nothing. He also added that after carefully studying the boy's powers, he specifically chose a technique that would weaken healing. Jumping and swinging his sharp claws, the head of the garden exclaimed that this would be more than enough to finish off the fool. The daredevil managed to put his long katana in the way in time and block his blow, which was a sign of martial arts mastery. Both players lost their coordination slightly, but managed to stop it in time, and no one even slipped. The hero, who was under severe stress, was not going to give up so easily, so he prepared for the best outcome. He realized that it would be difficult for him to do anything with a limitation of 5,000 points. The main problem was that, due to the draw, the guy couldn't move away from the enemy, and he continued to stack his skill. Soon, the player's health dropped to 10%, which was already a reason to panic. Confident and satisfied with the result, Yuan rushed back into battle, intending to finish off the kid. Sweating profusely, Liu told himself that he would die instantly as soon as the aura stopped working. So he had to do something. The nimble scoundrel gloated and laughed loudly, sticking out his disgusting tongue and believing in his victory. After all the trials he had gone through, Yexing couldn't just die here, being only a few steps away from his cherished goal. The nervous hero told himself that this was far from the end because he still had a chance to win. The arrogant opponent shouted that he would not be able to defeat him and advised the young man to simply give up and wait for his death. Stepping firmly with his golden boots on the stone ground, the faction leader declared that the zone of destruction would belong to him. He once again made a sharp lunge forward, calculating the trajectory with precision, but relaxed too soon. The fool slipped and fell to the ground, which puzzled Liu Yi, who did not believe that this was possible with such enormous characteristics. At that moment, Ding's hidden luck fell to -50 levels, and from then on, it would haunt him. The guy with the katana in his hands wanted to move aside, but his opponent called his attempts to do so naive. The serious young man silently watched his enemy, who looked very unhappy as he tried to get up. An angry Yuan angrily said that Shane's only path lay in the resurrection point of the city of Mushu. The hero did not know what had happened to Zhu Yin, and whether he could count on his help if he ended up in the membrane control center. The brave man understood that there was a risk of fighting the head of the garden, but still thought that now was his chance to finish him off. The general aura and shredding technique were still in effect, and this had to be taken into account when performing various maneuvers. The brave man also remembered that his opponent had the title of Apocalypse and greatly increased stats. Unexpectedly, the bully jumped to his feet and managed to land a good blow to Lu's stomach, but he didn't even stagger. The opponent was alarmed by the fact that the kid didn't even hit him back, even though he had every reason to. Soon, Yuan realized that the cunning boy was waiting for his health to drop because he couldn't move, which meant that this was his only chance to win. The enemy thought the boy's hopes of finishing him off were ridiculous, but he just smiled and said that he wouldn't know until he tried. Eager for victory, Ding said he couldn't wait to see the boy's face when he failed. The head of the backyard garden exclaimed loudly that the time would come, and despite pleas for mercy, he would deal with Ye Shine. Meanwhile, the system mentioned that 51 stacks of shred had accumulated, which reduced the fighter's health every second. The hero could block damage for 16 seconds with a status buff, preventing Yuan from applying stacks, and then he would be defeated. The main task was to find a way not to die from the bleeding skill, so the young man concentrated as much as possible. The gap was growing wider and wider, posing a danger, but none of the warriors were focused on it. An angry Liu immediately shouted that he was just standing still, while his opponent was attacking so weakly and slowly. The emotionless Ding did not succumb to provocation and simply rushed into the attack, using various abilities. At one point, he stopped and stamped his foot, a sly grin on his face. Shine, thrown off balance, stared at him with wide eyes, completely unable to comprehend what was happening. His opponent realized that the damage from tearing him to shreds should be enough, so he decided to quickly deal with the boy's aura and kill him. At that moment, a notification appeared, stating that the enemy's health had dropped to 10% due to the termination of an important skill. The discouraged player simply froze in place with a shocked expression, but did not rush to panic. Unexpectedly, the collected hero grabbed his gun and put his finger on the trigger, showing his readiness to shoot. He looked at Yuan Ding with an incredibly terrifying gaze, calling him crazy in his inner voice. But a few seconds later, the young man was stunned again. Although it was not entirely clear what had happened, he wondered if the head, standing there as if nothing had happened, did not realize that all force would be used to destroy him. The young player was angered by his opponent's excessive confidence, so he decided to deal with him without mercy. The next attack was amplified by 1,000,000 units, after which a golden bullet flew out, carrying triple damage. But even as the projectile flew toward him, the arrogant man only smirked, showing no sign of concern. Immediately, the small object hit him in the forehead, causing the arrogant fool to lose his coordination. The shockwave threw the strong man to the side, and he landed with a crash, kicking up a large amount of dust. The main character was struck by the fact that his opponent did not even dodge and simply took the full brunt of the blow. The man quickly gathered himself and jumped to his feet, ready to continue the important fight. At that moment, Yeshane's eyes widened again, and at first he couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was as if Yuan Ding, risen from the dead, was standing firmly in front of him, but his terrifying face was hidden in shadow. Suddenly, the mad leader spread his legs wide and began to laugh loudly, holding his stomach as he did so. Bewildered, Liu did not understand what was going on, because he had inflicted 3 million points of damage on his enemy, but he looked as if he did not have a scratch on him. The cunning opponent called it ridiculous that the young man had previously claimed that this was his strongest attack. The system predicted that Yuan's perception-based ability would allow him to sense danger and dodge the blow in a second. The scoundrel noted that he enjoyed looking at the shocked face of the youngster, who couldn't get his thoughts together. In a fit of rage, the brave man grabbed the hilt of his katana, eager to quickly deal with the scoundrel who had annoyed him. The hero again used his status enhancement and blessings, but it was not enough to remove the effect of being torn to shreds. Then, the daredevil activated his Kui enhancement, so his next attack was strengthened by 1,000,000 units. Without further ado, the trickster rushed into the attack and swung his longsword, but his opponent stopped him with a slight movement of his hand as if nothing had happened. Continuing to smile, Yuending noted that the youngster had no chance in close combat from the start, but he attacked anyway, so he called him stubborn. The leader of the garden also emphasized that Ye Xing was too angry, and the young man himself was indeed gritting his teeth. Taking a sharp fighting stance and giving a terrifying look, his opponent exclaimed that the fool had simply lost. He was curious to see what ability Liu would use to defend himself, so he decided to continue stacking, hoping for the enemy's quick demise. The hero, who had missed the blow, flew several meters to the side and landed quite firmly. For the first few seconds, he tried to get to his feet, but it was very difficult due to the aching in various parts of his body. Looking down at him, his opponent said he wanted to see what else the naive kid would do to live a second longer. The duration of the cold-blooded warrior status was only 1 second, but that didn't scare him at all at that moment. Flashing another disgusting smile, Yuending noted that it was time for the kid to give up and stop trying. In an instant, the wary man noticed that his weapon was gone, but he didn't say anything out loud. The fearless Ye Xing, in turn, got to his feet and grabbed the hilt of his katana, giving a menacing look. The fighter did not want to use the emblem because of the disgusting condition, but he saw no other way to deal with the gap. For the first few seconds, the opponents remained standing in their places, each thinking about the situation at hand. It quickly dawned on the head, who continued to press forward, that he could not use his main weapon at that moment. Stunned, Liu assumed that his calm enemy could use skills based on characteristics, but doubts remained. The hero was recharging, and he realized that Yuan would finish him off with a combination of barrier, health exchange, and attack boost. He needed to think about how to get away before Ding could use his play, and then try to be the first to get to the center of the membrane control. The enemy thought it was good that the kid had taken away his weapon, because now he could enjoy his slow death. But at one point, the alert fighter heard strange sounds behind him and began to turn around. The trickster realized that someone had teleported here and could now try to reach the gate first, so he rushed to run away. The embittered opponent immediately jumped at him, shouting that he could forget about escaping. The ruthless player used a barrier, attack boost, and health exchange, leaving the youngster without any equipment. The very nervous young man thought that the scoundrel had all the abilities and characteristics, so the situation became even more difficult. The daredevil understood that he needed to run to the teleport as quickly as possible because it was his only chance to survive, and he repeated in his mind that he would not die here. Small explosions continued to rumble everywhere, raising dust, but Yishine was still standing. Finally, the enthusiastic young man reached his destination and could now move to another place. Unexpectedly, the system asked if he wanted to use the gate, and the young man froze in shock. He suddenly saw the leader of the new order and the thunder of Dane Chan, who were using their katanas to stop the fierce Yuan Ding. The angry captain thought the hero was strong since he had defeated Yang and Yun, but now he had been beaten so badly that all he could do was flee. In turn, the emotionless Rachi Ten continued to hold back the enemy's onslaught without saying a word. Flashing his eerily red eyes, the opponent fearlessly grabbed his swords, not even afraid of getting hurt. Shoving both players aside, the strongman shouted at them to get out of the way and not interfere with his fight against his sworn enemy. Making a sharp lunge, he exclaimed that the scoundrel would now die by his hand, and no one could help him anymore. Without hesitation, the tense Liu cried out that he wanted to use the gate immediately, but the system announced that the weapon restriction had been lifted, so the gardener used it again, which completely changed the situation. The cunning fighter swung his fist sharply, but unexpectedly passed through and did no damage, which shocked him. Surprised, Shine realized that the negative status had saved him at the right moment, weakening Yuan, who had therefore given him so many chances to survive. At that moment, the gates were activated, and the bewildered players began to gradually rise above the floor, pushing off with their feet. What was happening began to unnerve the leader of the backyard gang, who now found it more difficult to act. A huge yellow beam began to strike directly at the iron structure where the hero's teleport was located. The angry guy threatened that as soon as they reached the top, he would definitely finish off the nimble youngster. Meanwhile, the blessing and pendulum had finished recharging, which brought a sly smile to the youngster's face. The stern Liu thought about dealing with the enemy in the control center, but realized that it would be better to destroy him while they were in the air, so he grabbed his gun. The smiling youngster doubted that the fool would remain unharmed after his strongest attack, but he was puzzled. What was happening angered Yuanding even more, who simply could not resist the insolent man. With the help of the blessing, all of Shane's stats were increased, and his next attack was boosted by 1 million points. A few seconds later, a shot was fired, which sounded like a powerful rocket explosion. Yellow glass began to rain down on the ground in huge quantities, and the main character's uniform reappeared on his body. The enemy was finally defeated and began to lose coordination right in the air, without saying a word. The yellow beam was also destroyed and began to turn into small fragments, which looked very impressive. In an instant, gravity returned, causing Liu Yi, who was in flight, to become very alert. The guy immediately crashed to the ground, attracting the attention of the members of the New Order Guild standing nearby. The surprise player immediately noticed that there was no kill notification, which meant that the gardener was still alive. In the thick fog, the warrior saw the stern Yuan Ding, who noted that he had almost died, but fortunately, he had a lot of health. The stunned young man noticed that his life energy points had been restored after the blessing. The enemy asked if, after so many intense attacks, the boy simply did not have the necessary knowledge left. Unexpectedly, the cool-headed Danshin joined the game and discouraged him with a sharp blow of his sword. The confident captain said that he was the main character here, and noted that it was not worth forgetting about him. His actions caused quite a stir again, as he considered it foolish to stop after just one attack. The seriously wounded Yuan began to sweat profusely and nervously clench his teeth as he watched the results of his opponent's actions. Ten, who had merged with the Thunder, asked him not to be distracted and to continue attacking, using the best moment to kill. The ally clearly understood the instruction and grabbed the hilt of his weapon again, preparing to finish off the scoundrel as quickly as possible. The bruiser said that last time he attacked with a short blade, his inattention got in the way, but this time he would not make the same mistake. The strongman also asked the leader to provoke the opponent, noting that under no circumstances should he be allowed to escape. Extremely tense, Ding began to sweat, clenching his jaw and unable to collect his thoughts. The angry fighter exclaimed that he would now show the scum their place, since they dared to think they could defeat him. The main character was still in the game, using his weapon lock to thwart the enemy's plans. At the same time, the blessing was charging, but the nervous young man understood that if they didn't finish Yuan off right now, they would die themselves. Smiling smugly, Thunder called the young man a wonderful assistant and asked him to continue helping him, because that way he would reveal his potential. What was happening increasingly angered the head of the backyard garden, who had not even managed to launch an attack. At that moment, a sharp swing of a long katana was made, seriously wounding the man. Immediately, a long blue beam shot into the sky, sucking the energy out of his body, signaling the end of his life. The gardener's eyes suddenly lost their focus and began to turn blue, and he felt a strong ache throughout his body. Soon, notification was received of the death of Yuan Ding, who left behind only 2% of his computing power. An enthusiastic Yexin clenched his fist tightly, exclaiming that thanks to their composure, they had managed to defeat their common enemy. The result brought a smile to Danshan's face, who was convinced that the young player could be relied upon during battle. A few seconds later, the dead man fell to the ground, his expression still eerie with his mouth open. The arrogant Thunder turned away from his defeated opponent to look cool, but it was very foolish. Then he raised his index finger and loudly proclaimed himself the best in the primordial realm. The self-confident guy shouted that he had killed the one E had been messing with for half a day with a single blow, so he couldn't do anything. His opponent continued to call himself invincible, but in the eyes of the main character, he only caused confusion, as he turned out to be a chatterbox. The swordsman continued to enjoy his moment of glory, and clouds of smoke began to appear behind him. The leader of the New Order said that something was wrong with Yuan Ding, after which the wary fighters turned around in shock. Danshin, who was very tense, could not understand what was happening behind him, as the phenomenon was strange. Suddenly, something like a huge white egg appeared in front of Yexin, causing an even greater wave of shock. The stunned guy had no idea what it was, and the nervous Thunder called what he saw the devil's work. As it turned out, he had fallen inside an unknown shell, and the excited Rechi shouted that Yuan wanted to devour them in order to resurrect himself. The tense hero abruptly grabbed his katana and began swinging it, hoping to cut the strange object in half. The young man was very angry because his knowledge power was almost zero, which meant that the target was not taking any damage at all. Soon, the determined Ten came to the conclusion that he had only one option left, which could no longer be avoided. Suddenly, a series of powerful blows were struck at the egg, resulting in strong underground tremors. With a sharp swing of his sword, the stern guild leader cut through the shell, giving himself a chance to get out alive. The young player, thrown off balance, silently watched what was happening, slightly afraid to even move. A notification was also received about the death of Danshan, for whom the fighters did not receive a single % of computing power. For a few seconds, the object dissipated into space and became less and less visible. Exhausted, Weishine approached one of the stones and sat down on it to catch his breath and recover from what had happened. First, the guy took a very heavy breath, trying to collect his thoughts, but it was difficult. Although the hero did not know what the Thunder and the head of the New Order had done, Yuan Ding was finally defeated. In the chat, the young man learned that they had used a rearrangement skill, which, at the cost of the swordsman's life, had managed to cancel the enemy's effects. The deceased player wrote that although the young man was much weaker than him, he should have enough strength to protect the leader. A few minutes later, the wary Liu Yi began to move in an unknown direction, thinking about the pressing matter. The leader listened attentively to his ally, who noted that the dead gardener had been transported here with them. He added that even if the enemy had enough power to revive on their territory, it would take them a long time to teleport. The guy said that this was their chance to find a way to repair the gate and go to the control center. And Rachi noted that he and Yuan were very fast. At one point, the hero found something and his calm companion asked him to try to start the elevator. Without hesitation, the young man pressed the button, hoping that everything would work out and they would be able to go to their destination. Next, they had to insert a key, but none of the tense fighters had any idea which of the three it was. There were only 3 items, red, yellow, and blue, so they had to think a little. Suddenly, one of the keys slipped out of the shocked Shane's hands, who didn't even know how to react to this. His stunned companions froze in place, their eyes wide, watching the process intently. As it turned out, the blue item fit into the lock by itself, so all they had to do was wait for the result. The system notified them that the key had been successfully accepted, and the warriors received a 10% increase in computing power. The blonde man calmed down a little, but E was still in shock, staring open-mouthed at what was happening in front of him. In just a few seconds, a descent opened up in front of the players, but nothing could be seen in it because of the darkness. The head of the New Order Guild emphasized that it was something like a secret room, and wondered whether it was worth going there. The brave man said that if they didn't try, they would never know, so the companions took the leap. The guys found themselves in an unusual area, where they could see a blue light in front of them, like a spiral tunnel. The hero was stunned when he received a notification that the entrance to the membrane control centers underground had been activated. The alarmed fighter raised his head sharply and wondered what was above them if it wasn't him. For a short time, the guy looked up, trying to figure out the unknown. The leader reminded him that at least 10 people were needed to enter the underground. But Liu said they could change that with the help of the architect. The daredevil said that the passage to the top had been destroyed, so the only option was to go forward, and even with the ability to fly, it would not be enough to get there. Without even thinking of turning back, the determined player began to take steps toward the goal, without any doubt in himself. Following him was Rechi Ten, who proved to be no less courageous a warrior, and was ready to do anything for the mission. Very soon, the players began to dissolve into space, as they successfully entered the portal, and began the process of moving. The first thing the fighters saw were small drops of water, which were located at a short distance from each other. In less than a minute, the particles began to connect with each other, rapidly becoming one whole. But after a few seconds, the large mass simply burst, causing minor fluctuations under the water. Soon, 2 more drops merged, but this time, the natural process was more successful. The silhouette of a shark suddenly appeared on the horizon, which found what it saw very interesting. As it turned out, it was a small fish with a kind look in its eyes, which managed to burst the bubbles again with a single stroke. After that, only a small water particle remained, which was of no particular value. However, the fragment gradually began to float to the surface, where the pressure was much lower. Soon, the drop successfully reached its destination, but all this caused only confusion and misunderstanding. At that moment, Liu Yi was completely thrown off balance because he couldn't make sense of what he had seen. The discouraged player considered the emergence of 3 bubbles to be delusional, one of which burst on its own, the second because of a fish, and the third reached the surface. For a couple of minutes, the guy stood still and thought, and later began to look around. Seeing only gray darkness and an orange bridge nearby, the hero wondered if this was the membrane control center. Then wary, Shine wondered where the head of the New Order Guild, with whom they had come, had disappeared to. The warrior received the title of Luminary, so now he could use digitization to gain the abilities of his characters in the real world. The stunned young man quickly realized that this was the power he could now wield. Slightly excited, Rechi Ten wrote in the chat that the game had issued a notification about his lack of computing power. Realizing the situation, Liu Yi stood on the bridge and fell deep into thought, because he deserved a little rest. From behind, the young man looked completely calm, as he did not show any particular emotions at first. But at one point, his body trembled slightly, and in his inner voice, he said again that he had gained the coveted power. At first glance, it was impossible to tell that something wonderful had happened in the main character's life. Tears of joy appeared on the guy's face, because now he could change his destiny and prove to himself that he was not just a weakling. A beam of white light continued to shine on the bridge, illuminating it, but the young man paid no attention to it. Soon, deeply moved, E-Shine began to wipe away his tears, still lost in thought. At one point, the brave man clenched his fist tightly and looked ahead sternly, as if something had disturbed him. A system notification appeared in front of him, stating that computing power was required to use the digitization. The hero had to decide whether the primordial realm would descend into their world or not, and if he left the game without doing anything, it would never get there. The brave man carefully read the information and continued to stand in one place, thinking everything through carefully. He clenched his trembling fist tightly, as if trying to overcome some fear inside and make the right choice. In private messages, Ten wrote that he could not find an ally, and came to the conclusion that he had gained the desired power. Meanwhile, the system asked if the main character really wanted to quit the game, and he already reached for the digital display with his finger. The young man said goodbye to the game loudly, having made his choice, and was already rejoicing in his heart, realizing that he had saved the planet. In just a few seconds, the quick process was launched, and the firstborn kingdom simply shut down. Now satisfied with himself, Liu Yi lay in bed with a smile on his face, realizing that he had done a noble deed. After that, the young man slowly got out of bed, continuing to think about his future plans. Without any rush, he slipped his feet into warm slippers so as not to walk on the cold floor of the house. A few minutes later, the young man found himself on the roof of the house, with a starry sky above his head. The daredevil remembered how eerie and gray his hometown had been in his past life. He clearly remembered the dead residents who had been unable to escape due to a simple lack of time. He also remembered the image of a dead man and woman who had probably lived together for most of their lives. The boy could still see the scattered notebooks and textbooks of school children before his eyes, which caused even more pain in his soul. But at that moment, the fearless player smiled broadly, realizing that he had managed to prevent this horror. An enthusiastic Liu Yi began to jump for joy, because he had earned himself a moment of glory and happiness. Jumping high above the ground, the proud hero exclaimed that he had accomplished an incredibly difficult task. This time, his beloved city remained completely intact and could continue to flourish even more. Mothers walked the streets with their cheerful children, who had the opportunity to grow up enjoying a peaceful sky. On that beautiful day, a new young family was even born, which was a truly delightful moment. A cute schoolgirl sat at her desk, able to watch the sunset, her head slightly tilted to one side. The incredibly happy Liu Yi prevented the invasion of the firstborn kingdom, so the world could sleep peacefully. The boy danced and jumped up and down, raising his hands in the air, and these were precious moments for him. He stayed on the roof of the house a little longer, enjoying the fact that he could live peacefully in his homeland. At the same time, a ferry was sailing in the sea not far from the hero's city, and its crew members noticed something strange nearby. The alarmed people noted that the entire body of water around Huazhou had been neatly cropped, as if in a game where there is not enough power to load a section of the map. Meanwhile, the owner of the character Yuan Ding was in his office, where he finally moved away from his desk and sat down in a chair. The calm man took off his virtual reality glasses and put them on the table, as he was tired of playing. Getting up from his chair, he silently walked over to the panoramic window and began to look into the distance, gradually relaxing. The young man gently took hold of one of his fingers and began to pull it to the side, gently stretching it. At one point, he pulled the limb quite hard, causing a sharp pain. Experiencing unpleasant sensations, Yuan began to sweat profusely and clenched his teeth tightly, but did not utter a squeal. Quickly calming down, Shu Tao pulled his little finger toward himself, thereby setting it so there were no more problems. He stood in front of the window for a while longer, watching what was happening on the street and thinking about the pressing issues. Then he received a phone call instructing him to follow Yao Wen, because if they met with Shine, they would be able to find out much more. After listening carefully to the instructions, the nervous man lowered his hand with the smartphone and sank back into his thoughts. Extremely serious, Ding promised himself to find the main character in the real world and finish him off. The next morning, the owner of the New Order chapter character sat alone in his office. Dressed in a black business suit, the man thought incessantly about something, maintaining a serious expression. But at the same time, he nervously tapped his index finger on the wooden table, which sounded quite loud. Suddenly, one of his subordinates entered the room to deliver some information. The impulsive blonde man immediately jumped up from his seat and asked nervously if they had found out anything about E-Shine. The man standing in the doorway narrowed his eyes and shook his head, giving a negative answer. Tense, Rachi understood that something had to be done, because after gaining power, the hero had not logged into the network. Clutching his head, he wondered if the guy from the shining sky was trying to prevent them from escaping, and remembered that there was too little time. Meanwhile, the young man was playing sports, and his breathless sister asked him to wait for her and her friend. The sarcastic young man laughed, saying that A. Yun might catch up with him in the game in the future. But until then, he would continue to mock her. With a smirk, the trickster suggested running another lap to consolidate their success and gain energy. His words even caused some fear in the exhausted girls, who no longer wanted to do physical education. At one point, the excited sister took her brother's hand, admitting defeat, and then began to apologize. She begged him to let them rest a little, while the shy Huang, standing nearby, just smiled. The pleas made the main character laugh, who managed to take control of the lady while maintaining his advantage. Soon, the three young people sat down on the stone steps, where Ayun immediately began to greedily gulp down water. Completely calm, Liu Yi felt heavenly pleasure, realizing that nothing threatened his hometown anymore. The guy hadn't felt this good in 3 years, even taking into account his past life, so he was truly happy. At that moment, a smiling old man walked by, talking about something with his curious grandson. His sister suddenly asked if he thought they would live as long as he had. For the first few seconds, there was no answer, which surprised the beautiful girl. The guy patted her on the head, saying that everything would be fine, and then suggested thinking about which of them would have more grandchildren. The young lady immediately pointed out that whether he would have descendants was not up to him, which sounded a little strange. Unexpectedly, the matchmaker declared that Nian Chu's presence was an important factor, at which point she began to smile coyly. The lovely blue-eyed girl was shocked by what she heard, and her cheeks flushed slightly with embarrassment. The girl hit her friend on the shoulder, asking her to stop such conversations in front of her brother, and then began to tickle her. Yun began to laugh loudly, and passers-by even envied Liu Wu, who was sitting with such beautiful ladies. The young man noted to himself that when his best friends were together, they always attracted a lot of attention. A terrible moment from his past came to mind, when two unscrupulous scoundrels wanted to steal his sister from him. However, the hero pushed these thoughts away, saying that everyone would live in peace and tranquility, and reminded himself that life goes on. The determined young man decided that he had to start making plans for the future, so that he and Ayun could live a better life together. He also told himself that maybe one day they would have grandchildren like the old man passing by, and they would walk with them in the park, enjoying the sunshine. Suddenly, a long green beam passed through the elderly man and the boy walking beside him. The incident caused a strong shock to Liu Yi, who watched it with wide eyes. At that very moment, two people fell to their knees in unison, seemingly showing no signs of life. The people around them were shocked, as the strangers fell to the ground without their heads, causing panic. The stunned passers-by could not understand what unknown force had killed two peaceful and innocent citizens. The extremely wary hero began to look around, but still could not make sense of what was happening before his eyes. Soon, the young man came to the conclusion that the firstborn kingdom was penetrating the real world and creating monsters. The shocked fighter thought this was impossible and wondered where this creature had come from. Suddenly, a green beam was directed at the young man himself, and an agitated Ayun shouted at him to be careful. The decisive lady pushed the guy in the back with a sharp movement, but in doing so saved his life at a difficult moment. The very nervous Liu did not have time to understand the situation, but he clearly had to appreciate his sister's actions. The beauty herself was confronted by the monster's vile claws, which made her brother even more worried. Concerned, Huang Nianchu rushed to their aid, embracing her friend and hoping that she would be all right. The green plant tried to envelop the main character, but he fought back until the very end, unwilling to give up so quickly. Win noted that the grass was not sharp, but because of its speed, it cut like a knife through butter, and he understood that he only needed to immobilize it to eliminate the threat. Trying to remain calm in a stressful situation, the brave man quickly pulled the target with a white cloth, tying a strong knot. During the action, he was particularly careful and made a lot of effort to ensure that the result was reliable. At the same time, the cunning sprout made a hole in itself so that the other tip could reach it and wound it. The embittered guy tried to resist in every way possible, but the feeling of pain was inevitable in his situation. He tried to cover the exposed parts of his body, but due to the lack of extra hands, it was unbearably difficult. Choosing the right moment, the brave man began to step on the grass with his foot, hoping that this would somehow help him. The strong man grabbed the other end of the plant and began to pull on it, intending to break it, but he was unsuccessful. The fruit sprouted directly from under the marble slabs, so the fighter had to be in constant physical tension. Gritting his teeth nervously, Liu realized that someone had to destroy the roots, because he would not be able to hold back the grass for long. The impulsive young man shouted at the frozen passers-by that if they did nothing, the monster would kill more people and evolve. The cowardly guys were afraid to even move, and one of them replied in a trembling voice that he couldn't do anything. Terrified, Huang rushed to her friend to help her as quickly as possible. At that moment, Ayun was lying unconscious on the ground, but there were no visible scratches on her body. The fierce lady in the pink jacket suddenly grabbed a round cobblestone and swung it at the tall plant. At the same moment, the beauty threw the stone without hesitation, intending to destroy the root. Her actions caused Liu Yi to feel a sense of inner excitement, as he did not expect the shy girl to act this way. The girl asked those around her at the top of her voice to help them, saying that they only needed to destroy the root, and the monster would die. It was said that as long as the creature could not move, they were all safe, which surprised everyone even more. Gathering their thoughts, the rebellious people rushed forward, realizing that they had to fight for their land. They all rushed forward at great speed, shouting that they would deal with the abomination that had invaded their homeland right now. A few minutes later, the surprised hero noticed that the green sprout was no longer enveloping him with its arm, and he could relax. "Calm down," the young man smiled, saying to himself that they had managed to defeat the powerful monster. Soon, the unconscious A-Yun was taken to the hospital in High City, where she was put on an IV. An agitated Huang said that according to the doctor, the girl had lost a lot of blood and poison had probably entered her body, while the serious Liu listened silently. The guy tried to understand where the mutated plant came from if the kingdom had not invaded their world, and remembered that he was the only luminary and holder of power. The game was supposed to start the invasion tomorrow and spawn many creatures, but under the guidance of the players, people would quickly deal with them and remain in the forests. The hero wondered if the grass had appeared because of Yuan Ding, who had threatened that the planet would be destroyed in 3 days if they did nothing. Suddenly, the young man headed for the exit, saying he had things to do, and asked Huang to take care of his sister. He said he had a plan to help A-Yun, so he asked the anxious Nianshu to wait and not go anywhere. Extremely serious, Liu continued to move forward, thinking about his next steps. In the hospital lobby, 3 unknown individuals in striped suits sat discussing how no one had taken their words seriously. The nervous guys also said that even the photos and videos taken on their phones had disappeared, and one of them had a splitting headache. The young man jumped up from his seat, exclaiming that they couldn't just sit there because they had to convince the people. But suddenly, a black and white effect appeared, and the consciousness of the group seemed to be turned upside down, which was incredibly strange. The excited guys decided to leave, complaining that they couldn't even remember what they had been talking about less than a minute ago. Soon, the daredevil went to the membrane control center, located in the world beyond the primordial realm. The extremely stern fighter showed his readiness to once again begin fighting the evil that prevented him from living a peaceful life. At that very moment, a digital display appeared in front of the young man with personal messages from the head of the new order. The excited leader asked him to provide his real contact details at the earliest opportunity and inquired why the hero had left the network. A tense Rachi-ten paced around incessantly, hoping to get a response from his comrade. He also frequently checked the chat, keeping a stern expression on his face. But there were no positive changes. Suddenly, a blue screen appeared before the surprised blonde's eyes, and he immediately began to read the text on it. The daredevil wrote that he had the power, but added that he would not use it until his ally told him everything about the kingdom and the apocalypse. The enthusiastic man immediately exclaimed that E-Shine had finally returned, which was already a good sign. Then he learned that there was no way to contact the guy in real life, and the hero noted that if he knew little, there was no point in wasting time on him. The pensive Rechi noticed that his partner was quite angry, but he thought that in such a difficult situation he could understand him. After that, the guild leader sent a couple of photos and noted that the borders of Huaju and other continents looked so strange now. An unknown creature had been photographed everywhere, and all the stars had disappeared from space, leaving only boundless darkness. Shocked, Liu Yi called what he saw unbelievable in his inner voice, but did not rush to write anything. The chapter stated that every 2 years, one continent disappears and various mutated plants have begun to appear around the world. The young man had heard about the loss of communication with other countries, but he did not expect that entire continents would be waiting. In the chat, the guy asked if people couldn't have noticed the disappearance, adding that if that were the case, the world would have been turned upside down. Based on what was written, the serious Rechi Ten concluded that E-Shine had not yet met Di Yin. The man wrote that everyone who witnessed such a thing immediately forgot about it, and only a conversation with the shadow of the earth could awaken their memories. Putting his hand to his tense face, the hero silently wondered if he had also forgotten about it, and then asked how it all began. The gentleman replied that 10 years ago, 3 eccentrics appeared in the center of Huazhou, on Mount Buzhou, and did something unknown. The young man asked who Diyin was, and Rechi replied that thanks to him, they were able to escape many disasters, but his identity remained unknown. The brave man suggested using the strongest weapon and finishing off the foolish trio, since they knew where to go. His unexpected proposal made the faction leader think deeply, and he raised his head. However, he replied that according to the available information, the enemies were stronger than apocalypse-level monsters, so there was no way to defeat them. The allies' message came as a great shock to the young man, and he couldn't believe that all 3 were so powerful. The gentleman added that, according to Inya, Only power could save their world, and demanded to know what that meant. The very serious guy carefully read what Rechi-ten had written, but did not rush to give an answer. Soon, Shine sent a system notification that he had become a beacon and could receive character stats in real life thanks to digitization. The stunned blonde quickly realized that this would give them millions of super strong fighters, and they would be able to deal with the trio of weirdos. He began to urge the young player to activate the important ability as soon as possible, because it would only work in their favor. Sirius Liu shifted his gaze slightly to the left, because another system notification appeared that needed to be read. On the digital display, the youngster read again that he needed computing power to use the powerful skill. For the first few seconds, the hero pondered the pressing issue, continuing to hold his arms folded across his chest. The assistant asked if the fighter wanted to activate the digitization, and his eyes opened even wider at that moment. The young man usually pointed his index finger as if he wanted to choose the positive answer, but he was plagued by doubts. Soon, the uncertain Shine clenched his hand into a fist, because he found it difficult to make a decision at such a crucial moment. Then the guy bit his lower lip slightly, realizing that he still needed to make a decision as soon as possible. Realizing that stopping the invasion of the primordial kingdom would not yield any results, the player came to the conclusion that he needed to follow his original plan. The fierce fighter activated the digitization, firmly promising himself that he would create his own world and not allow the bloody future to repeat itself. The system notified him that his computing power was insufficient to use all the functions of the ability. After that, a digital display appeared, showing all the possible techniques, but each one required a certain amount of matter. Shocked, Liu immediately noted that raising the level was the most important thing, but at least 60% of the power was needed to activate it. The young man knew that the substance he needed was in the destroyed zone, and decided to obtain it, but he knew it would take some time. At one point, the young man was stunned by the announcement that it was impossible to leave because he had not activated the skill. Alarmed, Rechi-ten asked the hero to use the skill as soon as possible, noting that their future was in his hands. The player remembered that the head of the new order also had computing power, but he wasn't sure if he would agree to give it up. The daredevil posted a notification in the chat saying that at least 30% of the matter was needed to start the process. Now the deeply thoughtful blonde understood what digitization did, but he was in no hurry to jump to conclusions. He wrote that if they combined their power points, they would have 90%, so they would be able to activate all the functions of the ability. Impressed, Shine did some quick calculations, remembering the murder of the gardener, and realized that the leader had a lot of power. His partner emphasized that nothing was more important than digitization, and asked him to come quickly and deal with him. The man wrote that the material could only be obtained in dungeons and by killing other players who possessed it, so there was no other choice. The main character understood that he could not leave this place, which meant he would not be able to deal with him personally, but no solution to the problem came to mind. He continued to stand in one place and think about the problem in every possible way, hoping that a good idea would come to him. Suddenly, the young player began to hear strange sounds somewhere nearby and tried to figure out what they were. The alert fighter quickly realized that the ringing sounds of the Eastern Imperial Bell were coming from outside. Suddenly, Ziyu Yin appeared and said that he had survived only thanks to the assembly and deformation module exchanged by the young man. The guy realized that if he killed Rechi with the help of his pet, he would be able to gain computing power, but decided to check just in case. The spirit beast confirmed this, after which the excited young man jumped for joy, realizing that now the situation would change for the better. The slightly confused faction leader waited for some good news, staring incessantly at the digital scoreboard. The warrior noted that if he killed the blonde man, his level would drop to 1, and after the invasion, he would be vulnerable, and order in the real world would be disrupted. It was said that he could give him half a day to farm experience, but with that much power, the digitization could start on its own. At first, the tense guild leader looked at the message with a serious face, carefully reading every word. Then he grinned, writing that after the skill, they would have a chance to deal with the coming crisis, and if it was not activated, everyone would die. The brave man also wondered who said that the first level must be weak, and asked Yeshane in the chat to deal with him as soon as possible. Soon, Chioyin killed Rechi, and the hero gained enough computing power and used digitization. But the nervous youngster read in the notification that, due to his special experience, his progress would be reset, which meant he would have to face the game with the first level. The extremely tense fighter sat down on the ground, realizing that the situation was a stalemate, and that he would not be able to quickly become stronger. Clasping his face in his hands, he exclaimed that the situation couldn't get any worse, and was ready to simply give up. The guy realized that when the kingdom descended into their world, he would have to rely on Yun, and even though she was unconscious now, the poison would not harm her after digitization. Then the player wondered if, based on the words of the leader of the New Order, it was possible to assume that the trio of eccentrics controlled the legendary tree of the real world. In an instant, the puzzle in his head seemed to gradually fall into place, and the warrior's eyes widened with tension. Suddenly, thunder and lightning struck the gloomy sky, immediately catching the young man's attention. After that, an unknown creature that resembled a lizard became visible in the clouds. The alert young man began to look more closely, and Xiu Yin said that it was very difficult to break through the barrier. The white dragon landed near his master with a smile on his face, and the young man's first question was how he had gotten there. The predator replied that it was a long story and promised to tell it later, but for now asked him to accept a small gift. Deeply thoughtful, Yishine tried to understand what it was, and his ally said that he was holding a special egg made from his source code. The beast added that it would absorb some of the experience gained and grow, and when the player became strong enough, Xiu would be able to appear in the real world. The nervous young man asked if he could go with him and if he knew that they were from different dimensions. The dragon replied that he had evolved and regained some of his memories and powers, which is why he was able to break through here and learn something about the hero. Tense, Liu Ai excitedly asked if there was any information in his memory about their world and what was going on in general. The predator only knew that the primordial realm had once been destroyed, after which a man and a woman came and revived and changed it. The hero understood that with Ming Shi's power, they would have a better chance of dealing with the dangers, but he could summon him when he leveled up. Smiling, the young man asked if the dragon would give him the Eastern Imperial Bell, because even without it, he would be the strongest. This request was followed by a minute of silence, during which the noble beast looked at the boy. The shy boy said that the artifact was useless to the current Jew, but it would be very useful to him. Blue-eyed Shine was delighted to hear the approval, and his companion said that he had found something in the sphere of light that would be useful to the fighter. It was a sealing ball that allowed the player to seal their current level and characteristics. The delighted hero was beside himself with joy and exclaimed that it was just what he needed at the moment. A smile remained on the boy's face for some time as the situation finally became clearer. Then, he proudly raised his head and looked at the loyal Xiu Yin, who had been of great help to him. The white dragon did not quite understand the young man's behavior, but remained silent and simply looked at him. Suddenly, Yexing began to lean forward without saying a word. Bowing respectfully, the main character thanked his companion for the service he had rendered him. The predator asked the fighter to continue working hard and promised to wait for the day when they would fight danger together, but in his world. After that, the digitization process began, affecting the man sleeping in his virtual reality glasses. The boy sitting on the windowsill with the same accessory was also caught up in the process, which was a sign of success. The system did not bypass the gray-haired old man dozing in his chair, as he also often played in the Firstborn Kingdom. The procedure ended with a red-haired girl, after which a notification appeared stating that the activation was complete. Soon, the system wrote that due to an update, technical work was being carried out in the game, so all players had to be logged out. On a beautiful sunny day, young parents were walking with their happy son who loved to crawl around. Nearby, in the same park, another couple was walking, experiencing incredible joy being together. Two friends were also having fun in every way possible, one of whom was jumping up and down happily trying to make his friend laugh. In addition to them, two beautiful girls could be seen on the horizon, giggling shyly and discussing something quietly. But in an instant, the sky began to fill with gray clouds, and a crack appeared in the middle of it. It was as if a black seal had been placed on the crowd of happy people, and darkness gradually enveloped the city. In just a few minutes, a terrifying darkness hung over the settlement, capable of frightening anyone. Now almost nothing could be seen on the streets, but the building still stood without any damage. Lying in bed, Liu He noticed that the virtual reality glasses on his eyes were simply dissolving into space. The serious guy instantly sat up and thought deeply about what was happening, but he felt no fear at all. He slightly spread his palm and noticed that the tips of his fingers near his nails had turned slightly yellow, but that was not the point. At that very moment, the Imperial Bell and the sphere, previously given to him by Xiu Yin, appeared in the protagonist's hands. Without showing any particular emotion, the player first carefully examined the artifacts, and then decided that it was time to act. The warrior clenched his fist tightly, forcing the ball to sink into his skin, and continued to think about his next steps. After the Firstborn Kingdom was created, the players had to log back into the game to get their character's powers. The young man took the cases with the devices for entering the game in his hand, but received a notification that it was impossible to put them in his inventory. The extremely serious fighter knew that he urgently needed to take the items to Ayun and Nianchu so that they could prepare for everything. At that very moment, he pulled the door handle to leave the house and head in the right direction. Most of the time, he had to travel along the roads of Ton and Jiaonu to reach his destination. Without a moment's hesitation, the brave man rushed down the stairs, knowing that he had almost no time. Suddenly, there was a powerful explosion in the residential building, which blew out all the windows. Looking at the fire, the peaceful people were confused and started calling the police, while the hero continued to run headlong. The trickster saw a white scooter nearby and immediately jumped on it, realizing that it would be much faster. Mutant plants were already appearing everywhere, and the players were just realizing that they had gained the powers of their characters. The real chaos was bound to happen when high-level sprouts appeared and people fully adapted to the new environment. Although it was safe now, Liu Yi understood that he should not relax, and until he raised his level, he would have to rely on the girls. The highest reward for completing the game was a level reset, and now the young man didn't even have first-rank equipment. A man sat on a bed in the city hospital, having received a notification about a digitization unknown to him. In his mind, he noted that everything here was eerily realistic and assumed that it was some kind of dungeon with a connection to the real world. The man also clenched his fist tightly, feeling a frenzied power that gave him a great deal of confidence. In his own dimension, the man could not even eat due to stage 4 cancer and extensive chemotherapy. Suddenly, the door to the ward opened, and the silhouettes of 2 adults with a child appeared in the doorway. They were happy young parents who were stroking their son, keeping joyful smiles on their faces. The bald patient looked at the visitors with surprise but remained silent and simply watched their actions. The excited woman told the dying man that they could no longer continue his treatment and asked him not to be offended. His father had bought him a new toy, the Firstborn Kingdom, but it was said that he could no longer afford to pay for his treatment. The angry boy said that according to his aunt, if his older brother did not die, they would all perish, so he began to wish for his quick death. The fighter decided to kill the scoundrels in the game and then die in the real world and no longer be a burden to them, because he hated them all with all his heart. Meanwhile, in the next room, Huang Nianshu was spending a lot of time with her friend who was undergoing treatment. The surprised girl heard strange noises nearby and wondered what was going on. She decided to carefully approach the door and, opening it slightly, began to peek out, hoping to see something. Stepping outside the room, the lady saw a man with cancer standing in the middle of the corridor with a katana in his hands. A minute ago, very clear blood was dripping from the sharp blade, which looked somewhat eerie. 3 dead people lay on the floor, and tears of joy appeared in the young man's eyes. In his mind, he repeated that this was just a game, so there was nothing to be afraid of. He could just have fun. He remembered the words of his parents and brother, who had been kind to him but later decided to simply abandon him because he was in mortal danger. At one point, the player turned around to see several other people who had rushed over to investigate the strange sounds. The shocked nurses and patient froze in horror, unable to believe that a real killer was standing right in front of them. Launching into an attack, the madman shouted that it was just a game, because otherwise, he wouldn't have weapons and character abilities. The strong man began to destroy everything around him with his katana, causing the ceiling to start falling down. During this, he maintained an extremely stern and angry expression, as he had already suffered insults from his loved ones. Shocked, Huang Nianchu continued to watch, peeking cautiously from behind the door, and could hardly believe what she was seeing. The hot-tempered fighter said that this dungeon was full of monsters that looked like humans, and decided that he needed to clear it out as soon as possible and return to the real world. Meanwhile, Liu, focused on the road, sped along on his scooter, squeezing every last drop of power out of it. Looking at the horizon, he saw the hospital he needed in the distance, where his sister was being treated at the time. Terrified, Huang panicked and closed the door to the ward, trying to understand what was happening to the cancer patient. She thought he was talking nonsense about monsters and dungeons, but that didn't make her feel any better. The alarmed girl decided that none of this mattered, and that she needed to get Ayun out of the hospital immediately. But at that very moment, she heard the sharp swing of a katana behind her, which alarmed her even more. The worried, blue-eyed girl turned around sharply to understand what she should be prepared for in this difficult situation. As it turned out, the ruthless killer had cut off half the door with a single blow of his sword, demonstrating his professionalism. The strongman decided to finish off the remaining barrier with a kick, so that he could calmly go inside and deal with the rest. A piece of wood flew straight at Nianchu, who was frozen with fear and didn't know what to do since she was unarmed. The sweating girl looked at her unconscious friend, realizing that she needed to be evacuated immediately. The wounded Ayun lay on her back, making no sound, and unaware that their lives were in danger. Her loyal friend clenched her teeth and glared at the enemy, not intending to give up so easily. The perceptive lady asked if the bald man was also stuck in this dungeon, after which he stopped abruptly. Her words came as a great shock to the fighter, who realized that they had become colleagues in misfortune and could cooperate. The beauty sat down on the couch, saying that she was the vice president of the Freedom-Loving Union, and asked him not to say that he had never heard of them. The lady decided to play along with the man with the weapon and suggested that they join forces to protect themselves and Aeyun. The enthusiastic player was convinced that he was indeed in the dungeon, so he had nothing to worry about. The fighter found it surprising that there was no key to the exit in this location, and Huang realized that he really thought it was just a game. Looking at the mark left by her opponent's sword, the woman wondered how hospitals came to keep such sharp weapons, but immediately told herself that there was no time to think about it. The lady's main task was to keep the guy as far away from Aeyun as possible, and she wondered what she would say to him if she were in the game. The girl said that she had come here with a friend, but her friend had suddenly kicked her out of the game, so she was stuck here alone, which surprised the young man. Smiling and looking at her unconscious friend, the beauty said that they could try to clear the dungeon together. The slightly flushed young man noted to himself that Huang Nianchu was very cute, but he was too shy to tell her so to her face. He emphasized that the only way to leave the location was to destroy all the monsters, adding that together they would manage it faster. The beauty couldn't even defend herself, so she decided to bring in the psycho from the ward first to ensure Yun's safety. The swordsman said that she had already cleared the floor above, and her counterpart silently wondered why he took the real world for a game. The girl realized that the guy believed her so easily because he wanted to find more evidence of his existence in the primordial realm. The girl said that usually in dungeons you have to find a special item or kill the boss, so she suggested dealing with him right away. In her mind, the beauty told herself that if the stranger agreed, she would have to take her friend and run away. The wary fighter turned his head sharply because he heard strange rustling sounds a few meters away from them. As it turned out, an unknown monster with sharp teeth and a nasty slobbering tongue was lurking nearby. The monster suddenly peered around the corner, while the lovely Huang Nianchu continued to smile at her counterpart. The extremely tense young man exclaimed that the very boss they had just mentioned had come to visit them. The alarmed girl couldn't believe that a predator capable of destroying them in one fell swoop was standing a meter away from her. The big guy immediately swung his dirty paw at her, but the brave man came to the lady's defense, putting his long katana in the way just in time. The enthusiastic fighter was convinced that he was right about the dungeon, and exclaimed that those who did not believe him should feel like fools. Stunned, Nianchu froze in place, thinking that such a thing was simply impossible in the real world. The trickster successfully landed the first blow, pushing his opponent aside, and the girl had a chance to hide somewhere. The daredevil shouted that he would now deal with the creature, and the stunned girl wondered if she had fallen into a game. The enormous creature stomped its paws on the floor, destroying everything around it, which began to alarm her greatly. The worried lady noticed that 2 more huge rats were coming up behind them, so they had to get out of there fast. Although the lady couldn't kill the monsters, she decided to at least lure them away so that Aeyun would be safe. The bald warrior continued to swing his katana, hoping to kill at least one mutant, but it took a lot of effort. He managed to land a series of successful blows, which made the creature extremely angry. The embittered, blue-eyed creature clenched her teeth tightly, looking around carefully and seeing that everything was going according to plan. The bloodthirsty predators wanted to feast on the beautiful girl, so they were sure they would be able to catch up with her. Calm at heart, Juan came to the conclusion that her friend was now safe, because the fools were following her. In an instant, the nimble lady turned the corner, causing both monsters to switch their attention to the stunned swordsman. At that moment, a loud crash was heard, but it did not stop the girl, who continued on her way. Looking around as she ran, Nianchu decided to pick up a wooden mop to defend herself. She took a fighting stance and stared sternly at her opponents, showing her readiness to strike at any moment. But after a couple of seconds, the blue-eyed girl froze in place with her mouth wide open when she saw something unusual. As it turned out, the fierce warrior managed to stab one of the rats with his blade, but the second one still managed to pierce him with its sharp claws. The brave man held the hilt of his longsword tightly, ready to fight to the bitter end, even if alone. His opponents began to corner him on both sides, but the player tried in every way to break free from their clutches, swinging his sword. He managed to seriously wound one of the mutants in the neck, which highlighted the fearless fighter's professionalism. Choosing the right moment, the guy sharply turned his body and stepped aside, and now he was free from his shackles. The 3 hairy rats fell to the floor, showing no signs of life, and the young man had a chance to catch his breath. The bodies of his opponents began to rapidly dissolve into space, and only experience points appeared in their place. The cool-headed player silently raised his head and began to think about the situation, realizing that victory was on his side. Feeling the trickle of blood running down his lips, the brave man flashed a grin, satisfied with himself. The beautiful Huang emphasized with a sweeping gesture that her opponent was very strong, since he had dealt with his enemies so quickly. The girl deliberately led the rats to him because she needed to protect Yun, and so she decided to fight the madman rather than the monsters. Suddenly, the bald guy began to squint his eyes and fall freely to the floor, abruptly losing his coordination and feeling powerless. What was happening greatly alarmed Nianshu, who was standing in place and did not expect such an outcome at all. Dropping the katana from his hand, the young man with the hole in his stomach began to complain of severe pain. But even speaking was difficult for him. In a low voice, he said that he felt death approaching and could not understand why this damn game was so realistic. With tears in his eyes, the man noted that this was not so bad, because after his death he would be able to leave the primordial realm. But this was a delusion. The concerned girl asked if everything was okay with the young man, but she did not hear a clear answer. The desperate young man did not say a word because he was too focused on his thoughts. The surprised lady looked at him silently, realizing that the brave fighter did not have long to live. Suddenly, the young man asked if this was really a game, which caused a slight shock in the lady's heart. At that moment, she could see intense excitement and fear of death in his eyes. So she decided to spare him. Smiling, the beauty replied that otherwise there would be no terrible monsters here, and he would not be so strong. Barely holding back tears, the swordsman said that this was the harsh reality he had to face. He remembered the moment when he mercilessly dealt with his relatives, who had decided to abandon him to die of cancer. The crying guy began to say that he knew everything perfectly well, but until the very end, he tried to prove to himself the opposite. The discouraged blue-eyed woman froze with a mop in her hand and listened to his dying revelations. The lady couldn't gather her thoughts or say anything at that moment, so she thought it best to just remain silent. The brave player's body began to break down into tiny particles of experience, so he would soon disappear. A few seconds later, Juan took a few steps forward and pressed the wooden handle against the wall. With a sweet smile, the charmer said it was just a game, and asked the young man not to be upset about what had happened to her. Her words brought a sparkle to the eyes of the dying boy with bags under his eyes, who did not expect such support. A smile appeared on the face of the fading man, and his last words were a thank you addressed to the caring Nianshu. Soon, the girl was left alone with her thoughts, standing on one knee and reflecting on what had happened. A blue sphere remained at the site of the deceased, with a question mark engraved in the center. The very surprised lady picked up the unusual object and began to examine it closely, her eyes wide open. Meanwhile, at the other end of the corridor, Liu Yi found himself out of breath as he ran at full speed toward his sister. The tense young man froze in place and, spreading his legs wide, began to look around carefully. Little Yun was still lying unconscious in the ward, and the caring young man was most worried about her. The worried young man noticed Huang kneeling and turned to her, which attracted her attention. The surprised blue-eyed girl looked more closely and recognized her brother, who had finally come to their aid. The enthusiastic girl immediately jumped up, looking at Liu, whom she called her brother, with a sparkle in her eyes. Slowly walking towards her, the hero first asked what had happened here. A worried Nianshu could barely hold back her tears, not knowing where to start her story. But she realized that what had happened could not be changed. She smiled and said only that they should hurry and get Yun out of the hospital, adding that it was too dangerous here. The emotionless young man heard her clearly, but said that the girls should first go to the primordial realm. A few minutes later, the young people found themselves in a ward where Huang and the young man's sister were wearing digital devices. The blue-eyed girl, extremely focused, remained silent so as not to be distracted from the important process. For a moment, her whole body became crystal clear, which looked a little scary from the outside, but it was part of the procedure. Soon, the surprised young woman opened her eyes sharply, feeling a surge of strength, but not understanding anything at all. Now Juan understood why that man was so strong and walked with an aura from the game, and why her family had spent so much money on all this. The little girl asked how it happened that the kingdom merged with the real world, but her brother did not have time to give her a detailed explanation. His story was interrupted by the fact that the alarmed Yun suddenly woke up with a scream and immediately jumped up from her seat. The puzzled brown-eyed girl's first question was where they were, and she acted as if nothing had happened. The excited Nianshu did not expect her beloved friend to finally come to her senses and fully recover. Barely holding back tears of joy, the pink-haired girl stunned Yun by hugging her tightly. The girl asked her friend to calm down, and the smiling Liu Yi noted in his mind that his sister had completely recovered. The young man leaned his back against the wall and concentrated on thinking about what to do next. Being extremely serious, he told himself that now they needed to figure out how to survive in this new world. A few seconds later, he looked toward the window, maintaining his stern expression and silence, as if something had alarmed him. First, he had to find a safe place to live peacefully and not lose hope for peace, even if he had to constantly fight against the growing chaos. The main character worked hard all the time so as not to be helpless during the decline of the First Kingdom, and was ready to fight to the end. But judging by what he had learned about the apocalypse, if the planet was going to be destroyed in 3 years, then all his efforts had been in vain. At first, the warrior decided to verify the truth of Rechi Ten's words, and if it was a lie, he would follow the original plan, take Ayun, and try to survive. Otherwise, he would have to find a way to raise the level of Chu Yin's egg and his own, and then go to the mountain and deal with the source of the problem. The hero had a sealing sphere and an imperial bell in his inventory that could help him in some way, but he did not yet know where to use them. The brave man did not consider what would happen to be important, and noted in his mind that his main goal was his sister's safety. He told himself that he needed to regain his strength and obtain basic equipment, but he did not notice that the ceiling had suddenly begun to crack. The alarmed trio of young men became very wary when they heard a strange crackling sound in the room. Unexpectedly, the building began to collapse, causing them to fall freely downward. The extremely tense young man was confused by the suddenness of what was happening, so he simply froze. Looking at the stone fragments around him, the brunette realized that if he did nothing, he would simply perish. Right on the fly, he began to look around to understand what the problem was. Nearby, something like a huge hole appeared, sucking in all kinds of objects. Panicked people were screaming for help, but no one could help them because everyone was caught in this trap. Nervous Liu did not remember there being a dungeon here in his past life, and he would have definitely noticed the appearance of such a huge location. A frightened Ayun hoped that her brother would save her, but he was far away and couldn't get any closer. The impulsive hero shouted at her not to panic, reminding her that the girls had level 50 abilities. The brave man believed that everything would be fine with the beauties because they were powerful players, and even suggested that the area had appeared here because of them. The fighter, gritting his teeth, had no weapons to use the simulation, so the situation was at a stalemate. Even though Liu was only at level 1, he made the bold decision to clear the dungeon, find out what this special experience was, and raise his rank. The next location for many players was something like a bunker, littered with trash everywhere. A few seconds later, a small group of exhausted people appeared in a place where they felt very uncomfortable. The imperturbable hero was ready for any outcome, so he kept a cool head and did not rush to conclusions. The panickers did not understand what was going on around them, and one of the doctors said that he had just been on his way to work, but found himself in an unknown place. Serious Shine realized that he and the girls had appeared in different places, which was obvious to the naked eye. Then he wondered where his partners were, since the dungeon had appeared because of them. First of all, he decided to take care of his weapons, because even with the title of Master, he could not use QE energy without the object itself. At that moment, the unknown man asked everyone to be quiet and stop whining, noting that they were not dead yet. The confident man promised to protect everyone present, and added that it was his time to prove himself. Those around him looked at him in bewilderment at first, but Liu Yi immediately concluded that he was a player. The alarmed red-haired boy said that these monsters were real and very dangerous, so he would not harm them with his toy sword. His words made the scary Xiao smile, who was ready to prove that he could deal with all enemies. He said that after he was kicked out of the Firstborn Kingdom, he entered the game and suddenly gained the power and equipment of his character. Raising his long katana sharply, the brave man exclaimed that with such power, no one could stop him, so everyone could rest easy. A stunned man from the crowd had no idea what all these words meant, so he still couldn't feel safe. The stunned kid said that he also played this game and was at a higher level, but for some reason he didn't get the same power. Smiling, the arrogant Xiao Yi replied that he was not destined to be the main character, so he should calm down. Standing aside, Liu told himself that no matter who this man was, if he was capable of fighting monsters and protecting them, then he could show off. At that moment, the fighter heard strange rustling sounds behind him and turned around sharply, but he still didn't understand what was going on. The tense brunette immediately realized that a monster was approaching them, so he had to be ready for battle. The alarmed nurse, with tears in her eyes, said that there was someone in the dark, while the others were afraid to even move. The brave player confidently said that he would deal with it, but the red-haired kid asked him to stop playing the hero and come back. A few seconds later, a blue mutant leg with sharp claws appeared from the shadows, which was already an alarming sign. The level 20 monster with the physique of a giant began to advance on the crowd, maintaining a bloodthirsty smile. The main character noted to himself that if the reason for the emergence of the dungeon was Yun and Nian Chu, then such a creature could only be on the outskirts. The guy considered himself very lucky to have a swordsman nearby, because if it weren't for him, it was unclear how they would have fought the rat. Without warning, the big guy rushed to attack, but the strong man sharply put his hand on his chest, trying to repel the onslaught. During the fight, the brave man clenched his jaw tightly, realizing that the protection of the entire group of people rested on his shoulders. The hungry creature was ready to tear him apart and feast on him. But the young warrior was not going to give up so easily. In just a few seconds, the brute fell on his back, unable to leave even the slightest scratch on the agile warrior's body. The enthusiastic people behind him began to applaud the fearless player, who had managed to defeat his opponent with a single blow. Impressed, Liu Yi concluded at that moment that Xiao Yi was clearly at least level 40 with such power. The admiring red-haired boy became curious about how he managed to obtain power from the primordial realm. But there was no answer to this question, and the young man's legs suddenly began to tremble. As it turned out, the mutant had managed to scratch the player badly, who began to complain of unbearable pain. It was very difficult for him to hold back his tears, and he said quietly that the game was not like that at all. The tense people behind him couldn't understand what was happening to their defender, on whom they had pinned such high hopes. The nervous kid behind us pointed at the monsters ahead and asked Xiao to deal with them immediately. Suddenly, the guard ran back and, leaning his back against the wall, exclaimed that he didn't want to do this anymore. Covering his face with his hands and wanting to cry, the young man who had given up cried out that it was too painful. The red-haired guy firmly said that no one was relying on him now, and again demanded that the rats be dealt with as soon as possible. His words initially caused confusion in the brown-eyed Xiao, who quickly processed the information. Then his face became incredibly angry, and he even clenched his teeth, as if the insolent man had enraged him with his remarks. Unable to contain his emotions, the brave man swung sharply at the fool who had placed his hopes in him, but dared to behave so insolently. At that very moment, the red-haired boy fell to the ground lifeless, causing great shock to the people standing around. The terrified nurse screamed that the strong man had killed him, and the man standing next to her almost fainted along with her. The main character, in turn, looked very seriously at his hot-tempered opponent, who was better not to mess with. The ruthless player began to kick the dead man's body as if wanting to use it for his own purposes. The lifeless torso was thrown to the approaching rats, who immediately noticed it. The hungry mutants began to stick out their nasty, slobbering tongues, delighted that they would be able to feast on the flesh. The people standing frozen in place watched in horror, realizing that they needed to get away immediately. The defender exclaimed that while their enemies were distracted, everyone else should follow him. He began to lead his alarmed comrades forward, moving carefully so as not to attract the attention of the diners. Suddenly, Xiao Yi stopped right in front of them and swung his katana to the side, but his intentions were not entirely clear. Suddenly alarmed, the fighter began to run forward while he had the chance, while the others remained standing in place. In an instant, the powerful player stopped and looked seriously at the medical workers. The young man could clearly see that the man and woman were terrified and had placed enormous hope in him. Feeling nervous, he shouted at them to follow him as quickly as possible so as not to end up in a stalemate. The nurse, who was under severe stress, looked at him with her mouth open, realizing that she had no choice but to obey. Her blue pupils were constricted due to the excitement of making a decision that was important for her life. The worried lady understood that no one could defeat these monsters, even if they joined forces, so she decided to run after the guy. The perceptive Liu Yi shared her thoughts, knowing that after the meal was over, the rats would immediately attack them. As he was about to start moving forward, he became alert when he suddenly saw a sharp scalpel in the surgeon's hands. The determined man said in a trembling voice that he would not go with someone who had just killed a man in front of everyone. The embittered gambler replied that they would see what the fool would do when the creatures had finished eating the redhead. Together with the nurse, he continued to move forward, while the doctor and the main character stood in one place. Chattering his teeth nervously, the man looked in horror at the predators that could kill him in an instant. Feeling a drop of sweat running down his face, the tense man said that they needed to get out of there immediately. Soon the mutants, their stomachs full, began to gradually turn their mouths away to rest a little. One of the rats leaned back against the wall, and the second one caught sight of the medical specialist, who was frozen in place. The wary predator first stared at one spot, pleased with himself, but this did not last long. Then the cunning enemy clenched its teeth, noticing another target to its right, which meant another opportunity to eat. The terrified doctor turned blue, but his trembling hand still held the surgical instrument, even though he did not know if it would help him in any way. Liu Yi, who was confident in himself, came to his aid, clearly understanding that it was too late to run away. Grabbing a scalpel, the hero remembered that he had tried to attack with a kitchen knife, but its level was too low, so it didn't even count as a weapon. The very nervous fighter wondered if he could use a medical device as a means of defense. At that moment, he felt a rush of joy, because the system recognized the instrument as a first-level weapon. After that, the brave man smiled slyly and said to himself that now he had nothing to fear. He decided to use the sealing sphere, and then he began to run around in different directions so as not to become an easy target. The terrified doctor was unable to control his emotions, causing him to fall to the ground, losing his coordination. Drenched in sweat, the shocked man noted that this was impossible, but it was still unclear what he was talking about. As it turned out, the main character managed to deal with 2 huge monsters in less than a minute. He also received a notification that the scalpel had broken and the magic ball had returned to his backpack. Now the young man understood how the sphere worked and concluded that a first-class weapon could withstand about 2 seconds of combat. The delighted gentleman behind him greeted his savior with a trembling voice and thanked him for his help. Alert Liu Yi did not have time to answer him because he heard the monsters growling again in the darkness. The brave man shouted, asking if the medical worker had any more sharp instruments, because without them, they would not be able to cope. The nervous man replied that there were a lot of mutants in the hospital, so he had taken as many items as possible. The brave man grabbed a whole bunch of scalpels without hesitation, each of which instantly moved into his inventory. The astonished doctor asked if the young man was sure he could handle such a large number of opponents, but he did not answer. If the dungeon appeared from Yun and Huang, then they were clearly opposing monsters of the 60th level, and then the warrior would have to go through 4 ranks of enemies. Although the young man did not know where the center was, as a rule, more powerful creatures were located there, which meant that they should be sought out. Smiling, the fighter used the ceiling sphere, considering that it could only restore his strength for 2 seconds. At the same time, the blessing of all characteristics was activated, with which Liu could extend the enhancement for half a minute. The fearless player was the first to rush at the crowd of approaching rats, shouting that it was time to clear this location. After a short time, the tunnel was empty, and a rusty staircase leading in an unknown direction was visible in the distance. Nearby lay the skeleton of a dead woman, whose blue hair, to his great surprise, remained on her skull. The medical worker felt very sorry for the nurse who had gone with Xiao Yi, and as a result, they had both died. The silent hero saw a katana sticking out of a pool of blood ahead, which had belonged to the player who had fled earlier. Taking the sword in his hand, the young man thought to himself that even the strongest person, if he is afraid to fight, will only meet death. The system notified him that he could not equip the fallen bridge, so the item was moved to his inventory. The brave man was going to go deeper into the dungeon and couldn't take his opponent with him, so he asked him to find a secluded place and wait until everything was over. It was said that after clearing the location, he would be automatically teleported to the real world, but the gentleman was still very afraid. The fierce fighter emphasized that it would be much more dangerous for a defenseless person to be with him, and this area was already empty. Without a moment's hesitation, the brave man rushed forward, knowing full well that he had to find his loved ones immediately. The floor beneath his feet continued to crack, forming numerous craters, but the nimble fighter overcame all obstacles. His face was extremely stern at that moment, and his mind was racing without pause. At one point, the young man glanced at the 2 sharp surgical instruments in his hand, trying to think through his next steps. He knew exactly where he was at that moment, what he would have to face, and where the zone of level 60 monsters was located. The player had only 2 scalpels and 3 units of knowledge power left, and ahead of him lay an entire area of high-level enemies. Clenching his fist tightly, the confident warrior told himself that his supplies would be enough and continued on his way. The young man knew that Nianchu and Ayun were in the territory of high-ranking rats and hoped that they would be fine until he arrived. Louis remembered that both of them possessed strong chi energy, which meant they would be able to defend themselves in any situation. But now the kids were in the real world, where people were in pain, which would make it difficult to continue the fight. Continuing to race forward at high speed from the tunnel, the hero told himself that if something happened to his sister again, he would not survive it. Suddenly, the young man heard Yun's voice ordering the 3rd group to attack head-on, and the 2nd team to come in from the flank. Very surprised, the young man froze in place, making sure he hadn't misheard. Ahead, he saw a huge mutant with a spiked club, which he was swinging relentlessly, trying to strike someone. At the same time, the assembled squad of players acted professionally, managing to inflict numerous injuries on the enemy. But the giant was still standing and posed a huge danger, remaining in a state of rage. One of the ladies on the team kept her cool and used her trickery skill at the right moment, which greatly alarmed the enemy. The 4th group was ordered to run straight into the attack, while the 3rd was to circle around the target from behind without attracting unnecessary attention. The angry monster swung his club again, but this time he didn't scare anyone, because everyone was ready for the worst. The brave Ayun also did not stand aside, grabbing a huge steel axe and striking blows. The slobbering rat screamed in pain, realizing that it would not be able to resist a whole team of people. The merciless girl made a high jump, aiming right at the head of the frozen beast in midair. The attack was more than successful, as the warrior woman managed to leave a huge mark on the giant's body. In excruciating pain, the predator let out terrible sounds, but this did not make it any easier for him. In just a few seconds, the powerful mutant collapsed to the ground, showing no signs of life. His body began to rapidly disintegrate, leaving only experience on the ground for the players to divide among themselves. The grateful guys began to say that if the wise Yun had not gathered them together and coordinated the fight, they would all have perished. Thanks to the actions of the perceptive girl, all the team members remained alive and could be proud of the battle. A stunned Lu stood aside and read the notification that the publicly accessible rat poison dungeon had been completely cleared. Smiling, the hero realized that he had worried in vain about his sister, who had taken matters into her own hands and handled the situation, just as she had once done in the Mirror Zone. They were only 2 years apart, so it was time to stop treating Yun, who had noticed him, like a child. The fighter realized that the charmer was much stronger than he thought, so it was time to stop worrying about her and start trusting her. In his thoughts, Shine said that they would support each other and build a good future together, because now he didn't have to fight alone. The brave man gained 10,000 experience points, and also unlocked a level of power for the light-bearing dragon Zhu Yin. He wondered if computing power was a special skill, but then he would need 200 times more of it to raise his rank. Soon the group went to the hospital in Kai City, but it was in ruins, and as they wandered around, they discussed their attempt to kill the final boss. Tired, Yun noted as a downside that the players had decided to continue following her in Nianshu, and she now didn't know what to do about it. After the battle, she felt that the guys were nicer in real life than in the game, and she caught herself thinking that she had fallen for them again. Kamlu said that people wanted to follow them because they trusted them, adding that the more people there were, the better, because the world was becoming more dangerous. Smiling, the sister agreed with him, saying that they could easily deal with any monster that dared to attack them. The girl just wanted to take a bath and go to sleep, because she was tired of being in the ruins, but the group finally got out of them. The main character thought that they would have become superheroes if the world had remained the same, but everything was not so sweet. At one point, a shocked Ayun looked ahead and asked in a trembling voice what had happened. The whole team froze in place when they saw the burned city in front of them, and soon they all decided to return home to accompany their families to the shelter. At home, his sister said that she should have gone with Huang because the world was in chaos, and asked if her brother had something serious to say. The guy who brought her to his apartment didn't answer at first, but his face was extremely serious. The hero said that he had to destroy the mutated plants before they evolved, and asked the little girl to sit down and protect herself. Liu then told Yun everything he knew about the disappearing continents, and she was deeply shocked and disturbed by the news. The brave man asked her to gather as many people as possible who were willing to follow her into battle during his absence. It was said that the only way to gain experience now was to clear the dungeons that were appearing everywhere. He asked them to try to pass as many as possible, noting that those who followed the lady would also receive points, so it was beneficial for them. After listening carefully to the instructions, the fierce lady looked seriously at her brother and said confidently that she had taken everything into account. A day later, a motor ship sailed along the coast of Hai City, and Liu Yi, who was pursuing an important goal, boarded it. Earlier, his caring sister said she would talk to Huang, who had her own yacht, about it. Smiling, the thoughtful young man came to the conclusion that he was once again indebted to the charming blue-eyed girl. Before that, Nianshu had given her brother a small boat and hired a gambler as a captain so that they would be safe from any danger. The boy thanked him for his help, and the man replied that it was much safer on the water than on land now, so it was no problem for him. Still, there were more creatures in the ocean, but since it was so vast, encountering them was very unlikely. In her past life, the amazed hero had never heard of sea monsters, which meant they couldn't exist. Water covered a larger area than land, so if creatures had appeared, everyone would have known about them long ago. Lu's current location was Shagan Beach, which was relatively safe at the moment. The tense player came to the conclusion that only the coastal waters remained of the ocean that washed Huazhou. Meanwhile, on one of the shores, a man stood on the phone reporting to Bai Ye that there was movement on the horizon. He added that the target's sister's ship, with one passenger on board, had set sail, and asked whether they should follow it or kill them immediately. After listening carefully to the leader's instructions, the executor ended the call, fully prepared to begin the task. Shangan's unprincipled gang was ready to launch an attack and sink the small boat in a matter of minutes. Without a hint of fear, the thugs began jumping onto the white yacht that was supposed to help them reach their destination. Meanwhile, the wary hero watched the horizon, feeling that he could not relax. Slightly agitated, the captain asked himself in a trembling voice what was going on. From a bird's-eye view, it was clear that the ship had stopped near one of the shores, but a blue barrier prevented it from going any further. The impulsive man noted that he had already gone out to sea a couple of days ago, but now the situation had changed dramatically. Feeling deeply anxious, the desperate gentleman asked himself how he could have forgotten such an important detail. The unemotional brunette did not pressure him in any way and simply remained silent, believing that anyone could make a mistake. In an instant, the young man's gaze changed to a more severe one, as if he had seen something suspicious somewhere in the distance. In his inner voice, the young man thought that in this situation, he needed to hurry up and level up quickly. Deep in thought, the player knew that dungeons gave 10 times more experience. But if the world was cut off, their number was limited. The fighter needed to find another way, but he had no ideas yet. So he decided to figure it out when he returned to the city. The hero told himself that he couldn't fall behind now when everyone was chasing rank, and suddenly experienced a strong shock. The alert young man wondered what strange characters had appeared right in front of his nose. It was a message from Diying stating that when another player was killed, Liu would receive 10% of the experience they gained. The stunned fighter didn't know how the shadow had managed to contact him, but knowing that he had a special title, he answered his main question. Then a message appeared saying that they were not enemies at all, which made the young man even more nervous. It also said that his enemies were close, and after that, an orange jet ski stopped near the ship. The bewildered young man immediately looked toward the source of the sound to understand what was going on. Without any doubt, the owner of the muscular arms made himself known, capable of knocking out any opponent with a right hook. The bully immediately threw an unknown object at the boy, who was frozen in place and couldn't even figure out what was going on. Nervous Ishine spread his arms and dodged slightly, causing the object to fly past him. The wary yacht captain turned around, trying to understand what was happening behind him. The foreign object still hit the hero's side, causing him pain, and he clutched it, gritting his teeth. The enemy called the players low-level trash, noting that the fool couldn't even catch a harpoon. As it turned out, the enemy column was at a distance. But even in this situation, it posed a considerable danger. The tense brunette immediately wondered where this fool had come from, but even the helmsman couldn't answer. The angry strongman shouted, asking why they were silent, and the sycophant noted that they could hardly hear him and suggested sailing closer. The blond man slapped him hard, saying that he was not an idiot, and then ordered the maneuver to begin. The crying boy emphasized that the boss had hurt him, but from his side, it looked very childish. The stern leader said that Master Bai had ordered him to keep an eye on the small fish, and he promised to fulfill the request, but did not want to take any unnecessary risks. The bully called the main character trash, who couldn't even catch him, which meant that his level was less than 10. The alarmed assistant reminded him that the leader had asked everyone to be careful, but he himself began to provoke his opponents. The bully gave him another good slap, once again ordering him to shut up and not interfere in his affairs. Losing his coordination, the frail young man fell to the ground, complaining that he was in pain, but the boss didn't care about his feelings. The nervous man exclaimed that they should be careful, but at the same time confident in their abilities, and remember that they were now at sea. The tense captain of the ship recognized Shuagai from afar and asked why they were attacking them, then threatened that they would have to answer to the master. Serious Liu Yi asked if he knew these people, and his counterpart replied that they were level 40 players whom he remembered from the game. The enemy exclaimed that they would simply deal with them and throw their bodies into the water, and at that moment, everyone was ordered to grab their harpoons. Enraged, the entire crew took up their weapons, showing their readiness to rush into battle at any moment. The focused hero asked the helmsman to steer the yacht, while he prepared to defend them from the shots. The slightly puzzled gentleman told himself that he needed to trust Mrs. Nianchu, who had assured him that the young man was of the 60th rank. He looked once more at the worn patch of skin on Yeshane's side, but tried not to doubt him. The enraged fighter believed that thousands of characteristics should be enough for him, and decided to test Diyin's words right now. Nervous Shuigui suddenly said that he felt something strange, and his assistant asked if they should move away and start throwing stones at their opponents. From a bird's eye view, it was possible to see that the boats surrounding the yacht were gradually dispersing to the sides. The very surprised player wondered what had happened and why they had suddenly decided to retreat, but soon he smiled, thinking to himself that the fools would not be able to escape, and then activated his sealing sphere skill. The young man also resorted to using a blessing to increase his stats by 3,000 points. If Rachiten's words were true, then the main problem would have to be solved by killing the 3 mysterious people of the Apocalypse rank from Mount Buchu. The hero fought with Zhu Yin when he had not yet reached a high rank, but he was unable to defeat him, which meant that he needed to overcome his limits. Even though he was only at the 2nd level, he had no limits on his development. The fighter could raise his level until he became the strongest, but to do so, he needed 200 times more experience than other players. After making the leap and scaring his enemies, Liu Yi realized that simply clearing the dungeons was not enough. If Diyin wasn't lying, then when killing a player, the guy should get 10% of their experience. So it was necessary to deal with them. At that terrible moment, several boats were thrown into the air, shattering into small pieces. What was happening shocked even Shuage, who had previously been completely convinced that the kid was nothing special. The stunned crew members watched the circus in front of them with their mouths open, not even knowing how such a thing was possible. Choosing the moment when Liu dove underwater, the evil players rushed forward with their harpoons, aiming to prevent him from resurfacing. At that very moment, the daredevil poked his head out and continued walking on water, like an invincible warrior with magical abilities. The system announced that he had received 285,000 experience points for killing the player Yu Minza, which was a pretty good result. The young man raced toward the enemy on a jet ski, his harpoon clutched tightly in his hand. The satisfied brunette made sure that he could indeed gain experience from his opponents. So he continued to maintain his enthusiasm. The stunned assistant asked how he could walk on water, and the nervous boss exclaimed that it was too dangerous to take the target alive. The ruthless player continued to destroy everything in his path, throwing his unfortunate enemies into the air. At that moment, he dealt with people named Chen Fang, Wu Yifan, and Lumen, but gained much less experience from them. With his mouth agape, the astonished yacht captain watched the incredible strength of the young man, from whom he had not expected such a thing. The incredibly fast guy moved forward relentlessly, leaving more and more rivals drowning in the water. Panicked, Shuigui shouted that they needed to get out of there immediately, but his assistant said that they were in the middle of the sea, so it was useless. The merciless Liu Yi understood their intentions perfectly and was ready to deal with them as soon as possible. In an instant, the trickster jumped further to get to the top of the ship and improve his field of vision. After landing, the first thing she did was look around to figure out how to proceed. Slightly puzzled, the young man wondered where his pathetic opponents, who had disturbed his peace, had gone. Gritting his teeth nervously, the leader stamped his feet, even though half an hour ago he had been expressing great confidence in himself. His enthusiastic subordinate was glad that he had invested all his characteristics in agility and could now run so fast, even on water. He continued to mumble something about speed units, but his tense comrade asked him to shut up and just run forward. The cool-headed Liu Yi watched their backs from the ship, but did not rush after them. A few minutes later, the two crazy fighters fell to the floor in one of the airlocks, having reached safety. But, as it turned out, they had fallen into the hands of the main character, where the rookie immediately began to beg for mercy and promised to do whatever he said. The warrior knew that if he left them alive and brought them to his base, he would gain much more experience, so he began to interrogate them first. The embittered Shuigui first asked if his opponent would really let them go if they told him everything they knew. The nervous captain asked the guy not to waste his time, noting that the scoundrel was known for his cruelty, so he would not confess. The sailor, crying profusely, began to think about how to save himself, as he knew perfectly well that his boss did not tolerate threats. The merciless warrior was ready to punish the scoundrel for attacking them without warning. Suddenly, Guy fell to his knees and begged the brave man for mercy, confessing that they were from the Backyard Guild. Puzzled and shocked, the yacht captain couldn't believe what he was seeing, because he didn't remember him that way. The hero knew that the quality and characteristics of the items he received had doubled, and remembered that there were many members of the 40th rank in the faction. Now ready to fight, the player concluded that in order to save the world, he needed to completely destroy the enemy guild. Going downstairs, the brunette began to ponder what Di-Yin actually was and what his goals were. Sweating profusely, Shuigui and his comrade were afraid to say a word to a man who could wipe them off the face of the earth in an instant. The main character assumed that the stranger could be watching him, anticipating his questions and immediately providing answers. Liu also accepted the fact that his intentions were pure, because without his help, he would not have known that he could gain experience from the players. Now it was not so easy to understand Yin's goal, because he could have acted in such a way that the kid would think he was helping him. In any case, the daredevil had no level restrictions, so he only needed to earn points, and all problems would be solved by themselves. At the moment, the player was already at level 12, and his attributes continued to gradually improve. The yacht continued to ride the waves, and the youngster remembered that the title itself doubled his base stats. The young man understood that he would become even stronger thanks to the additional 6 QE skills, and he would definitely get all the necessary skills. All he had to do was get a long-range weapon, but he still had to think about where to find one. The youngster realized that a toy gun would not work, but he remembered that he still had 21 scalpels, so things were not so bad. Soon, the ship began to approach an area where the bodies of drowned people were floating on the surface, looking very eerie. The dead bodies were washed right up against the ship's side, which was unbearably scary to look at. But there was no other option. The agitated captain noted that they had set sail only 2 days ago, but had already seen a whole bunch of dead people. Judging by his wounds, the helmsman emphasized that they had definitely not been killed by monsters, and Liu listened to him attentively. The extremely serious guy spent the first few seconds processing the information in his head and drawing some conclusions. He noted that as soon as they lost electricity and communication, without skilled workers, the world would return to the Stone Age, which frightened the man. The hero added that if the state were still functioning, this process would not be so rapid, but all the administrators had suddenly disappeared. Now all they could do was pray that the big guilds would be able to take control and restore order. A few minutes later, the team left the yacht, but soon froze in place when they saw the endless destruction around them. It was said that a dungeon had surely appeared here, monsters from which had crawled out and destroyed the entire port town. The stunned captain called what he saw a horror, because it was simply impossible to find other words. The concerned gentleman was curious about how their comrades were doing, but no one could give him a clear answer. The brave man suddenly said that he could go back, because it would be much more dangerous for him with him. Without hesitation, the man turned and ran off in an unknown direction, thanking his savior as he went. Then the warrior ordered the prisoners to take him to the sandy hill, which, as he understood, belonged to the backyard garden. His merciful companions were silky smooth at that moment and expressed a great desire to help him. Although the hero decided to gain experience with the faction members, he still had to figure out how to do it safely and effectively. To begin with, he decided to deal with the weaklings first, and then move on to the boss. But by that time, his level would have to exceed 30. Once the player gets the right rank and good gear, he can head to the center of the powerful organization. The excited assistant whispered that Wu Hao might kill them for their betrayal, but Shuigui replied that they had no other choice. At one point, both prisoners stopped and looked up, because they had reached their destination. Before moving to the sea, the sailor heard that the guild had received funding from the richest people in Sand Hill. It was said that the rich had spent a lot of money to hire high-level fighters, including a strongman from the garden named Wu Hao. The emotionless Liu concluded that this was the player's base, as all the other buildings had been destroyed. The prisoners continued to discuss power, and suddenly someone threw a person out of the window of the high-rise building. The very serious hero instantly looked up, because he heard the distinct sound of broken glass. What they saw shocked Shuagai and his companion, who never imagined they would see such a thing. The stunned sailor asked if it was one of those who had hired the players, but no one could give him an answer. In the next few seconds, there was a very loud cry from an agitated girl calling for her father. The crying lady fell to her knees, realizing with horror that her beloved father was gone and there was nothing she could do to help him. Suddenly, someone grabbed her by the head, noting that the bitch had dared to reject him, for which she paid the price. The self-confident scoundrel began to push the frightened lady forward, without a shred of compassion for her, and the people standing behind him could not intervene. The impulsive scoundrel shouted that since she didn't want to be with him, there was no point in her continuing her life. The cynical scoundrel pushed the panicking girl, causing her to fall. The stunned girl realized that unless a miracle happened, her life would end in an instant. The beauty screamed at the top of her lungs in fear, while the trio below simply watched what was happening because no one could help. Tears streamed from the pink-haired lady's eyes in the wind, and her mouth did not close even for a moment during that terrible minute. The girl began to kick and turn slightly, but this only made her panic even more. There were only a couple of seconds left before the fall, so she had to accept that no one would come to her aid. The extremely serious Liu Yi stood still, and even exchanged glances with the stranger for a moment. But it didn't change anything. In the end, no miracle happened, and the woman lost her life. But the hero didn't even blink. The ruthless scoundrel looked down from the balcony with a satisfied smile on his face, considering himself the king of the world. The brave man believed that he would be able to kill him calmly, and remembered that in his past life, Wu Hao had earned the nickname Red Demon because of the massacre carried out by the scoundrel. For the first few minutes, the villain stood still, surrounded by his subordinates, who were afraid to say a word to him. Deciding not to waste any more time, the criminal began to walk away in an unknown direction, thinking about the pressing matter at hand. Suddenly, a man appeared in front of the player, rising straight out of a pool of blood, and called him cruel. With a malicious grin, the stranger noted that the young man had not even thought to save the girl in need. The stranger asked what had happened to the man who had hired them, but the fearless young man did not answer him. The stern hero nevertheless said that Baiye had killed him, and then asked who he was. The enthusiastic Shuigui and his ally immediately recognized their friend and reported to him that the brunette had killed all their men. The leader asked the powerful Li Zhuang to kill the kid in revenge for their fallen comrades who could not be brought back. Fearfully baring his teeth, the blue-haired Xiaoqi began to raise his ugly eyebrows, examining his target in detail. The stern warrior used a scalpel, a sealing sphere, and the blessing of all characteristics without saying a word. The two pathetic fools became very alarmed again and began to sweat profusely as they watched the situation from the sidelines. At that moment, they fell to their knees and began begging for mercy again, repenting and saying that they had spoken out of turn without malice. Tense, Liu Yi noticed that there was no notification of the murder and realized that the enemy was creating clones from the dead. With a serious expression on his face, he stood still to think about the situation and draw some conclusions. The young player's gaze was fixed on the huge building ahead, as he had read that the answers could be found there. Without a word, the brave man took a high jump, leaving the idiots begging for mercy below and destroying the stone ground. His goal was to reach the broken window, because that was probably where he would find what he needed. Pushing off the walls with his feet, the daredevil climbed relentlessly upward without even thinking of turning back. The stunned prisoners had no idea how much agility it took to run around like that. They decided it was better to continue obeying him obediently while the hero was already on the right floor. Remaining silent, Liu jumped inside and began to move confidently forward, looking around as he went. Not far away, he saw a dead blue-haired girl hanging by her hands from a chain, which looked incredibly creepy. In addition, there were many other dead bodies nearby, guarded by cynical scoundrels. A large number of swords belonging to dead players, who had failed to destroy the villains, stuck out of the wall. The attention of those present in the room was immediately drawn to the fearless hero, but no one was in a hurry to say anything. In front of him, the gang leader sat relaxed in a beige leather chair, staring at the boy with a frightening gaze. The fighters did not take the boy seriously, as they considered themselves the boss's special forces, and he had come alone, even though he had climbed a whole skyscraper. One of the enemies asked if the kid was trying to pretend to be a messenger and if he also lived by the laws of the old world. They all laughed at the naive youngster who had come to deal with them, but was clearly powerless to do anything. With a malicious laugh, the enemy said that if Liu begged them for mercy on his knees, they would consider letting him live. Smiling, the brave young man suddenly said that until now, he had been trying to justify his further actions. After what he saw, a weight was lifted from his soul, and his tense opponents thought that the eccentric had completely lost his mind. In an instant, all the enemies standing around were attacked by the superpower of the cold-blooded fighter, who did not feel even a drop of compassion for them. The experienced player gained a huge amount of experience points and leveled up, which was an excellent result. Louis' extremely confident gaze was directed at the main villain, whom he wanted to deal with as soon as possible. Without wasting any time, the strongman rushed forward, but the imperturbable villain continued to sit calmly in his leather chair. The young man reached the 26th rank and was then notified that the stat increase was over. The main character felt even more confident of his victory, because now he was no longer a simple player. Behind him, a large number of cobblestones began to fall to the floor, soon covering the bodies of the dead. The fearless scoundrel flashed a red glance at the youngster who was waiting to fight him. His opponent noted that the strongman was capable of instantly killing a whole bunch of level 40 players, which not everyone could do. He began to thank Liu, because now he would not have to look for reasons to kill the scum, and he would calmly receive their characteristics. Using absorption, the villain turned into a real pumped-up bruiser, which brought a smile to his face. The cunning young man, in turn, grabbed a sharp scalpel, intending to show him his true power. His opponent maliciously exclaimed that, now that everyone was dead, he had become 5 times stronger, so the fool had no chance. Unexpectedly, the trickster activated his opponent's weakness and swung his fist, intending to grab him by the legs later. An increase in all characteristics was also activated, and at that moment there was a loud crash and several windows were broken. The satisfied player said that sometimes it is better to remain silent and focus on the battle, but his opponent did not take this into account. His face was wary because something aroused suspicion instead of joy at victory. The fighter noticed that he had not received any notification from the system again, so he wondered where the nimble scoundrel had gone. The serious warrior began to look around, wondering if the scoundrel had dared to flee the battlefield. Meanwhile, a very nervous Wu Hao ran down the corridor, complaining that the kid had taken away 2/3 of his health with one blow. He decided to get away and think of a way to get revenge on the way, but suddenly his plans changed. Unexpectedly, the stern Liu Yi broke through the wall, not willing to let the real killer get away so easily. The stunned guy stopped instantly, almost losing his coordination, and became very confused. Quickly gathering his thoughts, the coward took on a bloody form and continued to rush forward, complaining of intense fear. The main character once again found himself right in front of him, greatly shocking his opponent, who was unable to escape. Clenching his jaw nervously, the man slowed down again, but he was not going to give up so easily after everything he had been through. Without warning, he struck the floor with a magical blow, quickly destroying it and hoping that this would help him escape. In the end, a huge hole appeared under his feet as he managed to break through quite a few floors. The player who remained in place looked down carefully, realizing that his opponent had not yet managed to hide anywhere. A very angry Wu Hao tried with all his might to hold on to the ledge, but it was becoming increasingly difficult. He decided to hurry to the underground parking lot, realizing that this was the only way he could escape. Behind him was the intimidating Liu Wu, who whispered an offer of help, frightening the scoundrel even more. Without a shred of compassion in his heart, the brave man swung his fist at his opponent, who, in shock, stopped holding on to the cobblestones. Meanwhile, Shuigui and his subordinate were still outside. But even there, they heard strange sounds coming from inside. Less than a minute later, the main character was in the parking lot, which was very dusty due to the destruction. Keeping a serious expression on his face, the wary fighter called Wu Hao a slippery guy, because he hit him with all his might, and he still survived. He noticed that a special dungeon had opened up at the site, which did not destroy the surroundings and could not be left until it was completely cleared. In his previous life, Hao was at level 51, which meant that the brave fighter would receive about 30,000 experience points for killing him. But first, the guy had to deal with a couple more players of the 40th rank, because that way he would reduce the possible risks. Suddenly another message appeared from Di Yin, who said that a special place hid the truth about the fate of the world. The extremely harsh Liu concluded from his words that the truth of the entire planet was hidden inside. For several minutes, the young player stood silently in place and thought about the proposal. At one point, he became very alert and began to look around, as if sensing something suspicious. The young man decided to go inside a little later, because first he needed to level up, and then everything else. If the player was not strong enough, the search for the truth could end sadly for him, so it was not worth the risk. The young man continued moving toward the entrance to the steps, calming down a little and distancing himself from what had happened. In's voice said that he was currently using low-quality weapons, but after clearing the dungeon, he would get something better. Discouraged and extremely confused, Liu froze again, then began to carefully read the text of the message. The impulsive guy shouted, asking why he should go to the location when he had other things to do right now. But there were no more messages in response, even though the young man froze so as not to miss anything. The determined warrior said that since Dai was silent, he would definitely not go anywhere and would go about his business. The brave man said that the stranger should not expect him to believe his every word until he knew whether he was a friend or foe. A few seconds later, the player entered a small room and began to climb the stairs. But soon a bright blue beam appeared on the landing, which was an alarming sign and a hint of a duel. Kicking the door open, the enraged fighter told himself that the truth of the world and good weapons were too difficult to give up. He decided to deal with the dungeon as quickly as possible, believing that the 18 scalpels he had should be enough to clear it. In less than a minute, the main character was transported to a strange place where colorful spheres with facial expressions floated in the air. The serious warrior began to look around, and the three creatures were still near him, but no one said anything. Keeping his cool, the brave man continued to scan different areas, slowly taking steps forward. He was in a place resembling a small clearing completely surrounded by stone cliffs. Ahead, the boy saw the legendary tree, which was a small home for three little ones. The player had to protect the creatures that had been banished from their world and fight the eggs, preventing them from destroying the dwelling. The perceptive young man quickly realized that the entities floating around him were the ones he had to help. The brave man considered it nonsense that such a simple tree would reveal the truth to him and began to suspect that Di Yin had lied. The bloodthirsty horned monsters with sharp protruding fangs were already eager to attack, being unprincipled and cynical. From a bird's eye view, it was clear that there were a huge number of these demons below, so Liu understood that it would be difficult to deal with them. Meanwhile, the cunning Wu Hao was in the circle of vile creatures, thinking that it would be a little safer there than on the surface. To activate the protective barrier, the player had to kill at least 2,000 monsters, as well as defend himself from his competitor while in camp. The main character decided not to waste any time, knowing that if the enemies attacked the legendary tree together, they would take away 100 points of health with a single blow. Suravu, in turn, waved his hand sharply and cut in half the Yao standing next to him, who did not even have time to cause him the slightest harm. The villain was delighted to receive notification that the suction ability had been activated and he had gained 123 points of physique. After confirmation from the camp, the demons considered him an ally, even when he killed them. If he didn't stop, Hao could raise his stamina to the heavens, and then, even with the scoundrel's attributes cut in half, no one would be able to stop him, so he was confident that Liu Yi would not be able to win this time. At the same time, the daredevil received a notification that his private territory would be lowered to the monsters in a minute, so he had to prepare himself. Keeping his cool, the guy began to walk around different areas of the train and look around so as not to allow any intrusions. The young man believed that there must be something in the dungeon that would level the playing field between the three babies and the eggs. But he saw nothing of the sort. The young man assumed that the process was activated under special circumstances, and the hungry creatures were already ready to attack. Gathering his strength, the player took a sharp scalpel from his inventory, endowed with a small amount of power that could help him in battle. Stomping confidently on the ground, the fearless warrior said to himself that, since he hadn't found anything, nothing else would appear. Clutching the surgical instrument tightly in his hand, Liu Yi looked at the crowd of demons and told himself that he would quickly deal with them and protect the camp. At that very moment, characteristic sounds of approach began to be heard, and in many places stone cliffs began to crumble, turning into small fragments. A large number of ugly demons aimed to deal with the player standing in place and then destroy the legendary tree. Terrified, the three children huddled together near the house, which could turn to dust at any moment. In his mind, the youngster noted that using the blessing with the sealing sphere and scalpel had one small drawback. The sphere allowed skills to recharge 50% longer, so when changing weapons, it prolonged the technique, and because of this, he could not stack it. The fighter's stats were once again increased by 5,000 points, and he turned his attention to one of the horned demons. At that moment, a small projectile flew straight into the pot-bellied demon's furnace, with the precision of a sniper. While the young player had enough time to continue the blessing, he was able to hold on and fight bravely. The house of the three children was still under the protection of the unyielding Liu Yi, who was ready to stand until the victorious end. The enraged warrior knew that with his enhanced abilities, he could handle anything, and he proved it with his maneuvers in battle. In a state of rage, the brave man used a scalpel, thereby dealing with more than 100 vile creatures. With titanic effort, the young man continued to destroy the creatures that had invaded his private territory. The merciless Ishine was sweating profusely and clenching his jaw tightly, but he was still focused on completing his mission. The kid realized that the process was going too slowly, and the fact that he would use up all his scalpels this way began to worry him. Feeling intense tension, the boy realized that he risked being left without weapons when the time came to fight the villain Wu Hao. He thought about using the reset to increase his speed, but it took too long to recharge, so he ruled out that option. Besides, the young player had no guarantee that his skills would be enough for another 1,000 yo, and one of the little ones was very surprised. The angry creature exchanged glances with its companions, as if discussing something, and then began to fly toward the defender. Alerted, Liu Yi was distracted from his opponents for a few seconds, noticing that the cute creature was right next to him. It was astonishing that the assistant had unexpectedly given him a firearm, which was a very pleasant surprise. The shocked fighter carefully examined the gift and then decided to quickly familiarize himself with its characteristics. The item increased movement and attack speed and reduced reload time, but its duration was only 1 minute. The delighted hero realized that this was how the teams were balanced, and the children smiled at him, feeling safe and secure. The brave man confidently grabbed the handle of the pistol, which had a magazine with 20 rounds, which could fundamentally change the course of the battle. The reckless fighter immediately aimed his weapon at the crowd of approaching monsters, wanting to find out if he had the ability to turn into a machine gun. Just a few minutes after activating the trickster's ability, huge holes appeared in the ground, making it look like Swiss cheese. The fearless hero began to scare away the cowardly Yao with his loud shots, which already gave him a huge advantage. The enthusiastic young man exclaimed that with the help of his new incredibly powerful weapon, he would kill all the demons in the area, because he was delighted with its speed. The young man added that if he could increase the energy and power of the item while using the skill, he would use the cage and become invulnerable. But even without it, it was not bad. Holding the weapon confidently in his hands, the player smiled slyly, confident that he would be able to defend the legendary tree. Meanwhile, the ugly, toothy creatures continued to advance on the area, still unwilling to back down from their intentions. The daredevil said that only 500 eggs remained to be crushed into powder, after which he would be behind the barrier. The system announced that the house of the three little ones had gathered enough energy to transform the temporary protection into a powerful dome. A couple of seconds later, the stupid creatures began to bang their heads against an invisible wall, which looked very funny and ridiculous. The stunned guy wondered if he needed to kill another 500 demons, and thought it was strange that the shield had appeared earlier. Somewhere nearby, a hulking figure crouched slightly to take a jump, but ended up breaking the stone slab beneath him. The overpowered fighter headed for Liu Yi, who was frozen in place and tensed up when he suddenly saw him in the air. At that moment, the giant landed right in front of him, piercing him with a stern gaze, which greatly alarmed the young man. Flashing a frightening smile, the transformed Wu Hao said that he had returned to the youngster who was no longer so brave. Now he was at level 50, and all his other attributes had grown exponentially, which was an unexpected result. The disoriented hero quickly realized that it was the criminal who had killed the remaining Toothy Yao and reached the peak of his power. The first stage was complete, and the kid's attitude toward the guy improved, but next, he had to destroy the enemy player and the remaining demons. The daredevil said that his territory was behind the barrier and asked if the brainless Hulk dared to attack him. During this, the fearless fighter kept a smile on his face, confidently saying that they would see who would pin whom to the ground. In turn, Wu Hao was no longer so arrogant and was deep in thought, with a bead of sweat running down his cheek. It turned out that he had failed the first stage, so they began to treat him worse. But he also needed to kill his opponent. The nervous man did not understand how the kid had dealt with the demons so quickly, and decided that he needed to lure him out of hiding somehow. Completely calm, Liu Yi continued to look at his opponent, who could do nothing to him, with a slight smirk on his face. Clenching his fist, the tense giant told himself that he needed to come up with a plan of action urgently, because if he didn't make it in 10 minutes, would die. Continuing to smile calmly, the young man asked if the suddenly silent guy was thinking about how to get him to leave the barrier. His insight caused even greater shock to the half-witted Wu Hao, who didn't even know how to respond. Suddenly, the young player began to take confident steps forward, saying that he would gladly make the task easier for his opponent. The brave man decided to leave his cover on his own, but it turned out that he was following some cunning plan. In just a few seconds, Liu Yi, armed with a powerful pistol, approached his opponent, ready to begin a fair fight. The enraged bruiser immediately launched an attack, asking if the young fool really wanted to die so badly. At that moment, an incredibly powerful blow was delivered, raising a huge cloud of dust and capable of destroying any person. The confident thug knew that after this attack, the boy would not last long, and even his reduced stats would not save him. But after a couple of seconds, Xiaoqi's face changed dramatically, and his pupils shrank, as if something had gone wrong. As it turned out, the nimble brunette with a smile on his face stopped his strongest fist, preventing him from inflicting even the slightest damage on himself. The perceptive player activated the magic seal he had placed on the firearm just in time. Stunned, Wu Hao exclaimed that the blow should have done about 200,000 damage. But everything instantly went down the drain. Flashing his red eyes, the daredevil noted that the enemy had pumped up his physique, but he had maxed out all his stats. It was said that he also had a 5% weight bonus to all characteristics. The Big Red's form was only level 20, but he held the heavy effects of the sphere for half an hour, and while Liu was killing the Ya, he increased all his attributes. The fearless warrior equipped Moonlight, activating the techniques of the Trickster, Cells, and Blessing Reset, which greatly frightened the player. Thanks to the increase in Q energy, the fighter's next attack was supposed to deal 750,000 more damage. Enjoying the process, Liu finally swung his katana sharply, turning his opponent into a sieve and telling himself that he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. The dying Wu Hao asked who this powerful player was, whom he had never heard of in the primordial realm. With his back turned to his dissolving opponent, the young man replied that he had tried not to stand out and attract unnecessary attention. Very soon, the young man received a notification that he had killed his opponent, for which he received a huge amount of computing power. Smiling, the confident hero said that he would soon reach the leader of the garden and they would meet again. He was congratulated on completing the dungeon by the three children, for which he received a new weapon, and the ceiling sphere moved to his inventory. The boy also reached level 31, and now had the abilities of silence and confinement at his disposal. In addition to everything else, the super-powerful red giant pistol was now at his disposal around the clock, as was the skill of the trickster, but it could not be enhanced. Soon, the process of teleportation from the cleared area began, but the truth about the world was never revealed, which seemed like a deception on the part of Di Ying. A few seconds later, the young player found himself back in the underground parking lot, where he could finally catch his breath after the battle. Without taking a single step from the entrance, the focused Liu Yi put his hand to his chin and fell deep into thought. Keeping a serious expression on his face, the fighter wondered if this was the only voice that had simply lied to him about the truth of the world. Trying to find the silver lining in everything, the main character emphasized the fact that, no matter what, he had received a very good weapon. Then he began to move forward slowly, still stern and analyzing the information he had received in the dungeon. If the area really hid the truth about the world, then the three children were probably a reflection of the mysterious figures on the mountain. The notice said that they had been driven from their home by demons, and it turned out that the trio of oddballs also had to flee from their dimension to a foreign one. The perceptive warrior had no other leads yet, but he believed that there must be other places connected with these cute creatures. Turning around, the young man noted that the dungeon he had visited could indeed be considered unique, as it had not disappeared even after being cleared. He realized that anyone could go there and get weapons, so he began to consider the place a strategically important point. The mysterious D-Yin continued to send all kinds of messages to the young fighter, and he wondered who he was. The young man couldn't judge his intentions based on a couple of messages, but his experience from his past life told him that his very existence was suspicious. According to the leader of the New Order, the spirit had very powerful abilities, but the young man couldn't understand why he was inactive if he was so strong. Since the world had changed so much because of Yin, he must know the loopholes to solving problems. But Liu suspected that he might also be working with the trio from the mountain. The young man assumed that the stranger could be pretending to help, but in reality was leading them to their doom. The tired young man thought too much again and began to look for the negative, and realized that everything might not be as bad as he thought. At one point, the young man smiled slyly, saying that now he was even curious to see what else D-Yin would write. At that moment, a digital display appeared in front of him, which the wary Liu Yi immediately noticed. The notification said that the spirit of the earth had created a group chat, but even that sounded a little strange. The confused young man wondered if there really was a group system that he had never used in his past life. The distrustful young man also assumed that this was the work of a stranger, but he had no idea where he got such power. The fighter remembered that everything has a central core, and after the game merged with the world, it must be here too, but he had no idea who it belonged to. At that moment, the hero received a notification asking if he wanted to keep his game name, E-Shine. But he changed it to Solo and joined the Holy War group. There were already people in the chat who wanted to start solving the problems with the weirdos on the mountain, eager to get rid of them as soon as possible. Alerted, Liu began to suspect that they were all high-level players gathered by D-Yin. Then the youngster activated the digitization. The rank limit was equal to the legendary tree, which meant that the status of the plant in the world was lower than in the game. One of the fighters wrote that they needed to gather at least 10,000 people, and noted that 28 leaders was very good. The attentive guy noticed that there were 4 divine leaders in the group, but he had no information about them. They were talking about Qin, Zhu, Xuan, and Bai, who were invincible in first-level cities, and the hero on the list noticed the gardener. The intense fighter immediately recognized the scoundrel, because his husband had fought him before, and he remembered a lot about him. In the chat, Thunder Danching called his opponent trash and began to threaten him, while Bai Shuhao tried not to give in to the provocation, but still got angry. Looking at the digital scoreboard with wide eyes, the brunette made sure that this was the very person he was thinking of. Brave Rechi Teng wrote that they would overwhelm the trio of oddballs with numbers, but suggested sending a couple of high-level players to scout them out first. The hero wondered if they really didn't have enough people, since they were proposing to work together, but he allowed for the possibility that there were other reasons. The stern warrior understood that their plan would fail, but with a maximum level of 50, there was no choice, so he decided to seek the opinion of the leader of the New Order. At first, the young man didn't understand why D-Yin had created the group, but soon realized that perhaps he believed that together, they would be unable to attack the mountain and the mysterious people. The player remembered how, in the unified territory of Xiaobai, he gathered power for him by besieging the tree, and then lured monsters and killed them for the sake of his goal. Jumping up abruptly, the extremely serious Liu Yi said, in an inner voice that in that case, it was terrible. Smiling, the cunning man concluded that he would have to save all the players, because if the spirit of the earth was planning something like this, then their plan would fail. The warrior realized that he had to deal with the weirdos himself, since he had no rank restrictions and could raise his rank as much as he wanted. The daredevil was confident that he could deal with the trio, but for now, his goal was still to raise his stats. Continuing to think about his next steps, the young man began to walk forward in order to get out of the underground parking lot. At that moment, Shuigui and his friend were outside, exhausted, waiting for their master like loyal dogs. They began to suspect that the main character was no longer interested in them, and considered simply leaving, as they could no longer stand on their knees. Barely holding back tears, his friend asked why the boss wasn't moving if no one had forbidden them to do so. The same crying weakling replied in a trembling voice that he simply could not feel his legs, which he had not moved for a long time. Suddenly, he exclaimed that they had an excellent chance to escape, and added that he would never forgive himself if he died of limb atrophy. The strong man jumped up from the ground and, clenching his fist tightly, shouted that he would get up and get away in order to survive. His ally, emboldened, agreed with him, saying that they had to get rid of any signs of weakness because they couldn't be cowards forever. But suddenly, the stern Liu Yi returned, and his mere appearance sent them back into a state of panic. The silk captives once again began to worship him, falling to their knees and awaiting his orders. The smiling hero said he wanted them to do something and promised to release them if they obeyed unquestioningly. On the map, the city of Hai was still marked in green, but the water was gradually covering more and more land. Meanwhile, in a random house in the settlement, someone angrily smashed a glass, but it did not help to vent their emotions. A nervous Li Haitian exclaimed that they had returned, but the New Order Guild continued to pursue them, wanting to get rid of the backyard garden. The angry commander said that the gardener would soon send reinforcements to them, and his agitated comrade tried to calm him down in every way possible. The enraged gentleman was infuriated that he had become almost omnipotent, but he was still being humiliated, and even members of his faction were defecting to the enemy. He heard that Bai had gathered people and taken control of the city of B, and his comrade noted that upon their return, they would receive many benefits from him. The serious leader noted that they would not be able to hold out for long, and if they retreated now, there would be no rewards, so they needed to show what they were capable of. A man suddenly burst into the room, exclaiming that they had problems, and the nervous city leader ordered him to report immediately. It was Shuigui, who was barely standing and out of breath, who said anxiously that Wu Hao had been killed. It was said that the fighter had found something that wouldn't disappear in the dungeon and wanted to take it all for himself, but he never got in touch, and the local guard dealt with him. After a short time, the entire delegation arrived at a huge building called the Sand Hill. The strongman, who had escaped from captivity, said that the entrance to the desired territory was in the basement of a high-rise building. His worried companions hoped that Li Haitian would believe their stories, even though they understood that it all seemed too suspicious. The head, rejoicing inwardly, understood that if the underground was here, he would report it to the gardener, then leave the city and return to base. Without hesitation, the man raised his hand and exclaimed that they needed to run inside quickly, and the traders were struck by the fact that he believed them. The tense gentleman hoped that this would turn out to be the very entrance that Bai Shouhao was looking for, because then everything would change for him. He really wanted this because then he would return to the city of Bai and become a real king. But less than an hour later, a terrified Li Haitian ran away, screaming at the top of his lungs in fear. The cowardly team was stunned that the unknown fighter had dodged all their attacks without letting them hurt him. The nervous commander ordered everyone to shut up immediately and just run while they were still intact. One of the terrified subordinates noted that the creature was not pursuing them, so they could stop and catch their breath. A member of the group noted that the enemy apparently could not leave the building, but it was still not possible to relax. At this, the self-confident Li Haitian smiled, noting that the enemy was indeed not leaving the skyscraper. First, he asked if there were any casualties among the personnel, and his counterpart replied that only a few people had received a couple of scratches. The nervous assistant suggested that the guard was a cunning monster, and was not sure that the tactics from the primordial realm would work on him. The guy also noted that there was a pile of loot in the dungeon, and if they collected it, there would be far fewer people willing to join the new order. In turn, the city manager picked up his smartphone because he heard a soft notification sound. On the garden forum, they wrote that this was probably the area the gardener was looking for, but the photos were too blurry, so they asked for them to be redone. The thoughtful Li Haitian immediately realized that they would have to enter the danger zone again, but they had no other choice. His enthusiastic comrades suggested capturing a special dungeon and a bunch of weapons at the same time, believing that this would boost the team's morale. Clenching his jaw, the head of the city of Hai agreed with them and ordered everyone to gather so they could invade all at once. The joyful fighters were ready to begin the task, while the worried Shuigui and his friend hid behind a cobblestone. The moles were getting more and more scared because with every step, the group was getting deeper into Liu Yi's trap. His comrade was tormented by his conscience for betraying his own guild. But the blond man pointed out that they had lied a little, and that otherwise, the allies were themselves to blame. After a short time, the whole crowd was ready for battle and began to move in an unknown direction. Some said they had just found love, but it had fallen apart, while others simply hadn't had time to clean up the room after the murder. The chief assistant to the commander of the backyard reported with a smile on his face that all the guild members from the city were already in place. It was said that half of the personnel were hiding in the building opposite, peeking out cautiously and fearfully. The leader was angry that they had been ahead of everyone else in the game, but now they had become a bunch of cowards. He asked if the archers were ready, and his comrade replied that the men had gathered stones and branches because they couldn't buy weapons. The leader ordered Xiaoqi to take care of the guards, as he was the fastest. and the youngster did not even argue with him. The stern captain told everyone to focus, and since they only had one chance, they had to strike the enemy at the first opportunity. Everyone present grabbed stones, ready to start a bloody battle at any second. But 10 minutes later, everyone became very tense because a member of the group had not returned, even though he should have been back long ago. Suddenly, someone's black and white sneakers appeared from the shadows, which made everyone even more nervous. The attentive Li-Haitian and his deputy were delighted, but the rest of the allies still looked ahead suspiciously. A few seconds later, a warrior dressed in black appeared before them, holding a long sword in his hands. Flashing his white teeth, the mysterious fighter noted in a low voice that there were now clearly enough of them for his purposes. The stunned team from the backyard garden was afraid to even move, because no one knew what to expect from him. Puzzled, Lee wondered why only the guard had come out, and whether Xiaoqi had died trying to collect the spheres with the loot on his own. The man assumed that the kid had found something valuable and escaped through a secret passage, and understood why he hadn't said a word when he was sent as bait. Still, the master reminded himself that their main goal was a special dungeon. So he decided to kill the enemy and take pictures of the entrance. The stern leader noticed that the freaks standing behind him were only mocking the weak, and at the sight of a strong opponent, they immediately began to tremble. The brave man asked the crowd not to be afraid, saying that he would take care of the opponent, and they needed to prepare for the attack. He confidently told them that a program limited by rules could never defeat them, which stunned his comrades. Smiling, Li-Haitian thought to himself that this was how it was in the game, and he really hoped that everything worked the same way in the real world. The daredevil believed that a distance of several meters should be enough to use the ability. The cold-blooded guard stood in one place and said nothing to the leader of the enemy group, which made him even more frightening. The sweating commander of the garden concluded that he was in no danger, since the enemy did not move even after he approached. Gaining confidence, the stern leader ordered his brothers to rush into battle, without even thinking of stopping in front of the enemy. The excited fighters noted that their guesses had been confirmed and added that everything here was just like in the game, so they were no longer afraid of anything. The exemplary Li-Haitian stretched out his hand in front of him, trying to use his ability to destroy the unresponsive target. The enthusiastic man told himself that if the guard continued to stand rooted to the spot, the dungeon would soon be captured by them. But in an instant, the cold-blooded killer made a sharp swing with his sword, and the joy immediately vanished from the leader's face. In the end, the reckless man was cut in half by the mysterious man, who showed not even a drop of compassion. The stunned team members froze in place with stones in their hands, unable to believe that their boss was no longer with them. The seriously wounded leader of the group screamed in pain at the top of his lungs. But at that moment, no one could even provide him with medical assistance. A smile appeared on the assassin's self-satisfied face, for he had left the pathetic little people without a leader. In just a couple of seconds, Li-Haitian collapsed to the floor, hitting his head, and showed no signs of life. The body of the deadhead of the city of Hai quickly began to disintegrate into experience, and his grandiose plans instantly turned to dust. The alarmed crowd froze after what they saw, and panic began to spread rapidly. At that moment, the powerful guardian killed a whole horde of enemies with a single attack, gaining a huge amount of experience points. The mysterious stranger was Liu Yi, who was eager to deal with all the members of the Backyard Garden Guild. Terrified, the guys noticed that their target had left their territory, so they decided to immediately take off. One of them exclaimed that there was no need to stay with this pathetic faction, which consisted of nothing but weaklings. But the brave man had no intention of letting any of the cowardly fools go, so he launched another series of attacks. The fighters hiding in the building opposite noticed that their comrades were under attack from an extremely powerful target. In a panic, they all began to scatter, realizing that they had provoked an invincible monster, so there was no point in trying to resist it. At that moment, a large cobblestone flew straight through the window, so none of the pathetic weaklings managed to escape from view. Gaining more and more computing power, Liu Yi smiled slyly, truly enjoying the process. The determined warrior had no intention of stopping, so he continued to destroy the worthless members of the garden faction. The panicked kid ran away, shouting that he just wanted to live and no longer play in the primordial realm. Covering his eyes with his hands, he screamed, asking what kind of monster the main character was, who had swung a katana at him. In his past life, the weak and very cowardly Liu asked the same question to the player who came to take his life. Then the man next to him cried out that he was a monster who killed people for no reason and had no compassion. But the Hulk, with a huge sword on his shoulders, calmly replied that he only dealt with those like himself. At that moment, the brunette was stunned and froze in place, his eyes wide with realization. A huge number of experience points lay around the fighter, and he noted that a couple of fools had managed to escape, but the rest had died. Now the main character was at level 38, and his computing power reserve was almost 4,000 units. For a couple of minutes, the young man carefully reviewed his own characteristics and drew conclusions. He had killed all the members of the garden in the city of Hai, but he was not satisfied with the result, so it was time to go to their main base. Having smiled at the idea, the perceptive young man immediately called Shuiguai, who was hiding nearby. The alarmed blonde immediately ran out from behind the rock with his partner, asking what the master wanted this time. The serious guy replied that they were free, but he had one last request that had to be fulfilled. His words greatly surprised the already tense man, who understood that he had nowhere to go no matter what. The daredevil grinned again and asked directly if they could find him transportation to the city of B. After a while, a team of rescuers began working in the town of Hai, clearing the rubble and finding the dead. 2 strong men participated in the operation, managing to lift huge boulders, which shocked the service employees. The main character, in turn, sat on one of the stones and carefully read the messages in the chat. Many were in mourning because many fighters had died at the hands of a merciless guard who did not even think to show mercy. Chief Ju said that they had to study the intelligence, otherwise the sacrifices would be in vain, and many agreed with him. The guy had been in the Holy War group for 3 days, whose members had organized a trip to the mountain, but contact with the volunteers had been lost. Rechi Teng considered the most terrible thing to be that as soon as a player entered the zone, the space for people outside began to distort, and this changed the situation. The gardener concluded that not only had they lost a bunch of high-level players, but they also hadn't gotten any new information. Calm Lu wondered if even the area around the mountain was so dangerous that people who disappeared became invisible. Sadovnik stopped the cooperation, and Shutao asked his colleagues not to send their subordinates to the north, noting that it was the territory of his guild. The wary hero couldn't understand why all the members of the organization had been sent to the city of Shu. Still, the young man decided not to bother himself with unnecessary information, since the huge crowd of people was what he needed. Smiling slyly, the young man began to think through his next steps, realizing that there was no time to waste. Meanwhile, at the garden base in the city of Bai, they were discussing that Shine was now in the city of Hai, and Xiaotao listened attentively. First, Officer Shuigui found an unusual player in the sea, and then Bai Ye ordered people to deal with him. They lost contact not only with their colleague, but with all their comrades, and only a hero could deal with them alone. After a little investigation, the faction was convinced that Ye was to blame for everything. So an ambush was prepared between the settlements of Shu and Yi. After the descent, the guy's level dropped to the first, and if he wants to rise quickly, he will clearly choose to destroy the guild. Banging on the table, Bai Ye noted that all their comrades had died in Hai, which meant that the killer's target was sad in the backyard. So it was worth gathering people, and he would appear immediately. The man said that he needed to prepare, for example, by catching a couple of players closely associated with Shane, and then he would definitely come. Meanwhile, at home, the hero asked Ayun if he could somehow help her guildmates on their way to Shu. The young man asked how they were doing, and the girl first silently opened a map of the district. She replied that the guys had been kidnapped by members of the backyard garden, which was considered worse than death, because they tortured their prisoners in every way possible. The young man realized that they had last been seen between Yi and Shu, and the lady said that there were many enemies there, and asked her brother to protect his life. The brave man promised to help his comrades if he met them, and after a short time he was already driving in a black car. Suigui, drenched in sweat, was behind the wheel, and to his right was his black friend, who was afraid to even move. In the back seat sat the fearless Liu Yi, who had discovered that the pistol in his inventory was damaged. The large red form remained after using the sphere for about half an hour, after which it was sent for repair for the same amount of time. The good news was that if the intelligence exceeded 100 weight coefficient units, it would not conflict with the magic sphere. In his thoughts, the satisfied young man thanked the tower champion for the additional characteristics, which were better than in the game. When using the artifact, the youngster would become 1.5 times stronger than in the primordial realm, and at level 60, he would be able to reach Mount Buchu. At one point, the driver stopped the car, saying that the road ahead was destroyed, but that it was not far to Jining. At that moment, the brave man left the vehicle and began to look around, seeing a huge cliff ahead. The fighter began to look into the distance, realizing where he would have to go, while his subordinates stood silently near the car. The excited servants were very afraid to say anything to their boss, who had spared them, even though he could have killed them. In his previous life, Liu had a rescue rope artifact that allowed players to tie themselves together, but another person had obtained it. Jumping off the ground, the warrior let go of Shuigui and his friend, continuing to recall facts about the useful item. As it happened, a member of the Broken Alliance Guild got into trouble in Jin, so the brave man decided to help him along the way. The exhausted partners collapsed to the floor in horror, realizing that the kid had finally let them go. The weaklings began to cry, saying that they would no longer be insolent, and that they wanted to return to the normal world, where they could earn an honest living. The hero continued to run, wondering if the thick fog in the city was related to the rescue rope artifact. At one point, the young man stopped, noting to himself that he couldn't even imagine what awaited him next. Meanwhile, an incredibly frightened stranger ran towards him, his eyes looking very tired. Alert, Liu Yi instantly heard the sounds of running, but he still stood in one place, not rushing to draw any conclusions. Suddenly, the fleeing man's neck was wrapped in a long device resembling a leather strap. In just a couple of seconds, the young man began to suffocate from the tension of the rope, and the hero could not understand what was happening. From the outside, it looked terrible that someone had mercilessly dealt with an innocent person by hanging him above the ground. The stern hero received a notification that he could not approach because the target was protected by an unknown barrier. Taking a few steps forward, the warrior saw many other people who had been brutally tortured in the same way among the gloomy clouds. Still moving forward, Liu exposed himself to more horrific scenes, which seemed to have no end. What he saw only evoked seriousness in his eyes, but it was not accompanied by any feelings of fear. The brave man was not afraid to even come closer to look at the faces of the dead, and tried not to think about anything. Still, the main character's forehead turned a little blue, but he controlled his emotions and tried to keep a cool head. The player concluded that only a rescue rope would help him get to Mount Bushu, and told himself that he couldn't miss this chance. Moving slowly, the deeply pensive fighter thought to himself that failure was unforgivable. A few seconds later, the daredevil disappeared into the thick fog, leaving behind a trail of dead bodies. The dead could still be seen on the horizon for a while, but this did not bother Liu Yi, who had seen death. The extremely thoughtful guy froze again, as if trying to solve some puzzle in his head. Suddenly, he saw a black ribbon sticking out of the sky, which caused him slight confusion with its sudden appearance. Then, the distrustful fighter began to look more closely, standing firmly on his feet and not thinking of retreating. Still, the object hanging above him bothered him, because he wanted to grab it and understand what would happen as a result. The extremely serious Liu slowly began to understand what was happening around him, but he was in no hurry to show it. The young man looked away, concluding that it was all about the dungeon. While the hero is far away, the rope can stretch out and attack, but if he gets closer, it stops appearing but continues to pursue him. The fearless player assumed that the artifact he needed was inside, and that he would also be able to obtain equipment. First, he decided to gather information and wondered if the guy Ayun asked for help knew anything about the area. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, the hulking Xiaoqi with iron gloves was smashing a stone wall with his fists. A centimeter to the left of his hand was the head of a still-living guy who was staring emotionlessly at the floor. The enraged fighter shouted at him to answer how the fool could have accidentally killed his girlfriend. The desperate young man looked away sadly, unable to give his counterpart any answer. The embittered strongman grabbed him, asking if he, a high-level player, really didn't know how to find love. The cool-headed young man did not say a word, because he simply had nothing to say in this terrible situation. The fighter pushed the fool, exclaiming that if he weren't his friend, he would have been left here to fend for himself. Clenching his fists tightly, the burly Xiaoqi added that it wouldn't hurt for the idiot to cheer up, but his words changed nothing. Then he shouted that they should clear the dungeon first and then get out of there. But his friend didn't even want to get up. Suddenly, the highly alert player heard the voice of a member of the garden who said that he had discovered their targets. The highly tense fighter immediately came to the conclusion that they had been found, so they had to get out of there immediately. Without hesitation, the brave man grabbed his empty-headed friend by the wrist and began to drag him along, noting that they needed to move faster. The angry young man called his stupid friend bad names because he had effectively set him up, but he had no other choice. So the trickster hoisted the player's body onto his shoulders and continued moving forward. With tears in his eyes, the young man said that he would not let his best friend die so easily, while the others stared emotionlessly at the ground and remained silent. But at one point, the guys had to stop, because a group of people dressed in black was already approaching. The nervous strongman told himself that they needed to turn into another alley before they were noticed. Turning his head, the young man saw members of the garden on the other side, and one of them even pointed out that there was simply no way out. The impulsive leader said that he had first given them a chance to join and survive, but they had refused, so now death awaited them. The saddened comrade apologized to his friend, admitting that he shouldn't have pretended to be a brave knight. The fearless Xiaoqi grabbed his powerful swords, advising them to wish him luck, and then they would escape together. The commander ordered the men who were ready for battle to finish off the young man, and those who were weaker to simply guard the exit. His first assistant clenched his iron fist and rushed into the attack, eager to stain his hands with the enemy's blood as soon as possible. In just 1 minute, the swordsman was surrounded on both sides by very strong enemies, but he still had no intention of surrendering. The brave man raised his weapon in time to block the attacks, but it was incredibly difficult for him to keep track of both fronts. He made a titanic effort to defend himself and even tried to launch a counterattack, which looked very impressive. However, fate played a cruel joke on the young man, who was wounded in the left side of his torso during one of the moments of the battle. This made the warrior even angrier, but he was still standing, and there was no blood visible from the scratch. The second opponent took advantage of his loss of vigilance and struck him in the stomach, causing the stunned young man to spit foam from his mouth. Wasting no time, the opponent grabbed the boy by the throat with an iron grip, preventing him from running away. Without a shred of compassion, the member of the Sada faction plunged a sharp blade directly into the boy's bare arm. Now Xiaoqi was completely pinned against the wall and in severe pain, but there was no way out. He viciously called his enemies incompetents, who used ordinary fighters as cannon fodder to deprive him of the power of knowledge. And now they had decided to attack him together. With a sly smile, the brunette told the fool to die in silence and emphasized that now he would not be able to resist. It was said that now even the gods could not save him, which alarmed the young man even more, but out of fear, he did not scream or beg for mercy. As it turned out, he was stunned by the fact that his best friend had suddenly appeared and put his back under the enemy's sword. The young man, dying in his soul, asked his friend to run away quickly because he would not be able to provide any protection for long. The brave man began to butt heads with his opponents and push them away in every way possible, and the player, who had been thrown off balance, was now able to run away. The now completely free fighter froze in place, shocked because he couldn't believe what was happening. Not allowing his bewildered opponents to advance, the nervous ally once again shouted at him to run away. At that very moment, the young man, who was not wearing any protective gear, was stabbed through the stomach with a sword. The harsh member of the garden called the boy pathetic trash and ordered him not to get in the way. But he was experiencing unbearable pain throughout his body. The seriously wounded young man began to scream at the top of his lungs, but it did not make him feel any better. A player standing nearby watched in horror, while his best friend soon began to dissolve into tiny particles of experience. With tears in her eyes, the fighter cried out that he was her brother, but it was too late, and there was no way to turn back time. With the bitter pain of loss, the young warrior clenched his teeth tightly, trying to hold back his tears, but it was very difficult for him to do so. The young man could find no better solution than to simply turn around and start running, but his opponents considered this a foolish move. Without hesitation, one of the opponents threw a long sword, relying on his unwavering accuracy. The sharp blade struck the young man's calf muscle, and he immediately lost his coordination, experiencing incredible pain. No miracle happened, and as a result, the boy simply collapsed to the ground, gritting his teeth and trying to endure the unbearable pain. One of the players staring at him fearfully said that it was simply impossible to hide from them. Xiaoqi, lying on the ground, looked at him with a stern gaze, and it was clear that he harbored a great deal of hatred. With a sly smile, the brunette said that he should thank Kai Yin for covering for the pathetic fool. The enemy noted that the boys loved the same girl, but she chose another, causing the blue-haired boy to suffer. It was said that they had already taught her a lesson, so there was no need to worry. But the boy's pupils dilated greatly from shock. Sticking out his tongue, the scoundrel said that on the night before her death, the girl had shown herself in all her glory, which sounded disgusting. The stunned young man finally realized that this was why his beloved had decided to die at the hands of Sai. His heart instantly filled with rage, causing him to jump up, calling his opponent a bastard and blaming him for everything. But at that very moment, a sharp blade was placed against his neck, which immediately undermined his confidence. His opponent said that with scum like him, he could do whatever he wanted, whether it was killing him or flirting with his girlfriend. In a fit of rage, Xiaoqi, with tears in his eyes, began to shout, threatening him with merciless punishment. Without hesitation, the ruthless member of the backyard gang swung his sword, leaving a fatal wound on the young man's body. He called the boy's hopes that a guardian angel would descend from heaven and finish them off ridiculous. The man added that by the time he arrived, the pathetic boy would already be dead, while his partner, standing aside, smiled silently. The dying fighter could not say anything else, and his body was about to begin to dissolve into space. Suddenly, the wound on his neck healed instantly, and the stunned young man had no idea what was happening to him. As it turned out, an unexpected healing process had begun, thanks to which he remained alive and was no longer bleeding. His opponents, thrown off balance, couldn't make sense of what had happened, so they froze in place for a moment. Then, they noticed a stranger with a sword in his hands who had jumped out of the alley and shouted, asking who he was. The fearless Liu Yi flashed a smile and sarcastically replied that he was the captive's guardian angel. His opponents called him a street thug and decided to get rid of him as quickly as possible so they could continue their mission. But within a couple of minutes, their swords fell to the ground in unison, signaling the end of the fight. Falling to their knees, the crying fools began to assure everyone that they just wanted to have some fun with their friend, but went too far. Grabbing the hero's leg, one of them began to say that they had done nothing wrong to the members of the Broken Alliance, who had killed many of their comrades. At that moment, the merciless warrior plunged his blade straight into his head, causing the scoundrel to experience incredible pain. Smiling slightly, the brave man said that he was also a member of this guild, and wondered what to do with the fools. The surviving brunette was still on his knees, begging not to be touched, but his pleas were futile. The sweating member of the garden did not even suspect that at that moment, Xiaoqi was approaching him from behind, with a dagger in his hands. Without mercy, the warrior plunged the blade into the back of the scoundrel, who had previously mocked and taunted them in every way possible. When it was over, the young man froze in place and stared at the floor, realizing what had happened. The main character apologized to him for being late, because if he had arrived on time, everything would have turned out differently. Wiping away his tears, the young man emphasized that his ally had nothing to do with it, and added that he himself was to blame for everything. The saddened young man looked at Liu Yi, standing behind him, as if gathering the courage to say something to him. The young man said that he was supposed to give him the information gathered by Kai anyway, and that he had also saved his life in a difficult situation. Clenching his fist, the player tried to keep his emotions under control, but with every passing second, it became more and more difficult to do so. Suddenly, the young man fell to his knees, trembling all over, which the brave man did not expect at all. In tears, he begged for help in killing the backyard gang member named Sei Feng, whom he hated with all his heart. His opponent shouted, "You bastard! You are to blame for everything that happened to him, Kai, and his beloved Xiao, and I want you to pay for it." Keeping a cool head, Liu listened carefully to the request of the young man, who really needed help. Without further ado, the noble warrior agreed, realizing that no one else would help the weakened fighter. Inside the dungeon, meanwhile, two people could be seen wrapped in red rope. The man with iron horns asked Feng not to jump to conclusions, as he had already ventured into the dangerous zone many times without success. Smiling, his counterpart said that as long as they had enough points, the members of the Garden Guild could be resurrected after death, just like in a game. Then the head of the city added that it was thanks to this that they had quickly captured the settlement of B and greatly expanded their territory. He confidently noted that even if he died here, he would have enough points to be resurrected, but the man standing opposite him would hardly have enough. The sweating gentleman with the iron mask looked at him silently, not even knowing how to react to what he had heard. The stern Seifeng threatened that if the pawn refused to obey him, he would finish him off and then kill all his relatives who remained in the shelter. The agitated henchman asked his boss to relax, promising that he would go right away and try again to complete the task. The fearsome leader said that this time would be special, because he had decided to give him a precious jar of blood from the game that would help him survive. The worried man thanked the respected Feng, sweat dripping incessantly from his face. Suddenly, he turned around sharply, seeing long ropes behind him that were reaching out to him. Plucking up a little courage, the performer began to take slow steps forward, hoping that everything would be all right. But at that very moment, they wrapped around his neck and waist, which terrified the man even more. Terrified, the player exclaimed that he was losing health so quickly that the blood bank couldn't even keep up with treating him. A few seconds later, he exclaimed that he couldn't go on like this, and finally asked Seifeng to take care of his family. The extremely serious mayor looked up discontentedly, trying to figure out how to get through this dungeon. The only way out was a rope, but as soon as it touched the player, he immediately began to lose health, and nothing could help him. The leader decided to wait for reinforcements, hoping for the doctor's help, and was sure that in such a situation, blood exchange and quick recovery would help. The nervous player thought it would be very easy to find rare items, but ended up stuck in one location for a long time. He really hoped that someone with the necessary abilities would come, since there were not even any clues in this terrible dungeon. Suddenly, Seifeng heard the voices of panicked people running toward him and screaming for help. The alert man immediately noticed this and turned his head, wondering what was going on. At that time, blue-haired Xiaoqi said that Kai was one of the best dungeon explorers, but his weakness was his poor weapon skills. According to the deceased, there was only one room in this area, and it was surrounded by ropes, and in order to pass through it, one had to grab the rope and fly up. The most important thing was not to resist, otherwise half of a person's health would be lost during the flight. The player added that at the top, Many doors appeared in front of his friend, but he chose the second one and, entering it, found himself free again. Although Kai did not interfere with the dungeon, as soon as he got out of it, he was immediately attacked by ropes. So he concluded that the choice of passage was not important. The deceased did not say how to pass through the location correctly, but suggested that a player with energy was needed, and he wanted to take Xiao and his best friend. Wiping away his tears, the boy said that as soon as they set out on the mission, they encountered people from the garden who had captured the entrance and attacked them. He added that the enemies were recruiting cannon fodder to break through to the top, so they could pretend to want to help and sneak inside. Smiling, the main character emphasized that this was too long and ineffective, as if he already had a better plan in mind. The very surprised young man looked at him with his mouth open, not even knowing how to react. A few seconds later, the young man was completely stunned, staring at his counterpart with eyes wide open in shock. In front of him, a huge number of various swords and daggers stuck out of the ground, which would have stunned anyone. The stern Liu, pistol in hand, said that he would kill half of the enemies and drive the rest inside to help him pass through the dungeon. The brave man clearly imagined how the cowardly members of the Sada faction would run away when they saw his fearsome gaze. After a short time, the hero received a notification that he had entered an unlimited area in search of a lifeline. A smile appeared on the face of the completely confident fighter, because he knew perfectly well that he could handle anything. Ahead of him was a whole crowd of guards from the enemy guild, led at that moment by their leader. The very alarmed opponents reported to the serious Sei Feng that this insolent man had single-handedly dealt with the rest with just one blow. The stern man asked the young man who he was, and pointed out that it was not polite to burst into their outpost so brazenly. The fearless warrior asked for his name, and his opponent, keeping his hands in his pockets, asked if he knew it. Suddenly, the daredevil began to gain power at tremendous speed, which alarmed the crowd in front of him even more. He activated a ceiling sphere, which, with full equipment and blessing, increased all characteristics by 2,000 units. Rushing into the attack and swinging his fist, the cold-blooded player said that someone had asked him to finish off the ash-haired scoundrel. At that very moment, without hesitation, he struck his bewildered opponent in the chest, sending him flying backwards. The enraged head of the city grabbed the kid's arm and began to retaliate. The cowardly members of the backyard garden in the country watched the powerful battle between the two strongmen, whom it was better not to interfere with. The opponent said it was not surprising that the youngster had killed everyone so quickly, because he was strong, but Liu noted that they would see how long he could last. The cunning opponent said that he could slow him down, so that there would be no hope for a quick fight, and again used soft kui. The wary young man sensed something strange and decided to concentrate on his own movements. At first, he couldn't understand anything, but then he decided to look at the floor to try to find answers to his questions. Trying to move his foot, the young man noticed that it was happening very slowly, and that this was the work of his enemy. The tense fighter froze in place, and the cunning Seifeng retreated to regain his strength and watch him. For some unknown reason, a slight smile appeared on the main character's face, as if everything was going according to plan. The enemy said that he still had 4 skills left and wanted to find out as soon as possible which of them would survive the battle. Remembering what Kai had said, that the more people rose, the less health would be spent, the guy suddenly offered to join forces with him. Seifeng pretended to be tough, but inside he understood that otherwise, such a strong player would not have broken in here, knowing how many people were here. The fearless youngster flashed a smirk, not intending to prove anything if they refused to believe him. Based on a quick calculation, the man concluded that the youngster was clearly not offering to work together, but simply asking for their help. Encouraged, his companions began to discuss how the kid was helpless, while their older brother was very smart and perceptive. The leader told Liu to beg him on his knees, and he remembered how 2 days ago, a girl was ready to do anything if he would spare her friends. The main character said that the fool shouldn't even think about it and concluded that they simply didn't believe him. Watching the boy walking towards the ropes, the puzzled crowd wondered what he was doing. The boy said that in order to pass through the dungeon, they needed to climb up the ropes, and the more players did so, the less damage each would receive. Laughing loudly, Sefeng noted that they had an advantage, which meant he didn't need to help the fool. The fearless hero asked if the reckless guy had thought about what awaited them at the top. He added that this was not enough to pass the dungeon, but warned that they would not say anything else for now. The daredevil noted that the man did not listen to his offer of friendship, and immediately began to mock him, turning the situation to his advantage. At the same time, the fighter was sure that he wanted to pass the location, which had been eluding him for 2 days, so a little push would help make him obey. At one point, the young man grabbed a thick rope, showing his readiness to carry out his plans. Keeping his smile, the youngster said that he would reveal the end of his plan at the top, and made it clear that he could handle it on his own. His determination stunned Seifeng, who stood frozen with his mouth open and needed to make a quick decision. At that very moment, the young player set off upwards, and the nervous city leader exclaimed that they had to catch up with him immediately. The impulsive type rushed at full speed toward the rope, while his cowardly comrades tried to slack off. He exclaimed that he had been stuck here for 2 days, and 40 of his men had died in this terrible place without gathering a single piece of information. Since everyone was outside, the leader doubted that reinforcements would be sent, and with so many personnel without Liu, they would not be able to cope. Jumping up abruptly, the daredevil said that if they didn't follow the kid, they would simply starve to death here. His determination greatly strained his allies, who were exchanging glances and needed to make a decision immediately. Gritting his teeth, one of these nervous brunettes plucked up the courage, realizing that they had to follow their leader. All the members of the group began to grab the hanging ends of the ropes, shouting that they would not abandon their brother Seifeng. At that moment, the whole crowd flew up at tremendous speed, but no one even thought of turning back. When the main character was alone, the ropes took away a lot of health, but now that there were many of them, the damage was significantly reduced. At his current level of life energy and knowledge power, death was definitely not a threat to the warrior, so he could finally relax. The young man realized that he had underestimated his characteristics and told himself that, with all the buffs from passing through the dungeon, it was a mere trifle. Meanwhile, the cowardly members of the garden faction complained that they would soon die due to the constant loss of mana points. Tense, Seifeng agreed with Liu, noting that it would take at least 5 people for the difference in damage to be noticeable. Suddenly, the terrified comrades noticed that the kid above them was aiming a gun at them. The ruthless warrior decided to get rid of the people he didn't need, because he didn't want to cause any extra trouble. At that moment, heavy fire was opened on the enemies, who became very nervous but could not run away. An angry Seifeng asked them not to forget that they were all in the same boat, and if they died, the fool would suffer the same fate. He added that without them, the fool would take much more damage, but that did not stop him at all. Surprised that the enemies managed to dodge, the hero realized that long-range weapons were indeed not as effective against players. But the guy wasn't upset at all, and with a smile on his face, he said that he had more than just simple attacks in his arsenal. Suddenly, acrid smoke appeared, clouding the minds of his opponents, whose eyes began to roll back. The QE energy invasion dealt 25 damage per second, using only the power of knowledge to start the process. After just a few seconds, almost the entire team was destroyed and dissolved into space, leaving the leader unprotected. The brave man asked how he managed to save himself if the ability dealt many times more damage than the ropes. The hot-tempered man shouted that now they would both share the damage, and tried to convey that the fool would also die. The reckless player said he didn't care, but he was curious to see how long his main rival would last. Long-haired Feng was incredibly annoyed by his arrogant behavior, which was like child's play. 5 minutes later, Liu Yi was still afloat and unharmed, which indicated that his actions had been correct. The hero noted that the enemy was quite strong, because his ability should have dealt him about 100,000 points of damage, but he was still alive. Still angry, the city leader wanted to pounce on the insolent man and take revenge for everyone, but he did not have the opportunity. At that moment, thick gray smoke became visible in the distance, gradually approaching the players who were talking to each other. A few seconds later, the unknown object took on the shape of something resembling an eye, which made everything seem even stranger. The wary fighters began to look closely, trying to analyze the situation and draw some conclusions for themselves. As it turned out, at that moment, they had finally reached the summit, where they could break free and settle their differences without any restrictions. Slightly tense, Liu Yi glanced down, watching the rope that had been holding him the whole time. The young man noticed that the fastening device had simply fallen to the ground, and he could now move without any problems. Soon, the ropes wrapped around his arm also loosened, and now they could be easily thrown away. Still serious, the young man's first thought was that he could float in the air, which was a pleasant discovery for him. Realizing that it was too early to relax, the young man looked to the side, remembering his treacherous opponent. The opponents in the air looked each other in the eyes, realizing that they needed to think about their next moves. The hero realized that this was the place mentioned by Kai Yang with a bunch of doors, only one of which would lead him out of the dungeon. Enraged, Seifeng exclaimed that now the kid would die, and instantly used the second phase of energy conservation. The man absorbed all the damage he received within 10 minutes, after which it was added to his next attack. The opponent exclaimed that he had accumulated more than 200,000 units. So one blow would turn the young man into a corpse. A sly smile remained on his face, as he was completely confident of an imminent victory. But still, the long-haired guy became very alert, and froze in place with his mouth open, as if everything had not gone according to plan. Flashing his frightening red eye, the young warrior asked if this was his opponent's secret ability. Then the fearless player smiled, calling his enemy's skill weak, which was a sign of tremendous self-confidence. At that moment, the warrior, endowed with incredible strength, increased his stats and was ready to send his opponent to hell. Terrified, Seifeng asked him in a trembling voice to stop so they could discuss everything, but it was too late. In just a second, his pupils disappeared from his eyeballs, and his body felt a strong loss of energy. After that, the health bar of the treacherous city leader dropped to a minimum, so his life was about to end abruptly. But after a couple of moments, Liu Yi looked at Dr. Number 7, knowing that the nimble scoundrel had escaped through it. His opponent had survived his attack, and the young man realized that it was difficult to kill level 60 players because of their many powerful skills. Before opening the dungeon, the hero had placed a weakness debuff on Feng, and considering that he was still bleeding, Xiaoqi would finish him off. But just in case, the brave man decided to leave the area and finish off his opponent, then return, otherwise he could cause them a lot of trouble. Without hesitation, the young player ran into one of the rooms, where he immediately stopped and looked around. He felt a slight confusion as he looked at the thick iron door that had slammed shut and could no longer be opened. Slightly tense, the young man wondered why he was still here and what he needed to do to get back outside. The system announced that the player with special status had fulfilled all the necessary conditions to start the Shining Sky program. Slightly alarmed, Liu remembered that the gardener had mentioned this, but he did not understand what kind of rescue rope he was talking about. A few seconds later, the young man simply disappeared into thin air because he had been transported to another place. The guy was shocked that he had been unexpectedly teleported, and now he found himself among a multitude of doors again. Right next to him, he could see a huge number of ropes with iron ends, which made the situation even more confusing. Finding himself in the middle of an improvised funnel, the hero couldn't make sense of what was happening, but he wasn't in a hurry to panic. Each rope that wrapped around him reduced his health by 500 points, so he had to come up with a plan of action immediately. Gritting his teeth, the warrior remembered that resistance was futile, and soon noticed that the damage was not rising above 100,000. The player knew that he could use a blessing to restore his knowledge power, and if he didn't use it all up quickly, he would have enough for healing. After doing some quick calculations, Liu Yi told himself that with this ability, he would easily survive the training program. The hero doubted that Xiaoqi would be able to cope with Seifeng, and the system suddenly asked if he wanted to proceed to the next stage of the procedure. The young man quickly realized that at the 3rd level, he would receive 80 points of rope mastery, and at the 4th, 100. The warrior understood that he would definitely not be satisfied with a meager result, so he considered his choice in this situation to be obvious. Without any hesitation, he confirmed the start of the new stage, but now he was losing 500,000 health points per second. To recover, the brave man immediately began to use the power of knowledge, which he did successfully, but he still couldn't relax. Just a couple of minutes later, he was asked again if he wanted to move on to the next stage, and he immediately said yes. The daredevil was losing 1 million mana points, but if the damage was not lethal, he would be able to hold out, so he continued to move forward. Soon, the system offered to start the last level, which, if successful, would increase his rope mastery level to 100. At that moment, outside the dungeon, the nimble Seifeng was nervously muttering that he had managed to get out. He promised himself that from now on he would just enjoy life and not take any risks. But behind him, Xiaoqi was approaching with swords in his hands. The extremely wary man heard loud rustling behind him, so he immediately decided to turn around and find out what was going on. The daredevil began swinging his weapon without warning, as his task was to deal with the villain as quickly as possible. The stubborn enemy did not lose his coordination, and immediately resorted to activating his ability in order to protect himself in any way possible. They managed to grab a spear from their inventory in time and block the enemy's attack, but that didn't make him try any harder. With a malicious grin, the scoundrel said that the young man's girlfriend had made a deal with him to save them, but he had come back here in search of death. He began to taunt Chu Haoen in every way possible, further enraging the young warrior, who was ready to tear him to pieces. The scoundrel said that he might not be a match for the sick Liu, but he could easily deal with Xiaoqi, and asked if the boy was sure he wanted to fight him. The enraged swordsman shouted at the top of his voice that he would tear him to pieces right now and to call him a vile bastard. He jumped forward and swung his weapon, while Seifeng noted that they should thank the hero for coming to him himself. The fearless city leader declared that even if he died today, the fool would go with him, and then the fight began. At the same time, long rescue ropes continued to swing inside the dungeon, draining health. The long ropes shimmered in the light, merging into a single whole, which looked quite beautiful. Nervous Liu was scared during the process, as the damage increased to 2 million, and he was convinced that no one but him would pass the location. The guy had no idea how his opponent had gotten the rope in his past life, but now he had it, so it belonged to him. Then the main character began to familiarize himself with information about the rope, which had different functions in different forms. At the last stage, the item could separate from its owner and act on his command using the power of knowledge. Although the amazing artifact did not give any bonuses to characteristics, its abilities were incredibly strong, especially the extra status during imprisonment. The brave man successfully passed through the dungeon, for which he received the achievement of Master of the Comeback, and a huge amount of experience points, as well as the skills of freezing and marking. A few seconds later, the digital display simply disappeared, and a large blue portal appeared to the right of the young man. Turning his head, he instantly concluded that this was the very exit he had been striving for all this time, and now he could leave. Without hesitation, Liu Yi jumped into the teleport and told himself that he needed to get out as soon as possible and finish off the despicable Sifeng. The player also had access to a quest to raise his rank from high-level warrior to fighter without rules. During the battle, Xiaoqi shouted that he and his friends from the Alliance were defending the dungeon in Jin and defeating monsters, believing that they would unravel the mystery of the dungeon. The guys wanted to restore their hometown, but the villain Seifeng came and destroyed all their hopes and dreams. The embittered fighter exclaimed that all his loved ones had died, so now he couldn't just run away and hide somewhere. The brave warrior added that he had no right to retreat and would stand his ground until the end, but the enemy said nothing in response. The fearless player shouted that he would kill the scoundrel for Kai, Xiao, and the future of the world, and if he died, he would take him with him. The very angry opponent clenched his teeth tightly and tensed his facial muscles, realizing that the situation was becoming more tense with every passing second. The merciless Xiaoqi made it clear that he would not stop for even a second and continued to swing his long katana. In the end, the warrior, overcome with incredible rage, turned his opponent into a sieve, not allowing him to escape. At that moment, the silhouette of Liu Yi running could be seen on the horizon, eager to help his young ally in his hour of need. But the slightly surprised hero stopped and began to look more closely, realizing that even without him, the fight was going quite well. It all ended with him seeing the body of Seifeng, who had been unable to resist the brave swordsman, dissolving into space. The rapidly dying scoundrel said that this simply could not be, but the harsh realities made themselves felt. At that moment, he simply disappeared, and Xiaoqi, experiencing unbearable mental anguish, fell to his knees and began to cry out loudly. The main character breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, realizing that he didn't even have to get his hands dirty or waste his energy. A huge blue barrier began to form around the city, which would have caused great fear in a novice. Standing inside, Liu Yi silently watched the crying boy mourning his dead friends. Shocked citizens began to peer out of the windows of buildings, unspeakably happy that the fog had finally left their city. Soon, the hero went to a hotel where he could rest a little while Xiaoqi helped those in need. The relaxed young man read messages from Rachel 10, who wrote that they were using flawless whips to tie up players on the mountain. According to intelligence reports, there were spatial cracks everywhere, which were the reason for the disappearance of the first volunteers. The fighter concluded that there would soon be another sortie, and realized that the holes caused non-physical damage, depending on resistance and health. The group discussed that the flawless weapon could withstand only 10 attacks from the rift, so Dongyung agreed with the leader of the new order. One of the leaders said that when everything was ready, and the leaders had drawn up a plan of action, then everyone would go and conquer the mountain, but it was too early to do so yet. Kam Liu noted that most people did not want to go on a deadly reconnaissance mission, and he knew that Rechi had connections with Di Yin. If ordinary people continued to rely solely on the divine leaders, the daredevil would have to personally verify the authenticity of their information. Suddenly, a message appeared in the chat from the gardener, who promised the city of Bai and any weapon as a reward to whoever killed the main character. The tense young man remembered that when he went to get the rescue rope, there was a whole crowd in front of the dungeon, and he didn't even disguise himself. He wanted to understand why Xuan had offered such a large reward if he had no proof that the guy was Ye Shane. The fighter quickly realized that the trickster had united everyone against a common enemy. But when he dealt with him, the rest would simply scatter to their own business. Rechiten wrote that their main goal was Mount Buzhou, but the gardener noted that those who could not participate would kill Liu. So he was not worried. The hero used the sealing sphere without fear, because as long as he had enough strength, he could solve any problem. The player did not expect to receive a promotion assignment in Xin City, and decided that there was no point in going to the town of Liu. He assumed that the difficulty of obtaining the title of a fighter without rules was higher than that of a high-level fighter, which he had received for free. The young man understood that if he took care of the garden before his members arrived in Shu, it would be a great addition to his security guarantee. Sometime later, at the border of the city of Jin, the warrior suggested that Xiaoqi go to the main base of the alliance, where he would live much better and unlock his potential. The noble young man decided to stay in his hometown, believing that with their joint efforts, they would be able to restore it and make it even better. The brave man did not insist because it was his choice, so he waved goodbye and expressed his hope that they would meet again someday. Turning around, Liu Yi started to walk away in the direction he needed to go, but the slightly tense young man suddenly asked him to stop. Unexpectedly, Chu Haowen asked where his counterpart was headed, hinting that he could find a vehicle to make it easier for him. Smiling in response and appreciating his friend's concern, the protagonist calmly replied that there was no need to worry about him. At that moment, the brave man clenched his fist tightly, and a life-saving rope was visible on his hand. The imperturbable fighter began to rise above the ground, saying that he would use his newly acquired artifact. Stunned, Xiaoqi couldn't believe that players could fly, as he had never encountered such a thing before. The brunette corrected him, saying that he was able to fly thanks to the fact that he was pushing off the floor with a long rope. A few seconds later, the smiling Chu Haowen waved to the pleasant man, quietly thanking him once again for his help. Meanwhile, in the sunny city of Xin, starving people on the streets fought over a pie like bloodthirsty animals in the wild. Completely calm, Liu Yi walked imperturbably down the dirty street where utter chaos reigned, provoked by the residents themselves. Nearby, the young man even saw a mother sleeping on a cold stone slab, holding a small child close to her. It was impossible to tell from his eyes that he felt any compassion, because the player had seen quite a lot of this before. With a very serious expression on his face, the brave man continued on his way, trying not to look around unnecessarily. Suddenly, the main character saw a very tall building ahead, which could be called a skyscraper. He did not think that the mission to raise his rank would take place in the main building of the Obsidian Arena, where he had often been in his previous life. That was when the kid was first forced to fight for food and kill, so it was a very sad memory for him. He was curious to see how many levels he would be able to advance, since the 40th level already required a huge amount of experience, which meant that it would be even more difficult to advance further. Soon, a blond man tied with a rope appeared inside, looking around with great fear in his eyes. Besides him, there were several other men hanging in the room, looking like helpless insects. In turn, the cool-headed Liu Yi climbed the stairs at high speed, not wanting to waste any time. On the 15th floor, 2 guards were tied up with ropes by a fighter, who wondered where all the players were, since he only encountered ordinary people. The Obsidian Arena was the strongest guild after the Big Four, so it was impossible that there wasn't a single warrior at their headquarters. Reaching the last tier, the young man reminded himself that his main goal was to raise his title, no matter what. Slowly and cautiously opening the door, he wondered to himself what the faction members were up to. Alert and surprised at the same time, the young man took a step inside, and his eyes gradually widened. Moving forward, the young man saw a whole horde of players lined up neatly in a row in front of him. The system immediately announced that the youngster had arrived at his destination, and his task was to enter the dungeon and defeat the 3 little ones. Looking at the terrified boys in front of him, the main character now understood that they had all been here the whole time. Clenching his fist and glaring menacingly at the cowardly fools, Liu Yi thought to himself that it was time for a spectacular dance. Not wanting to waste time on silly formalities, the warrior decided to take a leap, and as a result, he broke through the stone floor beneath him. The excited older brother suddenly said that he had gathered everyone here so that they would not accidentally encounter the enemy of the garden, whom they did not want to fight. The man added that he did not want the boys to insult the hero or try to attack him, and he froze in place and listened. The calm gentleman believed that they could come to an agreement and promised to do everything possible to help the young man. After a short monologue, complete silence reigned, and the stern warrior analyzed the words and drew conclusions in his head. Still concerned, the creator of the Obsidian Arena, named He Yao, smiled, hoping very much that they would be able to avoid conflict. The serious guy silently examined the crowd standing in front of him from head to toe, still not trusting them at all. Smiling slightly, the young player noted to himself that the guys had a lot of information. Among the sweaty people, he saw 2 guys who had been appointed as the heads of the arena branch in the city of Yi in his previous life. At that time, both scoundrels had mocked him in every way possible and laughed maliciously because he could not fight back. But now the roles had changed, and now it was the stern Liu Yi who kept everyone in fear, as he could kill fools in an instant. Remaining calm, the hero suddenly asked the guys to relax, saying that he was not encroaching on their territory, and only needed to get into the dungeon. In any case, the fighter had to be careful, as the faction members were too friendly and did not even contradict him. The stern-looking brunette began to take confident steps forward, but at the same time glanced around, not trusting anyone present. Slightly alarmed, Yao said that this location was very easy, so it would be no trouble for the brave man to clear it. Without wasting time on empty chatter, the brave man approached the entrance and froze in place, waiting for the teleportation to happen. The smiling leader said that the reward for completing the quest was very generous, and if Liu wanted, the territory would belong to him. The serious hero noticed that the guild members were not trying to stop him, but on the contrary, were even telling him what to expect inside. The fearless player had only to verify the truth of their words. So without hesitation, he began the process of moving. The members of the organization, trembling with excitement, felt as if they were meeting the boss, and they thought about escaping. After reading the system notification, the fighter concluded that if he passed through the location, he would fail the mission, and if he strengthened the gate, he would never get out. The legendary tree of the three little ones needed power, so they went to Yo-Yo, but in order to capture it, they had to overcome an obstacle. The focused young man carefully read his goals and realized that he just needed to help the small creatures pass through the fence. For several minutes, he stood in front of a huge tree with thick roots that were impossible to uproot. In turn, three little ones with smiles on their faces flew around the dimension, realizing that they could feel safe. The arena leader had not lied, because it was indeed necessary to simply knock down the gate, but the task required protecting the little ones. The cute creatures surrounded Liu Yi on all sides, and he folded his arms across his chest and began to think about whether to destroy them or spare them. Remembering that they wanted to get inside the tree, not turn the gate to ashes, he decided to try to get inside another way. Concentrating, the brave man began to walk around the huge plant, trying to find some kind of loophole, but it was all in vain. Coming to the conclusion that it was all pointless, the hero realized that there was only one entrance, and the rest was completely invulnerable. The fighter grabbed his gun and pointed it at the tree, but suddenly thought that he could first wash the gate to let the children through and then repair it. The perceptive young man decided to blow up and rebuild the structure with the help of the Eastern Imperial Bell. The hero told himself that he had to try, and if it didn't work, he would give up the mission with the title, because he still didn't know what a fighter without rules could do. Thus, the extremely serious player had absolutely nothing to lose, so he had nothing to fear. Maintaining extreme concentration, the warrior froze in place, standing almost directly in front of the main gate. At that very moment, an important recording began on the Eastern artifact, so it was important to keep a cool head. Green rays of energy permeated every object around Liu Yi, who tried not to move so as not to interfere with the process. Soon, a turquoise grid was superimposed on the legendary tree and passageway, which was a mandatory part of the procedure. A couple of minutes later, a system notification was received that the recording had been successful, which the young man considered excellent news. Without even thinking about turning around, the daredevil fired a shot from his powerful pistol, destroying the gate in front of him. What was happening greatly frightened the three little ones, who were very sensitive and not used to loud noises. Deciding not to waste any time, the young man ran ahead, telling them to hurry up and follow, and they did not lag behind. The dungeon was successfully passed, and the cute creatures only had to take possession of the tree, so the player completed his task. Once inside the tree trunk, the young man began the restoration process, and the fragments of the gate began to come together. At that moment, his title was elevated to that of a fighter without rules, and from then on, he dominated everyone lower in rank with his presence. The enthusiastic young man almost danced with joy, and was very pleased that he had planned his actions wisely. Then Liu Yi took the Eastern Imperial Bell out of his inventory and, calling it clever, began to kiss it. But suddenly, the system detected a special status in the player, which triggered the Shining Sky scenario, and the location's storyline continued. To your side, the young man saw a white magic ball that seemed to be absorbing powerful energy. The fighter noticed that the children had just entered the sphere and disappeared, and began to suspect that this object was the heart of the tree. The serious hero wondered if this was what the gardener was talking about and decided to figure out what was going on. After thinking it over, the young man decided that when he leveled up, he would definitely find out about the leader of the new order. Folding his arms across his chest, he told himself that he had to be careful, because if he made a mistake, Rechi Ten might side with Zhuan. Feeling a little tired, the fearless player decided to sit down on a tree root and continue thinking. Deciding to take a break from what was happening, Liu Yi wondered what would happen next in the mission's storyline. At that moment, he noticed that something unexpected had happened to the magic sphere, so he tensed up a little. Looking at the floor, the young man noticed that the engravings resembled an improvised map. Joyful children began to fly around the heart of the legendary tree again, as if feeding off its energy. The astonished hero began to hear their joyful discussions about how they now possessed a wonderful place to generate computing power. 2 days later, on the outskirts of the city of Shu, Tao noted that after 48 hours, the target had not left the dungeon. The reserved Bai Ye confirmed this, and another comrade asked discontentedly if they really had to stay there. The imperturbable leader said that there had been no news of Ye Shane's death, which meant they had to remain in ambush. The comrade said that the others would not have enough patience, and the leader asked him to find some excuse to send them to the city. The assistant asked if there were any further instructions, and the radical Yuan Ding ordered him to deal with the annoying ants. Soon the dungeon was completely cleared, and the brave Liu ended up going up 5 levels. At that very moment, the young man was transported to the Black Arena building, which was immediately noticed by the excited players there. The tense crowd understood that if something went wrong, the main character would mercilessly deal with each of them. Someone exclaimed that the fearless gentleman had managed to clear the location single-handedly and asked to call the leader immediately. As always, the serious guy took confident steps forward, remaining silent and thinking about the matter at hand. The players, trembling with fear, noted that at the sight of their brother, they wanted to fall to their knees and beg for mercy, although things had been different before. Still, they really couldn't stay on their feet and began to fall down, which looked ridiculous from the outside. The terrified people noted that they could not move, while the brunette did not say a word to them. The sweating man emphasized that even he, with his 50th level, was barely holding on, not to mention those lower in rank. The plot consisted of watching the little ones settle into the yo-yo territory, and their actions led to a situation reminiscent of events in the world. They reduced the size of the area, began to develop the tree, protect it, and destroy it for the sake of computing power, and humanity was that place. Realizing this, the young man remembered the words of the little creatures in their disaster button, and wondered if there was one on his planet. In that case, the fighter could not understand the point of his and other players' efforts to solve the problem with Mount Buchu and the 3 oddballs. Deciding to relax, the guy asked for a restroom to be prepared for him, and soon took a shower, settling into one of the rooms. One of the players had previously said that after Liu entered the location, He Yao went to talk to Sad, and they freed the members of the alliance. Stepping out onto the balcony, the warrior firmly told himself that he had to continue to understand that the level was getting stronger, without knowing if it made sense. Looking at the ruined city at night from the Black Arena, the daredevil added in his thoughts that this was the only right decision. The next morning, someone knocked loudly on the door, calling the young man his older brother, and saying that his breakfast was ready. Not hearing any response, the man decided to go inside, but saw that the room was completely empty. Meanwhile, fires were rapidly engulfing the city of Shu, burning down all the buildings, but no one could extinguish them. In the nearby mountains, someone suddenly landed very hard, but the person had no other choice. This unlucky citizen was the brave Liu Yi, who crashed right onto the cobblestones, but the bushes protected him a little. Although the hero reached his destination in a couple of seconds, he almost died from lack of strength, so he needed to raise his attributes with a blessing. The young player had to stop because the lifeline absorbed all his knowledge power. Fortunately, the ability could quickly restore it, and the guy, after leaving the town of Shin, almost immediately found himself in Shu. Now the backyard garden couldn't find the nimble fighter who had realized that their actions were rather strange. They gathered crowds of people, catching alliance members along the way, and a reward was offered for him. But the players apparently realized that it was better not to mess with him. The warrior decided to find out what they were up to, but first he wanted to check the settlement, thinking that someone might have important information. Walking along the ruined road, the young man smiled, suddenly remembering that he had once been here with his beloved sister. Remembering the happy Ayun, the boy had no idea what had happened to the city after the descent of the Firstborn Kingdom. Nianshu called him and told him that all the captured members of the Split Alliance had been executed by Sad, and that his sister had been preparing people in Hai for 3 days. The young man tried to remain calm, but the terrible news still caused a strong shock in his soul. Unable to say anything, he stared at the destruction before him, realizing that many of the prisoners were simply no longer alive. The extremely serious warrior thought incessantly about what he had heard, trying to figure out what to do next. 15 years ago, a little boy was hiding in the ruins of buildings, comforted by his slightly older sister. Rescuers were shocked that a day had passed since the house collapsed, but the girl had been holding the stone slab the whole time. At the hospital, they said that the boy was fine, but his sister's arm could not be saved. However, the optimistic girl did not despair and continued to enjoy life. The cheerful girl began to stroke the crying boy and laugh loudly to cheer him up somehow. Smiling sincerely, She suddenly promised that she would always protect him, no matter what situations they faced in life. The photo of the happy little kids was a joy to look at for a long time, but everything has a way of changing. Now disaster has once again enveloped the world, affecting even the framed photograph, which was broken. A blonde-haired boy lay on the blood-stained floor, and next to him stood a girl wearing a jacket with a skull on it, with horns sticking out of her head. The main character wandered through the ruins of the city, looking around carefully. With each passing minute, he encountered more and more dead civilians lying in pools of their own blood. Even monsters from the primordial realm would not have destroyed the entire settlement. And Liu saw how players from here communicated in the Holy War chat. The focused young man looked up and saw someone's silhouette in a broken window of a building. He and the stranger inside instantly locked eyes, which alarmed both of them. Terrified and unshaven, the man immediately hid behind the wall, his heart racing. The bristly gentleman understood perfectly well that he needed to get out of there immediately, while he was still alive. But a moment later, the calm Liu Yi appeared before him, and asked what had happened here, and why the whole city was in ruins. The cowardly opponent cowered in the corner, clutching his head and begging for mercy, which showed how frightened he was. He desperately hoped that the stranger would not kill him, and the protagonist even felt a slight pang of compassion. The young man asked the stranger to calm down, and a woman's voice from the side suddenly asked him to stop questioning the man. The fighter, keeping his cool, instantly looked away when he saw a girl with horns standing near the doorway. She was a cute-looking noodle lover, a level 60 player from the ruined city of Shu. The distrustful guy didn't even notice the girl, but judging by her voice, he concluded that she was not hostile at all. The beauty politely introduced herself to Brother E, saying that her real name was Hu Mu, but she allowed him to call her whatever he wanted. Deciding not to waste time on small talk, the serious fighter asked what had happened here, after which the smile disappeared from the lady's face. Climbing onto the roof, she explained that a player from the garden had come, gotten involved with the wife of some fighter, and he had killed him, which became a pretext for the attack. It was said that in one night the city had been reduced to ruins, and the members of the faction had died, as had all the survivors of the Shu, but she was lucky. The main character was struck by the fact that ordinary people had been killed and asked if the gardener was aware of what his subordinates were doing. The lady replied frighteningly that ordinary ants were not players for the scoundrel, but he was a child who was crushing them with his house. Wiping away her tears, the lovely Humu whispered that her parents and beloved brother had also died as a result of what had happened. The day before yesterday, the beauty promised to protect them from everything, and yesterday they died, but she couldn't even take revenge. Liu Yi, who remained calm, listened attentively to his interlocutor, standing a few meters away from her. His expression did not reveal any pity or even the slightest emotion. Smiling, the girl asked her older brother to let her go after the gardener because he clearly wanted to get to him and kill him. Meanwhile, the target was near a huge portal, waiting for some good news from his allies. Yang said that in order to capture Liu alive and take away his title, they needed to find a way to neutralize him. But group control was unlikely to work. They needed to find a player capable of disabling Shane's abilities and immobilizing him, and then rely solely on the characteristics of the leader. That's why they chose a dungeon where the target wouldn't be able to move freely and use active skills. The completely calm deputy leader of the backyard gang added that the location was ideal for their strategy. According to intelligence, the guy should be in Shu in 2 days, and they had to lie to their people to use them as bait. The blonde-haired guy laughed, saying that the 19-man squad led by Sadovnik would be behind them, and the kid would foolishly attack them. The emotionless Bai Shohao ordered his comrades to get ready and retreat when the target arrived, noting that he would take care of everything. The worried, bespectacled man exclaimed that he couldn't abandon the leader at such an important moment, even if he demanded it. The serious man looked at him with slightly narrowed eyes, remaining completely silent. Stroking his loyal assistant's hair, the imperturbable gentleman emphasized that this was an order, not a request. The perceptive Mu said at the time that during the battle, they needed to pay attention to provocative skills, skill limitations, and control. She asked the attentive hero if he had figured out a way to avoid the effects of these factors. The young man replied that he was mortal, and not much different from an ordinary player, so he was counting on the help of the warrior lady. The beauty smiled slightly, saying that in that case she knew what she would do in their team, and these words interested the young man. The lady said that she specialized in agility, so she would make an excellent scout and would be able to gather information about the enemy. The lady exclaimed viciously that she was ready to take on the responsibility, and even named them the Flower Girls. But Liu silently dismissed it as nonsense. The young man asked if Ho Mu was sure of her choice, noting in his mind that a scout would be useful in the fight against the garden. Chuckling slightly, the beauty replied that she had already added her brother to the team and then added that she had no doubts whatsoever. A young man suddenly entered the room and disturbed them with his calm address to the girl. He was an ordinary man named Nato, who asked if he could join the newly formed flower faction. Slightly surprised, the lady asked why he hadn't stayed in the survivors' shelter and why he had come to them. The young man showed her the smartphone left behind by Sen and said that there was a photo of him taken before his death in the gallery. The words she heard caused a strong shock to the lady, whose expression changed instantly. The persistent young man wanted to trade his phone for a chance to go with them, as he wanted to contribute to the fall of Sada, even if it meant being used as bait. He expressed his willingness to do whatever he was told, but the unyielding Humu ordered him to hand over the device and get out of there. Clenching her fist tightly and approaching menacingly, the woman showed her willingness to beat to death anyone who would bother her. Nervous Nato exclaimed that he did not want to wait for a miracle and began to beg to be given the opportunity to choose as a free man. The brave boy clutched the phone tightly to his chest, fearlessly looking into the stern girl's eyes, even though he knew he could expect anything from her. The fearless youngster clenched his jaw tightly, baring his teeth and gazing confidently, showing his desire to stand his ground until the end. He cried out that if he died, he would do so without regret, and continued to beg the lady to take him into the group. The emotionless Liu Yi watched the dramatic scene from the sidelines, seemingly not even considering intervening. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the dungeon outside the city of Shu, a bunch of Sada fighters were sitting around, happily watching something. The happy fighters clinked their full glasses loudly, enjoying every minute of being together. Behind them, sitting on a large cobblestone, was the leader of the faction, who was not rejoicing with the others, but rather was deep in thought. The man silently looked at his hand near his wrist, where a diagram of a pillar gradually filling to the top was drawn. Clenching his fist, he told himself not to underestimate Shane, because he had lost in the realm of rebirth and no longer had the right to make mistakes. Then, Bai Shouhao got up from the rock and looked into the distance, still thinking about the upcoming battle with a powerful opponent. He decided to contact the important lady again, because an extra trump card in the perfect plan would definitely not hurt, and she could provide the key to victory. Soon the gentleman went deep into the forest, where he was alone and could begin the important process. On the phone, the head said that he was asking for help again, despite the lack of capacity. So he asked not to start talking about the limit. The woman smiled, saying that he owed her a debt of gratitude, and the man reminded her that she had said the same thing to his father and grandfather, and she knew what had happened to them. The lady said that when he received special status, she would open the container and allow his reflection to return. But until then, she asked him to check the capacity. Highly focused, Bai decided to listen to the advice of the experienced lady, so he did as she asked. He listened attentively to his interlocutor, but his expression changed rapidly, as if anger was beginning to take over his mind. The leader exclaimed that an object of such value would immediately fill the entire space. But the lady said that the reflection needed time to completely cover the container. It was said that if Shutao gained a special status before that, he would even be able to surpass her, and perhaps then, she would become his slave. The clan leader understood that he had no choice, because if he did not take advantage of the opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Only by harnessing the computing power and acquiring the architect's skills would he be able to take the place of the shining sky and avoid a real crisis. Meanwhile, in the mountains of Bukyu, a maiden clad in armor sat and said that the most submissive is the one who fights the most desperately. She said that everything was happening as before, with the only difference being that New Yawen had gained special status, and Shine, who could interfere with the gardener. The beauty ordered the 8th and 9th to help the boy, and the crossed creatures were ready to carry out her orders. They parted ways, and the lady emphasized that before his death, Yi must deal with the resurrection technique in the city of Hai. The lady also asked to see how things were going with reincarnation in the settlement, as she was curious about what her brother and sister were doing. The 6th Shining Heaven had no idea that her loved one was bleeding tears, quietly calling for her help. At that moment, Ho Mu was watching the video on her phone and heard that the defenseless boy was also being mocked. Realizing the horror of the tragedy, the girl even began to tremble, because it was impossible to watch such a thing without emotion. The scoundrel Yang Yu, the deputy head of the garden, was involved in everything, intimidating the prisoners in every way possible and putting moral pressure on them. Nato, who was upset, noticed the beautiful lady's strange reaction, so he decided to ask if she was okay. The warrior lady with horns on her head was deep in thought, but her heart seemed to be raging with anger and hatred for the scoundrels. At one point, she exhaled heavily and tensely, trying to relieve the tension a little. Smiling sweetly at her older brother, the charmer said as if nothing had happened that it was time for them to leave. The lady confidently exclaimed that it was time to start picking flowers. and the serious Nato quietly began to support her. The hero calmly asked if the boy really wanted to follow him and warned him that he risked his life at any moment. The positive Homu offered to take the young man, who was incredibly happy, but she ordered him to stay away from them. After a while, the joyful members of the backyard garden walked through the forest, where they had fun and talked as if nothing had happened. Tense Yang led the way, responding sharply to his subordinates' questions, as if he were in a bad mood. Not far behind them, Hao watched warily, and you could tell from her eyes that she clearly didn't like something. The girl immediately jumped up to her older brother, nervously reporting that the gardeners were leaving for some unknown reason. The calm hero did not quite understand the meaning of her words at first. While Nato peered at them from behind a tree trunk, the crowd discussed how they had collected many interesting things in 10 days, so they considered the dungeon to be good. Serious Luya was convinced and told himself that if he had come a little earlier, he would not have let them get away so easily. His assistant analyzed the situation and said that most of them were below level 40, and the brave man noted that they could start clearing the column from the tail end. Pushing off the ground sharply, he thought to himself that so many players should be enough for him to raise the sphere to the 50th rank. But suddenly the guy stopped because he saw a strange object in the sky that looked like a large blue star. Extremely wary, the young man immediately wondered what it was, but could not find an answer. Unexpectedly, a few seconds later, there was a powerful beam explosion that targeted the members of the garden and threw them all into the sky. His tense comrade immediately asked what was going on, and the brave young man began to move forward to get a better view. Some of them managed to survive, but they also had no idea what had happened, so they were in a state of severe shock. It was terrible to see the many dead bodies lying on the ground, rapidly turning into experience points. The stunned deputy head Yang was also confused, because no one had warned them about the possibility of such a thing. A huge funnel appeared ahead, and columns of acrid white smoke rose higher and higher, as if they would never dissipate. At that moment, a silhouette could be seen on the ground, which quickly came to its senses and began to rise, still not understanding anything. It turned out to be the ninth of the shining sky, Tianyao's bewildered servant, who immediately began to look around. In an instant, the ugly creature froze in place, staring at something in surprise, but making no sound. Alarmed, the subordinate began to nervously and quickly look around, as if something had gone wrong with his plan. Suddenly, he made a high jump to the side, and the surviving members of the garden were frightened when they noticed an unknown subject on the horizon. The Hulk began to rush away at tremendous speed, and the agitated players still followed him, but they didn't understand anything. Nervous Lu Yi noted the terrifying power of the monster, which, simply falling from the sky, destroyed most of his sworn enemies. This caused dissatisfaction in the guy who had not gained experience from his opponents, so he asked Ho to deal with the survivors and then return to him. A surprised girl in the crowd noticed the impulsive deputy head Yang, concluding that there were clearly not enough people to deal with the hero. The lady added that the main forces were waiting for the youngster at the portal, and that the blonde-haired, bespectacled man could be questioned about the ambush. But her goal was to kill large crowds of enemies, because hunting high-level players was not only very dangerous, but also brought little experience. One of the terrified members of the garden shouted, asking where this monster had come from, because of which everyone had died. Jumping up from the ground, the cowardly brunette ran off in an unknown direction, shouting that they needed to get out of there. Suddenly, the stern Yang kicked him in the stomach, ordering him to stop panicking and saying that, even if they died, the faction would resurrect them. The frightened boy immediately jumped back and crashed his back into a tree trunk, experiencing even more sharp pain. He shouted to start searching the equipment spheres of the fallen fighters, as they needed to return to Bai urgently. Gathering their strength, the tense fighters began to scatter in different directions, realizing that they had to act quickly. Left alone, the tense blonde looked around, wondering what was going on. Suddenly, Yang heard a voice behind him saying that he would be punished for what he had done, making him tense up even more. At that very moment, a long rope wrapped around the neck of the distraught deputy, and then the process of pulling began. Both hands of the man in pain were bound, and the ropes began to stretch tighter and tighter, causing him discomfort. His stunned companions immediately saw the terrible sight and froze in place with their mouths open, afraid to offer any help. At that moment, the stern-looking Lu Yi emerged from the bushes, followed by the equally confident Humu. The panicked team members instantly recognized their older brother, realizing that he had come to settle the score with them. Without any preliminaries, the brave man activated his Kui invasion technique, and as a result, within a second, all the enemies began to dissolve. What was happening made the helpless Yang, who was still tied up with ropes, nervous. The completely calm hero approached the deputy of the faction, who had managed to do a lot of nasty things to the prisoners. The warrior lady with horns on her head clenched her teeth tightly, ready to pounce and tear apart the degenerate who had been tormenting people. She convincingly asked her older brother to hand over the scoundrel after the interrogation, because she wanted to punish him for all his misdeeds. The unflappable young man sat down on a cobblestone and said that who could take Yanga right now because there was nothing left to ask him. The young man said he needed to return to Hai, and in his mind, noted that he needed to find another way to gain a lot of experience. His strength would have been fully restored, and Liu would have put on a whole set of equipment with the help of the sphere. But in the end, he was stuck at level 46. The hero didn't even know where else to find such a squad, but he didn't really want to break into the garden's headquarters, considering it too dangerous. The fighter told himself that it would be nice to resurrect them without losing rank, like in a game, because then he would rise to the very top. Nervous Yang understood that he couldn't give the kid time, because otherwise, he would be unstoppable and destroy everyone. The stern Humu thanked her older brother for everything, then turned her gaze to the suspended deputy of the faction. The hot-tempered, bespectacled man cried out that every slain member of the guild would be resurrected under the leadership of the head, and then they would return with full strength and overwhelm them with their numbers. Alert Liu, judging by his voice, concluded that this was true and wondered if the gardener really had such a skill. With a sly grin, the mysterious brunette asked if the prisoner wanted to say that his boss had the ability to resurrect people. The confident blonde Yang smiled in response, implying that this was indeed the case, so it would be impossible to defeat him. The hero said that until they figured out its secret, killing members of the garden was pointless, and now he understood why the fool was fearless. He noted that the enemy would go on to say that this skill was obtained with the title of Xuan, and that he could only get it by destroying the artifact. It was said that the deputy would use this to lure Liu into a trap that they had set up here for him. Looking at Yang's stunned face, the warrior was convinced that they had come to Xuan to deal with him, and began to think about the skill of resurrection. First, he wondered if the computing power would remain after resurrection, and then he asked if the bespectacled man thought he was a fool. Then the guy started to leave, but asked Hu Mu not to overdo it, since the prisoner could still be reincarnated. The brave man thought it logical that Zhuan possessed the power of resurrection, since he had the title for it. But Yang, who had turned blue with nerves, did not know what to do. Moving deeper into the forest, the main character stopped and began to reflect on the information he had received. The extremely serious young man noted in his thoughts that everything was happening just like in a game, even though they had long been in the real world. To put it bluntly, the sooner the determined fighter acquired the ability to resurrect, the better he would be able to protect his loved ones. But at the same time, something constantly bothered him, causing a relentless stream of thoughts to penetrate his brain. Wise from life experience, Liu understood that this was an obvious trap, and if he rushed to attack the gardener, he could die. With his special title, the young man had unlimited potential, while his opponent was stuck at level 60 forever. After a while, the player would be able to summon Zhu Yin to defeat the enemy, but for now, the young man decided to put those thoughts aside, because there was no point in taking risks. At that moment, the dissolving Yang said that he had committed many crimes, but it would be too troublesome to confess to each one. The stern lady said that she would not give in to her emotions, so he could not even hope to kill her, because she would immediately be reborn. Black streams of blood flowed from the eyes of the tortured deputy of the Sada faction, and his pupils enlarged. The serious Homu said that as soon as they dealt with Bai Shohao, she would return and finish off the blonde man so that he would never be resurrected again. Gathering her thoughts, the lady turned her head to the side, realizing that it was time for her to leave. On the horizon, she saw the silhouette of the main character standing still deep in thought. Meanwhile, the incredibly angry guild leader tore the bark off the tree trunk, not even afraid of getting splinters in his skin. Barely able to contain his emotions, the man wanted to turn all his enemies to ashes, but he couldn't do anything. Another assistant ran up to the angry-looking leader at that moment, asking why he had stopped and how Yang was doing. Without saying a word, the commander pointed to his first deputy, who was hanging nearby by long ropes. The sight stunned the ash-haired player, whose eyes widened at that moment, and he hoped that he had just imagined it. The impulsive man was ready to rush to avenge his comrade, but the cold-blooded Bai stopped him, saying that now was not the best time for action. The angry guy shouted, asking if the leader didn't care at all about his assistant, who had always been loyal to him in everything. The man said that they had to catch Shane and obtain special status, and that he would resurrect the dead Yang, giving him the opportunity to take revenge himself. The impassioned comrade slowly calmed down, but his gaze remained fierce and ready to destroy enemies. The nervous leader said that they needed to go to the dungeon immediately and wait for their target there. The bewildered ally doubted that the nimble kid would fall into the trap, as he probably understood that this was where things were headed. The stern Bai Shohao said that even if the kid didn't want to do it himself, he would simply be forced to go there. Meanwhile, the tense Humu asked if her older brother would go after the gardener, but his face was completely calm. The young man asked if she wanted to go with him, and the lady replied that only by killing him would she truly finish off Gu and avenge her brother. The main character was impressed by the warrior lady's radical position, so he could not refuse her request. Nevertheless, the young man sat down on a rock, saying that he did not want to expose the beauty to such a high risk. The upset girl immediately asked why he had come to such a conclusion, but there was no emotion in the warrior's eyes. The imperturbable hero did not answer her question, but only silently looked into the distance, continuing to think. Hiding behind a tree, Nato picked up one of the player's weapons and thought to himself that he could not have imagined that the garden would be destroyed by some kind of monster. The young man did not even know where the monster had come from or where it had run off to, and he really hoped that they would not encounter it again, because it was very powerful. But suddenly, the boy felt someone's jaw press against his head, and it was the culprit himself, Tianyao's servant. At first, the inexperienced boy stared at the creature with wide eyes, not even knowing how to react to such a thing. But after a couple of seconds, the terrified youngster came to his senses and decided that he needed to warn Liu and Mu immediately. At that very moment, the cowardly boy ran out from behind the bushes, shouting at the top of his lungs that the powerful monster had returned. In a panic, the brown-haired boy said to himself that if the giant touched him, he would die instantly. Still, Nato reassured himself that when he died, he would finally be free, because in a world ruled by players, there was no place for ordinary people. Releasing white smoke from under his feet, the boy continued to rush forward, while the bewildered hero and Hu tried to understand what was happening. The shocked boy stopped in his tracks when he realized he was still alive, and that Tianyao's servant wasn't even chasing him. The alert fighters, in turn, looked into the bushes, because they noticed movement in them, so they couldn't relax. The girl noticed that the approaching creature was muttering something about a dungeon, but she couldn't make out what it was saying. The bony weirdo with a hammer in his hands continued to move straight towards them, and his terrible empty gaze caused even more panic. The fearless warrior asked his comrade to take Nato and run, saying firmly that he would take care of everything himself. The surprised girl was very impressed by the confidence of the experienced player, ready to face danger head-on. At the same time, the nervous Liu noted in his mind that the gun was still reloading, and the sphere only used other weapons for a couple of seconds. The ally did not bother her older brother, and grabbing the frightened boy on the run, asked him to be careful during the fight. The worried youngster said that they couldn't leave the hero alone, but the lady said that because of them, it would be harder for the brave man to fight. Meanwhile, the ugly creature looked at its opponent, slightly turning its head and continuing to mutter something about the dungeon. The stern player repeated to himself that he must not panic, and was confident that he would do the job neatly. The stupid opponent held the hammer tightly in his hands, slowly approaching the young warrior, which was already an alarming sign. At one point, Tianyao's servant threatened that if the kid didn't go to the designated place, she would break his arms and legs and drag him there. Without further ado, the bruiser made a sudden lunge and rushed into the attack, which looked quite terrifying. The brave young man did not lose his composure and took a rope out of his inventory, but his skill level was insufficient, so he was unable to immobilize his target. Also, the extremely serious young man could not invade his opponent's space, which made the situation even more difficult. The stunned young man couldn't believe that his overall rank was too low, but he didn't have time to think. The burly man had already closed in on him and tried to attack, but the player managed to react and parry the blow. The ugly monster jumped back a couple of meters, but was still standing and far from losing his coordination. For the first time in a long time, the main character panicked during the fight, and the creature rushed straight at him at tremendous speed like a bull. The confused young man shouted at the top of his lungs that he would go into the dungeon, but the burly man had already swung his hammer at his head. Realizing that his opponent was much stronger, Liu Yi, covered in sweat, saw the weapon in front of him and repeated once again that he would go with him. At that moment, the monster calmed down and took a step back, while the nervous player did not understand what was happening, because his abilities simply did not work. The Hulk gestured that they needed to move forward, deeper into the forest, where even from a distance, the huge entrance to their destination was visible. The tense brunette quickly came to the conclusion that this was the very dungeon where the garden faction had ambushed him. Slightly puzzled, the young man couldn't understand why the entity didn't just finish him off, since it had already taken out the enemy guild. It was unclear why Tianyao's servant had destroyed almost the entire enemy squad, but now Liu Yi could only follow his orders. The hero realized that the garden wanted to restrain the growth of his power, because if he killed everyone himself, he would become much stronger, which would complicate their lives. The fact that he was being driven into the dungeon could only mean that the gardener wanted something from him. But what exactly that was remained unknown. The most valuable thing the guy had was his special body status, so he assumed that the enemy wanted to capture him and somehow get hold of the artifact. Being extremely serious, the brunette wondered how Bai Shouhao planned to carry out his intentions. At the moment, the young man could only move deeper into the forest, and the portal was getting closer and closer. Soon, he received a notification that the large red pistol had been reloaded and the sealing sphere had been used. Standing in front of the entrance to the desired dungeon, Liu Yi froze and began to think again, while Tianyao's servant stood a few meters away from him. Noticing that there was no one near the entrance, the young man suggested that everyone was waiting inside and wondered if the monster would go with him. The hero began to think about how to deal with everyone and remembered that he had left the return sphere with his sister just in case, so he would return to her if necessary. Without a shred of fear, the brave man first looked at the white wall in front of him and then began to take slow steps toward it. After a couple of seconds, the process of teleportation to the desired location began, and the 9th member of the Shining Sky continued to stand in the clearing. Meanwhile, the tortured deputy of the Yang faction was still suspended by strong ropes, too weak to even speak. But unexpectedly, the ropes simply dissolved into thin air, and his pale hand was now completely free of its bonds. The exhausted blond man immediately collapsed to the ground, hitting his face, but did not even make a sound due to lack of energy. His body began to rapidly break down into units of experience, and the man himself exhaled with relief, as he had finally died, and his torment was over. Meanwhile, the extremely tense Homu continued to rush headlong forward, still holding the helpless Nato by the hand. The girl realized that she should go back, because the enemy had not followed them, which meant that he needed her older brother, who clearly needed help. Without hesitation, the warrior lady threw the crying boy to the ground, no longer willing to waste time on him. After making a dash for it, the girl asked him not to follow her, as the situation was very dangerous, and she couldn't worry about him as well. Stunned, Nato was afraid to stay alone in the middle of the forest, where anyone could attack him from behind the bushes. After a couple of seconds, the young man seemed to calm down a little, but you could see from his eyes that he was still very anxious. Suddenly, an unbearable anger gripped his heart, causing him to clench his jaw tightly, baring his teeth. Falling to his knees, the trembling boy wondered why ordinary people had become a burden to others, but began to say that he needed to calm down. Meanwhile, the main character had already found himself in another dimension, where danger awaited him at every turn. With a stern look on his face, the observant warrior began to move forward, realizing that he could not relax even for a moment. Ahead, the young man soon saw more black silhouettes, which probably posed a threat to him. He realized that the monster wanted to drive him into the dungeon, thinking that the gardener would deal with him himself, or simply couldn't enter. At one point, Liu stopped abruptly because a message appeared on the digital display in front of him. The system stunned the player by writing that he needed to destroy the Black Sun, but at the same time, all his abilities were nullified. It also said that under the influence of the quest objective, the increase in characteristics from the blessing had been removed. Only darkness and grayness awaited the main character ahead, and on the horizon he saw the very object he had to deal with. At that moment, the frozen boy heard the sound of human footsteps, as if someone was approaching him. It was the people from the Sada faction, swinging their fists at him. But even though the buff was gone, ordinary players were no match for the brave young man. Without losing his composure, the brave man swung his katana sharply, cutting several targets in front of him in half. The dead opponents instantly dissolved into space, and Liu's eyes widened in shock. To his right, the alert young man saw long, bluish tentacles rapidly approaching him. He was affected by the thick mud, so his movements were limited, which fundamentally changed the course of the battle. Cutting through his shackles, the stern warrior thought to himself that only active abilities were prohibited, and no one had canceled the use of passive ones. It was very difficult for him because his body would not obey him at all, but the huge crowd of gardeners continued to attack. Suddenly, a purple lightning bolt flashed behind the boy's ear, and he tensed up even more, unable to understand what was happening. The frightened hero instantly turned around to try to figure out what was happening, but lost his vigilance. The gardener grabbed him by the neck and said that his characteristics were constant, and that the boy was nothing compared to him, calling him trash. The incredibly powerful opponent held the title of Xuan, and with his strength and knowledge, could resurrect any player. The hero was under the influence of desiccation, and Bai Shutao ordered his subordinates to immobilize him with passive skills. The brave man understood that he had no right to give up so easily, so he resorted to activating the rescue rope he could use. At that moment, the nimble young man managed to break free from his opponent's grasp by making a sharp dash several meters forward. The nervous man said that he had never seen such equipment in Yishane's game and wondered if he had obtained it in real life. After a short period of time, a whole crowd of bandaged members of the Sada faction, resembling mummies, stood on the battlefield. The main character told himself that he would turn them into ordinary people and then kill them, and then their passive abilities would not help them in any way. The focused warrior continued to use the long ropes in every way possible, doing his job very professionally. Moving relentlessly from side to side, the trickster continued to restrain his opponents, not even giving them a chance to understand what was happening. Within a few minutes, there were many helpless Sado people lying on the ground, posing no further threat. The bewildered Bai noticed that the passive skill simply did not work and wondered what was going on. Giving him a menacing look, the cold-blooded player said that they should have been watching their feet rather than the numbers. Without further ado, the daredevil began swinging his ropes, pursuing his goal of finally dealing with his main enemy. Not at all frightened, the guild leader dodged his attack, but that did not mean that the action would stop there. Continuing to jump back, Shu Tao called the unusual contraption very nimble, because the boy was even moving with its help. Smiling slyly, his opponent said that the exit from the dungeon was near the cloud vortex, and added that the youngster could stop fighting and leave. Then the gardener realized that the brave man wanted to finish him off first, and then deal with the monster outside, but noted that he was too weak. The man said that the equipment was still saving the serious brunette, and suggested that it was consuming a lot of strength and knowledge. The trickster asked how long Liu Yi could hold out, and emphasized that when his energy ran out, he would be completely defenseless. Bai also added that the thick mud only gets stronger over time, and after the power runs out, it will completely immobilize the guy, and then he will be defeated. Spreading his arms wide and smiling, the enemy said that he was in no hurry, and only needed to wait for the hero to weaken. After that, the leader of the backyard gang showed a malicious grin, saying that time was now working against the naive boy. Looking at his silent opponent, the man also remembered that, in the primordial realm, he had obtained a precious sphere of return. After these words, the brave man looked at him more sternly but still remained reserved and did not say a word. The scoundrel said that if he were in his place, he would have given the item to a trusted person for safekeeping, and he could have always avoided death and come to the aid of the guardian. At one point, Xiao Tao noted that the 9th usually works with the 8th, so he ordered the 2nd to go to the city of Hai. At that moment, the main character became very alarmed, realizing that his sister was now in danger, because she was the one who had the artifact. The extremely serious fighter asked if it was true that the first servant mentioned was the monster guarding the dungeon. He tried to attack again, but Bai jumped back, asking if the Broken Alliance would be able to repel the powerful 8th who had gone there. The scoundrel smiled maliciously again, then rephrased the question, wondering if Liu's little sister could handle the brute. Meanwhile, an ugly, fat monster with stitches visible on its belly was already in the settlement. Hiding from the rain, a passerby was standing under the eaves of a building at that moment, but an unknown subject caught his eye. Liu, in turn, stood firm, not answering the enemy's questions and ready to fight back. Suddenly, the player turned around and started running somewhere, thinking that the gardener was right, and that at this rate, he would definitely lose. Looking at the blue beam shooting into the sky, the warrior told himself that he needed to find a way to break through to the exit of the location as soon as possible. He had to escape before his knowledge ran out, which meant he had to destroy the Black Sun, as it was the only way to turn the tide of battle. But the main character was even more concerned about Ayun, who was in the city of Hai, where the strongman 8th had gone. The older brother remembered how his sister and her squad had managed to repel the monster earlier, and all he could do was trust her in this situation. Bai Xiaotao looked at the nervous young man with complete calm, a satisfied smile still on his face. Suddenly, something like a sharp steel spear with a blue handle appeared in front of the running player's face. He immediately realized that this was some kind of key to destroying the target, and decided to see if there were any hints on how to use it. The system notified him that the hero did not meet the requirements, so it was impossible to equip the weapon of the Destroyer of the Heavens. When he touched the item, the Black Sun turned its gaze on him, and while it watched him, his health was lost and his knowledge power consumption increased. The message made the young warrior even more wary, and it became twice as difficult for him to continue the mission. The leader of the enemy faction, standing nearby, laughed loudly, calling the young man too naive for this cruel world. He said that he had gathered the strength of all the players in the garden to recreate the limits of Lu's abilities, who would never be able to pass through the dungeon. The invincible Bai noted that not only could the youngster not attack him, but the sun was also absorbing his knowledge, so he had no choice but to accept death. The daredevil decided to take a risk and use his power on a rescue rope to try to catch the gardener, and then deal with him. At that moment, columns of gray smoke began to rise around Shu Tao, who was frozen in place. But he had no idea what was happening. As it turned out, the fearless player managed to activate strong ropes, which were instantly directed at the enemy. At tremendous speed, a multitude of long ropes flew toward the wary head of the garden, but he did not flee the battlefield. At the same time, the man dressed in black tried to jump back, so as not to become an easy target, but his leg was already immobilized. Remaining extremely serious, Shu Tao looked down to understand why he couldn't move his limb. At the same time, Lu's power reserve was almost full, and his opponent was instantly wrapped in a large cocoon and could no longer escape. The nervous hero realized that his knowledge would only last for 10 seconds, and Bai was completely wrapped in rope, but not yet captured. The unbearably angry guy mentally asked the rope to quickly deprive the scoundrel of his strength, because there was almost no time left. Unexpectedly, everything went wrong, because the strong man managed to break through the top of the cocoon and began to stick out his strong arms. The stunned brunette froze in place with his mouth open and his eyes wide, not believing what was happening. The head, laughing eerily, said that such a powerful artifact must consume a lot of knowledge energy. Then the rival suggested seeing if he would be the first to break free from the hero's shackles, or if he would run out of the necessary power. After these words, the nimble opponent completely climbed out, which stunned the young player even more. What struck the young man most was the fact that his precious power of knowledge was simply burning away before his eyes, with every passing second. Grabbing his powerful pistol, the young man gathered his strength and mentally noted that it was all over. He reminded himself that if he died right now, he would be transported back to the city of Hai with the help of the return sphere. But there was a catch. The sphere had recorded the hero's data when he was at level 60 in the game, so he didn't know if he would lose his special title after the procedure. The gloating Bai shouted that as soon as the youngster died, he would immediately leave the dungeon and resurrect him at level 1. His words further irritated the brave young man, who wanted to deal with him as soon as possible but could not do so. The young man understood that his opponent was simply bluffing, because otherwise he would have killed him immediately, and someone was pulling the bowstring in the meantime. At that moment, a loud shot of ice rang out, which attracted the attention and even slightly surprised the silent Shout Hao. Both opponents were distracted from their personal feud and began to look around to understand what had happened. A sharp arrow flew into a stone slab nearby, accompanied by a characteristic sound. The incredibly angry Bai was once again bound by a multitude of strong ropes belonging to the main character. In just a few seconds, the head of the garden, like all the other members of the team, was turned into a completely wrapped mummy. At first, he tried to resist and struggle in every way, hoping to break the ropes, but all his efforts were in vain. Soon, his futile attempts came to an end, and his opponent, now reduced to a mere trifle, simply collapsed to the ground. Stunned, Liu Yi couldn't believe that he had succeeded, but at the same time, it was unclear who had helped him. As it turned out, in a moment of need, his older brother was not abandoned by the excited Humu, who fired the decisive shot. The astonished young man asked why she had come, and Lapsa replied that she had seen the monster take him away, and seizing the moment, had entered the dungeon. The surprised girl asked if the head of the garden was lying on the ground, and the excited young man confirmed this and said that they had managed to deal with him. But a few seconds later, the shocked hero's attention was drawn to a nice artifact in his comrade's hands. The weapon was made of the same material as the Sky Destroyer's spear, so Leo wondered if it was somehow connected to the dungeon. The beauty said that if she had had this powerful bow, she would not have left her brother alone on that dark night. The brave man asked her not to worry, promising that now that the gardener was in their hands, they would avenge her loved one. But suddenly, the fallen enemy began to make some kind of noise, as if trying to break out of its strong shell. The shocked guys noticed that the scoundrel Bai was still moving, so they had to finish him off for good. The impulsive hero exclaimed that he would destroy him, and Mu asked him to destroy the Black Sun to unlock his active skills. The tense girl understood that her senior had entrusted her with a very responsible task, but she couldn't let him down. The nimble beauty was not afraid of the task at all, so she immediately rushed towards the target, holding the crossbow tightly in her hands. Focusing as hard as she could, she aimed the sharp spear as a projectile upward, calculating its flight path. As she pulled back the bowstring, the stern Hu was ready for any outcome, and therefore felt not a shred of fear. Less than a minute later, the determined lady fired a shot aimed precisely at the Black Sun.